Curious about how I managed to bring Bullet and the others under my wing? Try it yourself, and you might understand. Tang Su's lips curled into a faint smile as his gaze rested on Vice Admiral Garp, who stood a short distance away. However, despite Garp's evident curiosity, Tang Su had no intention of offering an explanation. Why should he? If Garp truly wanted to know, he could always surrender his own life and embrace the void under Tang Su's control. That would undoubtedly make things clear. For Tang Su, recruiting someone like Garp would be a tremendous addition to his forces, a combat power unparalleled in the world. But he also knew better. The chances of Garp agreeing to such a thing were laughably slim. Garp wasn't just a formidable fighter, he represented the entire Marine headquarters. For now, Tang Su had no intention of provoking that hornet's nest. However, when the time came, when his strength had fully matured, perhaps the situation would be different. You don't have to try anything, but I want to know, what exactly are you doing here in the city of Water 7? Garp's voice cut through the tense atmosphere as he firmly rejected Tang Su's suggestion. As expected, Garp wasn't about to walk into what could only be a trap. Whatever method Tang Su had used to gain the loyalty of legends like Bullet and Leadfield, Garp had a sinking feeling it was a path from which there was no return. Tang Su's methods were too sinister, too unpredictable, an evil that defied expectations. Garp, for all his strength, dared not test the waters. I don't owe you an explanation, Tang Su replied, his tone cold and indifferent. If you want to fight, stop wasting words and draw your weapon. The provocation hung in the air, but Garp remained still. He wanted nothing more than to challenge Tang Su, to test his legendary power against this dangerous man. But the stakes were too high. They were in a city teeming with civilians, his grandson Luffy included. A battle here could level the city of Water 7 and put innocent lives, including Luffy's, at risk. Garp clenched his fists, his frustration palpable. If this were an isolated battlefield or open sea, he would have already made his move. But here and now, he was restrained. Tang Su turned away, uninterested in further conversation. Iceberg, he called to the city's leader, who stood nearby, trembling under the pressure. Have you prepared the item I came for? Yes, Lord Tang Su, the great black-winged demon, Iceberg stammered, his voice quivering as sweat dripped down his forehead. The nautical chart you requested is being retrieved as we speak. Please, just a moment more. Iceberg had no intention of delaying. Ever since he learned of Tang Su's true identity, he had moved heaven and earth to fulfill his demands. Barry, his deputy, soon rushed forward, clutching an ancient and weathered chart. Mr. Iceberg, I found it. Barry called, panting as he handed the chart over. Iceberg quickly verified the chart's authenticity before presenting it to Tang Su with shaking hands. Lord Tang Su, here is what you asked for. Please accept it. Taking the chart with a satisfied nod, Tang Su passed it to Nami without a second glance. Good. Your cooperation has been noted, he said to Iceberg, a hint of amusement in his tone. With his prize secured, Tang Su turned his attention back to Garp. We're leaving. Are you going to stand in our way? Garp's silence spoke volumes. He knew he couldn't risk a fight, not here, not now. For the sake of the people on this island, I won't stop you, he said at last. But if you return and harm Water 7 again, there will be no mercy. Tang Su raised an eyebrow, clearly unimpressed. How noble. Pass a message to Kizaru for me, he said, his voice laced with disdain. Tell him that the next time we meet, he won't escape like he did in Alabasta. Without waiting for a response, Tang Su turned and walked toward the port, his followers trailing behind him. No one dared to stop them. The oppressive aura that hung in the air only lifted once their figures disappeared into the distance. Only then did the gathered crowd begin to murmur, their voices filled with disbelief. Did you hear what the black-winged demon said? One whispered. He fought Admiral Kizaru in Alabasta, and Kizaru lost? Impossible, another said, shaking their head. An admiral of the Marines, defeated and forced to flee? How can that be? But no matter how unbelievable it seemed, the words of Tang Su echoed in their minds, leaving a chilling impression that none would soon forget. The moment Tang Su departed from the city of Water 7, his final words ignited a storm. The city's once bustling streets now buzzed with whispers and alarm. An admiral of the Marine headquarters, one of their most powerful defenders, defeated? For the civilians, this revelation was earth-shattering. The Marine admirals represented the pinnacle of justice, the very face of Marine authority. If even they could falter, what hope remained for the world's stability? Tang Su had orchestrated this chaos deliberately. His humiliation of Kizaru in Alabasta had failed to make waves due to Marine censorship. The official reports twisted the narrative, framing the conflict as a battle against Sir Crocodile, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, while conveniently omitting Kizaru's defeat. Not this time. This time, Tang Su ensured his message would spread. His cryptic remark, spoken in the presence of countless witnesses, would unravel the Marine's carefully constructed facade.
Garp's dilemma.
Garp, standing amidst the murmuring crowd, rubbed his temples in frustration. The ripple effect of Tang Su's words was already evident. Civilians were questioning the invincibility of the Marine headquarters, and the growing unrest was impossible to ignore. Troublesome, Garp muttered under his breath. Handle it quietly. Control the narrative as best as you can. He barked the order to his subordinate, though he knew the futility of it. Unlike Alabasta, where the battlefield had been cleared of witnesses, Water 7's bustling streets ensured that word of Tang Su's remark would spread like wildfire. The city's strategic importance as a trade hub only compounded the problem. News would reach every corner of the world before long. Sengoku would not be pleased. The voyage to the Devil's Triangle. Meanwhile, Tang Su was unbothered by the turmoil he left behind. With the nautical chart of the Devil's Triangle now in his possession, his focus shifted entirely to his next objective. At the port, Roger emerged from the void space, looking slightly disheveled and entirely unamused. Master Tang Su, you kept me in there forever. Do you know how boring it gets? He complained, his voice tinged with mock grievance. Quit your theatrics, Tang Su replied curtly. We have work to do. Handing the chart to Nami, he addressed her. You should be able to decipher this. Nami examined the document and nodded.
I've got it.
The route to the Devil's Triangle is clear. We can leave immediately. With Nami at the helm, the warship set sail, navigating directly toward their destination. After days at sea, they reached the mysterious waters of the Devil's Triangle, a region cloaked in perpetual mist. The faint silhouette of an island loomed ahead. Tang Su's eyes gleamed with satisfaction. So, this is the Devil's Triangle.
Let's proceed.
Under his command, the ship advanced into the dense fog. Marine headquarters in turmoil. Back at Marine headquarters, chaos brewed. The fallout from Tang Su's words had spread far and wide, shaking the very foundation of the Marine's authority. In his office, Fleet Admiral Sengoku paced restlessly. That damned black-winged demon, he growled. It's not enough that he causes destruction wherever he goes. Now he's humiliated us on a global scale. The news of Kizaru's defeat was impossible to contain. Even the 5 elders had intervened, their scathing message ringing in Sengoku's ears. Sengoku, this debacle has brought shame upon the world government. Marine headquarters must restore its image, immediately. The pressure was immense, and Sengoku knew the truth all too well. Unless they could bring Tang Su to justice, their reputation would remain in tatters. But defeating someone as powerful as Tang Su was easier said than done. Just as Sengoku grappled with these thoughts, a soldier burst into his office with an urgent report.
Fleet Admiral.
A classified message has arrived from the Grand Line. Sengoku snatched the report and scanned its contents. His eyes widened as he read the details. Blackbeard Teach, captured Fire Fist Ace, Sengoku murmured, his voice heavy with realization. He wants to exchange Ace for a position among the 7 warlords of the sea. Sengoku's mind raced. This could be the opportunity he needed. If handled correctly, it could not only save Marine headquarters face but also shift the focus away from the humiliation inflicted by Tang Su. The pieces of a plan began to form in his mind. The stakes had just been raised.
Hello everyone, and welcome to another video of FanFic Canon. Before we dive in, I want to remind you to subscribe to the channel if you enjoy our content. It really helps a lot. Also, don't forget to share your thoughts in the comments section below. Let's get started.
The captain of the 2nd Division of the Whitebeard Pirates, Fire Fist Ace, was actually caught. This is an excellent opportunity. If this matter can be publicized, with Whitebeard's character, he will definitely come to rescue Ace Huoquan. If you can take advantage of this opportunity to smash the Whitebeard pirate group in one fell swoop, it will definitely defeat the arrogance of the pirates. Marshal Sengoku murmured, his eyes brightened. He suddenly discovered that this is a golden opportunity. You know, the reason why the 4 emperors are so difficult to deal with is that they are powerful. There is another important reason. That is, they are in the depths of New World. It is difficult to draw them out, but this time it was different. With Fire Fist Ace in hand, with Whitebeard's character, he would just sit idly by. If the Whitebeard pirates can be brought to their home court, for example, Marine headquarters, Malin Vander, then this matter becomes different. The dominant power is in their hands, and they can arrange whatever they want. This is simply a golden opportunity for them. On the other hand, Marshal Sengoku remembers that Ace's identity is also somewhat special. Perhaps they can use this opportunity to completely cut off Roger's blood. The most important point is that if this opportunity can be used, the Whitebeard pirates can be completely annihilated. Then the impact of Kizaru's defeat will surely disappear. Just think about it. Even the Whitebeard pirate group, the world's #1, has been destroyed. Are other things still a thing? It can be said that this is a good opportunity to kill 3 birds with 1 stone, and Sengoku really does not want to miss it. In reply to Blackbeard Teach, Marine Headquarters agreed to his terms and promised to take the position of 7 warlords of the sea in exchange for Fire Fist Ace. Soon, Marshal Sengoku made a decision. As for the Blackbeard Teach who grabbed Fire Fist Ace, to be honest, Marshal Sengoku was also inexplicable, because he didn't know who this so-called Blackbeard Teach was. But if you can catch Fire Fist Ace, you should have some strength. However, Sengoku did not take this matter to heart, but directly contacted 5 elders. You know, the Whitebeard pirate group is a big force. If you want to deal with the Whitebeard pirate group, it is bound to start a war. However, when the scale of the war is reached, it is not that he can easily make a decision. He needs to contact 5 elders. Sengoku, you did a good job. We give you absolute rights in this matter. You can mobilize the pacifists of the scientific force, you can convene 7 warlords of the sea, etc. We only have one request to completely eliminate the Whitebeard pirates. In the phone bug, the voice of 5 elders message came out. But after 5 elders listened to Sengoku's plan, they directly made a decision. You can sit in this position, and 5 elders are not stupid. Read more at hotuntilnovel.xyz. Obviously, they also saw the benefits. They can naturally see that this matter has a very high success rate. Set up an ambush at naval headquarters and lure the Whitebeard pirates into the bait. In this matter, the possibility of success is extremely high. For this reason, they did not hesitate and directly agreed to this matter. Thanks to 5 elders, Marine Headquarters will definitely complete this task. Sengoku is very happy. This is his first time, fully supported by 5 elders. Thinking of this, Marshal Sengoku began to get busy with this matter. First of all, order a powerful lieutenant general to go to handover with Blackbeard, and get the Fire Fist Ace. Afterwards, Marshal Sengoku also convened a high-level meeting, ready to start arranging things to deal with the Whitebeard pirates. When the high-level generals knew that the Marine Headquarters was going to fight the Whitebeard pirates, all senior generals were shocked. Even some senior generals want to stop this. But how could it be possible to stop the things that both Marshal Sengoku and 5 elders passed? For a time, this war is being closely prepared. Soon, Marshal Sengoku made a plan for the battle. This battle will become the focus of the world. It is also the top battle in the past 2 decades. It is called the Top War Plan. Following the words of Marshal Sengoku, the plan for this battle was completely determined. The Top War Plan is officially opened. Cang Xu didn't know, because of the words he left behind, the plan for the top war was started, even some time in the morning than the original time. However, even if he knew about this, Cang Xu would only feel happy, and would not have any troubles, because this is exactly the battle he was looking forward to. But before that, Cang Xu still has one thing to complete. Where is Brook? It should be in the Devil's Triangle. In the Devil's Triangle, the warship is sailing slowly. Cang Xu is standing on the deck, using the skills of detecting circuits, searching for the souls in this area. Yes, what Cang Xu is looking for is Brook's location. Cang Xu came to the Devil's Triangle this time for Brook and Perona. Cang Xu naturally knows the location of Perona. After all, Gecko Moria's terrifying 3-mast sailboat is so conspicuous. When Cang Xu used the detection circuit, he had already sensed that in the direction of the west, a bunch of souls gathered together. Needless to say, there should be the pirate ship of 7 warlords of the sea Gecko Moria, the terrifying 3-mast sailing ship. As the cotter of Gecko Moria, Perona should be there. Cang Xu doesn't need to worry about this kind of inability to run, so he plans to find Brook first, and then go to the horror bark. Found it. Soon, Cang Xu discovered something. He found an old and special soul. Although the soul is old, but the state is very special, the degree of solidity far exceeds that of ordinary souls, floating on the sea. If Cang Xu didn't guess wrong, then it should be what he is looking for. Thinking of this, Cang Xu immediately ordered the warship to move directly in the direction where Brook was. Soon, Cang Xu and others saw a dilapidated pirate ship sailing unknown on the sea. On the deck of the tattered pirate ship, an explosive skull man in a tuxedo was playing a violin. Sure enough, you guessed it right, Bondi Valdo, go and grab the skeleton. Cang Xu smiled lightly and said to Bondi Valdo. Cang Xu did not intend to do it himself for the arrest of Brook. With so many capable people and strangers under his command, he doesn't need to do everything directly. Directly order Bondi Valdo to get Brook over. Yes, Master Cang Xu. Bondi Valdo responded, stepped on the moonwalk, and rushed directly to the pirate ship where Brook was. The hunting started right away. In this misty sea, Cang Xu finally started his action. Who are you and why are you arresting me? On the warship, Brook, with only bones left, has cracks on his body, and looks a little embarrassed. Obviously, Brook was caught. With Bondi Valdo taking action, there is no suspense about the outcome of this battle. After all, Brook's Huang Quan fruit has not been developed at all. Brook, who only knows some swordsmanship, can be an opponent of Bondi Valdo, so it took some time for Bondi Valdo to defeat Brook, and brought Brock to Cang Xu. Brook, I'm here to give you a chance. You should want to find your shadow back. I can help you find your shadow. Relatively, I hope you can cooperate with my research. Without any obscurity, Cang Xu directly stated his plan. There is no need for Cang Xu to hide. With Brook's strength, in front of Cang Xu, he couldn't make any waves. If you can really find my shadow, then I promise this thing. Brook was silent for a while, and finally agreed to this matter, because this is his best choice. On the one hand, he wants to find his shadow. After all, only by retrieving the shadow can he complete the agreement with his partner and return to Gemini Cape to visit Whale Rab. On the other hand, Cang Xu and others are very strong. Just a Bondi Valdo directly made him helpless, let alone other people. It can be said that Brook has no choice at all, and naturally will not refuse. You made a smart decision. Cang Xu nodded slightly and asked Bondi Valdo to let go of Brook. By the way, there are a few women on my boat. I hope you will respect yourself. I don't want to see any transgressions by you. If it is discovered by me, I don't mind removing the bones from your body. Anyway, even if you are a pile of bones, I can still study it. Before leaving, Cang Xu warned Brook. If he has transgressed, don't blame Cang Xu for being rude. In response, Brook shuddered and nodded respectfully, not daring to resist. Because, he really saw a trace of killing intent in Cang Xu's eyes. Obviously, if he really did something to go beyond, Cang Xu would really not be polite. This is the best warning for Brook. All of a sudden, Brook became very respectful and didn't dare to make any trouble. Okay, let's go ahead. The only place left is that. Cang Xu nodded slightly, letting Buggy continue to start the warship, heading for the terrifying three-masted sailing ship. After all, Brook has found it, and Perona is the only one left. Although the sea area of the Devil's Triangle, there is a mist that can't dissipate. But for Cang Xu and others, it has no effect. The existence of soul fire can tell Cang Xu the exact location. Soon, Cang Xu and others came near the horror bark. Step on, read more at hotandlenovel.xyz. At this time, a slight sound of footsteps appeared on the deck. If you don't listen carefully, you might miss this voice. However, at this moment, Cang Xu started directly. A small turquoise ball of light instantly popped from Cang Xu's fingertips, and instantly penetrated the left side of the deck. What? A scream came. A hideous man with a terrible face and lion organs on his face, who looked like a lion man, slowly revealed his figure. This is exactly one of the 3 weird cotters under Gecko Moria, the transparent fruit-capable person, Abusarum. At this time, Absalom's chest was bleeding, and he looked a little embarrassed. How dare you sneak into our boat and look for death? Cang Xu's expression was cold, and a murderous intent flashed in his eyes, because he doesn't have any good feelings for this invisible wretched lion man. In the original book, this guy also made some disgusting things, which Cang Xu would naturally not allow. Therefore, when Abusarum became invisible and boarded Cang Xu's warship, Cang Xu started directly. Moreover, Cang Xu didn't plan to let this guy go. Flick your fingertips. It is another aquamarine light group, quickly condensing on Cang Xu's fingertips. Don't kill me, I am 7 warlords of the sea, a cotter under Gecko Moria. Seeing Cang Xu continue to do it, Abusarum shouted in a panic. Originally, he just saw the arrival of a warship and wanted to lurch aboard the warship. See what marine is coming from? In the end, he didn't expect that he was only climbing a warship, and he was injured by the opponent before even doing anything, and now, the other party seems to be planning to continue doing it. Therefore, Absalom panicked all of a sudden and hurriedly yelled, I hope Cang Xu can see Gecko Moria's face and let him go? However, Abusaram's words have not been finished yet. Cang Xu's virtual bullets at his fingertips have been directly played. Boom! The virtual bullet turned into a beam of light, directly piercing Abusaram's head, directly smashing his head. Noisy. Go, let's go to the island. After Abusaram was dealt with, Cang Xu was like slapping a fly to death. Without even looking at it, he took his subordinates aboard the horror bark. Someone is coming. Take them quickly and give them to Master Moria. From every corner, there was a small voice. Although these sounds are very slight, they can't hide from Cang Xu's ears. If Cang Xu guessed correctly, this should be Gecko Moria, the zombie soldiers created. Then, the zombie soldiers seemed to have negotiated the result, and they emerged from the ground. The zombie soldiers, pretending to be hideous zombies, slowly approached Cang Xu and others. Pretending to be gods and tricks, all solved. Cang Xu said lightly, these zombie soldiers are just the shadows of ordinary pirates. Except for the immortality of a corpse, there is no combat power. Regarding these miscellaneous fish, how could Cang Xu have the idea of hands-on, directly pushing them to Leatherfield and others? To be honest, Leatherfield and others don't really want to do it. However, Cang Xu has orders, and they will naturally not violate Cang Xu's orders. For a time, several figures quickly disappeared on the ground, frantically harvesting the heads of the zombie soldiers. Although, zombie soldiers are immortal, but for Leatherfield and others, it has no effect at all. Armament haki can directly damage their core, which is their shadow, and knock them back to their original shape with a single blow. Not to mention, there is still Zanpakuto who can, good money, herd the soul. Therefore, the immortality of the zombie soldiers has no effect on Leatherfield and other errand cars. For this reason, Leatherfield and others quickly harvested the surrounding zombie soldiers. During the whole process, almost no obstacles were encountered. However, just when Leatherfield and others were about to destroy all the zombie soldiers in this area, a flying out from a building not far away, blocking the path of Leatherfield and others. Oh, Jianhao's flying slash, is there a Jianhao here? Wait, maybe that guy. Cang Xu was a little surprised, as if he was thinking of something. If he remembers correctly, it seems that Gecko Moria's men really has a special zombie general. That is the zombie made from the corpse of the Dragon Slayer, Frost Moon Ryoma, Tatada. There was a sound of footsteps. A zombie general wearing a ragged white kimono and holding a purple-black sword, with a trace of pride, slowly came to Cang Xu and the others. Sure enough, it is dragon-slashing swordsman Ryoma. It seems that I didn't guess wrong. A gleam of light appeared in Cang Xu's eyes. When he saw this zombie general, Cang Xu had already affirmed his thoughts. Without him, the black sword Kyushui in the hands of this zombie general is too conspicuous. If you can get the soul of Ryoma, it would be nice to transform it into Kylian. With Ryoma's strength during his lifetime, he must be able to carry out independent errand car. Cang Xu murmured in his heart. To be honest, when he saw the dragon horse zombie, he focused on the soul of dragon horse. Because the swordsman Ryoma was extremely strong, he was known as a great swordsman when he was alive. Legend has it that he used Chu Shui to slay the dragon in the sky, and he was called a dragon slasher. It can be said that in the era of swordsman Ryoma, he was definitely the top swordsman. With such a powerful combat power, Cang Xu naturally wants to be included under his command. However, for the current swordsman Ryoma, does the soul still exist? Cang Xu frowned slightly and thought of one thing. Although the corpse of the swordsman Ryoma was transformed into a zombie general by Gecko Moria, and appeared in front of him, but strictly speaking, the abilities of Cang Xu and Gecko Moria are quite different. What Gecko Moria values is the corpses of the strong, and only their corpses are needed. But what Cang Xu needs is the soul of the strong. The stronger the soul, the more likely it is to help Cang Xu. At this time, two questions were born. The corpse of the swordsman Ryoma is here, but his soul may not be here. After all, the swordsman Ryoma was a samurai from the country of Wano, and he died in the country of Wano. It is also possible that his soul stays in the country of Wano. On the other hand, the swordsman Ryoma is a former character, maybe earlier than Roger's era. Whether his soul survives, this is also an uncertain thing. For this reason, Cang Xu was a little tangled. However, entanglement is not Cang Xu's character. Now that he has such an idea, Cang Xu will not give up. Letterfield, take down that zombie dragon horse. By the way, don't kill him directly. I want to study it. Cang Xu spoke and ordered Letterfield. Since he wants to find Ryoma's soul, he naturally needs to study it. Therefore, although the current swordsman Ryoma is just a zombie, it can't be killed directly. Yes, Master Cang Xu. Letterfield saluted, and then rushed directly to the zombie dragon horse. He, let me learn about your power. The zombie Ryoma spoke, holding a black sword Kyushui, and rushed directly to Letterfield. Read more at hotuntelnovel.xyz. A sword heroes battle broke out in an instant, but this battle ended in a very short time. 3 strokes in the past. With a long sword in his hand, Letterfield directly cut off the arms of the zombie dragon horse. The zombie dragon horse is directly defeated. No one, because the current zombie dragon horse is supported by Brook's shadow. It can be said that the current zombie dragon horse is an alternative Brook. It is estimated that even 1/10 of the strength of the dragon-slashing warrior could not be used. In this case, how could he be Letterfield's opponent? The zombie dragon horse and the swordsman dragon horse are two completely different existences after all. Tangible but godless? Such a result has long been expected. Master Cang Xu, I have completed the task you gave me. Letterfield brought the zombie dragon and horse to Cang Xu and returned to Cang Xu. Good job, let me see if Ryoma's soul survives. Cang Xu nodded slightly before looking at the zombie dragon horse again. At the same time, the exploration circuit was released instantly, covering the body of the zombie dragon horse. Cang Xu checked little by little, and didn't let it go. As long as there is a trace of soul, Cang Xu is sure to let it hollow. Just like Roger's soul at the beginning. At that time, Roger was on the verge of destruction, and he was not brought back by Cang Xu. Therefore, all Cang Xu wanted was to hope that the soul of the swordsman Ryoma would remain in his body. This is the reason why Cang Xu checked a little bit and did not want to let go of the smallest details. However, Cang Xu failed after all. The corpse of the swordsman Ryoma has completely decayed, without the slightest breath of soul. Wait, this black sword Kyushui seems a little special. Cang Xu's gaze suddenly fell on the black sword autumn water, and he seemed to feel a strange breath. Perhaps. Cang Xu seemed to think of something, gathering all perceptions. Cang Xu's perception is all shrouded in the black sword autumn water. Soon, a smile slowly appeared on Cang Xu's face. Lu Anhua is in another village. I didn't expect that there is no trace of soul left in Longma's body, but his weapon, Black Blade Kyushui, is actually attached to a part of Longma's soul. Cang Xu murmured, telling an astonishing news. Yes, the soul of sword hero Ryoma was not completely annihilated. Instead, it became a peculiar state, attached to the black sword autumn water. According to Cang Xu's understanding, it is a bit like a sword spirit in fantasy. Although this is a bit exaggerated, it should be roughly like this. It seems that Jianhao Ryoma really has special feelings for Black Blade Kyushui. However, this is good news for Cang Xu. Hollow. Without any hesitation, Cang Xu directly started to hollow out the dragon vein soul on the black sword autumn water. An empty body is purple-black, looks very special, and appears in front of Cang Xu. The aura of this virtual soul is very weak, like the Roger's soul at the beginning, but the virtual body is very solid. Like a sharp sword, it exudes amazing sharpness. The most important point is that the black sword Kyushui disappeared, seeming to merge into the virtual body, which is somewhat special. Free, go in and devour it. Except for Kylian, the rest is yours. Cang Xu waved his hand and directly opened the solution space. In Cang Xu's solution space, there are a lot of ordinary virtual ones. On the one hand, in the Sky Island before, Cang Xu harvested a batch of souls, as well as the souls that destroyed the Silver Fox pirates. The most important point is that every time Cang Xu arrives in a new sea area, Cang Xu will collect the soul of that sea area. For example, where they are currently in the Devil's Triangle. After Cang Xu and others arrived in the Devil's Triangle, Cang Xu collected all the unknown souls in the Devil's Triangle at the first time, and all hollows become ordinary emptiness, thrown into the solution space. For this reason, Cang Xu still has a lot of soul in his hands. After receiving Cang Xu's order, Longma's soul transformed into the void directly into the emptiness space and began his journey of devouring. Because I have great expectations for the soul of Longma, therefore, Cang Xu did not continue to move forward, just staying on the spot, watching the situation of Longma. He is looking forward to the fact that Ryoma's soul can give him a surprise. Time goes by a little bit. After Longma's soul has swallowed enough of the emptiness of the dragon horse begins to metamorphose change. Roar! With a roar, Ryoma Su successfully transformed into Kylian. Good job, but it's not enough, continue to devour me. Cang Xu nodded slightly, but did not stop the dragon Baki Lian. Because Cang Xu has a hunch, Long Baki Lian may be able to carry out autonomous Aaron-car. So, Cang Xu asked the dragon Baki Lian to continue devouring the remaining emptiness. For a while, the dragon Baki Lian once again entered the swallowing state, constantly devouring the remaining Kylian. A little bit of time passed, and a short period of time passed, the emptiness in the empty space was solved, and a third of it disappeared, and the dragon horse stopped. Roar! Kylian, who was transformed by the soul of Ryoma, let out a roar. At the same time, Dragon Baki Ryan's body exudes an astonishing breath. A faint light appeared on the Dragon Baki Lian. Yes, it really is a top seed. Cang Xu's eyes turned slightly, and there was a light of joy in his eyes. Long Baki Ryan's change, he couldn't be more familiar with it. This is the prelude to evolution. Dragon Baki Ryan has started to evolve, and will evolve to a higher level. This is good news for Cang Xu. Sure enough, there is nothing wrong with his idea. As the top swordsman of that era, the swordsman Ryoma, known as the Dragon Swordsman, really has the most powerful power. Like Roger, Letterfield, and others, you can carry out autonomous Aaron-car. Wow! The light became more and more dazzling, and the body of the Dragon Baki Lian was completely enveloped in the light group. With the passage of time, the light slowly disappeared. A man with white hair dressed in a white kimono, with dragon characters embroidered on his sleeves, appeared in front of Cang Xu. This is the swordsman Ryoma. The swordsman Ryoma is resurrected, reborn in the form of Aaron-car, and reappears in this world. This is, actually resurrected in Xia? It's incredible. Jianhao Ryoma looked shocked, silently digesting his situation. He did not expect that after so many years, he would be resurrected again. Congratulations, swordsman Ryoma. Read more at hotmailnovel.xyz. Cang Xu nodded slightly, observing the situation of the swordsman Ryoma. The Aaron-carized dragon horse is very similar to the zombie dragon horse, but it looks a lot more stable. The only thing that is special is that Ryoma's left eye has a white skeletal mask, and a purple-black sword is hanging from his waist. The black sword Akumi appeared again, and it was reborn in Zanpakuto's way. This is an interesting thing, and it should be related to Ryoma's own state. However, this matter is not in a hurry and can be studied slowly in the future. Cang Xu is now more concerned about Longma's situation. So, I didn't expect such a thing to happen. The corpse in Xia was stolen. Your Excellency helped Ryoma retrieve the corpse and help Ryoma to resurrect. Ryoma was a little pensive, thinking about this. After a while, Longma recovered and slowly came to Cang Xu, knelt in front of Cang Xu on one knee, and gave a samurai salute to Cang Xu. Your Excellency has great kindness to Ryoma. Starting today, Your Excellency is the Lord of Ryoma. Ryoma is willing to serve Your Excellency and become a sharp sword in the hands of adults. Xuanjiao Longma, I have seen Master Cang Xu. Longma returned to his heart and offered his loyalty to Cang Xu. The whole process does not even need Cang Xu to be bullied and lured. At this point, it was a little bit beyond Cang Xu's expectations. But this is also normal. The samurai has the habit of serving the monarch. On the other hand, Cang Xu is the one who resurrected him, and Minos Grande, born through the hollow skill, is born loyal to Cang Xu. For this reason, Longma didn't need to think about it, and directly offered his loyalty to Cang Xu. So, it couldn't be better. Cang Xu is very pleased to let the swordsman stand up. Since then, Cang Xu has one more admiral. It can be considered that Letterfield and others who have already been Aaron-car before, under Cang Xu, already have 6 Aaron-cars. Except for the special Aaron-car Vivi, the other 5 Aaron-cars are all made by top combat power. Lonely Red, Barleric Letterfield, Heir of the Devil, Douglas Bullet, One Piece, Gold Roger, World Destroyer, Bondi Waldo, Look for Flowers, Dragon Slashing Warrior, Sword Hero Xuanjiao Ryoma. With these few people, even if Cang Xu broke into the Marine headquarters directly, he wouldn't have any fear. Extremely powerful lineup? This is where Cang Xu's confidence lies. Let's go, let's continue in. I am a little interested now. I want to see Gecko Moria. Is there any collection? Successfully resurrected the sword hero Ryoma and gained the loyalty of the sword hero Ryoma? Cang Xu's mood looks pretty good. However, because of the swordsman Ryoma, Cang Xu thought of another thing. Ryoma may be resurrected, what about the remaining zombies? You know, for so many years, Gecko Moria has stolen the bodies of many powerful men from all over the world. The corpses of these powerful men may also have their souls left. Although this possibility is very low, after all, Ryoma's situation is quite special, attached to the Black Sword Autumn Water. However, there are still some possibilities. For this reason, Cang Xu does not intend to let other zombies go. I plan to see if there are really souls left on those zombies. This is like a treasure hunt, maybe you can find 1 or 2 good treasures. This is the idea of Cang Xu. I came here anyway, it would be a pity if I didn't look for it again. With such thoughts, Cang Xu didn't worry and found Corona directly. Instead, he took Leatherfield and others and slowly headed towards the castle. At the same time, when Cang Xu and others kept heading to the castle of Gecko Moria. In the castle, Gecko Moria, sleeping in the coffin, suddenly broke the coffin and walked out of the coffin. What's going on? Why my zombie soldiers are decreasing at an extremely fast rate? Gecko Moria walked out of the coffin and roared sullenly. Although he gave all kinds of things to the 3 monsters under him to complete. However, he suddenly sensed that the zombie soldiers under him were rapidly decreasing. Many of the shadows cut by him have gradually lost control and have obviously returned to their masters. For this reason, Gecko Moria is so angry. Abusaram, what happened? I don't know why the zombie soldiers keep decreasing. Gecko Moria, who was puzzled, directly took out a phone worm. Directly contact his subordinates, Abusaram, one of the 3 strangers. However, his contact went directly to the bottom of the sea, without any response at all. This is inevitable. After all, as early as Cang Xu and others landed, Cang Xu directly killed Abusaram. It was really strange that Gecko Moria could contact Abusaram. Damn Absalom, what the hell is going on? Angry Gecko Moria contacted other subordinates again. Master, you finally woke up. It's not good, something big happened. Someone broke into the terrifying 3-masted sailboat and is killing our zombies on a large scale. 1, 8, 3, 3 panicked voices came from the phone worm. This is Gecko Moria, Dr. Horback, one of the 3 weird men under his command. How is this possible? My zombie soldiers are immortal, how can they be massacred? Gecko Moria's angry voice sounded, and there was a trace of doubt in the words. If you know the weakness of the zombies, there is still the possibility of restraining the zombies? However, the shortcomings of the zombie soldiers, Gecko Moria hardly said, no one should know it. Gecko Moria can't figure out the reason for this? Master, I dare not deceive you, this is true. Even the zombie general Ryoma was taken away by the opponent. Listening to Hakubaku's words, Gecko Moria was completely angry. The birth of the zombie general is not easy. Only when he belongs to the real strong and has a strong shadow, can he create a zombie general? For now, the zombie generals under Gecko Moria are not counted. As a result, the more powerful zombie general Ryoma was actually taken away by the enemy. How could Gecko Moria not be angry? Damn guy, I dared to make trouble in my place. I must cut you 1,000 times. No, make you my zombie. Gecko Moria was angry, and the shadow behind him was floating, looking very grumpy. So, Gecko Moria started to act. Summon the 2 weirdos under his command and go directly to the position of Cang Xu and others. Cang Xu didn't know that Gecko Moria already knew that someone was making a terrifying bark. Even, Gecko Moria is coming fiercely and wants to deal with Cang Xu. However, even if he knew this, Cang Xu wouldn't care about it. Because of a Gecko Moria, there is no threat to him. Read more at hotuntalnovel.xyz. The most important thing is that Cang Xu now has one more thing to do. Isn't this John? Sure enough, I was not mistaken. This is definitely the former Captain John. In front of the castle, Leatherfield looked at a zombie general not far away, and let out a question. It was a zombie in a torn dress. With double swords in his waist and a wine bottle in his hand, he looks like a drunkard? Leatherfield, do you know this zombie? Cang Xu was a little curious and looked at Leatherfield. It should not be a simple character that can be recognized by Leatherfield. Yes, this man was formerly known as Captain John, and he is also a pirate with a reputation, and his most famous treasure is his treasure. Leatherfield said slowly, telling what he knew. Following Leatherfield's explanation, Cang Xu also gradually learned the origin of this zombie general. It turns out that this guy, Captain John, is the same as the Golden Lion and others, are all Rock's pirate crew members. A gleam of light appeared in Cang Xu's eyes. He already remembered the identity of the other party. This is also a legendary big pirate. Like Golden Lion, Whitebeard, and others, he is one of the crew members of the previous Rock's pirate. This is also a good seed, it shouldn't let me down. There is a ray of light in Cang Xu's eyes. Can be valued by Locks and accepted as a crew member. Captain John's strength should also be very strong. This is a good discovery for Cang Xu. Under such circumstances, Cang Xu naturally does not intend to let it go. Who wants to shoot? Cang Xu turned his head slightly and looked at the subordinates behind him. Of course, Cang Xu doesn't plan to do it himself, because there is no need for it, just leave it to his hands to complete it. Me, Master Cang Xu, please leave Captain John to me. An exciting voice came. Cang Xu suddenly saw that a blue-haired clown was jumping up and down in front of him, seeming to be very excited. Buggy, what do you want to do? Cang Xu was taken aback for a while, looking at Buggy speechlessly. Yes, the person who stepped out and said he wanted to do it was actually Buggy? This makes Cang Xu a little unexpected. Although Captain John, who became a zombie, his strength dropped drastically. However, even if Captain John's strength drops a lot, Buggy can't handle it. Cang Xu couldn't understand, how could Buggy take the initiative to stand up? But after thinking about it, Cang Xu knew what Buggy was thinking about. There is another thing related to Captain John. That is his treasure. It is said that Captain John has a big treasure, even related to the Locks era. Buggy has been searching for Captain John's treasure for many years. Even when he was in the Roger Pirates, Buggy had been thinking about it. Now the zombies transformed from the body of Captain John are here, how can Buggy not move? For this reason, Buggy took the initiative to come out. Well, give you a chance, but we won't wait for you for long. Within 10 minutes, if you can't solve it, you will lose this opportunity. Cang Xu smiled lightly and said to Buggy. It just so happens that he can take advantage of this opportunity to practice Buggy. To be honest, Cang Xu has always felt that Buggy has great potential. Once Chop Chop fruit is well developed, it will have many effects. But helpless, Buggy couldn't live up to it, so he fell to where he is now. If we can take advantage of this opportunity to stimulate Buggy's potential, it would be a good decision. Thank you Master Cang Xu, Buggy will definitely take Captain John. Buggy said vigorously, and then rushed directly to Captain John. Boy, do you want to seize my treasure? That's not easy. Seeing Buggy attacking, John Zombie would naturally not sit and wait for death. He took out the double swords from his waist and rushed towards Buggy. A battle broke out instantly. The battle between Buggy and Captain John has just begun. Buggy versus Captain John Zombie? This is an unprecedented experience, because no one would have thought that the two would collide together. However, Cang Xu has a lot of interest in this battle, and he will use it as a test for Buggy. However, reality is always skinny. With Buggy's strength, he can't beat Captain John at all. After a short while, Buggy was directly defeated. Even if it weren't for Buggy's ability to split up, he could split his body. Maybe the current Buggy has been cut into several pieces by Captain John Zombie. There are still 3 minutes. If you fail to win Captain John within 3 minutes, then you will lose this opportunity. Cang Xu smiled lightly and stimulated Buggy a little bit. Master Cang Xu, I will definitely take Captain John, and I must get Captain John's treasure. Hearing Cang Xu's words, Buggy yelled suddenly. His eyes were bloodshot. Obviously, Buggy is already a little anxious. In order to find the treasure of Captain John, he spent more than 21 years. Now, the body of Captain John is right in front of him. This is the closest moment to his dream. How can Buggy give up willingly? However, with his strength, it is impossible to be the opponent of Captain John Zombie. For this reason, Buggy was almost anxious, even very angry. Why did he not exercise his strength well before? If he was the previous one, seriously exercise his strength. Maybe he will not fall into such a situation now, seeing the treasure is right in front of you, but it is a step away. This feeling makes Buggy almost crazy. No, I must defeat Captain John Zombie and get Captain John's treasure. Buggy let out a roar, his eyes covered with bloodshot eyes, and then rushed directly to Captain John. This time, even if he gave everything, he must defeat Captain John. So, Buggy desperately, using the strongest power of his life, all gathered on his fist and blasted directly at Captain John. Captain John Zombie uses the double swords in his hand to block Buggy's attack. However, at this moment, the double swords in Captain John's hands were directly shattered. Even with his body, several cracks appeared in an instant. Boom! Captain John's body was directly turned into several pieces. Buggy himself didn't expect this sudden situation. However, he seems to have won. Congratulations, Buggy, you successfully awakened. Cang Xu showed a smile, slowly came to Buggy, and smiled at Buggy. Buggy's abilities awakened. This is good news for Cang Xu. Read more at hotuntilnovel.xyz. Yes, the power just now was the ability to be torn apart, and it was the ability to awaken. Buggy's Chop Chop fruit ability is awakened. This is a windfall. Originally, Cang Xu planned to stimulate Buggy a little bit. As a result, I didn't expect that Buggy would awaken directly from this stimulation. Such a harvest, even Cang Xu didn't even think of it. However, this situation is not incomprehensible. On the one hand, Buggy really values Captain John's treasure very much, even more important than his life. Working hard for Captain John's treasure, this is very much in line with Buggy's personality. On the other hand, Buggy's talent is still very good. Otherwise, the original Roger would not accept Buggy as a trainee crew member. You know, the trainee crew members of the Roger Pirate Group are all highly qualified people. Just look at the redhead Shanks. Shanks, who was also a trainee crew member of Roger Pirates, is now one of the 4 emperors of New World. Even if Buggy's aptitude is slightly inferior, it won't be too bad. The most important point is that Buggy has eaten Chop Chop fruit for more than 20 years. After so many years, even if Buggy did not specifically develop fruit abilities, but he also has a very high degree of mastery of Chop Chop fruit, it can be said that Buggy's foundation is very deep, coupled with the excitement of Captain John's treasure. Therefore, it is natural for Buggy to make a temporary breakthrough and successfully awaken the fruit's ability. For this reason, there will be such a result, but it is reasonable. Okay, go to Roger, take a good rest, he should be able to give you some help. Cang Xu said calmly. The buggy fruit ability was successfully awakened. Cang Xu was in a good mood and spoke a little more peacefully. Then, Cang Xu looked at the zombie body of Captain John. Next, it's his job. The exploration circuit skill was released and landed on the body of Captain John's zombie. Cang Xu started searching, the soul of Captain John? To be honest, Cang Xu thinks that Captain John's soul still has a great possibility. After all, Captain John's own strength is not bad, and the time to die will not be too long, it should be about the same as Roger before. Therefore, it is still possible for him to survive part of his soul. Of course, this is something you can't be sure, you can only try your luck. After all, Ryoma's situation where the soul is attached to the sword is really rare. Cang Xu didn't think that Captain John would be as obsessed with his weapons as a dragon horse. Found it, I didn't expect to be here. Cang Xu looked at the armband on Captain John's body, a gleam of light appeared in his eyes. He felt a trace of Captain John's soul on this armband. To be honest, Cang Xu has a slight impression on this armband. In the original work, it seems to be obtained by the Straw Hat Boy. Later in Impel Down, Straw Hat gave it to Buggy in exchange for Ace's intelligence. As for the armband, there seems to be a treasure map of Captain John's treasure. It seems that Captain John is also a greedy person, even if he is dead, he is thinking about his treasure. Even a trace of the remaining soul will remain in the treasure map of the armband. However, this is good news for Cang Xu. At least, he found the soul of Captain John. Hollow. Without any hesitation, Cang Xu used the hollow ability to directly hollow the soul of Captain John. A weak aura appeared in front of Cang Xu. There are not many remaining souls of Captain John, and hollow is vacant, and it looks a little weak. This is similar to the previous Roger virtual. However, as long as hollow can become a virtual reality, Kang may be able to cultivate it. Thinking about this, Cang Xu directly opened the solution space. Directly throw Captain John into the solution space. Of course, because the breath of Captain John's void is still weak, Cang Xu controls other voids so that Captain John can swallow them smoothly. This is just like the original Roger Su. Otherwise, his breath is too weak, and it is very likely to be eaten away by other ordinary voids. This is not the picture Cang Xu wants to see. After all, ordinary imaginary, as many as you want. However, it is very rare to have a high potential and high growth potential. All of a sudden, the imaginary that Captain John's soul transformed quickly swallowed the other imaginary, and the soul aura was also rapidly rising. Boom. Under the control of Cang Xu, the emptiness transformed by Captain John's soul is quickly swallowing, releasing the ordinary emptiness in the empty space. With the engulfing of Captain John's void, its breath is rapidly rising. After reaching a certain critical point, Captain John's imaginary breath broke directly, breaking through to a higher level. His body size has also shrunk a lot, becoming a Kylian that is more than 4 meters tall. Captain John is empty and has successfully transformed into Captain John Killian. This is good news for Cang Xu. However, this is far from enough. Continue to devour it and grow up quickly. The soul of this legendary big pirate has high potential. Cang Xu's expectations for it will naturally be higher, and hope that it can also succeed Arrancar independently. Thinking of this, Cang Xu ordered Captain John Killian to continue devouring the other emptiness. This time, Cang Xu didn't suppress other falsehoods. Because, Captain John, who has evolved into Killian, can already swallow other emptiness easily. As time goes by, as Captain John Killian swallows, the breath of Captain John Killian is rapidly improving. At a certain moment, the breath of Captain John Killian finally reached its limit. Roar! My treasure! A hoarse voice came from the mouth of Captain John Killian. At the same time, the breath of Captain John Killian also broke through the original limit. The dazzling light radiated from the body of Captain John Killian and enveloped the body of Captain John Killian. It's finally time to evolve, and I knew it was okay. Looking at Captain John Killian, who was beginning to change, there was a touch of joy in Cang Xu's eyes. As a legendary pirate in the Roger era, Cang Xu knew that the soul of Captain John would not let him down. At this time, Captain John Killian, as he expected, is evolving in the direction of Arrancar. After a while, when all the light disappeared, a brand new figure appeared in front of Cang Xu. This is a sturdy middle-aged man, wearing a red dress, with long white hair, and a western sword hanging from his waist. His look is gloomy and he has a sense of domination. This is Captain John, who was successfully resurrected and reborn in the form of Arrancar. As for Captain John's Arrancar feature, his chin is surrounded by a circle of white bones, like a half-face mask. This is a bit like the Espada Yami in the Shinigami world. I was actually resurrected? Am I dead? Captain John looked shocked, feeling his own situation. Wait, you are Roger of the Roger Pirates, and Lonely Red Redfield, what's going on? Looking not far away, Captain John was a little shocked by those familiar figures. Although Roger has a disguise, the Roger Pirates is one of their former rivals. How could Captain John not recognize it? As for Letterfield, although Letterfield is now much older, read more at hotuntelnovel.xyz, but his personal characteristics were so obvious that Captain John recognized it all at once. For this reason, Captain John was in shock. This matter has turned into it, Letterfield, and I'll leave it to you to explain the situation to him. Cang Xu is a little helpless. His patience is not very good. It is really troublesome to ask him to introduce the current situation a little bit for Captain John. Therefore, Cang Xu directly handed this matter over to Letterfield. After all, this is not the first time he has done this kind of thing. After Bondi Valdo was resurrected before, it was through Letterfield to understand the current situation. What's more, Cang Xu has one more thing to do next. After all, the enemy has already arrived nearby, so naturally there is no time to postpone it. Yes, Cang Xu has already sensed that there are a few powerful soul fires that are quickly approaching in this direction. If you guessed it correctly, this should be Gecko Moria. Boom! In fact, Cang Xu's idea is correct. A few seconds later, there was a loud noise. A burly figure appeared directly in front of Cang Xu. This is a burly giant with crimson skin, much larger than an ordinary giant, like a hill, falling on the ground, directly breaking the ground. Fortune Demon, Demon Berserker Oz. Cang Xu's eyes rolled slightly, and he guessed the identity of the other party in an instant. If he guessed correctly, this should be the strongest zombie in the hands of Gecko Moria, the giant of the fate of the country, the Devil Oz. It's interesting, it seems that I have found a replacement shadow. Cang Xu was a little surprised and murmured. Gecko Moria has special abilities, in addition to having a strong body, it also needs a special shadow. In the original book, Gecko Moria was able to drive the huge body of the demon Oz, but still used the shadow of the Straw Hat Luffy. But now, Cang Xu and others set off ahead of schedule and came to the Devil's Triangle sooner than the Straw Hat Pirates. Without the shadow of the Straw Hat Luffy, Gecko Moria can actually use the body of the demon Oz. This makes Cang Xu a little unexpected. However, this is not something incomprehensible. Gecko Moria has been operating in the Devil's Triangle for so many years, and he should have some shadow inventory in his hands. It is normal to have a shadow that can temporarily activate the demon Oz. However, what makes Cang Xu unexpected is that Gecko Moria is so smart. Just knowing that someone is making trouble, he will send out the demon Oz directly. This is not like Gecko Moria's style. Is Gecko Moria so smart? He, Cang Xu, the great black-winged demon. I didn't expect a character like you to come to my terrifying bark. If it hadn't been for Marine to tell me, I almost thought it was just a little pirate who came to make trouble. A sharp voice came from the abdomen of the demon Oz. This is the voice of Gecko Moria? And it is this voice that tells Cang Xu the truth. That's it, Marine tells you, is we coming? Cang Xu understands now. However, it is true that Cang Xu never concealed their purpose in the capital of Seven Waters, Qian Haozhou. It is normal for Marine to know this. In fact, this is the case, after Cang Xu and others left. Garp knew the destination of Cang Xu and others from the iceberg. Afterwards, Garp directly reported the incident to Marine Headquarters. At that time, Marine Headquarters was preparing to top the war plan. For the top war plan, it is necessary to contact 7 warlords of the sea. That's why I took Cang Xu to the Devil's Triangle by the way, and told Gecko Moria by the way. This is why Gecko Moria is so late. Knowing that the enemy who invaded this time was after Cang Xu, the great black-winged demon. Without any hesitation, Gecko Moria directly took out the body of the demon Oz, and forcibly awakened the demon Oz. That's why there is this scene. From Gecko Moria's words, Cang Xu learned something. However, what makes Cang Xu more concerned about is another matter. Under normal circumstances, Marine and 7 warlords of the sea will not have much contact, except when necessary. This time, Marine specifically contacted Gecko Moria, definitely not because of the reason he came here, but because of another thing. Gecko Moria, Marine specifically contacted you. Is it to deal with the Whitebeard pirates and to force Shishibukai to be called? Cang Xu suddenly spoke and asked Gecko Moria directly. Yes, the thing Cang Xu guessed is exactly the thing that topped the war. It should be for this matter, so Marine Headquarters will contact Gecko Moria specifically. How do you know? Damn it guys, they used my words. Gecko Moria reacted, but Cang Xu had already got the information he wanted from Gecko Moria's half-sentence. It seems that the war on the top is really about to begin, so 7 warlords of the sea is forcibly called. This is good news for Cang Xu. He has been waiting for this day for a long time. Damn it's black-winged demon, I don't care why you came here, leave my territory for me now, otherwise, I'm not welcome. Gecko Moria seemed a little annoyed, and shouted at Cang Xu. Although he does not know why Cang Xu came, the current Gecko Moria is very angry and wants to expel Cang Xu. Of course, if you cannot do it, Gecko Moria has no plans to do it, although his zombies have been damaged a lot in Cang Xu's hands. However, Cang Xu's reputation has become stronger and stronger since this period of time due to the influence of the famous tree of people. Even Gecko Moria is a little bit jealous, just wanting Cang Xu to leave here. You're welcome, I really want to see how you are so kind. Cang Xu said lightly, without paying attention to Gecko Moria. Regarding this, Gecko Moria was immediately angry. He has always been the most annoying. Some people look down on him. Cang Xu's indifferent attitude, in Gecko Moria's view, is simply the biggest insult. In addition, Cang Xu came here and directly killed how many zombie soldiers he killed. Under the new hatred and the old hatred, Gecko Moria suddenly became angry, controlling the huge body of the demon Oz, and directly attacked Cang Xu. Master Cang Xu, let the next perform this time, just to let the next perform. Cang Xu just got ready to do it, and the voice of the swordsman Ryoma suddenly came from behind. The newborn Ryoma seems to want to take action against Gecko Moria. On the one hand, from Longma's point of view, he was cast under Cang Xu and became Cang Xu's retainer. Naturally, he had to perform well. On the other hand, in the understanding just now, he also knew what Gecko Moria did to his body. Regarding this, Ryoma was a little angry and wanted to teach Gecko Moria a lesson. For this reason, Ryoma took the initiative to stand up and recommended himself, wanting to deal with Gecko Moria. Read more at hotuntilnovel.xyz. Yes, let me say the power of the dragon-slashing warrior. Regarding Longma's request, Cang Xu naturally had no reason to object, and he directly agreed to the matter. So, thank you Master Cang Xu. After the words fell, Ryoma's figure disappeared on the ground, and he came to the Devil Oz in an instant. One cut dragon. Accompanied by a low groan, an astonishing slash broke out from the black sword autumn water in an instant. Boom! Everywhere you slash, everything is cut off, and there is nothing left. At the same time, a huge scarlet arm, slowly falling from the sky. This is the left arm of the Demon Oz, which was directly cut off by Ryoma. Where did the BD cut off the arm of the Demon Oz? Kill me. Gecko Moria's angry voice came from the abdomen of Demon Oz. One arm of the Demon Oz was cut off. How could Gecko Moria bear it? In anger, Gecko Moria rushed directly to the sword hero Ryoma. Two characters Zhan Longfu. It was another astonishing slash, erupting from the black sword autumn water. This time, the sword hero Ryoma's slash slashed directly at the people of Demon Oz. Boom! Accompanied by a roar, the Demon Oz, who was rushing towards the sword hero Ryoma, slowly stopped. A blood stain slowly appeared on the body of the Demon Oz, running through the feet directly from the position of the head in a vertical manner. With a stab, the body of the Demon Oz was directly divided between the left and the right. Boom! The Devil Oz fell to the ground and directly smashed the ground into cracks. Two tricks. Slash the Dragon Warrior sword hero Ryoma, directly kill the Demon Oz zombie. The damn it guy, dare to destroy my Demon Oz. At this time, a sharp voice sounded. The little black bats gathered together to form a tall figure. This is a burly man, with a height of nearly 7 meters, with a fiery hairstyle, looks like a demon, and is dressed in gothic art costumes. This is the essence of Gecko Moria? Although the sword hero Ryoma's slash directly penetrated the body of the Demon Oz. However, Gecko Moria uses his Shadow Fruit ability to replace himself and the shadow in time, so as to avoid being attacked by the swordsman Ryoma. Oh, are you a magician? You have strange abilities, so you can escape the attack below. However, now that your body has appeared, then you will not be able to avoid the attacks below. Swordsman Ryoma was a little surprised, but he didn't expect Gecko Moria to escape the slashing attack just now. However, even if Gecko Moria is demon fruit power, there will be no change in the result. The swordsman Ryoma will defeat Gecko Moria again and give Cang Xu an explanation. Thinking about this, the swordsman Ryoma moved again and rushed directly to Gecko Moria. However, Ryoma's strength is really strong. Although he has not fully recovered, Gecko Moria is not his opponent. Not far away, Cang Xu, who was watching the battle, had a trace of satisfaction in his eyes. Cang Xu was very satisfied with the power displayed by the sword tycoon Ryoma, no less than that of Leatherfield and others. It is indeed the legendary dragon-slashing warrior, with very powerful power. He chose to resurrect Ryoma, which was really a good decision. As for the outcome of this battle, Cang Xu actually doesn't need to keep watching, because Gecko Moria has no chance of winning. Facing Ryoma's attack, Gecko Moria is destined to lose. In fact, it was the same. As the battle progressed, Gecko Moria was gradually lowered. No way, who will let his opponent be the dragon horse of the great swordsman? Master, I'll help you. At this time, a crisp female voice came from the direction of the castle. Gecko Moria was defeated and the tyrant bear appeared. Master, I'll help you. At this time, a crisp female voice came from the direction of the castle. Hearing this sound, Cang Xu turned his head slightly and looked in the direction of the castle. Cang Xu can see it. A woman wearing a pink double ponytail, wearing a crown, holding a wine-red umbrella in her hand, and wearing a red dress. Standing on the castle, shouting in the direction of Gecko Moria. Finally found you, Perona. In Cang Xu's turquoise eyes, there was a gleam of light, because he finally found the person he was looking for. Phantom Fruit ability, Perona? This is one of the reasons why Cang Xu came to the Devil's Triangle. Although after coming here, Cang Xu has even greater gains. Not only the swordsman Ryoma was resurrected, but also Captain John was resurrected, and he got 2 subordinates. However, Cang Xu did not forget the purpose of his coming to the Devil's Triangle this time. Vivi, go get that woman back. You can hurt her, but don't kill her. She still has some effect. Cang Xu turned his head slightly and looked at Vivi beside him. As Cang Xu's subordinate officer, Vivi naturally follows Cang Xu. Although Vivi's strength is not particularly strong, but after the success of Arrancar, Vivi's strength has improved a lot. Arrancar's abilities have brought her great power. Of course, with Vivi's strength, it is naturally difficult to catch up with such masters as Leatherfield and Roger. However, Vivi, which has a certain strength, can also come in handy sometimes. For example, now this time. Yes, Master Cang Xu. Vivi saluted, then rushed directly to the castle, ready to capture Perona. At this time, Perona had already shot. Directly summoned the negative ghost, wanting to attack the sword hero Ryoma. However, Ryoma was very cautious and did not touch Perona's negative ghost. This frustrated Perona's attack. Perona was a little unwilling and wanted to summon more negative ghosts. But at this time, Vivi has come to Perona. Master Cang Xu asked me to take you back, so I'll catch it. I'm not. How can I get caught with nothing? In just a few words, the battle between the two women began. Of course, the battle between the two is of the type with thunder and rain. Cang Xu didn't pay much attention at all. Cang Xu's attention is more on the battle between sword hero Ryoma and Gecko Moria. Because Perona was entangled by Vivi, there was no way to help Gecko Moria. Read more at hotuntilnovel.xyz. Therefore, the balance of battle, once again leaning towards the sword hero Ryoma. Okay, it's time to end this battle. I can't let Master Cang Xu wait for a long time. Swordsman Ryoma holds the black sword Kyushui in his hand, looks at Gecko Moria's gaze, and gradually becomes serious. This is his first performance. Frost Moon Dragon Mark does not intend to delay too long. Therefore, Ryoma intends to end this battle in the shortest time. Don't look down on people. Shadow gathering place. Gecko Moria let out a loud shout, took out a handful of shadows, and swallowed it directly into her stomach. Gecko Moria also broke out and used his trick directly. Shadow gathering place. This is Gecko Moria's strongest move. Being able to use the power of shadow fruit to suck all the shadows controlled by oneself into one's own body, so that one's strength can be greatly increased in a short period of time. At most, Gecko Moria was able to absorb the shadows of 1,000 people, making himself huge and increasing his strength. The gigantic Gecko Moria possesses the destructive power, can crack an island with one palm. Roar! With the devouring of the shadows, Gecko Moria's size began to skyrocket, turning into a giant, and Gecko Moria's strength has also ushered in a substantial improvement. A stupid approach will only become the next target. Jianhao Longma shook his head slightly. Although Gecko Moria's strength has skyrocketed, this ability has a huge side effect. The skyrocketing size not only limited his speed, but also provided Frost Moon Dragon Horse with a target to attack. Therefore, Ryoma didn't say much, and launched his attack directly. 3-character / Dragon's Fury. An astonishing slash broke out from above the black sword Kyushui. A terrifying slash directly to Gecko Moria. Boom! This shocking slash hit Gecko Moria directly. On Gecko Moria's body, a huge bloodstain appeared instantly. A huge bloodstain pierced Gecko Moria's body directly. Boom! Gecko Moria fell slowly and fell directly to the ground. Look for flowers. Countless shadows flew out of Gecko Moria's body, flying to every corner. And Gecko Moria's body also slowly shrank, returning to its original shape. At the same time, the entire ground was cracked. The terrifying 3-masted sailboat was broken into 2 directly. This is the damage caused by the aftermath of the slash. This is the power of the great swordsman. At the end of the war, the sword hero Ryoma directly defeated Gecko Moria. Master Cang Xu, I am fortunate enough to take down this enchanter. Xuanjiao Longma came to Cang Xu and gave a samurai ceremony to Cang Xu. Yes, well done. Cang Xu nodded slightly. He let Ryoma shot, just to see the strength of Ryoma. Obviously, Xuanjiao Longma did not disappoint Cang Xu. The power of the great swordsman is vividly displayed in Longma, and he is indeed a figure that Cang Xu values. Next, it's time to end things here, but before that, there is one more thing that needs to be dealt with. Cang Xu suddenly raised his head and looked at a corner of the castle. After watching the play for so long, don't you plan to come out? Obviously, Cang Xu has discovered that there is still a powerful atmosphere in Gecko Moria's castle. Such a brilliant soul fire can't hide Cang Xu's probing circuit at all. It can be said that Cang Xu had already sensed it before the battle between Ryoma and Gecko Moria broke out. Only at that time, Cang Xu took care of Gecko Moria's affairs and ignored the guy hiding in the castle. In the end, I didn't expect that until Gecko Moria was defeated by the swordsman Ryoma, the guy hiding in the castle hadn't escaped. This made Cang Xu a little surprised, and only then did he break the opponent's existence. Step on. After a short silence, a footstep came. Then, a strong voice slowly walked out of the castle. This is a burly figure, about 6 or 7 meters high, wearing a Madara hat, looks like a brown bear, wearing gloves on his hands, holding a Bible, looks very strange. So it's you, 7 warlords of the sea, Bartholomew Kuma. Cang Xu said slowly, and said the other person's name. If he guessed correctly, this should be another 7 warlords of the sea, a tyrant bear. The shape of Bartholomew Kuma is very unique and not difficult to identify. Therefore, Cang Xu immediately recognized Bartholomew Kuma's identity. To be honest, Cang Xu did not expect that he would encounter 2 7 warlords of the sea in this place. But after thinking about it, Cang Xu understood it. In order to top the war, Marine used a mandatory summoning order to forcibly summon 7 warlords of the sea. However, it is not easy to summon Gecko Moria. So Bartholomew Kuma personally came to the Devil's Triangle to inform Gecko Moria. In this way, everything makes sense. Gecko Moria knows the news of their arrival. It should also be the news brought to him by Bartholomew Kuma. Unexpectedly, the famous Black-Winged Demon Cang Xu actually has the ability to resurrect. Even the dragon-slashing samurai and sword hero Ryoma in the Legend of the Kingdom of Japan have been resurrected by you. Bartholomew 840 Xiong spoke up. His voice was very calm, but he directly broke Cang Xu's secret. Obviously, Bartholomew Kuma has recognized the identity of Ryoma. This is true. After all, the logo of Longma is also very obvious. Especially the black sword Kyushui in his hand is a famous sword. Many people know the origin of Heideo Kyushui. Therefore, the identity of the swordsman Ryoma is actually not difficult to guess. On the other hand, Ryoma is different from Leatherfield and others. Letterfield and others were originally prisoners imprisoned in Impel Down, and there is still the possibility of suspended animation, but the swordsman Ryoma was a figure many times ago, a 100% dead existence. But now, I see dragons and horses live here and there. Bartholomew Kuma is not a fool, it is difficult to guess this. You are very smart, but I think you should help me keep this secret for the time being and don't tell Marine about it, don't you, Revolutionary Army Officer Bartholomew Kuma? Cang Xu smiled calmly and said a word slowly. As if he didn't care at all, Bartholomew Kuma knew his secret things. Cang Xu has secrets, but Bartholomew Kuma has many secrets too. Among them, the identity of a Revolutionary Army cadre is enough to cause a lot of trouble to Bartholomew Kuma, especially when the war on the top is about to begin, and when the pacifists have reached a critical period. Bartholomew Kuma is even more unwilling to reveal his identity. Therefore, Cang Xu is not worried. Bartholomew Kuma will reveal the secret of the resurrection. Of course, Cang Xu didn't plan, he kept hiding his secrets. Cang Xu's current goal is to start the war on the top smoothly, so that he can harvest it in the war on top. When the war on the top is officially launched, Cang Xu will also take the soul of Whitebeard. At that time, as long as Whitebeard was resurrected, the world will also know that Cang Xu has the ability to resurrect. Read more at hotmailnovel.xyz. Therefore, what Cang Xu needs to do for the time being is to let the Marine headquarters not know this secret for the time being, and continue until the top war. This period of time is actually not very long. Therefore, Cang Xu only needs to temporarily seal Bartholomew Kuma's mouth. This is the idea of Cang Xu, and for this, Cang Xu believes Bartholomew Kuma will do it. After all, Bartholomew Kuma didn't want to let his secrets leak out. Of course, in fact, Cang Xu has a better way, that is killing people and killing the mouth, which directly killed Bartholomew Kuma. However, Bartholomew Kuma is also very powerful. An ordinary meatball fruit, he just played all kinds of tricks. Not only repels attacks, but also repels pain. The most important point is that he can even repel the air and forcefully create the effect of space movement. To be honest, Doflamingo is already quite remarkable in terms of fruit development, but in Cang Xu's view, Bartholomew Kuma's development capabilities are even far superior to Doflamingo. However, this is not good news for Cang Xu. Because of the ability to move in space, Bartholomew Kuma can easily escape. Therefore, without absolute certainty that Bartholomew Kuma can be wiped out, Cang Xu does not intend to do anything with Bartholomew Kuma. The Great Black Wing Demon is really extraordinary. I didn't expect you to know my other identity. Bartholomew Kuma's unchanging face, a ripple appeared, and he glanced at Cang Xu in shock. After a while, Bartholomew Kuma nodded slightly. I understand. In exchange, I will not disclose this to Marine headquarters. Relatively, I hope you can keep my secret. Bartholomew Kuma finally spoke, and slowly said his plan. No way, his secret is known to Cang Xu, so naturally he can only choose to agree. After all, he became 7 warlords of the sea and blended in with the research of the Marine Research Department. It was a very important move for the Revolutionary Army. To this end, they have made a lot of preparations and cannot reveal their identity at this time. So he can only choose to cooperate with Cang Xu and keep each other's secrets? You made a smart choice, Bartholomew Kuma. Talk about the war on top of it. Where is the Marine headquarters going, and when is it going to be executed? Cang Xu smiled lightly and talked about another thing. Although he already knew that the war on the top was about to begin, Cang Xu also needed specific time. In this way, he can arrange his plan. The time of execution, 2 weeks later, the place of execution will be at Marine headquarters, Marine Vando. Bartholomew Kuma was slightly silent, but chose to tell the story. The arrangement of Marine's headquarters is not a secret. The call for 7 warlords of the sea, and the Marine headquarters, began to gather Marine elites from all over the world. This series of actions is estimated to have been noticed by some major forces. Even, maybe the Marine headquarters is now ready to start publishing news to publicize this matter. For this reason, Bartholomew Kuma chose to tell Cang Xu and others about this matter. Well, what you want to know, I have already told you, and then I should return to Marine headquarters. Bartholomew Kuma said slowly. He came this time to inform Gecko Moria. But now, Gecko Moria has fallen into the hands of Cang Xu and others, and it is estimated that he will not come back, and his mission is naturally over. Therefore, Bartholomew Kuma will naturally not continue to stay here. Naturally, Cang Xu will not stop it. Swish. Bartholomew Kuma's figure disappeared directly on the ground. Using compressed air to form a protective cover, and then through the squeezing effect, can the purpose of space transfer be achieved? Cang Xu stared at the disappearing figure of Bartholomew Kuma, trying to analyze the ability of Bartholomew Kuma. Although Bartholomew Kuma doesn't show much ability, Cang Xu already has some understanding. Okay, it's time to deal with business now. Cang Xu came back to his senses, put aside Bartholomew Kuma's affairs, looked directly at Gecko Moria's corpse, and prepared to start business. Next, they still have a lot to do. The appearance of Bartholomew Kuma is an accident. However, this accident will not cause trouble to Cang Xu. After all, he also knows the secret of Bartholomew Kuma. For this reason, Cang Xu ignored the departure of Bartholomew Kuma, but directly looked at Gecko Moria. In fact, Gecko Moria still had a sigh of relief at this time, but it fell into Cang Xu's hands, and Bartholomew Kuma didn't dare to ask for it back, so he left directly. And now, Cang Xu is ready to deal with Gecko Moria? Anyone with the ability of Shadow Fruit is still very good, but it's a pity that you are on the wrong path. Coming to Gecko Moria, Cang Xu said lightly. Gecko Moria's abilities can be considered as having great potential, but being played like this by Gecko Moria abruptly makes Cang Xu a little bit emotional. However, although Gecko Moria's strength is still inferior, he still has the qualifications to become Cang Xu's subordinate. No matter how bad it is, it's not an exaggeration to be a subordinate officer. For this reason, Cang Xu does not intend to let go of the soul of Gecko Moria 21. Boom! An aquamarine beam of light appeared, and Cang Xu directly used Zero to smash Gecko Moria's heart. Hollow? After Gecko Moria's breath was completely cut off, Cang Xu directly used Hollow to start the soul of Hollow Gecko Moria. Roar! An imaginary appeared in front of Cang Xu. This is the imaginary that Gecko Moria's soul has transformed. Free, go in. Cang Xu opened the solution space directly, but directly threw Gecko Moria into the solution space. The current Cang Xu only pays more attention to souls that can be Aaroncarized on their own. For the soul of Gecko Moria, although Cang Xu hollowed it, he would not pay too much attention to it, because with the strength of Gecko Moria, I want to reach the level of independent Aaroncar, but it is still a bit worse. Therefore, Cang Xu threw it directly into the emptiness space, let him stay with other ordinary voids, and then ignored it too much. Master Cang Xu, Vivi has fulfilled its mission and brought the person you were looking for. At this time, a female voice sounded. This is the voice of Vivi. Vivi is back, and beside Vivi, there is a woman with long pink hair. This is Perona. Although Perona's abilities are special, her overall strength is far inferior to that of Vivi as Aaroncar. For this reason, Vivi easily defeated Perona and brought her to Cang Xu. Good job, Vivi. Cang Xu nodded slightly, praised Vivi, and then looked directly at poor Perona. Perona, I give you two choices. Read more at hotuntilnovel.xyz. 1. Surrender to me, cooperate with my research, I want to study your fruiting ability. 2nd, have you seen Gecko Moria over there? Give you a chance to be faithful and accompany him to death. Cang Xu said lightly, giving Perona 2 opportunities. To be honest, if Perona is too stubborn to not cooperate with Cang Xu's research, this is not a good thing. However, if Perona dies, Cang Xu can also rebirth her in a virtual form. But like Vivi, independent Aaroncar is only a minority after all. Cang Xu doesn't think Perona can stick to it. Therefore, Cang Xu hopes that Perona can consider it carefully. I promise all, as long as you don't kill me. Perona's courage, unexpectedly timid, did not even hesitate too much, and directly agreed to this matter. This makes Cang Xu a little unexpected. However, she would have such a choice, which seems to be a normal thing too. In the original work, seeing Gecko Moria being defeated by the Straw Hat Pirates, Perona was about to escape. In the end, because he met Bartholomew Kuma, he was slapped directly to the island where Hawkeye is. However, this is good, it can save Cang Xu a lot of things. Robin, let her follow you and learn how to be a maid. Cang Xu smiled indifferently and said to Robin that he gave Perona to Robin to take care of her. I believe Robin will adjust and teach her well. Yes, Master Cang Xu, Robin said respectfully, taking Perona back. Next, solve all the zombies or pirates left on this island. Cang Xu spoke lightly and said to the Aaroncars behind him, Gecko Moria is dead, but Cang Xu does not intend to let go of the zombies or pirates on the horrible bark. After all, no matter how small a mosquito is, it is meat. Cang Xu, who lacks soul points, naturally does not intend to let go of the soul on this island. In response to this, Letterfield, Bullet and others, under the order of Cang Xu, disappeared directly on the spot, scattered around one after another, and began to eliminate the zombies or pirates on the island. As for Cang Xu slowly came to the huge body of the demon Oz, although Oz is just a zombie prepared by Gecko Moria. However, Cang Xu does not intend to let the demon Oz go. I want to see if there is any remaining soul in Oz. After all, Devil Oz is also a good combat power, and Cang Xu naturally doesn't want to miss it. But this time, Cang Xu is going to be disappointed. After a careful search, Cang Xu did not find the soul of the demon Oz. Is it still too long? But it's normal, after all, it's a man hundreds of years ago. Cang Xu murmured, but there was not much fluctuation in his heart. To be honest, the soul of the demon Oz was not found. This matter Cang Xu had already guessed. After all, the Devil Oz was a person more than 500 years ago, and his soul has completely died out long ago. This is also a normal thing. Therefore, Cang Xu sighed with emotion and then let go of this matter. In the following time, Cang Xu also searched for the souls of zombies transformed from the corpses of other strong men. For example, Kaze no Ji Goro and so on. That is, in the original book, the zombie with the shadow of Zoro. These are all zombie generals created by Gecko Moria, and they were all powerful men with a certain reputation during his lifetime. It's a pity that their situation is the same as the Devil Oz, and their souls have long since disappeared. For this reason, Cang Xu has nothing to gain from behind. But Cang Xu didn't care. You can get the 2 top combat powers of swordsman Ryoma and Captain John. Cang Xu's trip to the horrible 3-mast sailing boat was considered complete. It is true that Cang Xu first came to find Brook and Perona. As a result, now Cang Xu not only found 2 people, but even gained 2 top combat powers, allowing Cang Xu's power to grow tremendously again. Moreover, the emptiness of Gecko Moria's soul should be able to grow to the level of Kylian, when Cang Xu has the ability to force them to Aaroncar. Cang Xu will also have a lot of good subordinates. It can be said that Cang Xu's power is constantly growing. Master Cang Xu, all the zombies and pirates on the island have been solved. When Cang Xu's affairs are over, the tasks of Leatherfield and others have come to an end. Although the horror bark is not small, the speed of Leatherfield and others is actually not very slow. The zombies and pirates on the entire island have all been cleaned up by them. As for the souls produced, all of them were thrown into the emptiness space by Cang Xu Hollow. Since then, the value of the Devil's Triangle has all been squeezed out by Cang Xu. If that's the case, then go to the Champs Islands. Cang Xu nodded slightly and said to everyone under his command. Now the value of the Devil's Triangle has been drained by them, so Cang Xu doesn't bother to stay here. Moreover, there is not much time since the beginning of the war at the top. According to Bartholomew Kuma's words, the opening of the top war should be 2 weeks later. However, it will take some time for them to go to the Champs Islands, so it is better to start earlier. Naturally, everyone will not have any objections to this, and follow Cang Xu's orders. For a while, everyone returned directly to the warship. Cang Xu and others are driving the warship, heading for the Xiongtibo Islands. Although the Champignon Islands, like the Horror Bark, are not ordinary islands. However, the location of the Champs Islands is at the end of the first half of the Grand Line. It's not hard to find. As long as you follow the original route and continue to the direction of the Terracotta Continent, you can see the Champagne Islands. At this point, Cang Xu has no worries. After returning to the warship, Cang Xu has been sorting out the harvest during this period of time. During the whole process, Roger has been in a state of absent-mindedness, seeming to be thinking something. In fact, after the conversation between Cang Xu and Bartholomew Kuma, Roger was a little silent, thoughtful, as if thinking of something. Wait until the warship officially sets sail and stabilizes completely. Roger finally plucked up the courage and came to Cang Xu. Master Cang Xu, I have one thing that I want to ask Master Cang Xu. Roger looked at Cang Xu seriously and asked Cang Xu for advice. Come on, what's the matter? Cang Xu raised his head slightly and looked at Roger's appearance, with a vague guess in his heart. Master Cang Xu, when you were talking to that Bartholomew Kuma, you mentioned a pirate named Huoquan Ace. I hope to know the origin of that pirate. Roger finally said his thoughts. Just now, in the conversation between Cang Xu and Bartholomew Kuma, the Fire Fist Ace was mentioned. The name Ace aroused Roger's heartstrings, and he couldn't help but want to know about it. I'll leave it to Buggy to tell you about this, Buggy. Cang Xu glanced at Roger a little, and he naturally knew what was in his mind. However, Cang Xu did not directly tell the origin of Ace, but directly called Buggy. Read more at hotmailnovel.xyz. He wanted to see if Roger could discover Ace's identity from Ace's deeds. Okay, Master Cang Xu, Huoquan Ace is one of the most famous rookies in the sea in the past few years. I appeared on the sea 3 years ago, advancing all the way and breaking into New World directly. Later, I became the captain of the 2nd Division of the Whitebeard Pirates for some reason. By the way, he also walked out of the East China Sea. Buggy hurriedly came to Cang Xu and Roger and told them all he knew. In fact, there are many deeds related to Huoquan Ace on the sea. You know, in the original book, even Zoro and Smoker at the beginning, when they met Ace in Alabaston, both of them can recognize Ace's identity, which shows how famous Ace is. Buggy naturally knows something. So, after receiving Cang Xu's order, Buggy quickly said everything he knew. Following Buggy's description, Roger's brows frowned and his heart became more certain. Sure enough, if I didn't guess wrong, this Huoquan Ace should be my child. After a long time, Roger let out a sigh, and said these words slowly. Roger had guessed the truth just from some deeds of Huoquan Ace. At this point, Roger's instincts are really terrifying. What, Roger, do you have an heir? Tisk tisk, if it is known to the outside world, it should cause a lot of shock. Unexpectedly, Fire Fist Ace, the captain of the 2nd Division of the Whitebeard Pirates, is actually your son. On the warship, there were several exclamations. Obviously, Leatherfield and others were slightly surprised by this incident. After all, it is hard for them to imagine that Roger would have children. However, Cang Xu's expression was still very calm, but there was no change at all. Instead, he looked at Roger quietly. So, what do you think? Cang Xu spoke lightly, looked at Roger and said. After knowing Ace's identity, what would Roger think? Roger was silent, constantly changing. After a long time, Roger exhaled a suffocating breath and gave a big gift to Cang Xu in earnest. Master Cang Xu, I want to go to Marine headquarters and want to see that kid. Roger spoke his thoughts and sent his request to Cang Xu. Although many pirates are selfish, he still wants to meet Ace. After all, when he died, Ace was not born yet. Now that he knew his child was still alive, it was a strange thing for Roger to say that he didn't miss it at all. At least, let him see Ace and talk to Ace. This is Roger's idea. As for the top war, to be honest, if given the opportunity, he would naturally want to participate. However, now he is an affiliate of Cang Xu. Roger will not make any decisions without authorization before Cang Xu's order. For this reason, Roger asked Cang Xu to go to Marine headquarters. Yes, we are also time to let the world know that we are terrible. The first battle at Marine headquarters will be our horn to enter the new world. Cang Xu slowly nodded, for money, and said his decision. From the very beginning, Cang Xu did not intend to miss the top war. So taking this opportunity to directly participate in the top war is a good idea. Thank you Master Cang Xu. In the future, Master Cang Xu asks Roger to do anything, and Roger will not have any complaints. Roger looked at Cang Xu gratefully. This is his willful request, but Cang Xu can agree, which is naturally very grateful to Roger. For this reason, Roger has become more loyal to Cang Xu. This is not the effect of the hollow skill, but the gratitude from the heart. It can be said that when Cang Xu said this sentence, Roger completely let go of his guard. In the future, Cang Xu asks him to do anything, and Roger will not have any resistance. This is recognition and loyalty from the heart. Roger knew the identity of Ace, and because Cang Xu agreed to go to Marine headquarters, he started to return to his heart completely. This is a little accident in the trip. But in the following time, there were no accidents during the journey. Cang Xu and others went directly to the direction of the Xiangdebo Islands. At the same time, Bartholomew Kuma also returned to Marine headquarters to reply to Marshal Sengoku. Bartholomew Kuma, did Gecko Moria agree to participate in this battle? Marshal Sengoku directly asked Bartholomew Kuma. You don't need to think about his business, Gecko Moria is afraid that he won't come. When Bartholomew Kuma said these words, Marshal Sengoku frowned, his face a little unhappy. Gecko Moria has the courage to resist Shishibuki's mandatory convening order. Marshal Sengoku is a little puzzled, this doesn't seem to be the style of Gecko Moria? It's not his reason, but he is in a lot of trouble now. Cang Xu, the Blackwing Demon, has boarded the horror bark and defeated Gecko Moria. It is estimated that the current Gecko Moria has died in the hands of the Blackwing Demon Cang Xu. Bartholomew Kuma slowly said, and said a little bit about the terrifying three-mast sailing ship. Of course, about the Blackwing Demon Cang Xu, he has the ability to resurrect. Bartholomew Kuma naturally kept silent and didn't say much. After all, he didn't want his secrets to leak out. On the other hand, when Bartholomew Kuma said the news, Marshal Sengoku was a little surprised, and stood up directly from his seat. Blackwing Demon Cang Xu, it is him. By the way, when I think of it, Garp seems to have said this. Marshal Sengoku was slightly angry, but he quickly remembered something. Garp seems to have reported this to him, saying that Cang Xu and others have entered the Devil's Triangle. However, Marshal Sengoku has been very busy these days because of the preparations for the war, and he almost forgot about it. Forget it, thanks for your hard work, then you can rest well and wait until the war comes. Marshal Sengoku said helplessly. Gecko Moria met Cang Xu, the Blackwing Demon, what more can he say? You know, the current Marine headquarters are all preparing for the coming of the top war. What's more, Gecko Moria is a pirate. Although it is 7 warlords of the sea, it has a cooperative relationship with Marine headquarters. But Marine headquarters cannot do anything like revenge for him. Therefore, it is impossible for Sengoku to trouble Cang Xu. It can only be regarded as bad luck for Gecko Moria. As for Bartholomew Kuma's words, Marshal Sengoku had no doubts. After all, Bartholomew Kuma and Marine headquarters are a cooperative relationship, not his subordinates. The previous Bartholomew Kuma was willing to take a trip on the horror 3-mast sailboat, which is already very good. Read more at hotuntilnovel.xyz. So about this matter, Marshal Sengoku didn't say much, just kept it in his heart. Prepare to wait until the top war is over, and then slowly liquidate this matter. Cang Xu broke into the Devil's Triangle and directly destroyed the 7 warlords of the sea Gecko Moria. In this way, it disappeared without a trace, like a wave entering the sea, without even the slightest wave. Of course, this matter, Cang Xu won't care about it. At this time, Cang Xu and others are already on the way to the Xiangdebo Islands. The speed of the warship is still very fast. A few days later, Cang Xu and others came to the Xiangdebo Islands. The Shambordian Islands is the largest mangrove tree in the world. The Archi mangrove tree has a total of 79 trees. Each tree has towns and facilities. The regional division of the Shambordian Islands is also very clear. There are marine stationed areas, sightseeing areas, and illegal areas. Number 1 to 29 are illegal areas, mainly human trafficking shops, population auctions, illegal areas, etc., which are suitable for our landing. Standing behind Cang Xu, Letterfield introduced Cang Xu to the situation in the Xiangdebo Islands. It's okay, just choose the nearest coast to land. Cang Xu said lightly. He didn't want to pay attention to the rules of the Xiangdebo Islands at all. Because he came here, he naturally had to act according to his rules. If someone provokes him, then don't blame him for being polite. In this regard, Letterfield and others directly obeyed their orders without any objection. Because for them, Cang Xu's words are the greatest instruction. Soon, Cang Xu and others slowly landed. Looking at 29 not far away, Cang Xu thought a little bit, but he had some impressions of it. According to Letterfield's description, this should be tree number 29. Barely regarded as an illegal zone, regarded as the edge of the illegal zone, the soap bubble park near the 30th tree. Why are warships here? Yeah, this is an illegal zone. Why are warships here? Is it possible that Marine intends to clear the illegal area? No, this tear-stained man should be Cang Xu, the great Blackwing Demon. Cang Xu, the big Blackwing Demon, the largest mobile vault in the first half of the Grand Line, the big pirate with over 2 billion Baileys. 2 billion Baileys, my goodness, if you can get it, how long will it take? Some trivial sounds came from around. Holding weapons in their hands and wearing weird figures, some walked out from behind the surrounding trees, staring greedily at Cang Xu. These people are just bounty hunters who live in the illegal zone. Obviously, these bounty hunters have already recognized Cang Xu's identity. Because of the super high reward order, these bounty hunters are moved? It's so stupid, is there no one with a brain? Cang Xu was a little speechless, looking at the bounty hunters in front of him. He wondered how these bounty hunters survived until now. Hearing his bounty, I couldn't suppress the greed in my heart. Don't they know that the higher the bounty, the stronger the strength? Anyone with a discerning eye can say that Cang Xu's strength is not something they can afford to provoke. As a result, these bounty hunters actually wanted to do something to Cang Xu. For this situation, Cang Xu said he was very speechless. Such a stupid bounty hunter, he saw it for the first time. However, the wealth is touching, such an amazing bounty. As long as it is a bounty, everyone will be excited, let alone a jackal hyena like a bounty hunter. It is possible for them to be blinded by greed. Since you don't want to die, let me save my life. Cang Xu snorted coldly. The amazing Ryotsu burst out of the body in an instant. Boom! In an instant, Cang Xu's horror Ryotsu enveloped the entire tree number 29 in an instant. Many bounty hunters slowly fell to the ground, gradually losing their breath, shocked celestial dragons to death. Hapless Kizaru? Cang Xu's current Ryotsu has reached a terrifying point. It's not these bounty hunters at all, it can be resisted. When Cang Xu's Ryotsu is released, these bounty hunters, their spirits and souls were all shattered. In an instant, all the bounty hunters around Cang Xu were wiped out, and none of them survived. In this way, it will be cleaner. Cang Xu nodded slightly. Master Cang Xu, what should we do next? Letterfield came to Cang Xu and asked Cang Xu about their next actions. Although, Cang Xu has said before, we must participate in the war on the top, but there are still about 10 days to go to the top of the war. During this time, they can't just wait here. Go to one place first, find your old friends, and talk about other things later. Cang Xu smiled lightly and said his thoughts. What Cang Xu said is naturally Pluto Rayleigh. To be honest, this is also a top combat power, and Cang Xu naturally does not intend to let it go. You know, Rayleigh's age is even higher than Whitebeard. But in the original book, Rayleigh can cross the calm belt alone, and still use the breaststroke form, and even fight Kizura. All this proves that Pluto Rayleigh is powerful. If you can take the Pluto Rayleigh, you can also find your own subordinate. This is of great benefit to Cang Xu. For this reason, Cang Xu will naturally go to Pluto Rayleigh for a while. Of course, once recruited, Cang Xu is not worried about whether Pluto Rayleigh will be loyal to Roger's affairs. Because once Cang Xu recruits Rayleigh, he will definitely be reborn in the form of Arrancar. Once Rayleigh completes the Arrancarization, what else does Cang Xu need to worry about? All Minos Grande created by Hollow Skills will be loyal to Cang Xu. It can be said that Cang Xu doesn't need to worry about anything at all, just find Pluto Rayleigh directly. Yes, we got it. Although Letterfield and others do not understand very well the meaning in Cang Xu's words, but Cang Xu's order, they will naturally not violate it. In the next time, Cang Xu opened the empty space and directly retracted the warship into the empty space. After all, the quality of the warship is still good, and Cang Xu does not intend to abandon this warship. After this matter was completed, Cang Xu and his team slowly headed towards the 13th dock. If he remembers correctly, Rayleigh's home seems to be in that place. At the same time, when Cang Xu and others began to move, some things have happened on the Champs Islands. Read more at hotuntelnovel.xyz. Number 1 dock, in the backstage jail of an auction. An old man with white beard and hair, round glasses, and a straight scar on his right eye suddenly raised his head and looked in the distance. This is Pluto Rayleigh. In order to get some money, Rayleigh sold himself as a commodity. It's amazing Conqueror's hacky. No, it's beyond Conqueror's hacky. Is there a monster here on the Champs Islands? I have an ominous premonition. Pluto Rayleigh holds a hip flask in his hand. His expression is very solemn. As the owner of Conqueror's hacky, he naturally understands Conqueror's hacky, but it is for this reason that Rayleigh is so solemn. Because in Rayleigh's view, this is far beyond Conqueror's hacky. Rayleigh has a trace of anxiety in his heart. No, I have to go and see. Rayleigh was a little uneasy in his heart, after thinking about it, decided to go see it in person. Thinking about this, Rayleigh waved his hand and smashed the detonation collar on his neck. As for the other slaves, Rayleigh also let them go. After this matter was completed, Rayleigh left the auction and came in the direction of Cang Xu and others. Cang Xu didn't know. When he was about to find Rayleigh, Rayleigh himself had delivered it to the door. At the same time, in another direction, another thing happened. Next to Dock 29, in the soap bubble park on Dock 30, a fat man wearing a bubble hood fell directly on the ground. St. Charles Rose, what's wrong with you? Why did you fall suddenly? It's not good. St. Charles Rose is breathless. Several bodyguards in black suits, surrounded by men with hoods panicked. Yes, this is exactly a celestial dragon's. Because Dock 30 is next to Dock 29, I received Ryotsu from Cang Xu. The soul of this celestial dragons originally played in Dock 30 was directly shattered by Cang Xu's Ryotsu. To be honest, this celestial dragons has bad luck. Look for flowers. Cang Xu's Ryotsu was only released at Dock 29. Under normal circumstances, only the leaked part of Ryotsu will not shatter the soul. But the soul of this celestial dragons is too fragile. For this reason, just a touch of Ryotsu, the soul is directly shattered. Someone has attacked celestial dragons. Please contact Marine Headquarters and let Admiral dispatch. Confirming the death of celestial dragons, the bodyguards suddenly panicked and quickly contacted Marine Headquarters. What One celestial dragon's died, and it died on the Champs Islands. Damn it, why is there such a thing happening at this time? What did someone do? Have you found out? Marshal Sengoku has a headache? Now he is already very busy in order to prepare for the war? As a result, I didn't expect that such a thing would happen on the Champs Islands. Isn't this causing him trouble? To be honest, Marshal Sengoku wouldn't mind solving this matter if it were normal times. But now, the Marine headquarters and the Whitebeard pirates are about to start battle. There is no benefit to them in such a mess. Mr. Sengoku, I can take a trip if necessary. Kizaru, sitting on the sofa next to him, said to Marshal Sengoku, because of the previous events, his wind evaluation is not very good. Maybe you can take this opportunity to brush up on his performance. Otherwise, if wages are deducted, that would be bad. Back to Marshal Sengoku, according to the information we have received, Cang Xu, the black-winged great demon, arrived in the Shangdaibo Islands today. This matter is most likely to be related to them. The soldiers spoke out the information they collected one by one and reported to Marshal Sengoku. As soon as this sentence came out, Kizaru's face suddenly froze while sitting on the sofa. Damn it, why is it Cang Xu again? To be honest, the most unwilling news for Kizaru today is related to Cang Xu. Now, he just said that he can dispatch once. In the end, it happened to Cang Xu. Is this playing him? Kizaru's face turned black all of a sudden. For Kizaru, he thinks Cang Xu is his nemesis. As long as it is related to Cang Xu, nothing is good. Therefore, when the soldiers reported that the celestial dragon's matter was related to Cang Xu, Kizaru's face suddenly became very bad. Of course, Marshal Sengoku's face is not good, but he pays more attention to the accuracy of the news. Is it true? Has it been confirmed? Marshal Sengoku asked the soldiers. Yes, Marshal Sengoku, our scouts have discovered that the warship used by the opponent has appeared in Dock 29. The soldier replied quickly. Cang Xu uses Marines warships. It's no secret that the Marine soldiers at the lower levels already know about it. Damn, its black-winged monster is still using that warship now. Hearing the soldier's answer, Marshal Sengoku's face darkened. The warship is one of the emblems of the Marine headquarters and the world government. As a result, now a criminal has been using the warship, arrogantly active on the sea. This is simply hitting the Marine headquarters in the face. Marshal Sengoku's face, how beautiful it was. No matter how bad, even if you think the warship is easy to use, you can change the outer coating and change it to other colors, which is better. This has maintained the appearance of a warship. Isn't this disgusting them? In fact, Sengoku really thinks too much. Cang Xu never thought about these problems at all. As far as Cang Xu is concerned, there is no difference between any ships. He simply doesn't bother to change ships. However, Sengoku doesn't think much. Kizaru, didn't you mean to solve this matter, then leave this matter to you? Marshal Sengoku looked at Kizaru and directly handed the matter over to Kizaru. After all, Kizaru offered to take the initiative just now, and now it's natural to hand it over to Kizaru. In this regard, Kizaru's face is a bit bitter. This is simply an innocent disaster. Why did he agree to this matter? Fortunately, after some discussions, Marshal Sengoku stepped back a bit. At this time period, there should be a number of supernovae on the Shangdaibo Islands. Send all those supernovae to the prison and leave, just as an explanation for celestial dragons. Marshal Sengoku makes a decision. Just now, he understood clearly that celestial dragons died directly in Dock 30, and no one saw the murderer. It can be said that this is an invisible murder case. In this way, the operability is higher. They can say that this is the handwriting of that group of supernovae. In this way, as long as the group of supernovae are treated as scapegoats, the case can be settled. Read more at hotuntilnovel.xyz. As for Cang Xu and others, Marshal Sengoku directly asked Kizaru Admiral to ignore them. No way, this matter can only be solved like this. The war on the top is coming. The Marine headquarters and the Whitebeard pirates are about to go to war. The current Marine can't allocate too much force to target Cang Xu and others. After all, Cang Xu and others are extraordinary. If you want to go to war with Cang Xu, you have to prepare for another war on top. They have no time or energy to do such things. On the other hand, Marine Admiral protects celestial dragons, which is regarded as a rule of the world government. Now that celestial dragons has an accident in the Shangdaibo Islands, they also need to give an explanation to the world's nobles and the world government. For this reason, Marshal Sengoku made such a decision. By the way, if you find the warship of the Great Black Wing Demon, you can directly smash the warship to me, Sengoku said with a black face. Cang Xu and the others were too much. They were sitting on the warship and swaggering around. This really hit Marine's face too much. So, even if he couldn't deal with Cang Xu and others, he still wanted General Kizaru to smash it. At least don't let Cang Xu and others continue to drive the warship and slander on the sea. This will also help Marine not to be too embarrassed. However, Sengoku's idea is doomed to fail. Because the warship that Cang Xu was riding on was long ago received by Cang Xu in the space avoidance space. Kizaru is destined to return without success. Yes, Marshal Sengoku. Kizaru agreed, and then slowly left the marshal's office and headed towards the port, ready to go to the Champagne Islands. Cang Xu and others did not know that when he cleaned up the group of bounty hunters just now, he accidentally killed a celestial dragons. Even Admiral Kizaru was also dispatched for this matter, and he was rushing in the direction of the Champagne Islands. Of course, even if he knew this, Cang Xu wouldn't care. Because Cang Xu is not afraid of Kizaru. On the other hand, Cang Xu and others also encountered some interesting things. In Dock 21, several men in weird clothes are facing each other. One of the men, with a fiery red hedgehog head, is wearing a dagger and a pistol in front of him, wearing goggles and a dark red coat, looks a little arrogant. Another man, wearing a winter fur hat with a leopard Madara dot, has special black eye bags, is wearing casual clothes, has some special tattoos on his body and fingers, and is holding a weird sword in his hand. Interestingly, it seems that this year's supernova has already come to the Shangdaibo Islands. Cang Xu murmured, and recognized the identity of the leaders of the confrontation. If Cang Xu guessed correctly, this should be the supernova of this year, Eustace Kid and Trafalgar Law. Hey, the head of Eustace, this is not when we are making trouble, there is a big man here. Luo first noticed the arrival of Cang Xu and others, and his expression suddenly changed. Cang Xu's reputation is very high, even in the first half of the Grand Line, there is even a tendency to enshrine the gods. After all, a newcomer who has not yet entered the new world has a bounty directly exceeding 2 billion baileys, which is no longer comparable to the newcomer. That's not accurate. To be precise, even the elderly may not be able to do this step. The entire Grand Line, whether it is the first half or the second half, can reach this level. It is a real big pirate, a legendary existence. Even the cotters of the 4 emperors don't have such a reward, so you can see the problem. What's more, beside Cang Xu, several true legendary big sea pirates gathered. The Lonely Red Barleric Leadfield, Heir of the Devil Douglas Bullet, World Destroyer Bondi Waldo. These things have been published in the newspaper. It's hard for Luo to want to know it. For this reason, he was still having trouble with Eustace Kid. But when Luo saw that Cang Xu and others arrived, all his attention is on Cang Xu and others, because of Cang Xu's previous deeds and the power he showed. Trafalgar Law is very solemn. In fact, what Luo knew was only part of it. Cang Xu's power is far more exaggerated than Luo knew. Letterfield, Bullet, Bondi Valdo. These 3 are just the members of Cang Xu in Alabaston. The true power of Cang Xu is far more terrifying than what Trafalgar Law knows. In addition to Letterfield, Bullet and Bondi Waldo, there are 3 other top combat powers beside Cang Xu. That is Gold Roger, Swordsman Ryoma, and Captain John. Yes, after leaving the horror bark, Captain John has learned everything from Letterfield. For this reason, Captain John also made a choice and surrendered to Cang Xu. In fact, the situation of Captain John is very similar to that of Bondi Valdo. He was rarely resurrected, and wanted to find his own treasure. How could he willingly die? What's more, he was created by Hollow Skill 21, and he was born in awe of Kang. So, after understanding everything, Captain John directly chose to surrender. In this way, Cang Xu has 6 top combat powers under his command. Bringing out this kind of combat power is enough to shock the world. It can be said that the current Cang Xu is no less inferior to any 4 emperors' force. Yes, it is the 4 emperors' force. Actually speaking, there is still a big difference between the power of the 4 emperors and the legendary level. The power of the 4 emperors is not just referring to Whitebeard, Edward Newgate and others. These 4 sea emperors are as simple as that. To become 4 emperors, you also need to have enough power. Have enough right to speak in the sea, just like Letterfield. In the original book, Blackbeard makes an impel down and releases Letterfield, Bullet, and others. Logically speaking, the existence of these legendary levels all have the strength to fight the 4 emperors themselves. But why are they not called the new Sea Emperor? Because the title of Sea Emperor is not so easy to get. In addition to having the corresponding strength, you also need to have the corresponding power. It can be bigger, and has the authority to dominate a sea area. This is the real Emperor of the Sea. Needless to say, 4 emperors naturally, in New World, they all have their own territory. They have their own large fleets and their own affiliates, just like the real Emperor. But as for Cang Xu, the Cang Xu on the face is Cang Xu himself. And Letterfield, Bullet, and Bondi Valdo, read more at hotuntelnovel.xyz. This is the gathering of 4 masters, but under Cang Xu's command, there is no power to speak of. To put it bluntly, Cang Xu is on the ocean and does not have the appeal of 4 emperors. For this reason, as early as before, Marshal Sengoku said that Cang Xu and others have the potential of the 4 emperors level, but they are not the real 4 emperors yet. Naturally, Cang Xu also knows this. But now, Cang Xu's top combat power has reached the number 6. The advantages of top-level combat power can sometimes be equal to the disadvantages of power. What's more, there are more and more Kylians under Cang Xu, and they have reached the number of 8. When these Kylians become Aaroncarized, Cang Xu's power will be truly supplemented. Yes, Cang Xu already has 8 Kylians. On the way to the Kangdebo Islands, a new Aaronkar was born under Cang Xu, which is the emptiness of Gecko Moria's soul. The void transformed by Gecko Moria's soul, after swallowing a batch of ordinary voids, successfully transformed to the level of Kylian. This brought Cang Xu a surprise. Moreover, now Buggy has successfully awakened the fruit ability, and its strength has been raised to a new height, which is barely considered a good combat power. It can be said that the middle-level forces under Cang Xu's command are also increasing. For this reason, it is actually possible to call Cang Xu an imperial power. A little bit farther, Cang Xu is currently paying more attention to the 2 supernovae Eustace Kid and Trafalgar Law in front of you. To be precise, it should be 3 supernovae. In the Kid Pirates of Eustace Kid, there is also a supernova, that is, Killing Warrior Kira, which is also considered a combat power. Hey, I didn't expect such a big man to come to this island. If you kill such a big man, you will probably become famous directly. Eustace Kid looked at Cang Xu with a smirk. Obviously, Eustace Kid also recognized Cang Xu's identity. However, compared with the more cautious Luo, Eustace Kid seemed eager to try, and even had provocative thoughts. Obviously, Eustace Kid is a brave guy, not afraid of the heavens. This is somewhat different from the previous bounty hunter, because he simply wants to challenge Cang Xu. In fact, Eustace Kid has always been courageous. After entering the new world, he has been dedicated to fighting the famous big pirates. For example, challenge red hair pirates. As a price, his left arm was scrapped and replaced with a prosthetic made of steel. Even later, I plan to form an alliance with Hawkins and other supernovas and continue to challenge red hair pirates. For this reason, when Kid saw Cang Xu, not only did he have no fear, but he was eager to try. In this regard, Trafalgar Law and the killing of warrior Kira have all changed their faces. Kid, don't do anything stupid, this is not someone we can deal with. You are in charge of Eustace, don't mess around, this is the Shandabo Islands. If there is a big disturbance, it will attract Marine. Trafalgar Law and Kira both spoke quickly. Kira is Kid's partner, so naturally I don't want Kid to come in trouble. After all, if he provokes such a big man, it will definitely bring a lot of trouble to their pirate group. Trafalgar Law's idea is slightly different. He is just pure worry. If Kid is making trouble here, maybe Cang Xu will even liquidate him. This is not the picture Luo wants to see. For this reason, Luo, who was supposed to be on the opposite side of Kid, unexpectedly persuaded Kid. Without him, when facing Cang Xu, he really didn't want to cause any major incidents. However, they are still one step too late. Want to take my head, give you this opportunity. 28L8L. Cang Xu spoke, looked directly at Kid and said, to be honest, at the beginning, Cang Xu didn't bother to care about these supernovae, but now, Cang Xu has changed his mind. He has a good idea. If all the supernovae are caught in one go, it seems not bad. Cang Xu came to the Xiongtibo Islands for a very simple purpose. On the one hand, he wanted to see if there was a chance to bring Pluto Rayleigh over. After all, this is also a top combat power, and Cang Xu naturally does not intend to let it go. On the other hand, there are still a few days before the top war. In order to be able to go to the Marine headquarters at the right time, Cang Xu naturally has to wait on the Champagne Islands. For this reason, Cang Xu came to the Xiongtibo Islands. As for the supernovas of this year, to be honest, at the beginning, Cang Xu didn't bother to pay attention to them at all. Because they are still too weak for Cang Xu. Even Shishibukai can't match it. It will take some time before it can really grow up. Under normal circumstances, Cang Xu should wait until they grow up, and then work on them. However, the words of Eustace Kid raised Cang Xu's interest. You know, although these supernovae, there is still room for growth. However, after entering the new world, the supernova will also be scattered. At that time, it will not be easy to find them. On the other hand, now is a good opportunity. This year's supernova are all gathered on the Shangdaibo Islands, which gives Cang Xu a chance to catch them all. As for the growth space, after they hollow, they can continue to grow. It can be said that this is a relatively rare opportunity, and Cang Xu does not want to miss it. For this reason, Cang Xu said such words. He gave Eustace Kid a chance to challenge him. When this sentence came out, Trafalgar Law's face changed drastically. Because he knows that Cang Xu has already had hands-on ideas. This is not a good thing for them, because once Cang Xu does it, besides doing it on Eustace Kid, he will definitely do it on them. I can't ask for it. The robotic giant arm. Kid smiled wildly and directly used his abilities. For a time, countless metals or weapons quickly converged to Kid's position, and then transformed into a giant arm. This is exactly Kid's trick. It has a certain similarity to Luffy's third gear and can be turned into a giant fist attack. However, Kid's giant robotic arm can also be used as a shield to block attacks. The composed robotic arm will be stronger and harder than the raw materials, and can even withstand pacifists. The laser that is enough to melt steel. It's a bit fancy, don't you plan to make a move? Trafalgar Law, don't even think about running away. Cang Xu nodded slightly and looked at Trafalgar Law, who was standing on the side with a cloudy face. Since he intends to wipe out all the supernovae on the Xiongtibo Islands, he will naturally not let Luo stay out of the matter. Damn it, the lunatic head of Eustace. Room Slaughterhouse. Read more at hotuntelnovel.xyz. Trafalgar Law's face was slightly darkened, but Cang Xu speaks, it means he can't stay out of the matter. Therefore, Trafalgar Law also started, directly using the power of Op Fruit. In an instant, a transparent semicircular cover directly envelopes this area, ready to do it at any time. As for the killing of the Kid Pirates, killing warrior Kira, he is also ready to do it at this time. After all, their boss Kid has decided to challenge Cang Xu. As a crew member, what else can he say? He will definitely support Kid. That's interesting. Cang Xu nodded slightly, his gaze swept across the three of them, but he didn't directly move his hands, but said to his subordinates behind him, Letterfield, you guys are going to do one thing. There should be a few supernovas on this island, and catch those supernovas to, life or death. Cang Xu opened his mouth and ordered the Aaron car under his command. Since he intends to catch all the supernovae in one go, he will naturally not dream of it, but directly put it into action. Yes, Master Cang Xu. After hearing Cang Xu's words, the Letterfield people dispersed directly, heading to other islands, looking for the remaining supernova. Too arrogant. Seeing Cang Xu who ignored them, Kid was furious. Controlling the giant robotic arm, Kid clenched his palms into a fist and blasted Cang Xu with one punch. The terrifying mechanical giant fist even moved the atmosphere, carrying amazing wind pressure. It can be seen that Kid, the leader of this supernova, is still very strong. And at this moment, Kira next to Kid also started. Kira turned two strange sickles with both hands, and instantly came behind Cang Xu, and then rushed directly to Cang Xu. As Kid's partner, Kira knows the number of attacks Kid has done well. Therefore, Kira is ready to cooperate with Kid to have a front and back attack. Soon, Kid's mechanical giant fist and Kira's double sickles, one after the other, quickly came to Cang Xu. At this moment, Cang Xu shot. With a move of his right foot, Kira instantly stepped on her foot. At the same time, Cang Xu stretched out his left index finger and directly faced Kid's mechanical giant punch. Boom! Kid's mechanical giant fist hits Cang Xu's left index finger directly. After a loud noise, all the movement disappeared. Then Kid suddenly discovered that he seemed to be unable to move. It seems that what he is facing is not a finger, but a wall that cannot be pushed. A finger of Cang Xu directly blocked Kid's mechanical giant fist, making him unable to go further. How is this possible? One hand blocked my giant robotic arm. Kid's expression was shocked, a little speechless. The shrinking pupils seemed to show the shock in Kid's heart. As for Kira, who was stepped on by Cang Xu, he couldn't move. Cang Xu obviously looks thin, but the power under his feet, like a burly mountain, directly makes him unable to move. Of course, Kira also used the sickle in his hand to cut off Cang Xu's right foot. But it turns out that he thought too well. When the sickle in Kira's hand broke directly, but Cang Xu, Qian Li's, was unscathed, Kira was completely dumbfounded. Crush! With absolute power, Cang Xu directly crushed the two Kid Kira. Good opportunity, Butcher. Trafalgar Law's eyes lit up and he directly waved the demon sword in his hand and cried, and directly slammed an invisible slash at Cang Xu. To be honest, Trafalgar Law is not a swordsman, but his abilities are very special. With his saber ghost cry and using the cutting ability, Trafalgar Law can cut almost everything. This kind of cutting has no restrictions on hardness, material, and distance. In other words, as long as it is within the scope of his room slaughterhouse, Trafalgar Law can ignore the defense. But this time, Trafalgar Law is destined to be disappointed. Boom! Taking advantage of the gap between Cang Xu and Kid and Kira, Trafalgar Law started directly. With his op fruit ability, an invisible slash came directly to Cang Xu. Even Luo made a very decisive move, cutting directly to Cang Xu's neck. It seems to want to cut off Cang Xu's head. Cang Xu saw this in his eyes, but he did not act back at all. Because for Cang Xu, this is not necessary. Boom! When Trafalgar Law's invisible slash fell on Cang Xu's neck. Cang Xu's neck was not severed at all, not even a trace of scars. How is this possible? I can't cut your head off. Trafalgar Law, who has always been prudent, can't sit still at this time, looking at Cang Xu with shock, a little speechless. Nice ability, but excellent ability. You also need to have enough strength to use the ability, otherwise everything is empty talk. Cang Xu said indifferently, looking at Trafalgar Law, directly revealing the truth of the matter. To be honest, the fruit ability of Trafalgar Law is a very special type with amazing effects. However, if you want to use op fruit's ability to the fullest, you still need corresponding strength. In the original book, Virgo with armament haki hardening can defend Trafalgar Law's cutting ability. Not to mention Cang Xu. You know, Cang Xu's steel skin skills have been upgraded to LV85030. Cang Xu of this level can already be said to be invulnerable, and Trafalgar Law can't handle it at all. To put it bluntly, Luo's current strength is still weak. If it waits 2 years later, Luo develops a high-frequency scalpel, or gamma sword. Maybe there is still a slight possibility that Cang Xu's defense can be broken. After all, Luo's abilities are still very special, with amazing effects. However, this is only a slight possibility. For the current Trafalgar Law, he has no means to harm Cang Xu at all. Since you have all done it, it's my turn next. Cang Xu spoke lightly. The three of them all shot at him, and if he didn't do it, then it wouldn't be justified. As soon as this sentence came out, the trio's complexion changed drastically, and they immediately made a defensive state. However, it is too late. Zero, an aquamarine beam of light instantly blasted from between Cang Xu's index fingers. The giant mechanical arm that stood in front of Cang Xu shattered in an instant, turned into pieces, and fell to the ground. At the same time, Zero directly smashed the giant robotic arm, without weakening its power. Directly penetrate Kid's chest with the power of destruction. Kid's chest was directly shattered, and a huge hole appeared, and even the internal organs were blasted to ashes. With this trick, Kid has no possibility of surviving. Read more at hotuntilnovel.xyz. Kid. Damn it's BD, dare to kill Kid. Kira at Cang Xu's feet instantly changed his face. Let out a roar. However, he who was trampled by Cang Xu couldn't do much. Why struggle? It's of no use. Cang Xu's fingertips point directly to Kira at his feet. Boom! An aquamarine beam appeared, blasting directly at Kira. However, being stepped on by Cang Xu, Kira couldn't make any defense at all. Accompanied by a roar, the light beam from Cang Xu's fingertip penetrated Kira's head directly. With one move, Kira followed Kid's footsteps and was directly killed by Cang Xu. Next, you will be left, Trafalgar Law. Cang Xu raised his head and looked directly at Trafalgar Law not far away. Trafalgar Law's face changed drastically, and his figure instantly disappeared in place. Combined with the ability of Op Fruit, quickly move backwards, wanting to leave here. To be honest, Luo was very shocked. Kid and Kira are both very powerful generations, both supernovas who have been killed from the sea, but in front of Cang Xu, the two of them didn't even have the slightest resistance. This is simply a supernova? Such strength is simply terrifying. Sure enough, his previous idea was correct. They should not try to provoke Cang Xu. The mouse wants to provoke the lion. This is the most stupid way. Kid is a stupid guy. Can you go? When Cang Xu said these words, Cang Xu's figure had disappeared on the ground. Reverberate. In the next instant, Cang Xu's figure appeared, and instantly appeared behind Trafalgar Law. Tear. Cang Xu's right hand, holding the palm into a sword, pierced Luo's chest directly. Cough. At the corner of Trafalgar Law's mouth, a piece of blood was knocked out, and his breath gradually became sluggish. Damn it, is my trip here, Mr. Corazon? I'm afraid I won't have a chance to avenge you. Trafalgar Law stumbled, his breath drifted away, and slowly fell to the ground, gradually losing his breath. To be honest, he was very unwilling, because he still had a lot to do. But when he meets Cang Xu, he may really stop here. Don't worry, maybe you still have a chance. Cang Xu said lightly, looking at Luo in front of him, gradually losing his breath. Since then, the three supernovae have all been lost in Cang Xu's hands. And none of these three supernovae can withstand Cang Xu's move. One supernova, one trick, that's also appropriate? It's terrible. Is this the strength of the Blackwing Great Demon? Don't be terrible. Get out of here. It's hell. No, I want to avenge the captain. Don't be silly. With our strength, we can't do anything at all. It's the right way to leave here as soon as possible. The location where Cang Xu is located belongs to number 21 wharf, a bar, and a civilian street, and there are many pirates coming and going. For this reason, the pirates hiding in the surrounding buildings saw the situation in front of them. All of them were panicked and left here one after another, not daring to linger at all. As for the members of Kid and Luo, they are sad, and some even want to avenge their captain. However, they still did not do this after all, and fled here one after another. Because they all know that even their captain is not an opponent of Cang Xu, even if they stay, they will just lose their lives in vain. For this reason, the members of the two pirate groups have run away a lot. Cang Xu ignored this and allowed them to flee here. Because to him, these are all little ants, he doesn't bother to pay attention. However, what Cang Xu didn't expect was that a little white bear actually stayed behind and wanted to avenge Luo. Cang Xu has some impressions. This seems to be Luo's partner, a fur tribe named Bibo. Cang Xu was a little surprised about this, but he ignored it and handed it over to Vivi. Later, Cang Xu was on the spot, waiting for news from Leatherfield and others, when Trafalgar Law and Kid were killed by Cang Xu. Leatherfield and others have also found the remaining supernova. In fact, the location of the remaining supernovae is not too far away from the location of Cang. Because of the current Chambord Islands, there are still illegal divisions. In other words, the range of activities of supernovae is only the illegal zone from 1 to 29. But in fact, their location is more dense. For example, the fallen Marine Major General X Drake, the monk Urki, and Heiming Skulachman AP. Their location is also in Dock 21 where Cang Xu is located. As for the magician Buggy L. Hawkins, the big stomach girl Jo Ellie Bonnie, and the bandit Capone Beeg, they are in dock number 24, not far from dock number 21, which is the food street. It can be said that they are not very far away Cang Xu. However, now they have invisibly taken care of others. Because Leatherfield and others have already found these 6 people. Soul breath is good, similar to those supernovas that challenge Master Cang Xu, you should be supernovas too. Number 21 dock, another street. Leatherfield looked calm, looking at the fallen Major General Marine X Drake and the monk Urki in front of him. To be honest, almost no one on the Cang Xu ship pays attention to these supernovae. After all, to them, these supernovae are like children, and no one pays too much attention to the situation of children. However, it is not difficult to identify supernovae, just feel the strength of the soul. At the same level as Kid and others, it should be a supernova. For this reason, Leatherfield approached the fallen Marine Major General X Drake and others. I have to say that this is a very good method. Lonely Red Leadfield, has Cang Xu, the black-winged demon, come to this island? This is not a good sign. If I said, I am not a supernova, what would you do? Drake and the strange monk Urgi glanced at each other, and both looked at Leatherfield with solemn expressions. My lord has an order to bring back all the supernovae, regardless of life or death. Although I don't know if you are a supernova, as long as you bring all of you back, I think there should be no problem. Leatherfield slowly took out the umbrella-shaped sword and looked at the people in front of him. Bring all the supernovas back, so if you don't know, you can kill them all, just bring them back directly. Simple and straightforward way. Therefore, Leatherfield started, holding an umbrella-shaped long sword, and directly attacked the supernova in front of him. At the same time, when Leatherfield started, Bullet and Bondi Valdo also came to dock number 24 and found the magician Hawkins, the big stomach girl Bonnie, and the gang Beeg. In fact, there are not many people brought out by Cang Xu this time, only 3 people who have been exposed before. Read more at hotuntilnovel.xyz. That is Letterfield, Bullet and Bondi Valdo. As for Roger, as well as the newly resurrected Captain John and the swordsman Ryoma, Cang Xu temporarily let them stay in the emptiness space. Because of the identity of the 3 people, it is not yet time to leak. Cang Xu intends to let the 3 people make a gorgeous appearance in the top war. Naturally, they will not show up at this time. As for the subordinate Vivi, and trainee crew members like Buggy, Cang Xu did not impose too much restriction. After all, the reason why he asked Roger to stop appearing outside for the time being was just to prepare for the war. The identity of Buggy and others is just a little transparent. It doesn't hurt to be known, so Cang Xu didn't bother to pay attention to it. For this reason, Cang Xu's side only carries Letterfield's 3 top combat powers, and now, the 3 of them have begun their hunt, ready to catch all the supernovas in one go. At Letterfield, he asked for a while, trying to determine the identity of Drake and others, but on the Bullet side, there is no opening at all. As soon as they came here, the 2 attacked directly. For a time, fighting broke out on 2 islands. But soon, the battle came to an end. With the current strength of Supernova, they are no match for Letterfield and Bullet at all. With a few tricks, all the supernovae fell to the ground. Especially the supernova stared by Bullet and Bondi Valdo, it died directly. Because these 2 people are more cruel and warlike types. Cang Xu said that regardless of life or death, there is no rule to live, and the 2 will never stay alive. For this reason, the magician Buggy Hawkins, the big stomach girl Jolie Bonnie, and the gang Capone Beeg in the 24th dock were directly killed by Bullet and others. Look for flowers. As for Letterfield, he encountered some obstacles. Of course, Letterfield's trouble does not come from supernova. Because of these supernovae, there is no way to hinder Letterfield. It was Kizaru Admiral that really frustrated Letterfield. Yes, Kizaru has come to Shamboard Islands. He also came for the supernova, and he will naturally meet Cang Xu and others. Kizaru, I didn't expect you to show up in front of us. Why, haven't you eaten enough of the last time? Letterfield was holding an umbrella-shaped long sword and looked at Kizaru faintly. It's terrible, lonely red. If the Blackwing demon Cang Xu cause less trouble, and celestial dragons doesn't make a move, why would I come here? Kizaru looked helpless, looked at Letterfield and said, had it not been for Cang Xu to destroy a celestial dragons, the ghost would be willing to come to Shamboardian Islands? Isn't it good to stay at Marine headquarters and clock into and from get off work? But helplessly, Cang Xu and others destroyed a celestial dragons. As Marine Admiral, he could only make a move? Celestial dragons? Nonsense. Stop talking nonsense. Do you want to go to war, Kizaru? Letterfield held a long sword and looked at Kizaru. There is a trace of warfare on the aloof face. He had no fear in the fight against Marine Admiral. If Kizaru wants to fight, he will naturally accompany him. I don't want to fight with legendary monsters like you. I'm just here to clean up the supernova. Kizaru said helplessly, telling his intentions. He is here for supernovas, and wants to take these supernovas as a scapegoat for the Celestial Dragons incident. This is not good. These supernovas are all targets of Master Cang Xu. If you want to take them away, it depends on your strength. Letterfield snorted, holding a long sword, and rushed directly to Kizaru. Take down all supernovas, this is Cang Xu's order. In this regard, Letterfield will naturally not violate it. For this reason, when Letterfield learned that Kizaru was also here for a supernova, Letterfield started directly and attacked Kizaru directly. The battle between Letterfield and Kizaru broke out in an instant. The battle came very fast and fierce. The deafening roar sounded directly on the island dock and spread to the surrounding island docks. Letterfield is in trouble. This familiar breath is Kizaru. At the same dock 21, on another street, Cang Xu suddenly raised his head and looked in the distance. Although he was blocked by the surrounding buildings, he couldn't get a glimpse of it. However, feeling the familiar soul fire, Cang Xu knew the identity of the other party instantly. This makes Cang Xu a little surprised, because he didn't expect that Kizaru, who is Admiral, would come to the Champagne Islands when he was here. Shouldn't the Marine headquarters at this time prepare for the advent of the top war? In the original book, the reason why Kizaru was dispatched was also because of the Celestial Dragons. Otherwise, Kizaru would not come to the Shampoo Islands. But right now, the Straw Hat Pirates hasn't arrived in the Shampoo Islands yet, and there shouldn't be anything happening yet. So Kizaru will come to the Xiontibo Islands at this time, which Cang Xu did not expect. Because Cang Xu didn't even know that the riot so he had just released had directly killed a Celestial Dragons. But having said that, even though he knew that Kizaru was coming, Cang Xu had no idea of making a move. On the one hand, Cang Xu does not need to take action. With the power of Letterfield and others, it is enough to fight Kizaru. On the other hand, what Cang Xu looks forward to more now is to top the war. Therefore, Cang Xu does not plan to kill Kizaru here at this time. Once Kizaru dies here, it will inevitably cause a lot of trouble, and it may even cause changes to the top of the war. For this reason, Cang Xu stayed on the spot, ignoring the arrival of Kizaru. Cang Xu ignored it, but the others might just be too. Not far from dock number 24, Bullet and Bondi Valdo, who had just packed up a few supernovas. After feeling the breath of Kizaru, both of them were a little eager to try. This breath is Kizaru. Kizaru has come to this Shampoo Islands. Destroying a Marine Admiral should make the Marine headquarters feel distressed. Both of them were awe-inspiring. because for both of them, both want to fight Kizaru. For this reason, the two took the supernovas they had cleaned up, and rushed directly to the location of Leatherfield and Kizaru. Soon, the two came to where the battlefield was. It really is Kizaru. Kizaru, this time I won't let you run away. Leatherfield, leave Kizaru to me. Bullet shouted at Leatherfield with awe-inspiring fighting spirit. This is not good. I fought Kizaru first. He is my opponent. Leatherfield simply refused. It's rare to have such an opponent. How could he give it to Bullet? Don't even think about it. Read more at hotmailnovel.xyz. Marine Admiral is mine. I'm going to kill him. Bondi Valdo is different. He didn't even ask, and rushed directly into the battlefield to attack Kizaru. Bondi Valdo of dammit, dare to snatch my prey. Both Leatherfield and Bullet were angry when they saw Bondi Waldo attacking, and they also shot Kizaru. The situation in front of you is like a few fierce beasts, competing for prey. To be honest, such a scene is hard to see. Several legendary characters are dispatched for one person, but for Kizaru, this is not a good thing. Originally, a legendary Leatherfield was enough for him to have a headache. As a result, there are now 2 other legendary classes. 3 legendary existences, work on him together. Don't say it's him, I guess Marshal Sengoku will feel a headache here too. Kizaru has a tingling scalp. How to fight this is killing him? Therefore, Kizaru made the most sensible decision. It turned into a flash and disappeared directly on the spot. Kizaru escaped again. Very sensible Kizaru, knowing that he was invincible, he chose the best method and left the battlefield directly. Kizaru of dammit, actually escaped again. The 3 of Bullet were a little stunned. Because they didn't expect Kizaru to be so simple, they didn't even have the idea of fighting. You know, when he was in Alabaston, Kizaru also fought for some time. After the last wound, he fled the battlefield. But this time, Kizaru didn't even hit it. Seeing the 3 of them do something, they left the battlefield without hesitation. Such a change made the 3 of them unresponsive. In this regard, the 3 of them are a little speechless, and can even be said to be a little depressed. However, Kizaru has left, and it is impossible for them to continue to pursue it. After all, their mission this time is to clean up these supernovas. Now that the supernovas have been taken down by them, they naturally have to go back and return. Therefore, after a little hesitation, the 3 of them gave up the idea of chasing Kizaru. Take the defeated supernova and return directly to Cang Xu. Master Cang Xu, we have completed our mission. These are the supernovae. Leatherfield and others returned to Cang Xu. Good job. Looking across the supernovas, Cang Xu nodded slightly, making sure that nothing was missed. Basically, this supernova, except for the Straw Hat Pirates, is basically here. No way, because of the City of 7 Waters, it is estimated that the Straw Hat Pirates' itinerary will be delayed again, so there is no way to come. This is also the only supernova absent from this incident. However, Cang Xu doesn't care, because these supernovae are enough. Hollow? Cang Xu directly used the hollow ability to hollow out the souls of these supernovas. Then, Cang Xu directly threw all the emptiness formed by the souls of these supernovas into the emptiness space, allowing them to slowly swallow and grow. Have you met Kizaru? After dealing with the supernova, Cang Xu raised his head and looked at Leatherfield and others, wanting to know the previous situation. Yes, Kizaru has indeed arrived, and it's like this. Leatherfield saluted and explained what happened after meeting Kizaru, without any concealment. Following Leatherfield's description, Cang Xu learned what was going on. Celestial dragons. So that's it. Have any celestial dragons died? Cang Xu murmured, feeling a little clear in his heart. It should be that he broke out with Riot So before and accidentally crushed a celestial dragons to death, that's why Kizaru was attracted. Until this time, the doubts in Cang Xu's heart were solved. However, Cang Xu didn't care much about this matter. Because even if Admiral arrives, there is nothing he can do about it. He doesn't believe that Marine Headquarters dare to have more troubles at this moment. From Leatherfield, I know the reason for Kizaru's arrival. After that, Cang Xu didn't say anything more, too lazy to pay attention to this matter. Because next, they have more important things to do. This breath that keeps getting closer should be that person. Cang Xu sensed that there was a special soul fire approaching in their direction. This level of soul fire has far surpassed the previous supernova, and even no less inferior to the previous Kizaru. The entire Xiongdaibo Islands, with this level of strength, will not be much. In Cang Xu's memory, there should be only 1 or 2. Therefore, it is easy to guess who is coming here this time. A figure appeared in Cang Xu's heart. Just when Cang Xu guessed who would come, an old figure came swiftly from a distance and appeared in front of Cang Xu. This is an old man with white beard and hair, wearing round glasses, a straight scar on his right eye, and holding a metal hip flask in his hand. Really? Isn't this the old BD on Roger's boat? I didn't expect you to be here. Long time no see. Rayleigh, are you interested in playing with 21Me? Both Leatherfield and Bullet were a little surprised when they saw the arrival of the white-haired old man. Yes, the old man who came this time is Pluto Rayleigh. Pluto Rayleigh finally arrived and appeared in front of Cang Xu and others. It's been a long time, Leatherfield, Bullet, and Waldo. I didn't expect to meet you in this form. Rayleigh laughed and greeted Leatherfield's group of people. Then, Rayleigh's gaze slowly fell on Cang Xu among the few people. Unexpectedly, a real monster came to Chantibo Islands. I said, where did Conqueror's Haki come from? Pluto Rayleigh looked at Cang Xu with a flash of light in his eyes. In fact, he had guessed before, but when he actually saw Cang Xu, Pluto Rayleigh was still a little shocked. Because he really saw Cang Xu, he really felt the amazing breath from Cang Xu. Conqueror's haki, wrong, my power is not pure aura, you came just right, I have been looking for you for a long time, Pluto Rayleigh. Cang Xu shook his head slightly and looked at Pluto Rayleigh. His Ryotsu is not comparable to Conqueror's haki? Of course, Cang Xu did not intend to explain to Pluto Rayleigh in detail what kind of power Ryotsu is. However, Cang Xu's words surprised Pluto Rayleigh. You are looking for me. If you are planning to let me, like these old friends, accompany you to fool around, I think you probably think too much. Pluto Rayleigh's eyes flashed, looking at Letterfield and others behind Cang Xu, vaguely guessing what Cang Xu meant. In fact, Cang Xu's purpose can be seen by anyone with a discerning eye. Read more at hotuntelnovel.xyz. At this time, Cang Xu not only did not establish a pirate group, but also only gathered a few legendary characters around him. Although I don't know, what is Cang Xu's ultimate goal? However, the purpose of Cang Xu's search for him is already obvious. Obviously, Cang Xu intends to recruit him. Like Letterfield and others, I want him to join Cang Xu's camp. I have to say, Pluto Rayleigh is still very smart, and he immediately saw Cang Xu's plan? That's not necessarily. If you are interested, find a place and let's have a good chat. It just so happens that there is an old friend, I think you should want to see him. Cang Xu spread his hands slightly, his face was indifferent, and he seemed confident. Such performance made Pluto Rayleigh a little uncertain. Yes, Xiaqi's blackmail bar in Dock 13. It's my place. If you want to chat with me, let's go there. Rayleigh pondered slightly and made a decision. The situation here is a bit more complicated. If there is a conflict with Cang Xu and others here, I don't know what the result will be. What's more, Pluto Rayleigh is very curious about Cang Xu. For this reason, Rayleigh also wants to have a good chat with Cang Xu. He wanted to see what Cang Xu had come from and what plans he had. As for why the location was set at Xiaqi's blackmail bar, to be honest, the power of Cang Xu is a bit scary. Not only Letterfield, but even Bullet and Bondi Valdo, these guys, everyone is a lawless lord. Once the conflict broke out, he was not sure that he could retreat with his whole body. At this time, there is a helper who should be able to offset some of his pressure? Yes, what Rayleigh is thinking about is his wife Xiaqi. Although on the surface, Xiaqi is just a bar proprietress. However, she was also a great pirate decades ago, and was even pursued by Garp. Only later retired, so few people know her power. With the help of Xiaqi, once there is a conflict, they also have a chance to retreat. This is Rayleigh's idea. For this reason, he planned to take Cang Xu and others directly to Xiaqi's blackmail bar. Of course, Cang Xu has no objections to this decision. Thinking of this, Cang Xu and others followed Rayleigh towards the direction of Dock 13. Along the way, Cang Xu and others encountered no obstacles. Because it was possible to block Cang Xu and others, Cang Xu had already taken care of it. Soon, Cang Xu and others followed Rayleigh to Dock 13 and came to Xiaqi's blackmail bar. Xiaqi, I'm back, and I also brought back a few special guests. Rayleigh took a few people and walked directly into Xiaqi's blackmail bar, facing the counter. Said a woman who was smoking. This smoking woman is Rayleigh's wife Xiaqi. Ah, I didn't expect it to be Cang Xu, the great black-winged demon. He is indeed a very special guest. Xiaqi saw Cang Xu and others, and immediately recognized Cang Xu's identity. It's been a long time, Xiaqi. I didn't expect you to be here, Xiaqi, and also with the old B.D. Rayleigh. Several people in Letterfield greeted Xiaqi one after another, and they obviously knew Xiaqi too. In response, Xiaqi just took a puff of cigarette and did not say much, but instead focused on Cang Xu. Obviously, Xiaqi also knew that this was the real story. Okay, Cang Xu, the black-winged demon, didn't you mean that you want me to meet an old friend? Could it be that it is Letterfield behind you, or Bullet? Rayleigh looked at Cang Xu with a trace of doubt in his eyes. It stands to reason that he has met several people in Letterfield. The old friend mentioned by Cang Xu should not be someone in Bullet? That's why Rayleigh was a little puzzled. I don't know who Cang Xu's old friend is, but Rayleigh has a hunch that this old friend has a great relationship with him. Rayleigh is curious about who the old friend Cang Xu talks about is. Before introducing that old friend, I felt it necessary to explain one thing. First let me introduce, I can bring people back to life if certain conditions are met. In other words, I have partial authority over life and death. Cang Xu did not directly say who Rayleigh's old friend is. Instead, change the subject and say another thing. As soon as this sentence came out, both Rayleigh and Xiaqi's expressions changed drastically. You know, the abilities of life and death have always been very special. It can be said that this is beyond the ordinary devil fruit ability. Even Rayleigh has never seen any ability that can exceed the limit of life and death. No, Brook's Huang Quan fruit and Luo's Op fruit have similar abilities, but Brook and Luo's abilities are extremely limited, and they are very different from Cang Xu's abilities. For this reason, Rayleigh and Xiaqi were so shocked. However, Cang Xu did not care about the shock of the two, but continued to speak his own words. My ability can bring people back to life, and after leaving Impel down, guess where we went? Cang Xu asked Rayleigh suddenly. Regarding this matter, Rayleigh, who has been lingering in the casino, knows so much there. However, Rayleigh didn't know, but Xiaqi, an intelligence expert, knew. According to the news from the sea, you first went to the City of Seven Waters, then you went to the East China Sea, went to Logue Town, and even clashed with Garp. When Xiaoqi said this, her face changed drastically. In front of Cang Xu, Rayleigh's face also changed quickly. Obviously, both of them have guessed the truth. It is suspected that Cang Xu, who has the ability to resurrect, went to Donghai Lok Town. Is it possible? Tell me, is this true or false? Rayleigh's breath fluctuated violently. With bloodshot eyes in his eyes, he stared at Cang Xu closely. It seems that I want to get the answer he wants to hear from Cang Xu. Actually, you already guessed it, didn't you? Cang Xu smiled lightly, waved his big hand, and directly opened the solution space. A burly figure with 8 character who walked out of the space of Zikong? This is Roger. Master Cang Xu, it's been really long enough for you this time. I'm almost moldy in Hueco Mundo. Roger walked out of the solution space, still complaining a few words in his mouth. But when Roger saw Rayleigh, he was shocked. Although Rayleigh was a bit older, Roger recognized at a glance that this was his original partner. Read more at hotuntelnovel.xyz. Long time no see, Rayleigh. Roger smiled lightly, opened his arms, and said to Rayleigh, Roger, am I dreaming? You are really resurrected. With tears in his eyes and tears in his eyes, Rayleigh walked quickly to Roger and hugged Roger tightly. For Roger, he didn't feel how long had passed. After all, he was resurrected some time ago, and his concept of time is not very strong. But as far as Rayleigh is concerned, he has not seen his captain for more than 20 years. Rayleigh's mood will be so excited, this is also a normal thing. For this reason, Rayleigh burst into tears, and his mood fluctuates fiercely. After a long time, Rayleigh calmed down a bit. Roger, is this true? You are really resurrected. What is going on? Rayleigh looked at Roger suspiciously, wondering why Roger was resurrected. How should I say, this involves the soul. In short, my remaining soul was hollowed by Master Cang Xu, and then gradually evolved into something called Arankar, and then I was resurrected. Rayleigh and Roger were talking about the resurrection of Roger? Cang Xu did not interrupt this process, because Cang Xu believed that even if it was for Roger, Rayleigh could not leak it out. So in front of Rayleigh, there is no need to hide. After a while, Rayleigh understood what had happened. So that's the case, there are still such things happening, but in any case, Roger, you can be resurrected, this is the best thing. Rayleigh exhaled a foul breath and sighed slowly, although there are many twists and turns in this matter. But for Rayleigh, these things are not important. The most important thing, Roger is resurrected, and is back in this world again. This is the biggest surprise for Rayleigh. By the way, Rayleigh, do you know about Fire Fist Ace? Roger suddenly changed the subject and talked about Ace. Is it the Fire Fist of the Whitebeard pirates? I have heard a little. The Marine headquarters seems to have made up his mind to have a big battle with Whitebeard. Rayleigh nodded slightly, with a serious look, apparently also aware of this matter. After Roger's death, Whitebeard had a very important position in this ocean. Once something happens to the Whitebeard pirates, the pattern of the sea will usher in tremendous changes. According to Doflamingo's words, the hub that connects the times is broken, and the times are going violently. Rayleigh, Ace is my son. Roger said suddenly, throwing out a heavyweight news. When Roger said this, Rayleigh was stunned, completely speechless. Ace, the rising star of the past few years, is actually Roger's son. How could this be possible? No, think about it. With Roger's character, this is very possible. I want to meet Ace, so we will go to Marine headquarters and participate in that battle. Roger throws out a heavyweight news again. Cang Xu's party will go to the Marine headquarters to participate in the grand battle. In this way, the trend of this war will become confusing. And, as Roger won peace, once Roger appears on top of the war, it will cause a huge sensation. Rayleigh's face changed constantly, Qianzhao's, as if he was thinking about the outcome of this matter. If you want to take a trip to Marine headquarters, then I'll accompany you on a trip too. After a long time, Rayleigh exhaled a foul breath and slowly said a word. Roger wants to be dispatched, so naturally he can't watch it here. This is Rayleigh's idea. But this matter, Roger did not count. Whether to bring Rayleigh or not, Cang Xu has the final say. You are not one of us. If you really want to follow us to the Marine headquarters, then you need to enter our camp. So Rayleigh, what is your choice? Cang Xu spoke, looking at Rayleigh calmly. Now the truth of the matter, Rayleigh already knows. Next, Rayleigh should almost give Cang Xu an answer. One of the reasons Cang Xu came to the Shambord Islands was to absorb the top combat power of Rayleigh, and now, what should be known, Cang Xu has let Rayleigh understand, and then it is time for Rayleigh to make a choice. Roger, what do you think I should do? Cang Xu's words silenced Rayleigh. Rayleigh did not directly answer Cang Xu's question, but turned his head and looked at Roger beside him. Roger, Cang Xu, and others have been together for a long time, so naturally they know Cang Xu better. So he wanted to know what Roger had. Most importantly, Rayleigh trusts Roger very much, the kind he trusts 100%. Roger's words have a great effect on him. To be honest, this is very useful for Cang Xu. As long as he hints at Roger and asks Roger to guide Rayleigh, he can easily get a top combat power. However, Cang Xu did not do this, because he wanted to see Roger's thoughts and Rayleigh's plans. How should I say, if it were me, I would definitely say good things from Master Cang Xu. So I won't give you any advice on this matter, just do it according to your own ideas. Roger scratched his head and said helplessly. How should I say, joining Cang Xu's command has great benefits, but there are also certain limitations. Needless to say the benefits. Transformation into Arrancar, mastering the power of Minos Grande, can get a lot of improvement. This is true. Roger can feel it since he was resurrected. His strength is increasing day by day, and he is far from reaching his current limit. This is an incredible experience for Roger. It can be said that this is a benefit brought by Arrancar. But on the other hand, once transformed into Arrancar, he will be completely loyal to Cang Xu. It can only be said that this matter has both good and bad sides. So he will not give Rayleigh any advice, let Rayleigh choose by himself. For a moment, Rayleigh fell silent, thinking about his plan. Soon, Rayleigh had a decision. I've decided, please give me some advice in the future. Rayleigh said seriously, speaking out his decision. As Roger's deputy captain, how could he leave Roger? So Rayleigh decided, like Roger, to transform into Arrancar's state. This is Rayleigh's choice. You made a smart decision. Cang Xu nodded slightly, a smile appeared in his eyes. Cang Xu can naturally see that Roger is a very important reason for Rayleigh's decision. It can be said that Rayleigh came for Roger, not for him. However, Cang Xu doesn't care. Because after Hollow, once Rayleigh transforms into Arrancar, he will completely surrender to Cang Xu. Read more at hotuntelnovel.xyz. This is a fixed effect brought by the Hollow skill. For this reason, Cang Xu is not worried about what double-hearted situations will occur. Once Rayleigh becomes Arrancar, then his loyal first object will be transformed into Cang Xu. To put it bluntly, what Cang Xu needs now is that Rayleigh should submit to him. As for the subsequent situation, there is no need to worry about anything. Because of the effect of the Hollow skill, I helped Cang Xu to solve this problem a long time ago. This is the idea of Cang Xu. Rayleigh chooses to transform, so the next thing becomes much simpler. Therefore, Cang Xu intends to directly help Rayleigh transform. And what is needed first is the soul of Rayleigh. This is not difficult. Rayleigh has 100% confidence in Roger. So when Roger started to shake Rayleigh's life, Rayleigh didn't even have the idea of avoiding it. Hollow. Cang Xu started to hollow Rayleigh's soul directly. Afterwards, Cang Xu directly opened the solution space and let Rayleigh into the solution space. Although not long ago, Cang Xu hollowed the souls of supernovas, allowing them to enter the void space and devour other ordinary voids. However, there are a lot of ordinary emptiness stored in Cang Xu's solution space. In the Devil's Triangle before, Cang Xu has gained a lot. Although the swordsman Ryoma and Captain John were transformed into Arrancar, some of the ordinary virtuals were used, but there was still a lot of surplus. Even after coming to the Xiangdebo Islands, Cang Xu was the first time to absorb the undead of the whole Xiangdebo Islands into the space of liberation. For this reason, the amount of ordinary virtual items stored by Cang Xu is still sufficient, and there will be no shortage. Therefore, Cang Xu directly let Rayleigh's soul transformed into the void space, swallowing other ordinary voids. As for the emptiness of the supernova souls, Cang Xu naturally asked them to stop temporarily. After all, the current priority level is naturally imaginary by Rayleigh's soul. After all, the imaginary that Rayleigh's soul transforms, the probability of growing to Arrancar is far higher than that of supernovas. Soon, with Rayleigh's imaginary swallowing, its soul aura quickly rose. Roar! With a roar, Rayleigh's imaginary breath came to the current peak and began to evolve. Without any accident, Rayleigh's soul was transformed into a virtual reality, successfully promoted to the level of Kylian and transformed into Rayleigh Kylian. At this point, Cang Xu did not have any surprises. Because this is an inevitable result, continue to devour, let your strength grow up as soon as possible. Cang Xu continued to give orders to let Rayleigh Kylian continue to devour and grow in a higher direction. For a time, Rayleigh, who had evolved into Kylian, continued to devour ordinary emptiness. Kylian, transformed into the soul of Rayleigh, grows up quickly again. After a short period of time, and I don't know how many ordinary voids have been swallowed, Rayleigh Kylian's soul breath has finally reached a critical point. You are Pluto Rayleigh, the deputy captain of One Piece Roger. Cang Xu took the initiative to help Rayleigh Kylian to restore his memory and help him recall past events. Roar! Suddenly, Kylian, who was transformed by Rayleigh's soul, let out a roar. I am Silver Rayleigh, Roger. A hoarse growl came from Rayleigh Kylian's mouth. At the same time, a bright light slowly emerged, covering the virtual body of Rayleigh Kylian. The breath of Rayleigh Kylian is also changing rapidly. After a while, when all the breath had disappeared, an old man with white beard and hair, wearing round glasses and a straight scar on his right eye, appeared in front of everyone. This is Pluto Rayleigh. Compared with before, Rayleigh now has a western straight sword on his waist. The original round glasses have become a pair of white glasses. These white skeletal glasses are exactly the characteristic of Rayleigh's Arrancar. Rayleigh was resurrected again, resurrected as Arrancar, and appeared in front of everyone again. Great, Master Lei, I thought you couldn't come back. Xiaoqi came to Rayleigh and plunged directly into Rayleigh's arms. To be honest, there is nothing more worried about Rayleigh than Xiaoqi. Although she didn't say anything, she had already planned the worst. Fortunately, Rayleigh was resurrected again and appeared in front of her, which is a blessing for ominous omen. Don't worry, I'm fine, isn't this great? Ha ha ha, it really is an interesting thing. Rayleigh comforted Xiaoqi. After a while, Rayleigh came to Cang Xu again. How does it feel to be reborn in the form of Arrancar? Cang Xu looked at Rayleigh and asked. Very good, I seem to feel that my physical fitness seems to have recovered. Sure enough, Arrancar's power is very special, maybe I can return to my original peak state. Rayleigh sighed, with a gleam in his eyes. To be honest, Rayleigh at this age is not at his peak. This is also inevitable. You know, Rayleigh is 76 years old, even a few years older than Whitebeard. Whitebeard's physical fitness is degraded, no longer at his peak state. Rayleigh's situation, why not, it is the same, the physical function has long been degraded. But even so, in the original book, the 76-year-old Pluto Rayleigh can still fight Kizaru and even cross the calm belt. This shows how powerful Rayleigh is. And now, Rayleigh has transformed into an Arrancar state, and his physical fitness will slowly return to its peak, even surpassing what he used to be. By that time, what height Rayleigh's strength will grow to? Cang Xu expressed his curiosity. In fact, this situation is not only owned by Rayleigh. It should be said that the existence of their legendary ranks all have such problems. For example, Letterfield, Bondi Valdo, and others. For this reason, Cang Xu wanted to recruit them. This is a ready-made top combat power, and even has a certain degree of growth. When they grow up, their strength will reach a very high level. At that time, Cang Xu's subordinates will have a group of top powerhouses. This is not comparable to the original locks. Cang Xu will surpass the previous locks and become the true uncrowned king? Well, in the next few days, just stay here for the time being, and wait until the war comes. Wait until the war begins, we will go to Marine headquarters again. Rayleigh, you can also take advantage of these few days to get acquainted with your own strength. Cang Xu opened his mouth and said the next arrangement. His purpose in coming to the Champagne Islands is nothing more than 2. 1. Rayleigh. 2. Top wars. Now, he has successfully brought Rayleigh into his command. So Cang Xu's remaining goal is the upcoming war on the top. Therefore, Cang Xu does not intend to leave the Champagne Islands before the war on the top begins. Read more at hotuntilnovel.xyz. Rayleigh can take advantage of this opportunity to get acquainted with his new body. In this regard, Letterfield, Roger, and others will naturally not have any objections. In the next few days, Cang Xu and others stayed on the Champagne Islands for the time being, quietly waiting for the arrival of the war at the top. At the same time, when Cang Xu transformed Rayleigh and took Rayleigh into his command, Kizaru also returned to Marine headquarters. I'm sorry, Marshal Sengoku, my mission has failed again. When Kizaru came to the Marshal's office and said this to Marshal Sengoku, Sengoku almost went violently. What's the matter? Didn't you let you arrest those supernovae? You can't even get the supernovae. Sengoku had a suspicious expression on his face. Can't take Cang Xu and others, this is normal. After all, Cang Xu and others are terrifying, most of them are legendary strengths, and they are very powerful. But what do supernovas say? Those are newcomers? If you can't get a supernova, do you still qualify for Admiral? Marshal Sengoku expressed his doubts. It's a bit complicated. I met Cang Xu, the Black Wing Demon. It's like this. Kizaru gave a wry smile and slowly said the matter. When Kizaru finished speaking, Marshal Sengoku had nothing to say. Cang Xu and others are also eyeing the supernova, which is something he didn't expect. To be honest, if Cang Xu is to recruit supernovae, this is possible. However, according to Kizaru's description, almost all the supernovas that arrived in the Xiongtibo Islands died in the hands of Cang Xu and others. As a result, Marshal Sengoku was a little puzzled. Dedicated to intercept and kill this supernova in the Xiongtibo Islands. What kind of way is this? Look for flowers. Marshal Sengoku can't understand it. It is impossible that Cang Xu, the big black wing demon, appeared in conscience and wanted to help Marine headquarters to solve the troubles on the sea, so this supernova was wiped out? Don't be funny, Sengoku doesn't believe it himself? But in this way, this thing is very weird. What a difficult guy, what exactly does Cang Xu want to do? Forget it, this matter is temporarily suppressed, as long as it can be suppressed. The top priority now is the execution of Huoquan Ace. After the criminal case is over, we will deal with this matter again. Sengoku said with a headache. The matter of the war is enough for him to have a headache, and now it involves Cang Xu and others. 0. To be honest, Marshal Sengoku really cares about this. After all, he has no good impressions of celestial dragons. For this reason, Marshal Sengoku chose a more rascal approach. Drag the word tactics. Delay as much time as possible. All things, wait until after the top war. As long as we win the war, we can give the world government an explanation at that time. I believe that the world government should not be too embarrassed by the Marine headquarters. This is the idea of Marshal Sengoku. Naturally, Kizaru wouldn't say much about this, because he didn't have to face Cang Xu and others. This is the best result for him. Anyway, he was just an office worker who clocked in to go to work, and the sky fell and the people on it were holding him. For a time, Marine headquarters temporarily slowed down the wanted for Cang Xu. This situation, on the contrary, brought peace between Cang Xu and Marine headquarters. This is also a special state. However, both sides have a tacit understanding, and there is no trouble to both sides. Time passed slowly, and a few days passed in a hurry. With everyone watching, it finally came to the execution day of Huoquan Ace. The Marine headquarters has been fully prepared to gather 100,000 elite soldiers, waiting for the arrival of the Whitebeard pirate group. The war is about to start. Marine headquarters, Marine Vander. In the square of Marine Vatican, there are many Marine soldiers. 100,000 elites gathered from various Marine branches and gathered at Marine headquarters. As well as on the city wall, Shishibukai dressed in different kinds of people looked at the harbor quietly one by one. This is the Marine headquarters, the lineup gathered to deal with the war. Clang, Accompanied by a sound of metal crashing, Fire Fist Ace, with sea stone handcuffs on his hands and feet, was taken to the execution platform by Marine soldiers. All Marine soldiers quietly watched the Fire Fist Ace on the execution stage. Everyone knows that this is the fuse of the war, and a grand war is coming. Is this Roger's son? He looks a little embarrassed. Letterfield, don't say that my son of 880 inherited the blood of Laozi. Ace must be the best. On a bunker near the square, 3 figures are hidden here, observing the situation of the execution platform square. The man on the left, with a mustache, looks heroic. The figure on the right, with white beard and hair, looks a little aloof. The man in the middle has 2 conspicuous tear marks on his face. This is Cang Xu, Roger, and Letterfield. Yes, Cang Xu and others have come to Malin Fan Duo. On the arrival of Ace's execution day, Cang Xu left the Champs Islands directly to the Marine headquarters. Moreover, Cang Xu and others arrived sooner than the Whitebeard pirates. After all, Cang Xu has been looking forward to this top war for a long time. How could he miss it? As for Bullet and others, Cang Xu let them stay in the solution space temporarily. After all, the goals of Cang Xu and others are too conspicuous. Once there are more people, Marine will definitely notice. However, the bunker where Cang Xu and others are located belongs to the position of a scout. It is condescending and is an excellent viewing spot. The probability of being discovered is not high. As for the original scout, Cang Xu has long been thrown into the solution space. Okay, don't make noise. Give me a low profile before the war begins. Cang Xu whispered and berated the 2 of them slightly, so that they could shut up. Then, Cang Xu looked in the direction of the city wall. Compared with all his attention, Roger, who is on his son Ace, Cang Xu pays more attention to Shishibukai on the city wall and San Admiral from Marine headquarters, Hawkeye Dracule My Hawk, Bartholomew Kuma, the Tyrant Bear, Boa Hancock, Don Quixote Doflamingo. Read more at hotuntelnovel.xyz. There are 4 people in total. Is this what Shishibukai is like? This lineup is a bit unexpected. Looking at Shishibukai on the city wall, Cang Xu has a ray of light in his eyes. To be honest, the lineup in front of you is a little shabby compared to the original. Sir Crocodile and Haixia Jinbei had nothing to say. No matter in the original book or now, there are no 2 of them. Needless to say, Sir Crocodile, he was the first Shishibukai to be cleaned up. It's just that Luffy, a Straw Hat, did it in the original book, but now it's Cang Xu doing it. As for Haixia Jinbei's situation, nothing has changed. If Cang Xu didn't guess wrong, Seaman Jinbei should be in Impel Down now. After all, he was the first to resist Shishabukai's mandatory convening order, so Marine headquarters will naturally kill the chickens. So, Seaman Jinbei was thrown into Impel Down. As for the other Shishibukai, some are within Cang Xu's expectations, but some are beyond Cang Xu's expectations. For example, Boa Hancock and Blackbeard Teach. As for Boa Hancock, to be honest, Cang Xu's arrival was a little unexpected. After all, in the original book, Hancock also opposed the mandatory convening order from Marine headquarters. Later, Hancock agreed because Wang Luffy flew celestial dragons. But now, when Cang Xu wiped out celestial dragons, the Straw Hat pirates hadn't arrived at the Champs Islands. It stands to reason that Luffy and the Straw Hat should miss out with the Empress Hancock. Therefore, why Hancock still came to Marine headquarters is something that Cang Xu didn't know. In fact, the reason why Hancock came to Marine headquarters is also related to Cang Xu. The news of Celestial Dragon's death cannot be covered up. Although Marshal Sengoku, there was a delay for a while, but the death of the nobles in the world, I still want to leak it out. For this reason, it caused a lot of shock. One of the most shocking is Hancock. In order to find the truth, figure out who killed Celestial Dragons. Hancock only agreed, and Marines Shishibukai summoned an order to come to Marines headquarters and participate in the war on top. As for Blackbeard, to be honest, Cang Xu didn't expect it to, because Blackbeard at this time is not here either. It stands to reason that Impel Down has been harmed by Cang Xu, and it has no value for a long time. Even if Blackbeard goes to Impel Down, there should be no gain. Therefore, why Blackbeard is not here, Cang Xu is also a little curious. Tatada? Just when Cang Xu was thinking wildly, Marshal Sengoku, wearing the Marine Justice robe, with a phone bug in his hand, slowly came to the execution platform and stood beside Huoquan Ace. Today, Marine headquarters will execute the pirate, Porgas D. Ace, but before the execution, there is one special thing that needs to be announced. The reason why Huoquan Ace was executed was because of his special background. Ace, say your father's name. Marshal Sengoku looked at Fire Fist Ace beside him, and said to the phone bug, my father has only one person, and that is Whitebeard. No, your father is One Piece, Gold Roger. When Marshal Sengoku said this, everyone in 5.2 was shocked. Whether it is the 100,000 elite marines in the port, or the Shishibukai who have been recruited, or the countless civilians on the opposite side of the phone worm, everyone was shocked. No one thought that One Piece Roger would actually have heirs. Boom! At this time, there was a roar, and 3 pirate boats shaped like whales emerged from the surface of the harbor. On the deck of the main ship, a row of powerful figures stood. In the middle is a burly old man with a white beard in the shape of a mysterious moon. The Whitebeard Pirates is here. Whitebeard is here. Whitebeard Pirates vs Marine 100,000 Elite. Roger utterly disappointed. The Whitebeard of Dammit actually accepted my pirate as a godson. In the bunker, Roger gritted his teeth and looked at the Whitebeard pirates that emerged from the water. Just now, Roger naturally heard the conversation between Sengoku and Ace. That's why Roger is so tasty at this time. This is his son, but Ace does not recognize his identity, saying that he has only one father, and that is Whitebeard. This sentence almost made Roger unstretched. Fortunately, Cang Xu's mandatory order made Roger temporarily suppress his mood. Otherwise, Roger would have rushed out long ago. It's a pity that Roger can't violate Cang Xu's orders at all, so he can only continue watching here. The Whitebeard pirates are here. Whitebeard is here. Tisk tusk tusk. I didn't expect it to appear from under the sea. The strongest man in the world is here. This battle is destined to be inevitable. At the same time, when the Whitebeard pirate group appeared, all the marine soldiers on the square were shocked. People have not yet appeared. Just by relying on this banner, there is such an effect. Perhaps only the Whitebeard pirate group has such prestige. Sengoku, we haven't seen each other in decades. Is my lovely son all right? Whitebeard is holding the supreme sharp sword 12 workers Kanjayun cut, and slowly walks to the head of the beluga sailboat. Looking in the direction of the port, shout to Marshal Sengoku, "Father, why are you here? Why are you here for a guy like me?" Ace was hysterical and shouted at the Whitebeard pirates. "Don't be stupid, Ace, you are my son." Whitebeard let out a big laugh, and directly cut the supreme sharp sword in his hand and inserted it on the deck. Then, Whitebeard shook his palm into a fist, mobilized shock fruit's power, and slammed 2 heavy hammers into the atmosphere. Boom, click. With the sound of breaking, cracks appeared in the atmosphere. Then, the shock of horror turned into a huge wave and swept toward Marine headquarters. This terrifying huge wave is even higher than the Marine headquarters, covering the sky and covering the Marine headquarters. Whitebeard started, directly using shock fruit's ability to give Marine headquarters, which brought an astonishing disaster. It is foreseeable that once this terrifying wave will be completely blasted down, it is estimated that the entire Marine headquarters will suffer an astonishing impact. It really is Newgate. After so many years, I didn't expect to have such strength. Read more at hotuntelnovel.xyz. Among the bunker, Letterfield sighed with emotion. After all, he had also played against Whitebeard back then, so he naturally knew what Whitebeard's strength had reached. Wrong, strong outside and doing the middle. I'm afraid Whitebeard's body is already weakened to a certain extent. Cang Xu flashed his eyes and slowly said a word. Although Cang Xu hasn't seen it, Whitebeard's power at his peak. However, just by relying on Whitebeard's trick, Cang Xu can see something. Obviously, Whitebeard's strength should have declined a lot. Otherwise, the power of the earthquake is more than just this. What do you think, Roger? Letterfield spoke suddenly and looked at Roger next to him, wanting to see what Roger thinks of Whitebeard. However, Roger at this time became extremely silent and did not return to the question of Letterfield. Cang Xu glanced at Roger, but didn't say much. He could naturally see that Roger at this time seemed to be in a bad mood. However, it is normal for Roger to suffer from gains and losses like this. No way, the conversation between Whitebeard and Ace just now gave him a lot of excitement, although he had a slight disagreement with Whitebeard about accepting his child as a godson. But Roger does not admit that Whitebeard is more qualified than him to become Ace's father. He can feel Whitebeard's care for Ace. For this reason, Roger's emotions are so strange. This was the first time he felt that he was not a qualified father. Naturally, Cang Xu wouldn't say much about this. After all, Roger needs to adjust it himself. Ice Age. When Cang Xu is here, watching Roger's situation, the situation on the battlefield has come to another focus. Aokiji, one of Admiral, started, and directly used the power of ice to completely turn the huge waves raised by Whitebeard into a huge ice sculpture. What's more, Admiral Aokiji took this opportunity to directly attack Whitebeard. A series of ice spears attacked Whitebeard. However, this has no effect at all for Whitebeard. Admiral Aokiji was beaten into the harbor by Whitebeard all at once. Because of Aokiji's fall into the sea, the entire sea was frozen. An ice battlefield suddenly began to take shape. Aokiji is such a good person. He actually created a place for us to stay. Taking advantage of this opportunity, one rushed into the square to save Ace Fire Fist. The pirates of the Whitebeard pirate group flew, shouted one after another, took their weapons, and jumped directly onto the ice surface. Stepping on the surface of the ice condensed by Aokiji, start to attack the square of Marin Vander. The 887 pirates of the Whitebeard pirate group have begun to attack, counterattack. Exterminate the pirates, this is our justice. Attack, attack, destroy the pirates. The pirates start to attack, and the Marines will naturally not fall behind. Following the command of the generals, the Marines began to attack. There was a roar, and the artillery shells continued to fall down. There are even some Marine generals who rushed directly down the high platform, holding weapons in their hands, and fighting with the pirates. Marine 100,000 Elite, the battle with the Whitebeard pirate group, was completely ignited. For a time, countless fights appeared on the entire battlefield. At this time, the Marin Vatican Square has truly become a meat grinder. Every minute, someone is injured, even directly killed. Scarlet became the main theme on the battlefield. At this point, it almost never appeared in the original work, but it really appeared in front of Cang Xu at this time. This is war. The real war? And this kind of war makes Cang Xu excited. because he can perceive that countless high-quality souls are constantly being produced. With the progress of the top war, casualties gradually began to appear. Whether it's a marine soldier or a pirate of the Whitebeard pirate group, people are beginning to die. For Cang Xu, this soul that gradually began to appear is a good harvest. After all, for Cang Xu, the more souls, the better. The more high-quality souls, the more soul points Cang Xu can obtain. But this is not enough, I want more souls. Cang Xu murmured and said his thoughts. In the original book, the war on the top seems fierce. But really speaking, it hasn't reached the level of complete explosion. Because there are two turning points in the original work. The first turning point was the injury of Whitebeard. Because Whitebeard was attacked by one of his pirate captains, the Vortex Spider Squad. The sneak attack of Squad, the giant Vortex Spider, caused Whitebeard's combat power to be greatly damaged. For this reason, the Whitebeard pirate group behind was immediately unstable and began to continue to rout. Until the end, Whitebeard fell directly. Another turning point is the arrival of the red-haired Shanks. Originally, the soldiers at Marine headquarters should continue to hunt down the remnants of the Whitebeard pirates, but because of the Red Hair's intervention, the war ended directly. It can be said that these are two turning points. Because of these two turning points, leading to the end of the top war, and because of these two turning points, the casualties of the two armies are actually not too exaggerated. Needless to say, Marine, some ordinary soldiers died, and all senior generals were intact. Neither Lieutenant General nor Admiral had any casualties. Even the loss of the 100,000 elites gathered by Marine is almost negligible. The situation with the Whitebeard pirates is similar. Although some of the minions died, but the number is not very large. The only ones who really died were Whitebeard and Fire Fist Ace. As for the captains of the Whitebeard pirates, and 43 New World pirates, they didn't have too many injuries. Otherwise, the casualties of the war will continue to expand. However, this is not what Cang Xu wants to see. The results of the Whitebeard pirates and the results of Marine headquarters have nothing to do with Cang Xu. What Cang Xu wants is to bring this war to the top and bring him more soul points. Read more at hotmatilnovel.xyz. This is the idea of Cang Xu. So, the best development situation is the strength of the Whitebeard pirate regiment and the strength of Marine headquarters strike a balance. Then, the two sides continue to consume each other. The more they consume, the more soul points they can provide to Cang Xu. This is Cang Xu's plan. Ace, I want to save you out. Rumble. Just as Cang Xu was thinking about how to detonate this big battle, a rugged loud noise came. This is a burly giant with pale green skin and a figure that far exceeds the rest of the giants. Its huge body is even comparable to the demon Oz that Cang Xu and others saw on the terrifying three-masted sailing ship before. In fact, this is the descendant of the demon Oz, the Little Oz Jr. with the name of the Little Oz. Junior Ozzy rushed to the square, wanting to rush into the square. However, with Shishabukai's blocking, Junior Oz Jr. couldn't break through the defense at all. Even under Shishabukai's attack, Little Oz was hit hard and slowly fell towards the wall. Good chance. Cang Xu's eyes were faintly bright, and he seized this opportunity instantly, facing the direction where Junior Oz was, and quietly shot a few virtual bullets in the direction of Junior Oz. Although during this time, Cang Xu did not specifically improve his strength. However, Cang Xu has been deepening his control of skills. Now, Cang Xu has extremely high control over his virtual bullets. For example, hide the light of the virtual bullet. Originally, the virtual bullet was a quick attack method. After concealing the light, at the speed of the virtual bullet, it is even more difficult to find. Boom! With the fall of Junior Oz, the virtual bullets played by Cang Xu also exploded directly under Junior Oz. The loud rumbling sound rang on the wall in an instant. A huge gap appeared in the city wall of Malenvander Square in an instant. How is it possible that a Little Oz Jr. can have such a big impact? On the execution stage, Marshal Sengoku was a little surprised. Because the destructive power of Junior Oz Jr. seemed a little beyond his expectations. Logically speaking, even if Junior Oz is huge, he shouldn't have such a destructive power after falling down. However, just now, everyone's attention was not at the feet of Junior Oz Jr. In addition, the most special thing about virtual bombs is that amazing speed, and I didn't notice Cang Xu's few virtual bombs at all. So, even if Sengoku feels something is wrong, but within a short period of time, nothing was wrong. However, the battlefield situation is changing rapidly. Marshal Sengoku has not had much time, slowly thinking about why this happened. What he is thinking is whether this situation of Oz will bring any changes to the situation. In fact, this change is not a good thing for Marine headquarters. Because Marshal Sengoku made a plan before, preparing to trap the pirates of the Whitebeard pirate group in the harbor, and then bomb them. However, when Junior Oz Jr. did this, there was a loophole in his siege method. It is estimated that it will be difficult to succeed. In fact, Sengoku's worries are correct. There are already some pirates, from the corpse of Junior Oz Jr., on the way out, ready to rush into the square of Malenvander. The little ones, the gap made by Oz, rushed into the square. Whitebeard is also a veteran on the battlefield. Naturally, he will not miss such an opportunity. Shanyo's meeting and give orders to the pirates under his command. For a time, countless pirates rushed directly into the square from the road that Oz drove directly. Originally, Marine soldiers could also bombard the pirates in the harbor through the fort on the wall. However, when the pirates rushed into the square, their advantage was directly lost. the soldiers can only take up their weapons and start a head-on battle with the pirates who stormed the square. With a frontal battle, the casualty rate of both sides will continue to increase. For a time, the casualties of the Marine headquarters and the Whitebeard pirate group are constantly increasing, and this is exactly what Cang Xu wants to see. Only by fighting fiercely between the two sides can they bring him a lot of soul points. Cang Xu's gains are constantly improving. Breakthrough, this is the right way. Above the bunker, watching the pirates rushing into the square, Cang Xu smiled. To escalate the battle situation is Cang Xu's goal. In fact, Cang Xu also knows that his actions just now are not so perfect, and it can even be said that there are big loopholes. Give Sengoku some time and he must be able to see some clues. However, the current Marin Vatican has become a battlefield. On the battlefield, everything changes quickly. Marshal Sengoku at this time had no thoughts at all to care about so many things. What he is concerned about is only the changes in the war, so in a short time, Sengoku should not react. And this so-called short time is enough for Cang Xu. For a time, fierce battles were going on in the square. It seems something is wrong. On the execution stage, Marshal Sengoku was condescending, looking down at the entire battlefield, frowning slightly. With his eyes, he naturally felt something was wrong. However, now is not the time to think too much, because Whitebeard has already commanded the pirates on the battlefield, constantly approaching in the direction of the execution stand. Damn it, the pirates broke into the square. It would be no good if they were close to the execution platform. It's time to use a secret weapon. If the order continues, shut down all the telecasts, let the pacifists of the scientific force dispatch out, and also execute the execution of Huoquan Ace in advance. Marshal Sengoku flashed a decision, ready to start execution Ace. But before that, they still need to close the broadcast of the execution. Like the original book, the execution of Huoquan Ace still has a phone worm broadcast. However, the next Marine headquarters is about to use secret weapons and pacifists, so naturally it is not suitable for broadcasting. For this reason, Marshal Sengoku made a decisive decision, ready to enter the next stage. For a time, the signals of the 3 broadcast channels began to be cut off. However, there is a rebroadcast channel that cannot be cut off. Because there was a phone worm, for some reason, it has disappeared on the ground. I don't know where it went. It would be a shame if such an interesting thing is cut off. Cang Xu murmured, looking at the direction of the battlefield. A flash of light flashed in his eyes. Yes, this matter is the work of Cang Xu. In the original book, because of Buggy's comical, a phone bug was not cut off by mistake. Cang Xu has some impressions of this. For this reason, before coming here, Cang Xu kept a hand a little and moved a telecast phone worm to another location. Facts have proved that this is a correct decision, because in Cang Xu's plan, he originally planned to take advantage of this opportunity to let his power really come to the world. So, how could Cang Xu allow the telecast of the phone worm to be cut off? This incident made Marshal Sengoku very depressed, but he couldn't find the location of the remaining phone bug. Ace, I'm here to save you. At this moment, a loud voice came from the direction of the sky. Read more at hotuntelnovel.xyz. A lion-headed pirate ship landed from the sky. This is the pirate ship of the Straw Hat Pirates. The Straw Hat Pirates is here. After knowing the news that Fire Fist Ace was going to be executed, Straw Hat Luffy took his crew directly to the Marine headquarters, wanting to rescue Ace. This is really interesting. Looking at the Straw Hat Pirates group falling from the frozen wave, Cang Xu's eyes have a ray of light. Although some things have been changed beyond recognition, but there are some things still returned to the original track. Although the killing of celestial dragons was staged ahead of schedule, the Straw Hat Pirates was not broken up. However, Straw Hat Luffy still came to Marine headquarters, wanting to rescue Fire Fist Ace. Of course, for this matter, Cang Xu only glanced at it for a while, and then he didn't pay much attention to it. Because the current Straw Hat Luffy is so weak that it can't make any waves, why should Cang Xu pay too much attention to it? It can be said that the emergence of the Straw Hat Pirate group makes both parties in the fight a little bit unexpected. But they did not dislike how big the waves were, and were quickly overwhelmed by the frenzy of the war, involved in the endless battle. Go ahead and let the 43 pirate groups burst into the square with all their strength. On the mobile, Whitebeard held a phone bug in his hand, commanding the pirate captains under his command. All of a sudden, the 43 New World pirate groups brought by the Whitebeard pirate group began to rush toward the square. The chaotic battle is constantly going on. At this moment, a middle-aged man with a big sword and a spider tattoo on his head came to the deck of the Moby DK. This is Scudder the Great Vortex Spider. Squard, is there something? Whitebeard turned his head back slightly, and after taking a look at Scuyard, he looked at the battlefield again, not guarding Scuyard at all. After all, Whitebeard is more concerned about the situation on the entire battlefield. Father, I want to ask you something. Do you really plan to give up all of us in exchange for Ace's life? Scuyard, the giant vortex spider, is holding a long sword and stabs Whitebeard's back directly. Boom! At this time, a tiny beam of light appeared instantaneously, directly interrupting the long sword in the hands of the giant vortex spider Scuyard. That's not good. If you succeed, this battle will be boring. In the bunker, Cang Xu looked calm and whispered, looking at the positions of Whitebeard and Scuyard. Yes, this is exactly what Cang Xu did. This is not to say that Cang Xu is a good person who wants to help Whitebeard defeat the Marine headquarters. As Cang Xu said before, there are two major turning points in this battle. Cang Xu doesn't want to see Whitebeard get hurt so quickly. If Whitebeard is injured too soon, then the morale of the Whitebeard pirates will decline and it will be defeated. Then, this battle is worthless. This is not what Cang Xu wants to see. For this reason, Cang Xu has been paying attention to the situation of Whitebeard. Seeing that the vortex spider wanted to sneak attack on Whitebeard, Cang Xu directly smashed his weapon. That's why we have the current situation. Schoolyard, what are you doing? You actually want to attack Daddy. The other crew members of the Whitebeard pirate group have already discovered the situation here. Especially the captain of the first team, Marco, came to Whitebeard in an instant, looking at the giant vortex spider Schoolyard angrily. Marco, don't blame Schoolyard. I know the entanglement in his heart. But remember for me, Schoolyard, you will always be my son. Whitebeard shook his head, did not blame Schoolyard, but hugged him in his arms. Squard suddenly broke down and cried, confessing his mistake to Whitebeard. When it stabilized, Whitebeard turned his head and looked at Marshal Sengoku angrily. How dare to use my son? Sengoku, you guys have completely offended me. Whitebeard let out an angry roar, wrapped his hands around this semi-transparent light ball, and slammed a shocking punch at the Marine headquarters. Click. The atmosphere collapsed instantly. Whitebeard was angry, and because of the anger in his heart, he started directly. Whitebeard personally participated in the battle. The war was completely ignited. Rumble? When Whitebeard did it, all Marine soldiers realized what real power is. The ability to directly shatter the atmosphere, turned into a terrifying shock, swept toward the Marine headquarters like a torrent of shock. The aftermath of the impact directly smashed into pieces of buildings. Even the ground has cracks. Damn it, why did it fail? With Whitebeard's trust in his subordinates, it shouldn't have failed. Looking at the angry Whitebeard, Marshal Sengoku had a headache. To be honest, it is not a day or two for Marine headquarters to design various plans for Whitebeard. A long time ago, there was a special team in Marine headquarters, constantly analyzing the situation of Whitebeard, including Whitebeard's temperament and habits, etc. Find out Whitebeard's weaknesses. Through the analysis of Whitebeard, a suitable sneak attack plan was worked out, and even an object suitable for instigation was selected. It can be said that this sneak attack plan was carefully calculated. It stands to reason that the people who instigated the Whitebeard pirate group, secretly attacked Whitebeard and injured Whitebeard, should have a 90% success rate. However, the current situation told him that their plan had failed again. However, the current situation is already very tense. Whitebeard personally participated in the battle, instantly raising the level of this battle by several levels. In order to prevent Whitebeard from massacring the Marine soldiers, Marshal Sengoku directly ordered Akainu Admiral to stop Whitebeard. As for the other two admirals, they are also entangled with the captains of each squad at this time. For a time, the situation was under certain control, but having said that, Marshal Sengoku was very depressed. I don't know why, since the beginning of this war, he hasn't felt the time to go smoothly. Every time, when they start a certain project, they always get some strange obstacles. Although it seems that these obstructions are all coincidences, Marshal Sengoku always feels something is wrong. Moreover, the more the number of failures, the more likely it is that Marshal Sengoku feels something is wrong. This thing is not right. Why does this happen? Marshal Sengoku frowned, thinking about the reason for this. To be honest, he always felt that he was very close to the truth. Just a flash of inspiration, you can know the final truth. Whitebeard was not injured and joined the battlefield personally. The current situation is not very good for Marine headquarters. If at this time, another big power comes in, it's probably not good for Marine headquarters. Marshal Sengoku murmured in his heart. Wait, the third-party power, the Champagne Islands. Let me investigate the situation in the Xiangtibo Islands. I want to know the latest developments of Cang Xu, the Blackwing Demon. Marshal Sengoku took out a phone worm and issued a new order. Obviously, Marshal Sengoku had guessed something. It's just this matter. He couldn't believe it. Read more at hotuntelnovel.xyz. If it is Cang Xu's side, he really participated in this battle. That's not good news for Marine headquarters. Marshal Sengoku, there is news from the Xiangdebo Islands that no warship has left the Xiangdebo Islands and headed for Malin Vander. Soon, a voice came from the phone worm. To be honest, Marshal Sengoku has also been staring at the situation of Cang Xu and others. It should be said that in addition to watching the other 3-4 emperors, he also kept an eye on Cang Xu and others. Even Sengoku sent people to stare at the route between Shandabo Islands and Malin Vatican. Always follow the trends of Cang Xu and others. However, no matter whether it was before or now, there was no report of Cang Xu and others sailing on the other side of the Xiangdebo Islands. But even so, Marshal Sengoku still has a trace of worry in his heart. Kizuro, bomb me the surrounding sea. Marshal Sengoku suddenly contacted Kizuro and ordered to Kizuro. Marshal Sengoku has not forgotten the way the Whitebeard pirates appeared. If Cang Xu and others complete the coding, it is also possible to come from under the sea by diving. For this reason, Sengoku wants to prepare for a trial. Okay, Marshal Sengoku, Basheiji Kainguyu. Kizuro moved his hands in an instant. The dazzling light on his hands turned into a little golden light and fell on the surrounding sea. Of course, since it is bombing the sea surface of the harbor, naturally there is no reason to miss it. During this process, another pirate ship in the shape of a beluga whale floated from the bottom of the harbor. This is also the pirate ship of the Whitebeard pirate group? Obviously, this is what Whitebeard prepared. Originally, Whitebeard left a ship, and after preparing to rescue Ace, he picked up the people from the Whitebeard pirates and left. Look for flowers. In the end, I didn't expect that because of Marshal Sengoku's suspicion, Kizaru would be forced out by accident. The old fox, Whitebeard, actually kept a hand. Marshal Sengoku snorted, but his attention was obviously not on the pirate ship, but continued to pay attention to the surrounding situation. Obviously, what Sengoku cares more about is whether there is a question of Cang Xu's arrival. Kizaru's 8-foot Jade Guyo has a wide range of attacks, which can be said to be an indiscriminate attack. Therefore, sometimes, the position of some light bombs will be deviated. One of the light bullets did not fall on the sea, but accidentally blasted toward the bunker next to it. However, just when the light bomb was about to destroy the bunker, an impenetrable sword pressure flew out of the bunker and directly cut the light bullet. Found it? There is a situation in the bunker. When Kizaru started bombing, Sengoku's observation haki was released and enveloped this area. Therefore, as soon as the bunker appeared, Marshal Sengoku instantly discovered it. Kizaru, smash the bunker to pieces for me. Marshal Sengoku directly ordered and said to Kizaru. I see, the speed of light kicks. Kizaru started instantly, kicking a laser at the bunker. The dazzling laser, like a beam of light, hits the bunker directly. It is foreseeable that this bunker will be reduced to ashes under Kizaru's speed of light. At this time, an aquamarine beam of light shot out from the bunker. Zero, Cang Xu has it. There is no disguise. After all, Marshal Sengoku had already guessed his arrival. Is there any need for Cang Xu to cover it up? So Cang Xu started directly blasted a zero. Just like the speed of light kicking, zero is a beam of light, shot directly from Cang Xu's fingertips. Zero collides with the speed of light kick. The turquoise beam of light and the golden beam of light bang against each other, bursting out an amazing light. At this moment, the entire battlefield stopped. Attracted by this amazing light, Roger's identity was exposed, shocking everyone. Cang Xu's Zero and Kizaru's light speed kick are all dazzling abilities, with bright light. When the two skills collide, they burst out with amazing light instantly. The impact of the turquoise beam of light and the golden beam of light turned into an extremely bright light, attracting all the eyes on the battlefield. At this moment, everyone in the entire battlefield stopped involuntarily. When the light disappears, everything will be calm again. But at this time, everyone's eyes have all gathered on the bunker. Even stupid people know that the current situation is a bit strange. Ta-da-da! A sound of footsteps came from the bunker. Under the eyes of everyone, 3 figures slowly walked out of the bunker. The leader was a tear-stained man in 1989. These are the 3 of Cang Xu, a man with tear-stained characteristics. Is that person Cang Xu, the great black wing demon? Hi, is it that super monster rookie who offers a bounty of over 2 billion Baileys? Newcomer? This is no longer a newcomer, but a potential 5th emperor, a legendary existence, and the lonely red Barleric Leatherfield. I remembered, it was the person who gathered a group of legendary existences. Why did they appear in Malin Vandar? A Whitebeard pirate group, an existence that is infinitely close to the 4 emperors. Marine headquarters is going to be in trouble. When I saw the 3 of Cang Xu, all the soldiers on the battlefield were shocked. Because they didn't expect that a legendary existence like Cang Xu would actually come to the battlefield. This is not good news for Marine headquarters. After all, a Whitebeard pirate group needs them to take it seriously. Now another one, infinitely close to the level of 4 emperors, came to the battlefield. This is not good news for them. Of course, the soldiers at Marine headquarters were shocked and stressed. But the pirates of the Whitebeard pirates, why not so? Because they don't know whether the arrival of Cang Xu and others will cause any changes, and they don't know whether it is an enemy or a friend. As for Marshal Sengoku and Whitebeard, they didn't say much at this time. They just frowned and looked at the 3 of Cang Xu. Obviously, the arrival of Cang Xu gave him a lot of pressure, because Cang Xu's usual strength is enough to change the outcome of this war. Read more at hotmatilnovel.xyz. Why, I always think that person is very familiar. He is definitely my acquaintance, and he is the kind that is extremely familiar. Who is it? Garp sitting next to Ace, his attention is not on Cang Xu, but staring at the black-robed man next to Cang Xu. Yes, at this time Roger is still wearing a black robe and a mask to cover his identity a little bit. This can be regarded as a bit of bad taste of Cang Xu. However, Roger's old opponent Garp has clearly noticed something wrong. Garp stared at Roger's figure carefully, as if he wanted to know Roger's identity. Ha ha ha, our appearance seems a bit high profile. Originally I wanted to watch the scene for a while, but it seems I can't do it now. Looking at everyone on the battlefield below, Cang Xu smiled lightly. Because of their arrival, the large and small battles on the battlefield seemed to have stopped, and all eyes were focused on them. But Cang Xu didn't have the slightest fear. He was very calm, his expression was indifferent, and he scanned the battlefield below. Kula la 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 la, I didn't expect us to meet in this way, Cang Xu, the Blackwing Demon. Originally, Hungfa and I planned to have a good chat with you when you enter the new world, and by the way some old friends. Whitebeard spoke, looked at Cang Xu and said, breaking out in amazing news. The Whitebeard pirates and Red Hair pirates plan to talk to Cang Xu directly when Cang Xu enters the new world. This news was a bit beyond Cang Xu's expectations. Unexpectedly, he had already been targeted by 2 4 emperors before he entered the new world. Don't worry, there will be opportunities in the future. Cang Xu smiled lightly, a glint flashed in his eyes, and said mysteriously. After he took Whitebeard into his command, there were plenty of opportunities to chat, so Cang Xu was not in a hurry. Black-winged demon Cang Xu, what do you want to do? Do you want to intervene in this war? Marshal Sengoku's voice came, and he yelled at Cang Xu, wanting the purpose of Cang Xu's coming this time? Of course, Marshal Sengoku saw the black-robed man next to Cang Xu. Although he also had some doubts in his heart, he obviously hadn't thought of going up in that regard. The current Marshal Sengoku is more concerned about the black-winged demon Cang Xu, the purpose of intervening in this war. I've heard the name for a long time, Sengoku, this should be the first time we have met. I haven't thanked you yet, for the great gifts that I sent me before, especially when I was in Alabastan. Cang Xu looked at Sengoku and said with a smile, yes, what Cang Xu said is exactly what happened in Alabastan. The two admiral forces, combined with Sir Crocodile, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, dealt with Cang Xu together, which gave Cang Xu a lot of soul points. As soon as this sentence came out, the faces of Marshal Sengoku and Kizaru went dark. The matter of Alabastan is a stain on Kizaru and a stain on Marshal Sengoku. After all, the strategy was decided by Marshal Sengoku, and Kizaru was defeated, so he naturally had to bear a share of responsibility. If it's normal, it's okay, but Cang Xu mentioned this incident on the battlefield. This will only hurt the morale of the Marines? In fact, at this time, there was some panic in Marine, just because of a few words of Cang Xu. In response, Marshal Sengoku immediately wanted to speak, refuting Cang Xu a few times, and by the way boosted the morale of Marine soldiers. However, Marshal Sengoku hadn't spoken 5.2 yet, and Lieutenant General Garp next to him suddenly shouted, I remember, you are Roger, there is absolutely nothing wrong with you, you must be Roger. Garp yelled vigorously, looking at the mysterious person next to Cang Xu in shock. After studying carefully for so long, Garp finally remembered why he felt familiar. This kind of familiarity, only one person will give him such a feeling, that is Roger. The original One Piece Roger? As soon as this sentence came out, everyone on the battlefield was shocked. What did they hear? Roger, One Piece Roger. Marine hero Garp said, Roger is still alive, the shock of subverting the 3 views, the resurrection ability is exposed. Subscribe for subscription. I remember, you are Roger, there is absolutely nothing wrong with you, you must be Roger. When Lieutenant General Garp uttered these words, everyone on the battlefield was shocked, and none of them recovered. What Roger? One Piece Roger? How could this be possible? One Piece Roger had died long ago. More than 20 years ago, Roger was in Logetown and was executed by Marine headquarters. Now you say Roger is here, how is this possible? Garp, what are you talking about? Think about your identity. You are Marine. This is not the time for you to mess around. Marshal Sengoku snorted, trying to stop Garp's nonsense. The current situation is enough to give Marshal Sengoku a headache. So Marshal Sengoku doesn't want Garp to mess with Marine headquarters at this time. Yes, Marshal Sengoku thinks Garp is making trouble. Although it is said that the Fire Fist Ace, who is about to be executed, belongs to the heir of One Piece Roger, it is not Garp's grandson. Marshal Sengoku knew this very well, so he didn't want Garp to make trouble at this time. No, Sengoku, you know me, in major matters, I will never mess around with 21. I can be sure that the black-robed man is definitely Roger. I use my personality as a guarantee, I will never admit it wrong. Different from the previous entanglement, Garp made a decisive look at Marshal Sengoku and said, he might be wrong about other things. However, as long as he encounters Roger's matter, Garp becomes very serious, and there is absolutely nothing wrong with it. At this point, Garp can take his own personality guarantee. As soon as this sentence came out, Marshal Sengoku was shocked. Based on his knowledge of his old friends, Garp has already said this, that this thing is almost true. Thinking of this, Marshal Sengoku suddenly turned his head and looked directly at the black-robed man beside Cang Xu. In fact, the black-robed man at this time has become the focus of everyone. Everyone is paying attention to the black-robed man, wanting to know the true face under the robe and the mask. Is it already exposed? It's really Garp. If that's the case, don't hide it. Cang Xu smiled lightly and said to Roger beside him. With the permission of Cang Xu, Roger removed the cover and revealed his true face. A real Roger appeared in front of everyone. Long time no see, Garp. Roger opened his mouth, looked at Garp, and said a word with a complex expression. At this moment, everyone on the entire battlefield was so shocked that they couldn't speak. One Piece Roger is resurrected, and he still appears in front of them. Read more at hotmatilnovel.xyz. This kind of thing is like talking about it in the night, and it shocked their 3 views. One Piece Roger is resurrected, how is this possible? I don't believe it. Obviously he was executed on Logetown more than 20 years ago. Is this world crazy? The dead pirate king, Roger, has been resurrected, and he is still in front of me. No, it's not that the world is crazy, or I'm crazy. Everyone on the battlefield was shocked by the appearance of One Piece Roger. This kind of shock even surpassed the shock that led to Kizaru and others when Letterfield and Bullet appeared in front of Kizaru and others in Alabastan. No way, although Letterfield and Bullet are all legendary existences. However, Roger One Piece is a special existence after all, and there is only one in the entire world. How many people on the sea rushed to the sea because of the words of Pirate King Roger before his death? As a result, now the One Piece King Roger appeared in front of them again. If there is no shock, this is impossible. A whole Roger, really resurrected. In fact, the shocking people are more than the soldiers and pirates on the battlefield. Even Shishibukai and even Marshal Whitebeard and Sengoku who were present were all in shock. Because of this development, they have far exceeded their predictions? How could this happen? I was clearly on the scene when Logetown was executed more than 20 years ago. Marshal Sengoku looked shocked, and couldn't help but step back a few steps. This situation far exceeded his expectations. He couldn't understand why this happened. Wait, Letterfield. Bullet. Impel down eternal hell. Donghai Logetown. Marshal Sengoku had a flash of inspiration and thought of many things. Before, Kizaru once reported something to him when he returned from Alabaston. Lonely Red Letterfield, as well as the heir of the Devil Bullet, etc., these legendary big sea pirates, all appeared beside Cang Xu. However, the previous report of Impel Down stated that these legendary big pirates died in the eternal hell, in the riots caused by Cang Xu. Now think about it, this thing is most likely true. They really died in the hands of Cang Xu, but they were resurrected by Cang Xu. Cang Xu, the Black-Winged Demon, has the ability to revive others. Marshal Sengoku looked shocked and couldn't help but say a word. Only in this way can we explain everything, so Cang Xu can resurrect Letterfield, Bullet, and others. For this reason, the previous Cang Xu and others went to the East China Sea Logetown because he wanted to resurrect Roger. Having said that, Magellan's report is not wrong. Only when Impel was down, Cang Xu really destroyed the entire eternal hell and killed many legendary big pirates. Marshal Sengoku Daigo gave an initiation and seemed to understand many things. The Black 893 Winged Demon Cang Xu has the ability to resurrect. In this way, everything can be explained. Marshal Sengoku regretted it. Obviously, at that time, he had already guessed this. However, because of the denial in his heart, he directly missed the most likely answer. What? Cang Xu has the ability to resurrect. This is true and false. Is this the power that humans can have? My goodness, this is a miracle. Because of the slightest excitement, Marshal Sengoku forgot to squeeze out the voice phone worm in his hand, causing his words to spread throughout the battlefield. For this reason, everyone was shocked. Today is simply a shocking day for them. The first is the resurrection of Roger, the unprecedented legendary existence, once again in the sea. Then, Marshal Sengoku broke another big news. Cang Xu, the Black-Winged Demon, actually has the ability to resurrect. These news, one by one, washed their cognition. Everyone's three views have been completely subverted. Ace, I will never admit that my father is Roger One Piece. Because of Roger's resurrection, Marshal Sengoku guessed that Cang Xu has the ability to resurrect. The exposure of this incident has caused a lot of shock. However, for this matter, Cang Xu just smiled indifferently, and did not make any answer. Instead, he said something else. We are here this time, just to send an old father to see his foolish son. I am not the protagonist today. Cang Xu smiled lightly and directly pushed Roger out. At this stage, he is just a watcher, and it is not yet time for them to start. Therefore, Cang Xu directly introduced Roger. He wanted to see how Ace would react when facing Roger. Cang Xu suddenly became interested. He wanted to see how the father-son dog-blood drama went on. Of course, Roger naturally didn't know what Cang Xu thought, and thought that Cang Xu was considering him. In response, Roger nodded slightly, with some gratitude to Cang Xu, because he didn't expect that Cang Xu would actually give him this opportunity to have a good talk with Ace. Ace, this should be our first meeting. I am yours. Roger looked at Ace and said a word slowly. However, Roger's words are not finished yet. Ace's angry roar suddenly came from the execution table. Shut up, I said. There is only one father. That person is definitely not you, Roger One Piece. My father is Whitebeard Edward Newgate. I don't need your assistance, I have my family. Ace looked savage, with blue veins on his forehead, bloodshot eyes, and a roar at Roger. This roar is all the grievances and anger that his generation has suffered. He never admits that he is Roger's son. As soon as this sentence came out, Roger's face instantly became very pale, even a little untenable. In fact, Roger had already guessed this result. However, when he really heard Ace's denial, Roger still felt very frustrated in his heart. Cool la 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 la. Roger, although I don't know how you resurrected, but now is not the time to talk about these. When we leave Marin Vatican, we have a chance to talk slowly. Ace said this very well. He is my son, my crew, and my family. So the rescue of Ace is our Whitebeard pirates. Roger, you are not allowed to interfere. Little ones, rescued Ace. Whitebeard laughed suddenly, and ordered the members of the Whitebeard pirate group. Although the appearance of One Piece Roger gave him a lot of shock, Whitebeard did not forget what was going on. Read more at hotuntilnovel.xyz. They came to Marine headquarters this time to rescue their partners. This matter can only be done by them. So, Whitebeard launched the horn of charge again. Yes, do as the old man said. Leave aside other things, we are here this time to rescue our partner Ace. For this, we are ready to die in Malin Vander. Rescue Ace, rescue Ace. Although the crew of the Whitebeard pirate group were shocked by the resurrection of the One Piece Roger, but for Whitebeard's order, the members of the Whitebeard pirate group never hesitated. For a while, the pirates of the Whitebeard pirate group charged again on the execution platform. Continue to fight and annihilate the Whitebeard pirates. Marshal Sengoku took a deep breath, glanced over the three of Cang Xu, and ordered all marine soldiers, Suddenly, the war on the top went on again, and the battle between the pirates and marine was once again set off in the square. As for Cang Xu, Roger, and others, Marshal Sengoku also selectively ignored them. Of course, this selective ignorance does not mean that Marshal Sengoku does not want to do anything to Cang Xu and others. He deeply felt the harm of Cang Xu and others. Marshal Sengoku knew in his heart that even if he gave up his life, he must keep the three of Cang Xu here. Without him, the name Roger, the One Piece King, is enough to subvert the entire sea. However, they cannot go to war with Cang Xu. A Whitebeard group of pirates is enough to make them scorched. The Marine headquarters now has too many forces to deal with Cang Xu and others. Once Cang Xu and Roger were involved in this battle, this is of no benefit to Marine headquarters. Therefore, if the three of Cang Xu can be kept out of action for the time being, this is the best choice. Of course, after knowing Roger's identity, Marshal Sengoku had already sent a message to contact 5 elders directly. There must be some movement on the world government side. As soon as the world government's reinforcements arrive, Marshal Sengoku will raise the banner and take down Cang Xu and others. Reinforcement plan? This is Marshal Sengoku's plan? Of course, this is just Marshal Sengoku's idea. If Cang Xu and others insist on doing it, then Marine headquarters can only deal with it. In fact, in Marshal Sengoku's opinion, the current situation is not enough to make him desperate, because at present, it seems that Cang Xu has only 3 people here, although the 3 opponents belong to the top combat power. But on Marine's side, he and Garp have not done anything yet. With the strength of the 2 of them, it should be enough to delay the 3 of Cang Xu and Roger for some time. Of course, none of the 3 of Cang Xu are kind people. Cang Xu will not say, the top powerhouse of the new generation, the super monster rookie, the strength is not below Admiral, but Roger and Letterfield are also top combat powers, and their strength is not below him and Garp. Once the 3 of Cang Xu started, Marshal Sengoku would not have the confidence to defeat the 3 of Cang Xu. For this reason, all Marshal Sengoku thought was to delay the Cang Xu trio. This is Marshal Sengoku's plan. Within a short period of time, he had already made arrangements. It can be said that the key to the battle now has fallen on Cang Xu. Cang Xu's decision will affect the outcome of this war. This is what makes Cang Xu special. As for what Cang Xu thought, Cang Xu did not say it directly, but turned to look at Roger. Roger, give you a chance, do you want to save Ace? Cang Xu's eyes flickered slightly, and he looked at Roger with a smile, wanting to see Roger's thoughts. A father who was rejected by Ace, does he still want to save Ace's country? Cang Xu is very curious about this. 134 Roger, Lord Cang Xu, if Ace dies, can he transform the virtual? Roger, give you a chance, do you want to save Ace? Cang Xu wants to see if Roger still wants to save Ace. This is one of Cang Xu's goals. On the other hand, Cang Xu did not intend to make a move. He said before that he wants to lose both the Whitebeard pirates and the Marine headquarters so that he can harvest some soul points. This is Cang Xu's initial thoughts. However, because their identity was exposed, they had to stand up. But having said that, the current situation is still under Cang Xu's control. What Marshal Sengoku thought of, Cang Xu naturally guessed it too. They are the key to this battle. As for Marshal Sengoku's reinforcement plan, Cang Xu can certainly see it too. There should be some reaction from the world government. However, given the level of corruption of the world government, it is impossible to send reinforcements right away. It should take some time for the reinforcements of the world government to come to Marine headquarters. Cang Xu knows this very well. It can be said that they have plenty of time. So Cang Xu doesn't mind playing for a while. Just take a look at Roger's plan by the way. Master Cang Xu, can I ask you something? Roger did not go directly to Cang Xu's question, but talked about another matter. Let's talk about it first. Cang Xu spoke indifferently, slightly guessing, but did not directly agree. I want to ask Master Cang Xu, if Ace dies, I also ask Master Cang Xu to turn Ace's soul into a void. When Roger said this, Leadfield next to him was shocked. Because he didn't expect that Roger would say such words. Unexpectedly, the current Roger is already thinking about the death of Ace. Doesn't that mean that Roger doesn't plan to take action to save Ace's life? This made Leadfield a little unexpected. However, Cang Xu looked calm, as if he had expected it a long time ago. In fact, it seems normal for Roger to have such thoughts. He could see that there was a huge gap between Roger and Ace. In this case, even if Roger wanted to rescue Ace, Ace would not agree to it, and even resisted desperately. So Roger has prepared for the worst? That is, Ace died at the top of the war. Read more at hotmailnovel.xyz. However, the adult next to him has the ability to transform into a void. If Ace can be reborn in the form of Arrancar, it seems to be a good choice, because once Ace becomes Arrancar, he can stay with Ace. In this way, maybe he can slowly mend the relationship between them. Of course, the reason why Roger had such an idea is also caused by the pirate factor. In Roger's view, Whitebeard's words were right. The current Ace is already a member of the Whitebeard pirate group, and naturally should be rescued by the Whitebeard pirate group. This is the real pirate. As One Piece, Roger knew this very well. There are many reasons why Roger had such an idea. The pirate's thoughts are really interesting. However, Ace's aptitude is good. If I have the opportunity, I will naturally turn it into a virtual reality. Cang Xu smiled lightly, nodded slightly, and slowly said a word. Roger's thoughts, Cang Xu has already guessed it. However, in this matter, Cang Xu is willing to fulfill Roger, Because this is also a good thing for Cang Xu. Marimara fruit was originally a top Logia fruit, plus Ace's own qualifications. It can be said that Ace also has great potential. If there is a chance, he naturally wants to take Ace as his subordinate. For Cang Xu, this doesn't seem to be a bad thing, and it can also gather people's hearts by the way, making Roger even more determined to him. This is simply the idea of killing two birds with one stone. How could Cang Xu refuse? In response, Roger was overjoyed and quickly thanked Cang Xu. For this reason, none of the three of Cang Xu took a shot in the next battle. At this point, Marshal Sengoku, who was standing on the execution stage and staring at Cang Xu and others, breathed a sigh of relief. As long as the three of Cang Xu don't take action, his pressure can be less. However, during this process, Garp was a little eager to try, and wanted to shoot Roger. However, Garp was stopped by Marshal Sengoku before he took the shot. Garp, you should know that the situation in this battle is not very good. If this is the time, if you shoot directly, it will cause Cang Xu to enter the battlefield. Once they enter the battlefield, Marine headquarters will face a greater crisis. So Garp, this time I beg you, bear with me for some time, and after we have dealt with the Whitebeard pirates, we will deal with Roger. Marshal Sengoku looked serious, looked at Garp and said, there was a trace of pleading in his words. Regarding this, Garp fell silent. Finally, Garp sighed and let go of his thoughts on Roger. To be honest, if it were Garp back then, he wouldn't care about the orders of his superiors at all. The original Marshal Gang Yukong had ordered him something. However, as soon as he found out about Roger's news, Garp would immediately dispatch him, ignoring Marshal Sora's order at all. This is Garp's obsession with Roger? However, after more than 2 decades, Garp has also changed a bit, knowing Sengoku's hard work. So, after a little hesitation, Garp chose to bear with it for the time being, ready to help Sengoku. At this time, Sengoku breathed a sigh of relief. Aokiji, Kizaru, you all take me seriously, take action against Whitebeard together, and take Whitebeard as fast as possible. All lieutenant generals, stop me from the captains of the Whitebeard pirates. And Shishibukai, please be more serious. If you don't want to make a move, then you don't want to continue to maintain Shishabukai's position. Marshal Sengoku started to get serious, and kept giving orders. Of course, as for Marshal Sengoku's order, all the generals of Marine will not violate it. Marine soldiers began to launch a fierce attack. Just a few Shishibukai, still paddling on one side, didn't even try their best to shoot. Marshal Sengoku was very angry about this, but he couldn't say much. After all, Shishibukai was originally a pirate. As a Marine, you can count on the pirate to do what you can do to help delay a few captains. This is enough. But even so, the battle has become more intense, and even reached its true peak. Feeling the threat of Cang Xu and others, Marshal Sengoku also made a decision to end this war as soon as possible. For this reason, the war began to become more intense. The Marine headquarters has started a crazy offensive. The casualty rate of both sides has also reached a higher level. At this point, it's something Cang Xu didn't expect. Cang Xu did not expect that the appearance of the three of them would actually stimulate the process of this battle. However, Cang Xu is naturally very satisfied with this situation, because the higher the level of casualties, the more soul points Cang Xu can obtain. At the same time, Whitebeard's situation is also very uncomfortable. Although Whitebeard's power is very powerful, but now Whitebeard has entered his twilight years, coupled with the dark wounds on his body. Although he was not conspired by the Great Vortex Spider, his combat power is far inferior to the peak period. On the other hand, Marshal Sengoku was fierce and directly asked the three admiral to take action to deal with Whitebeard together. In this way, Whitebeard fell into a decline instead. This is inevitable. Although before, Kizaru looked very embarrassed when facing Cang Xu and others. But Kizaru is a real admiral, one of the highest combat power in Marine headquarters, and is very powerful. As for the remaining 2 admirals, they need not say much about their strengths, they are both very powerful. With the 3 admiral teaming up, even Whitebeard at the peak will be very jealous. Not to mention Whitebeard in his twilight years. For this reason, as far as the current situation is concerned, Whitebeard's defeat is already obvious. At this time, Luffy, who had been playing the Straw Hat with soy sauce, suddenly came to the execution stage. This is directly beyond everyone's expectations. Because for this battle, the Straw Hat Pirates is so small that many people did not notice the Straw Hat Pirates. In fact, this is Whitebeard's strategy. Because he was besieged by 3 admiral, Whitebeard knew he had no way to rescue Ace. Therefore, Whitebeard secretly ordered the members of the Whitebeard Pirates to help Luffy the Straw Hat open the way and send him directly to the execution stand. Ace, I want to save you. Straw Hat Luffy burst into action and rushed directly to the execution table, wanting to rescue Ace. To be honest, Cang Xu saw this scene, but Cang Xu did not think that Straw Hat Luffy could succeed. You know, in the original book, the reason why Straw Hat Luffy was able to successfully liberate Fire Fist Ace, it was thanks to the help of Mr. 3, Candle Fruit, that the Seastone handcuffs on Ace of Fire Fist were unlocked. But now, without Mr. 3, Cang Xu doesn't think that Luffy, the Straw Hat, can unlock the shackles of Fire Fist Ace. However, beyond Cang Xu's expectation, Luffy and the Straw Hat took out a Seastone key out of nowhere. Read more at hotmailnovel.xyz. Directly open the shackles on Huoquan Ace and successfully rescue Huoquan Ace. Luffy in the Straw Hat actually has a key. What's the matter? Cang Xu frowned slightly and murmured in his heart. Because of this situation, it was slightly beyond Cang Xu's expectations. Cang Xu, who has doubts, directly uses his loop detection skills to feel the situation on the entire battlefield. Soon, Cang Xu discovered something. In the building next to Marine headquarters, there were several figures lurking. Moreover, the breath of these figures is no stranger to Cang Xu. That's it, Blackbeard's role. Then what is Blackbeard's plan? Cang Xu murmured in his heart, already knowing the identities of several figures lurking in the dark. Because of these breaths, Cang Xu once felt it when he was on Gaia Island before. If he guessed correctly, he should be the Blackbeard group. In this way, the key in Luffy's hand is very likely to be obtained from Blackbeard. As for why Blackbeard did this, Cang Xu had some vague speculations. Perhaps Blackbeard was to completely disrupt this muddy water and push the war to its peak. As for the release of Ace, why would it promote the war? It has something to do with people's hearts. In fact, everyone can see it. The purpose of this war has begun to change. The reason for the execution of Ace is because Ace has a special identity and is the son of One Piece Roger. But now, the One Piece Roger has been resurrected. Whether Ace is executed or not has become unimportant. In other words, the current Marshal Sengoku no longer wants to execute Ace. On the one hand, once Ace is executed, Roger will definitely be angered, and maybe Cang Xu's team will be involved. On the other hand, when Ace was executed, the Whitebeard pirates lost their battle target, and they might also retreat. For this reason, the current Huo Fist Ace, alive, is beneficial to the Marine headquarters. Look for flowers. In Sengoku's view, the first priority for Marine headquarters is to destroy the Whitebeard pirates here. But for the secretive Blackbeard and others, it is not a good thing. So, Blackbeard decided to do the opposite and help Ace Huoquan get out of trouble. Because of the character of Huoquan Ace, he will definitely be very impulsive, wanting to blend into the battle. If they can take advantage of this opportunity, secretly kill Ace here, then this battle will usher in its peak. Because of the character of Whitebeard, he will definitely be very angry and attack Marine desperately. Moreover, once Ace dies, maybe Cang Xu and others will do it. After all, Roger is on Cang Xu's side. At that time, when there were casualties on both sides, it was when Blackbeard shot. I have to say, Blackbeard's idea is very crazy, but if it weren't crazy, Blackbeard wouldn't have been lurking for so many years. This is his character. Blackbeard is a gambler. He doesn't even mind spending decades in order to bet on a hope. What's more, it's just a big battle. This is Blackbeard's idea. As for Blackbeard's idea, when Cang Xu discovered the existence of Blackbeard, he had already vaguely guessed Blackbeard's plan. Cang Xu did not pay attention to this, but let it develop, because in this way, this drama will become even more exciting. However, what everyone didn't expect was that Blackbeard hadn't made a move yet, but someone else had made a direct move. That is Admiral Akainu. Seeing Fire Fist Ace out of trouble, Admiral Akainu left the battlefield directly and came to Ace and Luffy. This is something that everyone did not expect. But combined with Akainu's complete justice, it seems to be taken for granted. And the next situation, there is no difference from the original. Ace is still dead. In order to protect Luffy in the Straw Hat, he died under Akainu's magma fist. He was directly penetrated through his internal organs and lost his breath. Akainu, I'm going to kill you. Whitebeard let out a roar and ran away. Akainu, I'm going to kill you. When I saw Fire Fist Ace's chest, it was penetrated by Akainu's lava fist. Whitebeard let out a roar. For Whitebeard, he put all the hopes of the new era in Ace, and cultivated Ace as his successor. But now, Ace is dead in the hands of Akainu. How can Whitebeard not be angry? In anger, Whitebeard went straight away. Shockwaves of horror erupted continuously from Whitebeard's body, madly destroying the surrounding buildings and soldiers. Trouble, Dem Akainu, why are you so impulsive? At the execution stage, Marshal Sengoku looked angry and couldn't help but yell. Just now when Straw Hat Luffy rescued Fire Fist Ace, Marshal Sengoku also reacted and turned into a golden Buddha, giving them a palm. However, because of fear of Cang Xu and others, Marshal Sengoku did not make a move, but broke the execution platform. 897. This is also one of the reasons why Fire Fist Ace escaped. It can be said that Marshal Sengoku has no plans to fight Ace. However, the changes on the battlefield are really fast. Even Marshal Sengoku hasn't even reacted yet. Ace has died in Akainu's hands. If it were other times, Marshal Sengoku wouldn't think anything wrong. Because of the execution of Ace, this is the purpose of execution. But in this situation, Akainu does such a thing, that is ignorance. It is a good thing to implement self-righteousness, but it must be done in accordance with the situation. Killing Fire Fist Ace at this time will only cause trouble to Marine headquarters. In fact, the same is true. At this time, Whitebeard has gone violently, destroying the Marine headquarters madly. Soon, the entire Malin Vander became a ruin. However, this is not the most troublesome. Marshal Sengoku looked at the three Cang Xu in the distance. The real trouble comes from the Cang Xu trio, especially Roger from the Cang Xu trio. In fact, Marshal Sengoku was right. Roger next to Cang Xu, his body fluctuated violently, his eyes were red, and he stared at Akainu closely. Master Cang Xu, I want to ask you to allow me to do it. I want to kill Akainu. Roger gritted his teeth, his voice was low, and he said a word slowly. Although, he has helped Ace and arranged a way out. Ask Cang Xu early, and after Ace's death, turn it into a void. But now, seeing my child with my own eyes, died in front of my own eyes, even Roger can't stand such a thing. Anger takes over his mind. Roger at this time is on the verge of collapse. In Roger's eyes, there is only Akainu on the battlefield, and he can't wait to cut Akainu thousands of times. If that's the case, then go, I give you the privilege of action. Cang Xu smiled calmly and said a word slowly. Roger wants to enter, what's wrong with that? Read more at hotmailnovel.xyz. Now this battle has reached its peak. After several previous disturbances, the Marine headquarters and the Whitebeard pirates have been in a balance. For this reason, many people have died between the Marine headquarters and the Whitebeard pirates. Even the existence of the captain level, as well as the Marine headquarters lieutenant general, some died on the battlefield. It can be said that Cang Xu's purpose has been accomplished 8 or 9 out of 10. There is only one Whitebeard left. In this case, Cang Xu naturally has no need to restrain Roger and let him move freely. The people on their side, it's almost time to do it. Let Roger, the first shot at the start of the war. Thank you, Master Cang Xu. Roger thanked Cang Xu. In the next moment, the amazing conqueror's haki burst out of Roger in an instant. Boom! In an instant, most of the soldiers and pirates on the battlefield were dizzy on the ground. Roger holds the western sword in his hand and rushes directly to Akainu on the battlefield. Throughout the process, Roger said nothing. However, everyone can see that Roger's goal is Akainu. Roger, One Piece, came just right. I don't care how you were resurrected. Leave me here today. Seeing Roger attacking, Akainu snorted coldly and faced Roger directly without any fear. However, the pros and cons of both sides in this battle will soon be revealed. Akainu was suppressed, even chased, and beaten by Roger. This is an inevitable situation. The original Roger is one of the top existences. His strength is very strong, coupled with the power of the Arrancar system. Roger at this time is not something Akainu can beat. It can be said that the situation of Akainu at this time is not so good. No, Roger did it. Garp, don't you want to deal with Roger? You can do it. Marshal Sengoku had a headache, and he looked at Garp beside him and said, although what Akainu did was indeed a jerk, it could even be said to be disregarding the overall situation. However, if Roger wants to eliminate Akainu, Marshal Sengoku can't just ignore it. You know, as Admiral, Akainu is the top combat power of Marine headquarters. The current Marine headquarters cannot lose such top combat power. Therefore, Marshal Sengoku hopes that Garp will take action and stop Roger. Sengoku, I won't do it. I'm worried I can't help but kill Akainu. Garp's eyes were red, his muscles were tight, he gritted his teeth, and slowly said a word. As soon as this sentence came out, Marshal Sengoku suddenly gave a wry smile, and could no longer speak. Ace was killed, causing Roger's anger. However, it was not only Roger that was angry, even Garp was angry too. If it is not for Marine's identity and responsibility, let him restrain himself. I'm afraid Garp can't help it, he wants to kill Akainu. It can be said that the current Garp is just suppressing his own killing intent, which is already very difficult. How can he help Akainu? Marshal Sengoku didn't know about this, so he didn't insist on Garp anymore. Forget it, I won't force this matter, Roger will take care of it. But I want to ask you one thing. If Cang Xu, the Great Black Wing Demon, does it, I hope you can block the Great Black Wing Demon Cang Xu. This is not an order from being a marshal, but a request I made to you as an old friend for many years. Marshal Sengoku had no choice but to say a word. He will not force Garp, but he also needs to do it. Go to 5.2 to help Akainu. However, in this chaotic battlefield, there is another biggest factor of instability, that is Cang Xu. Once Cang Xu started, Marshal Sengoku couldn't tell what would happen. Because since before, he has never guessed Cang Xu's idea. Regarding this, Garp was somewhat silent, but finally nodded and agreed to this matter. Sengoku is all about it, can he still refuse? What's more, as long as he is not allowed to help Akainu, other things are fine. That's it. Seeing Garp agree, Marshal Sengoku breathed a sigh of relief. At the next moment, Marshal Sengoku started to move, and rushed directly into the battlefield on the moonwalk, rushing directly to the positions of Roger and Akainu. Roger, the old man wants you to be arrested and brought to justice. There was a roar. Marshal Sengoku turned into a huge golden Buddha, with an amazing shock wave condensed in his hand, and he slapped Roger directly. God avoid. Roger held his Zanpakuto and swiped the sword at high speed. A flying slash that wound around armament haki instantly slashed towards Marshal Sengoku. Roger's flying slash flashed away. The shock wave that penetrated Sengoku instantly slashed directly at Sengoku's body. This is Roger's famous trick, sword move God avoid, a weapon that can avoid the opponent and directly hit the enemy's body. However, Sengoku is also Roger's old opponent, and naturally knows Roger's abilities. Sengoku reacted early, with the Buddha's palm wrapped around the shock wave, breaking Roger's sword with one palm. Roger, One Piece, I want to arrest you, Dogbiting Gurren. Akainu didn't miss this opportunity, and directly mobilized Lava Fruit's ability to directly attack Roger. For a while, Sengoku and Akainu were constantly attacking 21 Roger, with one enemy and two, even Marshal Marine ended up personally. Sengoku is really shameless. In that case, Leatherfield, you go down too and play with Sengoku and the others. Cang Xu naturally noticed Roger's situation. In response to this, Cang Xu smiled calmly and ordered to Leatherfield beside him. Roger wanted to avenge his son. This was the feeling of an old father. How could he be blocked by Sengoku? Therefore, Cang Xu directly ordered that Leatherfield was also dispatched. In this regard, Leadfield would naturally not violate, and after saluting Cang Xu, he disappeared on the spot instantly. In an instant, Leatherfield came to Sengoku. Swing an amazing slash, directly cut off Marshal Sengoku's shockwave. Leatherfield, are you here to stop me? Marshal Sengoku looked gloomy and stared at the sudden appearance of Leatherfield. Master Cang Xu has an order, let you not stop an old father who wants to avenge his son. As for you, if you want to do it, I will play with you, Sengoku. Leatherfield smiled indifferently, holding an umbrella-shaped long sword in an attacking state. Thanks, Leatherfield. Roger thanked Leatherfield, then attacked Akainu again. For a time, the battle between Roger and Akainu broke out again. Damn it, get out of me, Leatherfield. Sengoku was a little depressed, but the movement on his hand did not stop at all, and he kept blasting out shock waves. Read more at hotmailnovel.xyz. In this regard, Leatherfield would naturally not retreat, and blasted directly at Marshal Sengoku. Suddenly, the battle between the Red of the Loneliness and the Sengoku of the Buddha broke out on the battlefield. This battle has entered a more intense level. As for Akainu, without the assistance of Marshal Sengoku, facing the angry Roger alone, Akainu's situation is uncomfortable. After all, Roger's armament haki has reached an astonishing level. Akainu's hot magma, in front of Roger, has no effect at all. Soon, Roger forcibly broke through Akainu's defense and cut directly at Akainu's head. In this regard, Akainu tried his best to avoid fatal injuries. But as a price to avoid fatal injuries, Akainu's left arm was cut off by Roger. Losing his left arm, Akainu was hit hard and his strength suddenly dropped a lot. It can be said that there are no accidents in the next battle. The fall of Akainu has almost become a certainty. With Roger's anger, he will surely kill Akainu. However, at this time, there are indeed special circumstances. This so-called special situation is the situation on Whitebeard's side. Whitebeard was hit hard, and a hole the size of a bowl was blasted out of his chest. This is Kizaru's laser beam. Although Akainu was chased by Roger, he couldn't participate in Whitebeard's battle. However, Whitebeard was also dragged by the other two Admiral. Kizaru and Aokiji are also top-notch combat powers, and their strength is amazing. Moreover, I don't know if Kizaru is particularly concerned about this battle in order to make up for his previous dereliction of duty, and he did not hide his strength. On the other hand, Whitebeard has a lot of hidden injuries on his body, coupled with the deterioration of his physical fitness. After a long time, Whitebeard's physical strength couldn't keep up. For Kizaru, who is quick to act, a momentary gap is enough for Kizaru to do a lot of things. Therefore, Kizaru caught a gap and blasted directly through Whitebeard's chest, inflicting a heavy blow on Whitebeard. A hole the size of a bowl is enough to crush Whitebeard's internal organs. In fact, the same is true. At this time, Whitebeard has reached the end of the battle. Not surprisingly, Whitebeard had no chance of surviving. Unless this time, there is a person with healing ability beside Whitebeard. But obviously, there is no such capable person beside Whitebeard. Of course, Marco, the captain of the Whitebeard pirates. The regenerative inflammation of his phoenix fruit also has the effect of promoting wound healing. But the main ability of the phoenix is not in the treatment. What's more, Marco was besieged by several lieutenants at this time, and couldn't come to support Whitebeard at all. It can be said that the fall of Whitebeard is almost a certainty. However, when Kizaru attacked Whitebeard, Whitebeard also blasted his strongest punch, the most powerful air shock. A punch hit the atmosphere, instantly shattering the atmosphere, turning into a terrifying shock, and instantly shattering the bodies of Kizaru 900 and Aokiji. Even Kizaru, the nearest to Whitebeard, was blown away directly, hitting the broken wall in the distance. It can be said that this battle has reached its peak. At this time, another character appeared. Thief, ha 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 ha, this battle is really interesting, but the next battlefield is our stage. A rough laugh came. A burly middle-aged man with a rough appearance, thick hair, and a few teeth missing in his mouth. With several weird figures, he walked out directly from behind the wall of Malin Vander. Teach. Although Whitebeard's breath is weak, his expression is gloomy, and he gritted his teeth and stared at the visitor. The figure that appeared later was the Blackbeard group. Seeing that Whitebeard was seriously injured, Blackbeard Teach would naturally not miss such an opportunity, and then walked out of the dark. It can be said that Teach counts all the time very well. Now Whitebeard has been hit hard, and Admiral has also been blasted back. Now is a good opportunity for him to harvest. Blackbeard's eyes flickered, and there was a light called ambition in his eyes. Today, he will show his fangs to the world, and declare his ambition to the world. The appearance of Blackbeard Teach surprised many people, especially the battle between Roger and Marshal Sengoku. Naturally, Sengoku doesn't need to say more. This war can be said to be triggered by Teach, but when the war began, Teach disappeared and has not reappeared until now. So Marshal Sengoku was very puzzled and didn't know what Blackbeard Teach was going to do. As for Roger, Roger at this time is also slightly confused. He has a special ability to listen to the sound of everything. So Roger vaguely realized that Blackbeard Teach seemed a little special. For this reason, Roger was slightly lost, frowning, and looking in Teach's direction. This gave Akainu a chance to breathe and quickly moved away from Roger. As for Cang Xu, at this time, Cang Xu's expression is very calm, without the slightest surprise. Because he had already noticed the arrival of Teach, However, Cang Xu's attention is more focused on the people behind Teach. In addition to the few people who should have followed Blackbeard, there are 3 more people. Is that why Blackbeard disappeared for a while? It seems that in addition to Impel Down, the world government has other large prisons. Cang Xu murmured in his heart, thinking about this. In Blackbeard's side, in addition to Rafik, Van Oka, Kishus Bashas, and Poison Q, who had already followed Blackbeard, there were 3 more strange figures. Moreover, these 3 figures also wore clothing similar to prison uniforms. If Cang Xu hadn't guessed, these 3 guys should be the target of Blackbeard's solicitation this time. Combined with the plot of the original book, Cang Xu suddenly guessed something. In addition to the big prison Impel Down, the world government should have other large prisons, imprisoning some special prisoners. Because Impel Down was harmed by Cang Xu, Blackbeard couldn't find partners in Impel Down. Therefore, Blackbeard recruited several new partners from other large prisons. This is Cang Xu's guess. The truth and Cang Xu's guesses should be inseparable. After all, this was originally what Blackbeard would do. However, Cang Xu doesn't care who those few people are, because for him, there is nothing worthy of attention. After all, in Impel Down, the most ferocious legendary pirates have all died under Cang Xu's hands. Moreover, their souls were turned into Killian loyal to Cang Xu by Cang Xu Hollow. Yes, what Cang Xu said is exactly the Killian brought out from Impel Down. Even Blackbeard, go to other large prisons to recruit partners. The quality of the prisoners recruited must be slightly inferior to the prisoners in Impel Down Eternal Hell. Why should Cang Xu care about such a prisoner? Teach? On my boat, only you are not worthy to be called my son. Give Ace his life, Teach. Just as Cang Xu was thinking about this, Whitebeard's roar came. Read more at hotmailnovel.xyz. Although Whitebeard was hit hard, his breath became very weak, but seeing the appearance of Blackbeard Teach, the breath of Whitebeard became stronger again. This is the anger in the heart, the force to hold up forcibly. The shockwave of horror appeared on Whitebeard's fist again. In the direction of Teach, he slammed a punch. Dark water. Teach mobilized Dark Fruit's abilities and covered a layer of black smoke on his right hand, directly facing Whitebeard's fist. Boom! The impact of the fist sounded, but Whitebeard's shock wave did not burst out as a shock. Because of Whitebeard's shock wave, it was neutralized by Blackbeard's dark water. Thief, ha 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 ha, Daddy, have you seen it? This is the invincible power I gained by killing Sachi, dark fruit that can restrain all devil fruit abilities. All demon fruit power, in front of me, will lose all its effects. Father, you are not my opponent anymore. Blackbeard Teach laughed wanton, his face was full of pride. He imagined that one day he could talk to Whitebeard like this. He had been dreaming about it for a long time. He wanted to see. On Whitebeard's face, there was a shocked smile. However, Blackbeard Teach is destined to be disappointed. On Whitebeard's face, there was nothing but anger at Teach, without the slightest shock. Immediately afterwards, Whitebeard turned the blade and waved the supreme sharp sword Kong Yunchi in his hand. With superb skill, Whitebeard broke the defense of Blackbeard Teach instantly and gave Blackbeard Teach a sword. A huge scar appeared in front of Blackbeard Teach. Blackbeard suddenly rolled on the ground and screamed. Arrogant, this is Teach your flaw, it has never changed. Whitebeard gave a dry cough, and a trace of bloodline appeared at the corner of his mouth. Can the ability of Devil Fruit be nullified? So what? The battle on the sea, Devil Fruit's ability, has never been the most important. Even if he doesn't have the ability of Shock Fruit, he still has many ways to kill Teach and avenge Sachi and Ace. The only pity is that Whitebeard suffered too much injury. To be honest, if it were the previous Whitebeard, the cut just now was enough to split Blackbeard Teach into 2 directly. However, Whitebeard has been hit hard and has reached the end of the crossbow, unable to exert much power at all. All he can do is to leave a scar on Blackbeard Teach. Wanting to avenge Sachi and Ace, he probably has no hope. Damn old man, kill him for me. Teach let out a roar, and said to his subordinates. Teach is also angry and wants to solve Whitebeard. For a while, Blackbeard Teach's men moved one after another, rushing directly to Whitebeard, wanting to end Whitebeard directly. Boom! At this time, an aquamarine beam of light appeared, fell from the sky, and blasted in front of Blackbeard Teach. Rumble! The shock of horror erupted in an instant, directly blasting the Blackbeard gang into flight. The members of the Blackbeard pirate group fell to the ground one after another, with bloodline on the corners of their mouths. Obviously, the aquamarine beam of light just now made them suffer a lot of shock. This is still the aquamarine light beam, directly hitting the ground. There is no reason why it hit them directly. If that beam of light blasted directly on them, it would probably shred their bodies directly. The members of the Blackbeards were shocked one by one, their pupils contracted, and they all looked at the source of the aquamarine beam of light. A tear-stained man, standing out of thin air, standing above the sky, condescendingly looking down at Blackbeard and others. This is exactly Cang Xu. When Blackbeard and others were about to attack Whitebeard, Cang Xu shot directly. Black-winged demon Cang Xu, do you want to stop us? Blackbeard looked gloomy, staring in the direction of Cang Xu, and there was a haze in the depths of his pupils. He didn't know why. Cang Xu, who had been looking at it before, actually chose to shoot at this time. It's impossible. Cang Xu knows his secret, so I don't want him to seize Whitebeard's shock fruit ability. If this is true, it would be terrible. Blackbeard's mood has become heavier than ever. He needs to know the purpose of Cang Xu's move. When Blackbeard and his team wanted to attack and besie the dying Whitebeard, Cang Xu made an attack. As soon as he took action, Cang Xu directly suppressed the entire Blackbeard pirate group and injured all members of the Blackbeard pirate group. This is unexpected to everyone, because no one would have thought that Cang Xu would actually make a move at this time. For a while, the fighting in all corners of the battlefield stopped involuntarily. Whether it's marine soldiers or pirates, they couldn't help but cast a ray of sight on Cang Xu's side. It can be said that the moment Cang Xu shot, he became the focus of the entire battlefield. As for Martial Sengoku at this time was also very heavy. Although Cang Xu shot, it was to attack the Blackbeard pirates. However, Cang Xu's move is a signal, which means that Cang Xu is about to intervene in this battle. This is not a good thing for Marine headquarters. In fact, it is the same. Before, Leatherfield and Roger were still on other battlefields. After seeing Cang Xu's move, everyone involuntarily stopped and came to Cang Xu's side. Don't get me wrong, I just think it's really worthless for Whitebeard to die in the hands of you ants. Cang Xu moved his body, his feet slammed, and he came to Whitebeard in an instant. Cang Xu looked calm, looked at Whitebeard, and slowly said a word, 900. As for the Blackbeard group, Cang Xu didn't even look at it. Because for Cang Xu, the current Blackbeard pirate group really does not deserve his attention. After all, in the entire Blackbeard pirate group, apart from one Blackbeard, who can be in the eyes of Cang Xu. As soon as this sentence came out, Blackbeard Teach's face suddenly became pale. Because this sentence is simply a great insult to him. What does it mean? It's worthless to die in the hands of their ants. Now he personally planned this war. Even in this battle, he has obtained huge benefits, and he is about to usher in the pinnacle of his life. But in Cang Xu's eyes, he is not even as good as an ant. Blackbeard Teach wants to say in his heart that there is no anger. This is impossible. However, Blackbeard Teach did not dare to say more, because in Gaia Island before, Cang Xu left a huge shadow on him, and it has not disappeared until now. So, after a little hesitation, Blackbeard Teach burst out laughing, pretending to be generous, and waved to Cang Xu. Since Cang Xu, the famous Blackwing demon, said such words, then Whitebeard will let you kill it. When Blackbeard said this, Cang Xu was a little surprised. But soon, Cang Xu guessed Blackbeard's idea, deliberately showing weakness. Do you want Cang Xu to let go of his guard? After all Blackbeard wanted was Whitebeard's corpse. Then from Whitebeard's corpse, get the shock fruit ability. As for who killed Whitebeard, it doesn't matter. This is Blackbeard's idea. There was a hint of sarcasm in Cang Xu's eyes, and he didn't bother to look at Blackbeard, but came directly to Whitebeard. Read more at hotmailnovel.xyz. Blackwing Demon Cang Xu, are you here to kill me? Well, this may be the best result. It's better to die in your hands than to die in Teach's hands. In this life, I have no regrets. The Whitebeard Pirates, now I am giving the last order in the name of the captain of the Whitebeard Pirates. Leave Malin Vandor and return to the New World safely. Whitebeard's voice became weaker, because his breath was already on the verge of disappearing. In fact, given Whitebeard's physical condition, he should have died long ago. After all, Whitebeard's body has suffered a lot of heavy injuries, and his internal organs are also shattered, and he has long been unable to support his body. However, Whitebeard relied on the last anger to support his last breath strongly. Now Whitebeard, obviously has come to the end of his life. But at the end, Whitebeard used all his strength and let out one last roar. Don't worry, there will be opportunities in the future. Slowly look for your regrets. Cang Xu said lightly, uttering an inexplicable word. At the next moment, Cang Xu slowly pulled up Zanpakuto from his waist and pierced Whitebeard's neck directly. The breath of Whitebeard slowly disappeared. Whitebeard has fallen. His life ended in the hands of Cang Xu. Father, father. A mournful cry came from every position on the battlefield. This is the cry of the members of the Whitebeard pirate group. For them, Whitebeard is their god, their pillar. Now that their sky is falling, how can they not feel sad in their hearts? Blackwing Demon Cang Xu, now Whitebeard is dead in your hands. Can you give Whitebeard to me? Well, he is also my father, and I want to bring him back to New World. Suddenly, a rough voice came from Cang Xu's side. This is Blackbeard's voice. These are Blackbeard's words, which sound very nauseous. Whitebeard is his father. Such words sound disgusting. In response, Cang Xu slightly raised his hand, condensing an aquamarine light ball on his fingertips. Zero, boom. Cang Xu didn't even look at it. He directly faced the Blackbeard group and blasted a zero again. The Blackbeard group suddenly changed their complexion and backed away to avoid Cang Xu's attack. Regarding this, Cang Xu didn't even look at it, and continued his business. With a big wave of his hand, a black line appeared in the space, slowly turning into a black mouth. Cang Xu directly opened the empty space, and then directly took Whitebeard's body into the empty space. Joke? Cang Xu came to Marine headquarters this time, and Whitebeard was one of his goals. Although, all Cang Xu needs is the soul of Whitebeard. However, Cang Xu will not let a guy like Blackbeard take away Whitebeard's abilities. In Cang Xu's view, this is a waste and a blasphemy. Giving Whitebeard's abilities to Blackbeard is too wasteful. He does not have the qualifications yet. To put it bluntly, after this battle, Cang Xu still has a good impression of Whitebeard. This is a real strong, worthy of respect. For this reason, Cang Xu planned to take care of Whitebeard's life, instead of letting the guys like Blackbeard do it. This is why Cang Xu did it himself. Blackwing Demon Cang Xu, you are too much. After finally avoiding Cang Xu's attack, Blackbeard came back to his senses and looked at Cang Xu angrily. Because Whitebeard's body disappeared, it was something he could not tolerate. The ability of shock fruit, this is his goal all the time. Whitebeard's body disappeared, where did he get Whitebeard's power? Excessive? So what, I have even more exaggerated. Cang Xu smiled lightly, without even looking at Blackbeard. Regarding this, Blackbeard wanted to slash Cang Xu 1,000 times. However, Blackbeard did not dare to do it. Don't say it is Cang Xu's strength. Just standing behind Cang Xu, Roger, the Pirate King, and the lonely red letter field, are not the existence they can deal with. It can be said that Blackbeard at this time is about to vomit blood. Blackbeard gave ace to the Marine headquarters and started the battle with his own hands, in order to obtain a group of powerful prisoners. But in the final analysis, Blackbeard's main purpose is still to obtain Whitebeard's shock fruit. This is a plan he has planned long ago, and it is also his first step to dominate the sea. However, this first step was directly pinched by Cang Xu, causing him to die. Blackbeard is about to vomit blood. If it wasn't for the two of Gu Gao's Haihong and Roger, who were both by Cang Xu's side, he would have liked to act on Cang Xu right away. However, Blackbeard didn't dare. On the one hand, the previous Gaia Island incident, Cang Xu really left him a great shadow. On the other hand, both Roger and Letterfield are master swordsmen and are not capable of devil fruit. In this case, his dark fruit ability does not have much effect on Cang Xu and others. What's more, his strength has not been fully improved. Without shock fruit, his attack power has not reached the peak. In this case, he didn't dare to go to war with Cang Xu and others. That's why Blackbeard succumbed. Can't beat and beat, want to get Whitebeard back, but can't get it back. He is equal to losing his wife and breaking down. Knowing this long ago, he wouldn't expose his dark fruit's abilities so soon. Yes, just now, the proud Blackbeard has already stated his dark fruit ability. At the current Marine headquarters, there is also a telephony worm broadcasting. It is estimated that everyone in the world already knows his abilities. This is not a good thing for Blackbeard. Blackbeard is about to vomit blood. No, I have one last chance to make the other party the public enemy of everyone. Blackbeard's eyes flashed with crazy light, and he made a crazy decision in his heart. He won't let Cang Xu get so many benefits in vain. He is going to completely disturb the muddy water. If Cang Xu and others can be established as public enemies on the battlefield, once all the forces on the entire battlefield are aimed at Cang Xu and others, maybe he still has a chance to retrieve Whitebeard's body and gain the ability of shock fruit. This is Blackbeard's crazy idea. However, it is almost impossible to do this. On the one hand, the Whitebeard pirate group, the pirate group and the Marine headquarters, are rivals. Because of this war, the two sides have forged a feud. If you don't fight to death, it's a good thing. How can you join hands to deal with Cang Xu? No, maybe the death of Whitebeard in Cang Xu's hands can be used a little bit. And Roger, One Piece Roger's thing, can also be used. At this moment, Blackbeard Teach's eyes flickered quickly, and it started a brainstorm. Blackwing Demon Cang Xu, what do you want to do? You killed Whitebeard, don't you worry about the retribution of the remnants of Whitebeard. Whitebeard is the greatest faith for the Whitebeard pirates. Read more at hotuntelnovel.xyz. If you don't retaliate for Whitebeard, how can they not be reconciled? Also, why did you resurrect Pirate King Roger? One Piece Roger is on your side. Have you got the legendary treasure One Piece? Do you already know that more than 100 years of history has disappeared? Blackbeard Teach suddenly shouted. At this time, Teach, regardless of what he was ranting about, he only knew that all the things had been exploded. All he seeks is to set Cang Xu on the opposite side of everyone. He wants to establish Cang Xu as a public enemy of the world. This is Blackbeard's idea and his only chance. In fact, when Teach finished these words, all the people on the battlefield were shaken. Whether it is the Whitebeard remnant party or the Marines from Marine headquarters, for the remnants of Whitebeard, Cang Xu cut off Whitebeard's life, and this is their enemy. Of course, captains like Marco can naturally see Cang Xu's thoughts. Knowing that Cang Xu was out of respect, he took the shot himself and gave Whitebeard a break. But other members, they may not understand. For this reason, the hostility of the Whitebeard remnant party was instantly established. As for the Marine headquarters, they naturally don't need to say more, because Cang Xu and Marine headquarters were originally hostile parties. However, Roger is by Cang Xu, which gives them a hostile target. It can be said that Blackbeard Teach has really established Cang Xu as a public enemy on the battlefield without knowing it. This impossible thing was actually done by Blackbeard Teach. Want to establish me as a public enemy on the battlefield? It's interesting. In Cang Xu's eyes, a gleam of light flashed, and he glanced at Blackbeard slightly. To be honest, Cang Xu could see through Blackbeard's idea at once. This makes Cang Xu look up at Blackbeard a little bit, look for flowers, because he didn't expect that Blackbeard Teach would do such crazy things. I have to say that sometimes the lower the bottom line, the more likely it is to do something impossible. However, even so, Cang Xu will not have any fear. On the contrary, Blackbeard's operation will only make Cang Xu a little interested. Moreover, in Cang Xu's mind, a more crazy plan appeared. Just to establish me as a public enemy on the battlefield, what's the point? Since I have to do it, it will be even crazier. Cang Xu waved his hand and directly opened the solution space. For a time, 5 more imposing figures appeared behind Cang Xu. This is exactly Arankar such as Bullet and swordsman Ryoma. Roger and Letterfield are in the ranks of several people. Since then, all Aaron cars under Cang Xu have returned to the team. 00. Aaron Car 1, the Red of Lofty Barleric Letterfield. Aaron Car 2, Heir of the Devil Douglas Bullet. Aaron Car 3, One Piece Gold Roger. Aaron Car 4, World Destroyer Bondi Waldo. Aaron Car 5, Dragon Slayer Swordsman Frost Moon Dragon Horse. Aaron Car 6, Captain John. Aaron Car 7, Hades Silver Rayleigh. There are a total of 7 Aaron cars, all of which are legendary. This is the Espada Legion, for the first time to show their attitude to the world. Everyone's Ryotsu is released in an instant. The amazing Ryotsu envelopes the entire Marin Vando in an instant. The weaker pirates and soldiers crawled on the ground one after another, unable to even stand up. Blackbeard teach, you said I am the public enemy of everyone. Wrong, I am the public enemy of the world. From today, I will tell the world in the name of Palace Master of Sud Palace, Cang Xu, the great black winged demon. If you want to challenge me, I welcome them all. But the premise is that you are ready to die. Cang Xu spoke slowly and said shocking words. Blackbeard teach wants to put Cang Xu on the opposite side of everyone on the battlefield. However, it is just the opposite of everyone on the battlefield, which is meaningless. Since it is going to be crazy, it is even more crazy. That being the case, then he has become a true public enemy of the world. So what? Now, Cang Xu declares war on the world in the name of the Palace Lord of the Sud Palace. From today, I will tell the world in the name of Palace Master of Sud Palace, Cang Xu, the great black winged demon. If you want to challenge me, I welcome them all. But the premise is that you are ready to die. Cang Xu's cold voice was very loud and spread throughout the entire battlefield. At this moment, everyone in the entire battlefield was shocked. Like a bronze bell, it rang in their ears and made their heads hum. Whether it is the pirates of the remnant Whitebeard party or the soldiers of Marine headquarters, they are all shocked, and it is hard to believe what they have heard. Although oppressed by the terrifying Ryotsu, they all raised their heads hard and looked up at Cang Xu and others. At this moment, Cang Xu is like a high king, looking down at the entire Malin Vando. The great black winged demon is crazy. Completely crazy. Does he know what he is doing? He actually declared war on the world. From the moment he said 90 and 0, the whole world will become his enemy. Marshal Sengoku found that he was a little unsteady, and looked shocked at Cang Xu in the middle of the battlefield, and the 7 Aaron cars behind Cang Xu. To be honest, Marshal Sengoku never thought that Cang Xu would do such a thing. Declare war on the world? This is what a real lunatic can do? However, according to Cang Xu's crazy style, he would do something like this, and it seems very possible. It can be said that this is unexpected and reasonable. However, this was only one thing that Marshal Sengoku was shocked. Another thing that shocked Marshal Sengoku was the 7 figures behind Cang Xu. These are all his old acquaintances. Red Earl Redfield, Heir of the Devil Bullet, One Piece Roger, World Destroyer Bondi Waldo, Captain John, Pluto Rayleigh. Damn it, all of them are legendary level existences. Are these dangerous guys all gathered by the Blackwing Great Demon? Marshal Sengoku constricted his pupils, muttered to himself, and said shocking names one by one. These people behind Cang Xu, apart from a swordsman, Ryoma, he doesn't know any origins. The rest of those guys are all legendary existences. This is also normal. After all, the swordsman Ryoma was a figure several times ago, and it is normal for ordinary people to not know. However, although Marshal Sengoku did not know the origin of Ryoma, however, Longma can stand behind Cang Xu with Roger and Letterfield. This can only prove one thing. This is also a legendary existence, possessing a strength comparable to that of Letterfield and others. It can be said that this is also a top combat power. What is the top combat power? That is a terrifying guy with the strength of an enemy country. In other words, each of these people under Cang Xu has the top power to destroy a country. This is a disaster for Marine headquarters. To be honest, I guessed that Cang Xu had the ability to resurrect. Marshal Sengoku had a vague guess about this in his heart. Cang Xu can resurrect Roger, so naturally, it can also resurrect other strong men from the old age. Read more at hotmailnovel.xyz. However, when Marshal Sengoku really saw the all-legendary standing behind Cang Xu, the Blackwing Demon, that kind of shock made Marshal Sengoku feel a little lost. Sengoku's look has never been more solemn. He knew in his heart, an unprecedented and most terrifying force is about to appear in this world. Suya Palace. This is the name of Cang Xu's power. It is estimated that after today, the name of Sud Palace, the name of Sud Palace Lord Blackwing Great Demon Cang Xu, will spread throughout the world. Marshal Sengoku suddenly became a little weak. He didn't know what direction the world would take. Originally, he thought that after the top war, the Marine headquarters could successfully annihilate the Whitebeard pirates, to show the majesty of Marine headquarters and suppress the arrogance of pirates. However, since Cang Xu and others appeared on the stage, Roger resurrected and appeared. After this series of things happened, the whole direction of the war at the top began to become magical. The current Marshal Sengoku was completely speechless except for a wry smile. Marshal Sengoku suddenly felt a sense of frustration and powerlessness. However, compared to Marshal Sengoku, there was one other person who felt even more panicked. That is Blackbeard Teach. Originally, Blackbeard Teach planned to use Whitebeard and Roger to provoke hostility across the battlefield. It can be said that Blackbeard Teach's original intention is to use all the power on the entire battlefield to besiege Cang Xu. In this way, he might be able to take advantage of this opportunity. retake Whitebeard's corpse again and capture the power of shock fruit. However, Cang Xu's reaction completely exceeded his expectations. Instead of refuting his words, Cang Xu took the opportunity to declare war on the world. Blackbeard brows straight up. This is a lunatic, a real lunatic. Blackwing demon, this crazy guy, what exactly does he want to do? He is not afraid, the whole world will attack in a group. Blackbeard Teach's voice was slightly trembling, with a trace of sweat on his face. Although, he himself is a crazy person. In order to bet on a future, dare to stay in the Whitebeard Pirates for decades. However, no matter how crazy Blackbeard Teach is, he can't do anything to declare war on the world. Blackbeard Teach suddenly felt that he regretted provoke Cang Xu. There is absolutely nothing good to provoke such a crazy guy. It can be said that because of Cang Xu's words, many people are shocked and jealous. But in fact, Cang Xu didn't say such words at random. The reason why he dared to let go of such wild words, naturally had Cang Xu's plan. Cang Xu is very sober, what he needs is a lot of soul points. However, going one by one, slowly collecting soul points, this is too slow. So, Cang Xu changed it. He intends to sit back and let the strong ones come to the door by themselves. In this way, he can sit back and reap his soul points easily. This is Cang Xu's real plan. Therefore, Cang Xu declared war on the world. It can be said that this incident is a temporary motive of Cang Xu, but it is not a good idea. But having said that, Blackbeard Teach's hunch is partly right. That is, Cang Xu will not let him go. Although you said that your proposal is very good 5.2, but letting ants like you have been jumping in front of me is a bit an eye-catcher. Cang Xu turned his head slightly and looked at the Blackbeard pirates. In the cold eyes, Cang Xu's killing intent was not hidden in the slightest, although Blackbeard's words gave him a good idea. However, this does not mean that he can tolerate Blackbeard Teach's provocation. If you want to provoke hostility on the entire battlefield, you can. But the first one is that you are ready to pay your life. Bullet, Ryoma, kill me the Blackbeard pirates. Cang Xu opened his mouth and ordered the bullet and swordsman Ryoma behind him. He wants to destroy the Blackbeard pirates, just take it as his first step in declaring war on the world. Bullet, Ryoma, kill me the Blackbeard pirates. Cang Xu gave the order directly. Report the grudge on the same day, there is no need to stay until the next day. This is Cang Xu's rule. Since Blackbeard dared to provoke him, then be prepared to pay the price. Therefore, Cang Xu directly issued an order to let Bullet and Frost Moon Ryoma directly annihilate the Blackbeard pirate group. As soon as Cang Xu said these words, Blackbeard's face changed suddenly, because he didn't expect that Cang Xu was so decisive that he didn't even leave him the slightest chance to breathe. However, now Blackbeard has not much time to think slowly, because Bullet and Jianhao Longma have already started directly. Boom! Xuanjiao Ryoma took the lead, holding a black sword Qiushui, and instantly slammed an astonishing slash. After slashing, the atmosphere broke instantly, and even a huge crack appeared on the ground. The entire Malin Vando was cut open in an instant. Damn it, this is a great swordsman. Dark Curtain. 21 Blackbeard's face changed drastically, and he instantly mobilized Dark Fruit's abilities. Countless black smoke emerged quickly, condensing into a dark barrier, trying to resist this amazing slash. However, even if Blackbeard reacted in time, but as the top swordsman, Frost Moon Ryoma's slash is not so easy to carry on the next. There was a loud bang. Blackbeard's defense was directly shattered by the sword hero Ryoma's slash. The terrifying slash directly broke through Blackbeard's defense and fell on Blackbeard's body. Ah, it hurts me. Blackbeard let out a scream and rolled on the ground. Although his dark defense counteracted most of the power of the slash, the damage he suffered was not so exaggerated. But because of the characteristics of Dark Fruit, he needs to suffer twice as much pain. This makes Blackbeard Teach look very embarrassed. Who are you? Why do you have such a terrifying kendo training? Blackbeard looked at Frost Moon Dragon Horse in shock, wanting to know the origin of Frost Moon Dragon Horse. To be honest, he has been lurking for many years, investigating many things. He can be said to be very clear about the existence of each legendary level, but for Xuanjiao Longma, he had no impression at all. I think I can probably guess his identity. At this time, a magnetic voice came. A man wearing a dark red knight uniform with a crossed sword behind his back and looking like an eagle came to the center of the battlefield. This is one of 7 warlords of the sea, Dracul Mihawk with the name of Eagle Eye. That black sword, it should be Qiushui the Black Sword. If I'm not wrong, you should be known as a dragon-slashing warrior, the great swordsman Frost Moon Ryoma. Read more at hotuntelnovel.xyz. Hawkeye Mihawk stared at Frost Moon Ryoma, and directly revealed Frost Moon Ryoma's real name. As the world's #1 swordsman of this generation, Hawkeye Mihawk can be said to be precious to all about kendo. In addition, it is no secret that Cang Xu has the ability to resurrect. Therefore, Hawkeye Mihawk, through the origin of the black sword Qiushui, guessed the true identity of Frost Moon Ryoma. As soon as this sentence came out, everyone on the court was shocked. They did not expect that this swordsman with a black sword was actually the world's largest swordsman a few times ago, the great swordsman with the name of the Dragon Slayer, Frost Moon Ryoma. For them, this is a big excitement, especially Blackbeard Teach. At this time, Teach's face was already gloomy, and he was about to scold his mother. Because Mihawk's words represent that this is also a top swordsman who is not weaker than Hawkeye. This is not good news for him. Ha ha ha, I didn't expect that in this era, there are still people who know the names under the taboo. What a beautiful black sword, with such a sharp aura, you should be a great swordsman too. Shuanjai Ryoma glanced at Hawkeye my Hawk, and his gaze fell on the black sword knight behind Hawkeye my Hawk. This is the Black Sword Knight. The chaotic blade is repetitively decorated with tings, the world's strongest black sword. Do you want to fight me? Hawkeye my Hawk's fighting spirit was awe-inspiring, his eyes moved a bit. Hawkeye my Hawk raised his hand, took out the Black Sword Knight behind him, made an attack, and challenged the sword hero Ryoma. He wants to fight the swordsman Ryoma? This is inevitable. As the world's largest swordsman in contemporary times, I have seen the world's largest swordsman a few times ago. Hawkeye, it is inevitable that my Hawk wants to challenge the swordsman Ryoma. This is the nature of the swordsman. Seeing powerful swordsmen, they always want to fight one. My Hawk can be sure that Frost Moon Ryoma must have this idea too. However, it was beyond my Hawk's expectations. Shuanjai Ryoma just smiled indifferently, but did not agree to my Hawk's challenge. I don't have time to fight with you now. Master Cang Xu has an order to destroy the Blackbeard pirate group. The words of Frost Moon Ryoma made Blackbeard Teach's face even more gloomy. So, then forget it. When I enter New World, I will find you. Hawkeye my Hawk was taken aback. But in a blink of an eye, Hawkeye my Hawk put away Black Blade Knight and walked slowly back. With such a harvest this time, he is already satisfied. Therefore, Hawkeye my Hawk didn't want to be entangled. He just turned around and left. Such a change is unexpected to everyone. They thought they could see the battle between two top swordsmen. As a result, I didn't expect 900, the war would come to an end in this way. However, at this time Blackbeard Teach, there is not much time to think about it, because Bullet and Frost Moon Ryoma have attacked Blackbeard again. Captain, let's help you. The crew of Blackbeard Teach rushed to Bullet, wanting to help Blackbeard Teach. Scum, get out. Bullet snorted coldly, and hit Blackbeard Teach's men directly. Boom! The ground instantly shattered, and terrifying power erupted from Bullet's fist. Bullet was originally a master of physique. Although it has fruit abilities, Bullet does not rely on Devil Fruit's abilities. Plus, the power brought to him by the Arankar system, Bullet at this time, like a humanoid Tyrannosaurus, exudes amazing power. A punch blasted, directly smashing Blackbeard Teach's men. Even the weaker people were directly killed by Bullet. Crush. Face the Blackbeard pirates, Bullet and Frost Moon Ryoma, directly crushing their confidence completely. This is the power of the legendary level. Hawkeye my Hawk recognizes the identity of Frost Moon Ryoma. This incident is considered an accident. However, this does not affect the pursuit of the Blackbeard pirates by Frost Moon Ryoma and Bullet. When Hawkeye my Hawk retreated, both Bullet and Ryoma once again concentrated their minds and started to deal with the Blackbeard pirates. When Shuanjai Ryoma and Bullet tried their best to make a move, the Blackbeard pirate group was crushed instantly. Because of the strength of the Blackbeard pirate group, it is not the opponent of Frost Moon Ryoma and Bullet at all. Damn it, guy, I'm going to kill you guys. Blackbeard Teach is very angry, frantically stimulating Dark Fruit's ability, and wants to resist. However, this has no effect at all. Although Bullet also has the ability of Devil Fruit, Dark Fruit has a certain effect on Bullet. However, Bullet is not ace, he is better at physical skills. Bullet's physical strength has already been exercised to an astonishing level. Blackbeard's Dark Fruit ability is for Bullet. There are hardly many grams for production, needless to say Frost Moon Dragon Horse. As a pure great swordsman, only with the black sword Kyushui in his hand, Frost Moon Dragon Horse is enough to make Blackbeard suffer. It can be said that Frost Moon Ryoma and Bullet have no suspense in the battle against the Blackbeard pirates. Soon, the entire Blackbeard pirate group fell apart, except for Blackbeard Teach himself. The other members of the Blackbeard pirate group were all destroyed under the iron fist of Bullet. The Blackbeard pirate group was blown up by Bullet abruptly. It can be said that the Blackbeard pirate group at this time has existed in name only. Of course, in this process, Marshal Sengoku had also thought about it. Want to order the army? Want to help the Blackbeard pirates? Marshal Sengoku is very sensible, although just now, he was shocked by the lineup of Sud Callus, but after recovering, Marshal Sengoku suddenly realized, in the current situation, he can't let Blackbeard Teach die in the hands of Bullet and Frost Moon Ryoma. Although, Blackbeard Teach is also an ambitious pirate with great ambitions, but as far as the current situation is concerned, the biggest enemy of Marine headquarters is Cang Xu's side. The enemy of the enemy is the friend. Although Blackbeard is also a pirate, it may be transformed into their power. Marshal Sengoku knew this very well. Therefore, he wants to win over all the vital forces to increase his odds against Cang Xu and others. To put it bluntly, Cang Xu has become the worst enemy of Marine headquarters. In order to deal with this worst enemy, Marshal Sengoku was even willing to let go of his hostility towards Blackbeard. I have to say that as Marshal Marine, Sengoku of Buddha has done an excellent job. Sengoku continues to use all kinds of power to help Marine headquarters as much as possible. However, Cang Xu will not give Marshal Sengoku this opportunity. When Marshal Sengoku had just acted, Cang Xu waved his hand directly. Read more at hotnovel.xyz. A Siro blasted out and landed in front of Marshal Sengoku. Sengoku, I will kill Blackbeard. If you want to stop me, I don't mind detonating a war on top again. At that time, I will kill all the Marine soldiers here. The extremely cold voice represents Cang Xu's firm will. For Blackbeard teach, Cang Xu must kill it. If it is Marshal Sengoku, he wants to intervene in Blackbeard teach. Then Cang Xu will do it and directly detonate a top-level battle. In response to this, Marshal Sengoku's pupils contracted, looked at Cang Xu in shock, and became silent. Because Marshal Sengoku could tell that Cang Xu was not talking about him, but really intend to do so, very determined. Once he intervenes in Blackbeard's affairs, then Cang Xu will surely provoke a big battle again. For this reason, Marshal Sengoku did not dare to order. You know, after the previous battle, Marines 100,000 elites have lost a lot. If it detonates another big battle, it is estimated that all of Marines 100,000 elites will really be buried here. Marshal Sengoku can't bear such a big responsibility, nor dare to bear it. For this reason, Marshal Sengoku was silent. Let Cang Xu go and hunt down the Blackbeard pirates. Boom! When the black sword Kyushui in Frosty Moon Ryoma's hand pierced Blackbeard's heart and completely shattered Blackbeard's heart, this battle to destroy the Blackbeard pirate group finally ushered in the end. I'm not reconciled. Having worked so hard for so many years, I ended up with such a rundown result. Blackbeard's mouth was bleeding, his body was covered with scars, and he let out an unwilling roar. He spent so many years, and he was struggling to think. However, he ended up with such a result? How could Blackbeard teach be willing? Su Yagong? Blackwing Great Demon Cang Xu? I want you to bury me? Ultimate Dark Cave Road. Blackbeard exhausted all his strength and let out the final roar. Rumble. Endless darkness erupted from Blackbeard's body and spread to the surroundings. This terrifying darkness madly swallows the surrounding ground, devouring the lives of soldiers and pirates as much as possible. Secret Point Road? This is Blackbeard's big move. By using the power of Dark Fruit, release darkness to a large area on the ground. People or objects touched by the darkness will be sucked into, sink, and compressed and shattered. It can be said that this is equivalent to a small black hole with a wide range. At the last moment of life, Blackbeard tried his best. Want to drag the entire life of Marin Vando? Funeral for the Blackbeard pirates. Of course, this is of no use to Cang Xu and others at all. When all the darkness is gone, a huge pothole appeared in the center of Marine headquarters. Almost only half of the ground is left in the entire Marin Vatican. At this time, Blackbeard teach has been completely ruined in the darkness, and even no bones are left. Since then, the Blackbeard pirates has completely withdrawn from the world stage. Blackbeard teach completely disappeared into the sea. It's a pity, a good soul is wasted. Above the void, Cang Xu stepped on Lingzi Road, standing out of thin air, frowning at the Marine headquarters below. To be honest, he originally wanted to take down Blackbeard's soul, but because he was completely buried in the darkness, Blackbeard's soul also disappeared. Good promise. For Cang Xu, this is a little wasteful, but in a blink of an eye, Cang Xu recovered his calm, his expression calm. Because of the loss of Blackbeard's soul, this is not a big loss for Cang Xu. After all, the souls of Whitebeard and Fire Fist Ace are in their hands. There are even a lot of Marine soldiers and the souls of pirates. It can be said that Cang Xu came to the Marine headquarters this time and it has been a complete success without any regrets. However, Cang Xu now has a bigger idea in his mind. Cang Xu looked down, slowly falling on the soldiers at Marine headquarters and the remnant party of Whitebeard. He was thinking about a classic. After the previous war on the top, the current Marine headquarters and the Whitebeard remnant party are all very injured. Should he take this opportunity to kill all these guys at once? After the previous top war, the Marine headquarters and the Whitebeard remnant party are both badly injured. This is definitely a good opportunity for Cang Xu. If you can take advantage of this opportunity to take both of them, Cang Xu will reap great benefits. I won't mention other things for the time being, only Marines 100,000 elite. The soul point that can be provided is not a small number. After all, you can become an elite, and you also have a certain strength. The higher the strength, the more soul points provided. This is the law of soul points. As for the Whitebeard remnant party, the situation is similar to that of Marines 100,000 elite. You know, the Whitebeard pirate group itself is a large pirate group with nearly 2,000 people. Needless to say, the number of members of the 43 New World affiliated pirate groups under its banner, although because of this battle, the Whitebeard pirates lost a lot of people, but the number of survivors is still not a small number. Once all of them are taken, it will definitely bring huge benefits to Cang Xu. On the other hand, the top level of the two sides also has a lot of top combat power. Lieutenant General Naval Headquarters, there are 3 Admiral. Whitebeard Remnant Party, the top captains. These are all elites. Once it can be won, the benefits of it are simply unimaginable. For this reason, Cang Xu is a little bit moved. However, it is not easy to win these people. After all, Marine Headquarters 3 Admiral still exists, although Akaina's arm is broken, his strength is greatly reduced. However, the remaining 2 Admirals did not suffer any injuries and their strength is still well preserved. What's more, in the Marine Headquarters, there are Marshal Sengoku and the hero Garp, these powerful old monsters. It is not easy to swallow these 2 powerful forces in one bite. It can be said that this is a matter with huge risks and huge benefits. Benefits and risks coexist. For this reason, Cang Xu hesitated, thinking about the pros and cons of this. Considering whether to take action on the Whitebeard Remnant Party and Marine Headquarters, there is something wrong with the Great Black Wing Demon, Garp. We need to prepare for the worst. On the ground, Marshal Sengoku returned to Garp and said to Garp solemnly, "As a wise general, Marshal Sengoku is far more intelligent than other marines." For this reason, he vaguely sensed Cang Xu's thoughts. Therefore, Marshal Sengoku's face is so solemn. To be honest, Marshal Sengoku was also shocked. He did not expect that Cang Xu would be so crazy. After destroying the Blackbeard pirates, I still want to do something against them. Read more at hotandilnovel.xyz. However, if Cang Xu really does it, Marine headquarters will experience another catastrophe. It can be said that the current trend of the results is completely within Cang Xu's thoughts. At this time, 5 figures in white robes appeared at Marine headquarters and came to Marshal Sengoku. Marshal Sengoku, we are CP0 members directly under 5 elders. In the name of 5 elders, come and support Marine headquarters. The white-robed man in the lead came to Marshal Sengoku and said to Marshal Sengoku, the support of the world government is here, and it is specially dispatched by 5 elders. Although there are only 5 people, these 5 people must be the top powers. In fact, the same is true, although the 5 people did not show their identities, but Cang Xu could feel that the bodies of these 5 white-robed men exude a powerful soul aura. Is this level of soul aura infinitely close to Admiral's combat power? Sure enough, the background of world government is still amazing. Cang Xu glanced at the 5 people in white robes. The catastrophe of the detection circuit was launched, sweeping 5 white-robed men. Cang Xu instantly knew the strength of these 5 white-robed men. Among the 5 white-robed men, 3 are infinitely close to Admiral. This is very similar to the Jun Lieutenant General that Cang Xu met in Alabaston before. As for the remaining 2 white-robed men, they have the strength comparable to Admiral, 2 Admiral combat power, 3 infinitely close to Admiral's combat power. As expected of the world government, it still has such a heritage. However, if this is only the case, Cang Xu will not worry about it. Because of his Car, it's not just Admiral's power as simple as that. Just like Roger and others, it is the top combat power in itself. Coupled with the power of the Car system, their strength has long become even more terrifying. Just look at the previous battles. Even though the powerful Admiral Akainu, in Roger's hands, Akainu can't get any benefit at all. Even the angry Roger cut off Akainu's arm directly. If it wasn't for Blackbeard's sudden appearance, it would draw Roger's attention. Maybe, the current Akainu Admiral has died in Roger's hands. Therefore, the 5 white-robed men assisted by the world government gave Cang Xu some surprises. However, they are not yet afraid of Cang Xu. However, Cang Xu could feel that this time, more than the 5 white-robed men in front of him. Behind the Marine headquarters building, there is also a special soul fire. That soul fire is amazing, far more than any enemy Cang Xu has encountered before. With this level of strength, Garp can't even match it, just like the difference between fireflies and candlelight. This shows how terrifying the strength of that hidden mysterious person is. Does the world government still have such a powerful guy? Who is the other party? The hidden background of celestial dragons? Ancient weapon king. Or in other words, in the legend, the master of the world government behind the scenes, the owner of the Void Throne, the so-called Lord Yim. At this moment, Cang Xu's eyes flickered, and many speculations flashed in his mind. If he guessed correctly, hiding behind the building, the mysterious person who did not show up is most likely the legendary Lord Yim. Unexpectedly, this time the top war actually attracted this Lord Yim. This is interesting. Cang Xu thought with his eyes, thinking about the next plan. Although Cang Xu couldn't be sure, the mysterious person who didn't show up was the real Lord Yim. However, the opponent's strength is bound to be very powerful, far surpassing all the enemies he has encountered before. This is inevitable. In this way, if a war breaks out with the opponent, what the result is, Cang Xu can't be sure. Wow! At this time, there was a sound of breaking water. A large pirate ship with a red dragon head appeared in the harbor of Marine headquarters. On the canvas of the pirate ship, there is a skull logo with 2 crossed swords and 3 sword marks on the left eye. This is Red Force. Red-haired car. One of the 4 emperors, the red-haired Shanks, is here. How could this be? Why did the red hair of one of the 4 emperors appear in Marine headquarters? Shocked and panicked voices sounded on the battlefield. Obviously, the pirates and marine soldiers have already recognized the origin of this pirate ship. Yes, this is one of the 4 emperors, the main ship of the red-haired Shanks. One of the 4 emperors, red-hair pirates, is here. The red hair is here. How did he come? This is impossible. Obviously 2 days ago, New World also heard news that the red hair stopped Kaido and attacked Whitebeard. In such a short time, how did the red hair appear at Marine headquarters? On Marine, Marshal Sengoku was slightly shocked, looking in the direction of the port in disbelief. Before the war on the top, Marshal Sengoku stared at the Whitebeard pirates. At other times, he was most concerned about the remaining 3-4 emperors and the movements of Cang Xu. At that time, there was news from New World that Kaido wanted to attack Whitebeard and was blocked by Red Hair. As a result, I didn't expect that in just a few days, the Red Hair actually appeared at Marine headquarters. Such a speed is simply unbelievable. However, this is not the most important thing. Most importantly, the purpose of the Red Hair coming to Marine headquarters this time? You know, Red Hair is also one of the 4 emperors, belonging to the top power on the sea. The red issue is here now. It is very likely to change the situation on the battlefield. It would be okay if it was to help them, if it was on Cang Xu's side. That was terrible news for Marine headquarters. This is the most worrying issue for Marshal Sengoku. He wants to know the purpose of the red hair here. Ha ha ha, everyone, don't be unharmed. A hearty laughter sounded. With the amazing conqueror's haki, a red-haired man with a severed arm wearing a black robe and a beard appeared on the battlefield. Young, this is one of the 4 emperors, the red-haired Shanks. When we first met, Black-Winged Demon, no, I should say, Palace Master Cang Xu. The red hair turned his head and looked at Cang Xu seriously. Red hair, what are you doing here? Don't tell me, I want to give you a face, let you end this war. The cold voice sounded. Cang Xu looked at the red hair with a faint smile, and slowly said a word. Cang Xu will not give redheads the chance to pretend to be forced. He wanted to see what else the red hair could say. In this regard, the redhead's face became stiff, and some were speechless. The black-winged demon Cang Xu, how could he know what he wanted to say? However, now is not the time to complain. Redhead Shanks looked at Cang Xu and spoke slowly. Black-winged demon Cang Xu, I have heard of the name for a long time. I have wanted to see you for a long time. Before, I had a hunch that you are not an ordinary person. Some time ago, I was still discussing with Whitebeard, and I am going to have a good chat with you after you enter the new world. Unexpectedly, in just a short period of time, everything is right and wrong. Read more at hotuntilnovel.xyz. But what I didn't expect is that you still have this special ability, and even Captain Roger is resurrected. The red-haired Shanks looked complicated, his eyes shifted, and looked at Roger and Rayleigh behind Cang Xu. Long time no see, Captain Roger. Obviously, the red hair has been paying attention to what happened on the battlefield. Also know that Cang Xu, in the name of Palace Master of the Sui Palace, declared war on the world? So, Shanks obviously already knows about Roger's resurrection? To be honest, Shanks at this time is in a very strange mood. Shocked, delighted, angry, tangled. There are all kinds of moods, condensed into complex moods. It's been a long time, Shanks. I didn't expect you to have grown up and become a real man. Roger sighed and looked at Shanks with some emotion. Although, when he was in the Roger Pirates before, he saw that Shanks had a very high potential. But he did not expect that Shanks could reach this level in just 20 years. He even went to the position of Whitebeard, who was at the same level as Whitebeard and Kaido, and was known as one of the 4 emperors of the sea. They are all Captain Roger, they were well cultivated. The redhead Shanks sighed with emotion, as if recalling the past. Well, I will talk about the old things when I have a chance in the future. Redhead, tell me the purpose of your coming here. Cang Xu spoke lightly, interrupting Roger and the red hair's nostalgia. He doesn't have much time, and he slowly talks to the red hair. He wants to get straight to the subject and talk about how to deal with the current situation. You're right, it's really not the time to relive the old days. Let me talk about the purpose of my coming here this time. The purpose of my coming here this time is really to stop this war. A lot of people have died in this battle. Now that Whitebeard has fallen, all disputes are over, there is no need to increase unnecessary casualties. Look for flowers. So Blackwing Demon, please end this battle. Shanks condensed his thoughts and looked at Cang Xu seriously, with a very sincere tone. Because of Cang Xu's words, Shanks didn't dare to take any tough attitude. If anyone else wants to fight, red hair pirates will be his opponent. Such strong hacky words. Now the red hair can't dare to say it again, because the redhead knows that the center of the battlefield is no longer the Whitebeard it used to be. To be honest, the development of this war has far exceeded the original situation. The focus of the current battle is no longer the marine headquarters and the Whitebeard pirates. Cang Xu, who declared war to the world in the name of the Palace Lord of the Sui Palace, is the center of this battle. 0. However, the strength of Cang Xu's side is really terrifying. All legendary figures, even if they are red-haired, have a tingling scalp. For this reason, red-haired Shanks really can't say anything like give him a face. Therefore, the red hair changed his attitude and used a very sincere attitude to persuade this Cang Xu. I hope Cang Xu can end this war. Yes, red hair can be seen. The key to this battle lies in Cang Xu. I have to say that the redhead Shanks is still very smart. It was immediately understood, the soul of this war. Although his original intention of coming here has not changed, he still wants to end this top war. But the redhead knows how to lower his posture. Talk to Cang Xu with the most suitable attitude. With persuasion, I hope Cang Xu can end this war. Rather than forcibly ending the top war in a half-persuasive and half-threatening way like the original book. In this regard, Cang Xu is still somewhat useful. For the sake of what you said well, I promise to end this war. Cang Xu smiled calmly and said a word slowly. He agreed. Promise to end the war on top. Of course, Cang Xu wants to end the war on top, naturally not because of red-haired persuasion, but also because of another character. That is Lord Yim hiding in the dark. Seeing your attitude is still sincere, I promise to end this war. Cang Xu nodded slightly and promised to end the war on top. Of course, Cang Xu wanted to end the top war, naturally not because of red-haired persuasion. Here at Cang Xu, the red-haired Shanks doesn't have that much face yet. Cang Xu promised to end the war because of another character. That is the Lord Yim who is hidden in the dark and has not shown up. To be honest, as early as the support of the world government came, Cang Xu had the idea of ending the war. Thanks to the support of the world government, 5 admiral powers have been brought. Although, Cang Xu is not afraid if he has to do it, but once you do it, Cang Xu will lose a lot of money here. The most important point is that Cang Xu could not be sure of the strength of the hidden Master Yim. it can be said that 903 is a real unknown. For this reason, it is naturally impossible for Cang Xu to continue wasting time here at Marine headquarters. This will only bring him unnecessary loss. It can be said that when Cang Xu discovered that the world government came to help, and the mysterious Lord Yim appeared to be at Marine headquarters, Cang Xu has a plan in his heart to end this war. As for the Lord Yim, it is not time to go to war with the opponent. Of course, when Cang Xu is fully grown up, Cang Xu will definitely not let that guy go. Cang Xu has never seen a person's soul aura that can be so powerful. Once it is swallowed or hollowed, it will definitely bring great benefits to Cang Xu. Of course, if you do something with Lord Yim, naturally it is not now. After all, the current Cang Xu hasn't fully grown up yet. On the one hand, Cang Xu's Ulquiorra template has not been fully unlocked yet, and the strength has not yet fully grown. On the other hand, Cang Xu's Espada core is not fully formed yet. Therefore, Cang Xu is not in a hurry yet. The most important point is that after the previous war, Cang Xu got a huge gain, whether it is the soul of Whitebeard and Ace, or a lot of soul points. Cang Xu's purpose of coming to Marine headquarters this time has basically been completed. It can be said that there is no regret for Cang Xu's trip to the top of the war. The current Cang Xu, leaving Marine headquarters, is also a good choice. All in all, before the arrival of Red Hair, Cang Xu already had the idea of ending the war. It just so happened that the arrival of the Red Hair gave Cang Xu this opportunity. Therefore, Cang Xu took this opportunity to end the war. Great, I thank Palace Master Sui Palace for all the lives on this battlefield. The Red Hair breathed a sigh of relief and bent slightly to express his gratitude to Cang Xu. Read more at hotmailnovel.xyz. To be honest, Red Hair really has no confidence, you can tell Cang Xu, because in his opinion, Cang Xu has the ability to reject him. If Cang Xu is really stubborn, Ishain wants to drag this battle to the abyss of complete fall, so even if he came in person as the four emperors, he couldn't stop Cang Xu's actions. Don't think that redheads are self-effacing. With Cang Xu's lineup, he really has absolute confidence. This is the strength of Cang Xu's side. Therefore, Cang Xu is willing to end this battle, which made the Red Hair breathe a sigh of relief. As for Marine, the redhead didn't even ask. He was willing to come here to end this war, which was originally an honor for Marine. Redhead Shanks believes that Sengoku will make a wise decision. In fact, the same is true. After Cang Xu let go, Marshal Sengoku breathed a sigh of relief. This battle is finally over. Marshal Sengoku slowly dissipated his abilities. From a golden Buddha, back to the original appearance, his actions also meant that Marshal Sengoku recognized Cang Xu's words. This tragic battle has finally come to an end. For ordinary soldiers, this grand battle is enough to make them remember for a lifetime. It is estimated that in this lifetime, they will never experience such a grand battle again. This is a war that can be recorded in the annals of history. Although the protagonist of this battle is the Whitebeard pirates. But in this war, the most dazzling thing is Cang Xu's Suya Palace. Cang Xu's Suya Palace was officially launched, announcing their existence to the world, demonstrating the majesty of the Suya Palace. Marine headquarters, world government. We will meet again in the future. Cang Xu looked at Sengoku and said a word slowly. At this moment, Cang Xu's gaze penetrated Sengoku and fell on the building behind Sengoku. It seems that I want to see through the mysterious figure behind the building. After that, Cang Xu didn't say much, and took the errand cars directly towards the port. During the whole process, whether it was the pirates of the Whitebeard Remnant Party or the soldiers of Marine headquarters, they are all involuntary, letting go away, and dare not stand in front of Cang Xu and others. However, when passing in front of Marco and others, Cang Xu suddenly stopped and looked at Marco, the phoenix with a sad face. Do you still want to see Whitebeard? If you want to see Whitebeard again, then follow me. Cang Xu spoke suddenly and said to Marco. Although the captains of the Whitebeard pirate group, their strength is far from the top level. However, in the Whitebeard pirates, the top-ranked captains are still good, even comparable to the top Shishibukai. If it can be won, Cang Xu will naturally not miss such an opportunity. Due to this reason, Cang Xu intends to take away Marco and others. Of course, if they don't want to, Cang Xu won't force it. See you father again, could it be, resurrection? Marco, who was still very sad, heard Cang Xu's words. Marco was taken aback for a moment, and some did not react. But in a blink of an eye, Marco remembered something. It seems that there was a rumor circulating on the battlefield just now. Cang Xu, the Black-Winged Demon, seems to have the ability to resurrect. Looking at Roger on 5.2 behind Cang Xu, Marco's eyes become brighter and brighter. Whitebeard pirates, leave Marine headquarters. Marco shouted immediately and ordered the remnants of the Whitebeard pirate group. Under Marco's arrangement, the remnants of the Whitebeard pirate group, following Cang Xu's warship, slowly withdrew from the Marine headquarters. Wait until Cang Xu and others really leave Malin Vatican. This battle finally ushered in a real end. The war? It's over. Marshal Sengoku shouted. Accompanied by this word, all corners of the entire battlefield suddenly burst into cheers. The war on top is officially over. The war on the top is finally over. Cang Xu, the Black-Winged Demon, is terrible. Yes, even the entire Marine headquarters, Malin Vander, collapsed. I don't want to experience this kind of war again for the second time. When Cang Xu and others left, there was a sigh of emotion in every corner of the battlefield. This is the real feeling of the soldiers. This battle has brought them a great psychological shadow. The mood of the Marine soldiers looked very depressed. No need to be sad, this battle is Marine's big victory. We successfully eliminated Whitebeard. Whitebeard Edward Newgate, the head of the 4 emperors, died at Marine headquarters. This is Marine's big victory. A majestic voice sounded, encouraging the Marine soldiers. This is the voice of Marshal Sengoku. As Marshal Marine, he naturally couldn't watch. Marine soldiers were downcast. For this reason, Marshal Sengoku said such words, inspiring the fighting spirit of the soldiers. Yes, Marshal Sengoku is right, this is a big victory for our Marine. We have won, and the Whitebeard pirates have completely lost. 21 Hearing the encouragement of Marshal Sengoku, the soldiers recovered a lot of morale and encouraged their surrounding partners with self-comfort. In the following time, Marshal Sengoku commanded the generals, doing post-war rescue activities. As for the support of the world government, after the end of the war is determined, they bid farewell to Marshal Sengoku, returned directly to the Holy Land Mary Giose, and returned to 5 elders. As for Lord Yim, he also disappeared directly in the Marine headquarters. During the whole process, Lord Yim didn't show up. It is estimated that few people know about it except Cang Xu. Once there was a terrifying guy who came to the battlefield silently. After everything stabilized, Marshal Sengoku took a break and sat on the pile of broken buildings in the main part. But then again, although Marshal Sengoku's words inspired all the soldiers, but Marshal Sengoku's face was not really happy. On the contrary, at this time, Marshal Sengoku's face looked very solemn, because Marshal Sengoku knows. Although in this battle, they succeeded in destroying the Whitebeard pirates and letting Whitebeard die. But this battle is actually just the beginning. The strongest pirate group on the sea, the Whitebeard pirate group, is destroyed. But in this war, there is another unprecedented terrorist force that far surpasses the Whitebeard pirates. That is Suig Palace. Read more at hotmailnovel.xyz. This gathering of countless legendary forces will shock the entire sea. Sengoku can be sure that the next sea will usher in a very terrifying wave. This terrifying wave, like a tsunami, will sweep the world. And standing on the cusp of the wave is Cang Xu, who leads the Suig Palace. Marshal Sengoku has deep concerns in his heart. This time, he couldn't be sure. Can Marine headquarters survive this terrifying tsunami? It can be said that the destruction of the Whitebeard pirate group not only did not bring any confidence to Marshal Sengoku. Instead, Marshal Sengoku became even more worried. Hey, where is this world going? The only comfort may be the fall of Whitebeard. Marshal Sengoku's voice was low and he let out a sigh of emotion. With the current events, Marshal Sengoku sees no hope. The only thing that comforted him was that after a great battle, they successfully eliminated Whitebeard. As the head of the 4 emperors, Whitebeard, his destruction will bring huge changes to New World. This may be the only news that can bring comfort to Marshal Sengoku in this battle. Sengoku, I think you might be thinking too well. Think about the abilities of the great Black-Winged Demon. Whitebeard is very likely will appear in the sea. At this time, an old female voice came. The gray-haired General Staff Lieutenant General Crane appeared next to Marshal Sengoku with a complex expression and slowly said a word. As soon as this sentence came out, Marshal Sengoku's body suddenly became stagnant, and he was a little speechless. After a long time, Marshal Sengoku sighed suddenly. At this moment, Marshal Sengoku bent down a little, as if he was a teenager. Little Crane, why do you have to break my illusion? Why don't I know that Cang Xu, the great Black-Winged Demon, possesses the ability similar to resurrection? Marshal Sengoku's voice sounded very deep. In fact, how could Marshal Sengoku not know about this? After all, he was the first person to guess that Cang Xu is very likely to have the ability to resurrect. In addition, Whitebeard's body was taken away by Cang Xu. Therefore, Cang Xu is very likely to resurrect Whitebeard. Marshal Sengoku had already guessed. However, he did not want to admit, nor did he dare to admit this terrible fact. However, Lieutenant General Crane's words directly exposed his poor hopes. If Whitebeard is really resurrected, then in this top war, Marine headquarters will usher in a complete defeat. The only beneficiary is Cang Xu. Yes, Marshal Sengoku has seen it very clearly. Little Crane, after the soldiers are set up, I will apply to 5 elders to resign as Marshal Marine. I will bear all the responsibility for the failure of the war. I hope you can help Aokiji and become the new Marshal. Marshal Sengoku said slowly, speaking out his decision. A new era is coming, and he must make a choice too. He must make the best arrangements before this terrifying wave swept to Marine headquarters. This is Marshal Sengoku's determination? I understand. I will try my best to support Aokiji. Lieutenant General Crane nodded slightly and agreed to this matter. The following time, Marine headquarters began to operate. At the same time, when the Marine headquarters enters the recovery phase, the situation at the top of the war also began to spread to the sea. This is inevitable. After all, before the war on the top began, the Marine headquarters broadcasted the execution in real time. Although halfway through, Marine headquarters wanted to close the broadcast. But because of Cang Xu's intervention, only 2 of the 3 surveillance phone bugs were cut off. There is also a phone worm, which has not been cut off, broadcast from beginning to end. For this reason, the situation at the top of the war has all been broadcasted, without any omission, and when the situation of the top war spread to the sea, the whole world went crazy. The origin of Fire Fist Ace, the blood of sin, the heir of Pirate King Roger. The result of the war at the top came out. the Whitebeard pirates were defeated, and Whitebeard fell. The Whitebeard, the head of the 4 emperors, has fallen. The 4 emperors are missing one, and the sea is shocked. Cang Xu, the big black-winged demon, is surprised, whose organization is called Ulquiorra. The resurrection of Roger, the black-winged demon who masters life and death. Unprecedented in history, the legendary Ulquiorra, the world's strongest power. Declare war on the world, the great black-winged demon is powerful. The great swordsman of the old age, the appearance of the dragon-slashing samurai Frost Moon Ryoma. 4 emperors red-haired shanks, appeared on top of the war. Countless newsbirds start from various news agencies, carrying all kinds of newspapers, spread the results of the top war to the whole world. After obtaining these newspapers, everyone on the sea was shocked. Because the news in the past few days has brought a lot of news. Every message shocked everyone's eyes. It can be said that whether it is the fall of Whitebeard, the resurrection of One Piece Roger, and even the lineup of the Void Palace, every piece of news undoubtedly no longer shakes the hearts of ordinary people. It can be said that the news received in the past few days has far exceeded the news they have known in their lifetime. People with a bad heart are even frightened to death by this horrifying news. Everyone knows that Cang Xu and Ulquiorra are about to become the top powers on the sea, and even kings over the sea. Without him, just having the power of Roger and Cang Xu, the One Piece King, seems extraordinary. What's more, there are still many legendary existences in Cang Xu's Ulquiorra. These special existences constitute an unprecedented power. This is why everyone is shocked. It can be said that the strong rise of Cang Xu and Ulquiorra has become an irresistible existence. At this time, someone will think of another thing too. Ulquiorra is on the sea. What will happen to the remaining emperors on the sea? When this problem appeared, it immediately attracted everyone's attention. Yes, everyone can see it. Suya Palace is about to rise strongly. But once the Ulquiorra reigns over the sea, what will happen to the existing sea emperors in the sea, that is, the remaining 4 emperors? Obviously, the remaining 4 emperors will definitely not give up this position easily. Therefore, there must be a battle between Ulquiorra and the remaining 4 emperors. Everyone can expect that there will be a big wave that will sweep the sea. For a while, everyone felt very panic, and felt uneasy about the future situation of the sea. Cang Xu, the great black-winged demon, established the Void Night Palace and solicited a batch of legendary existences. Furthermore, Roger, the One Piece King, appeared in the sea again. Sure enough, the fellow black-winged demon is still shocking. Read more at hotandtlenovel.xyz. Unexpectedly, that dammit kid has grown to this point. New World, IWC, on Cake Island. Charlotte Linlin is holding a newspaper, looking solemnly at the top of the war. The matter of war on the top of the sea is raging on the sea. As one of the kings of the sea, Charlotte Linlin naturally also knows this. Unlike before, this time Charlotte Linlin's expression has also become dignified, not as relaxed as before. Previously, Charlotte Linlin had also considered that he wanted to recruit Cang Xu, want Cang Xu to be her son-in-law, let Cang Xu join her Big Mom pirate group. But now, Charlotte Linlin has no such idea. Even Charlotte Linlin felt a deep pressure. She did not expect that Cang Xu would grow to this level. The Ulquiorra, which reigns over the world. This is the evaluation given to Su Yagong in the newspaper. Although Charlotte Linlin was very upset, she had to admit it. The current Cang Xu has indeed reached this point. It can be said that with the lineup shown by Cang Xu, as long as Cang Xu personally said he wants to become the new 4 emperors, then the current Cang Xu will be called the new Sea Emperor by the world. This can be said to be inevitable. However, as far as Cang Xu's current strength is shown, the 4 emperors obviously can't satisfy Cang Xu's strength. Mom, Cang Xu, the great black-winged demon, declared war on the whole world in the war on the top. It seems that he doesn't put the whole world in his eyes at all. Katakuri, the head of the 4 generals, stood in front of Charlotte Linlin, talking about the news he had collected. This is why Charlotte Linlin is worried. Cang Xu dare to declare war on the world? This so-called world naturally includes 4 emperors. In other words, Cang Xu, the big black-winged demon, didn't pay attention to their 4 emperors at all. Damn, it's kid, it's too deceiving. Charlotte Linlin's eyes were red, and she gave a cold snort, her expression a little sullen, because in her opinion, Cang Xu is too arrogant. But she doesn't admit it. Cang Xu does have arrogant capital. Without him, there are too many strong people around Cang Xu. If it is said that after the Alabastan incident, the 3 persons of Letterfield, Bullet, and Bondi Valdo beside Cang Xu have revealed their identities, just to make Charlotte Linlin feel a little jealous. So the current Cang Xu, the strength shown by the war on the top? Indeed, Charlotte Linlin felt a deep threat. Without him, Cang Xu does have such strength. She had never thought that by her side, so many powerful people could gather together. Even the One Piece Roger appeared beside Cang Xu. This is far more than the original Rocks pirate. You know, when the original maritime overlord Locks founded the Great Pirate Group, he also invited Roger. But at that time, Roger directly rejected Locks. But this time, Roger appeared beside Cang Xu. Although Charlotte Linlin can also see that there is something wrong with this matter, however, she only saw the result of the matter. Roger appeared next to Cang Xu and was used by Cang Xu. This has already explained a lot. Charlotte Linlin feels in her heart, Niuzhao, once Cang Xu enters the new world, Cang Xu's Ulquiorra, maybe it's really possible to dominate the sea. After all, the power displayed by Cang Xu has made her feel jealous. Once Cang Xu comes to New World and chooses to do something to her Big Mom pirate group, how likely is it that she can repel the opponent? To be honest, the possibility is not high, it can even be said to be a bit low. For this reason, Charlotte Linlin feels a huge threat. Katakuri, bring me Kaido's phone bug, I want to contact Kaido. Charlotte Linlin frowned and said a word slowly. Charlotte Linlin, who didn't want to sit still, made a decision immediately. She plans to find Kaido to join forces. Join Kaido? This is the best choice Charlotte Linlin thought of after learning about the war on the top. After knowing the influence of Cang Xu, Charlotte Linlin understood one thing. With the strength of the Big Mom pirate group, it is difficult to resist the power of the Void Knight Palace. No way, although the Big Mom pirate group has a large number of personnel, the top combat power is really too few. Except for Charlotte Linlin, the rest of the members do not have a top combat power. Of course, Katakuri's strength is not bad. However, Katakuri is still a little bit away from the real top combat power. Probably, Katakuri is barely half of the top combat power. As for the remaining 3 generals, their strengths are a bit poor. Look at the original work, Charlotte Snug, known as one of the 4 stars, was directly defeated by the Monk Urgi. You know, the Monk Urgi is just a supernova, and not the most outstanding supernova. A supernova can defeat a general star. It can be seen how unbearable the strength of this general star is. The remaining 2 stars are Charlotte Smoky and Charlotte Cracker. Although their strength is not bad, they are far inferior to Katakuri. It can be said that the overall strength of the Big Mom pirate group, among the 4 emperors, is relatively hip. But this is also true, although the main structure of the Big Mom pirate group is a pirate group centered on Charlotte Linlin and connected by blood. This kind of pirate group is most prone to unevenness in strength. In other words, the entire Big Mom pirate group can be called the top combat force. Only Charlotte Linlin, and half a Katakuri. On the other hand, on Cang Xu's side, the 7 members who appeared in the top war, each of them are legendary figures of heaven-defying combat power. Once Cang Xu takes action against the Big Mom pirates, they have no chance of winning at all. For this reason, Charlotte Linlin intends to join forces with others and become allies together. And the person most qualified to be Charlotte's ally is naturally Kaido, one of the 4 emperors. On the one hand, Kaido is the same 4 emperors and belongs to the same level of existence as Charlotte Linlin, and is eligible to be Charlotte Linlin's ally. On the other hand, Charlotte Linlin and Kaido both came out of Rock's Pirate decades ago and have some friendship. The most important point is that Kaido still owes Charlotte Linlin a favor. The devil fruit that Kaido ate was given to him by Charlotte Linlin. At this point, Kaido will consider her proposal carefully. It can be said that Charlotte Linlin has already thought about all this. Thinking about this, Charlotte Linlin directly contacted Kaido and started discussing with Kaido about forming an alliance together. Cang Xu didn't know, because the strength he showed in the war on the top attracted Charlotte Linlin's jealousy. Read more at hotmailnovel.xyz. Even now, Charlotte Linlin is already looking for allies. If you know this, it is estimated that Cang Xu will be dumbfounded. When did his deeds panic the 4 emperors? Yes, Charlotte Linlin's fear is better than fear. Because of the strength shown by Cang Xu, Charlotte Linlin felt a little scared. Otherwise, why should Charlotte Linlin start looking for allies? You should know that the 4 emperors are all sea emperors. They are naturally aloof and possess the qualifications of a king, so they will not have the idea of fear at all. Only the strength that absolutely overrides it can make him feel terrified. So, Charlotte Linlin began to prepare a countermeasure. Cang Xu doesn't know anything about these things. However, even if he knew that Charlotte Linlin was planning various things secretly, Cang Xu would not worry. Because for Cang Xu, what he pursues is only absolute power. If his strength and influence are strong enough, then he doesn't need to care about any conspiracy. The top war this time is the best example. For this reason, Cang Xu simply ignored the situation in New World. What's more, Cang Xu now has more important things to be busy. On a deserted island near the Champs Islands, 2 large sailing ships docked on the shore of a desert island. One of the sailing ships is a supply warship. The other sailing ship is a large pirate ship shaped like a white whale. This is Cang Xu's warship? And the pirate ship of the remnants of the Whitebeard pirates? Yes, it is Cang Xu's party and the remnants of the Whitebeard pirate group who came to this deserted island. After leaving Marine headquarters, Malin Vander, Cang Xu took Marco and others to this deserted island. Of course, the people who followed Cang Xu and others were only members of the headquarters of the Whitebeard pirate group. As for the Whitebeard pirate group, the 43 New World pirate groups. After leaving the Marine headquarters, Marco let them go one step ahead and return to New World first. No way, although many people have died on the side of Whitebeard who have experienced the baptism of the top war, there are still many remaining personnel. With so many pirate ships, the goal is too big. It's better to return to New World first, so that you won't be targeted by Marine headquarters, and it's slightly safer. For this reason, Marco asked them to return to New World first. Only the members of the main ship are left. Follow Marco here. Mr. Cang Xu, may I ask what you said before that you can resurrect the old man? Is it true or false? As soon as he landed on the deserted island, Marco led several captains to Cang Xu and others. Looking at Cang Xu hopefully, I want to get an accurate answer from Cang Xu. For the Whitebeard pirates, Whitebeard is so important. Although the One Piece Roger has appeared in front of them, but Marco still has a trace of anxiety in his heart, wanting to get an accurate promise. Whether Whitebeard can be resurrected, do you think it is necessary to ask? However, before Whitebeard is resurrected, I want to know one thing. What are you willing to do for Whitebeard, or what kind of sacrifices are you making? Cang Xu smiled but looked at Marco and others. Although the resurrection of Whitebeard, this is a certainty. However, Cang Xu also has a bit of nasty taste and wants to see what kind of test the human heart can withstand. As long as Master Cang Xu can bring Dad back to life, even if you want me to be a cow or a horse, or even let me die here, I won't have the slightest complaint. Marco said decisively, with a very firm attitude. The other captains basically have this attitude? No way, for them, Whitebeard is all they have. As long as Whitebeard can be resurrected, they will not have any hesitation. Yes, what you said is in line with my appetite, so I decided to resurrect Whitebeard. Looking at Marco with a firm face, Cang Xu smiled lightly, showing a smile. Although it is a bad taste of Cang Xu to test Marco, but seeing Marco who are so loyal to Whitebeard, Cang Xu is naturally in a good mood. Because the more loyal they become, the more loyal they will be to Cang Xu after being transformed into Arrancar. This is what Cang Xu wants. Thank you, Master Cang Xu. Hearing Cang Xu's words, Marco and the others burst in gratitude, knelt on the ground and bowed to Cang Xu. In the next time, Cang Xu is ready to start resurrecting Whitebeard. That said, something is wrong. It should be said that Cang Xu has already started to resurrect Whitebeard. Whitebeard's body and soul have long been taken by Cang Xu into the void space. Moreover, when he left Marine headquarters, Malin Vander, Cang Xu was able to hollow Whitebeard's soul. After that time, the emptiness that Whitebeard's soul had transformed was in the emptiness space, swallowing other ordinary emptiness. Such a long period of time has passed. Presumably, the emptiness of Whitebeard's soul has grown to a certain extent. Thinking about this, Cang Xu directly opened the solution space and searched for the whereabouts of Whitebeard. Well, has it transformed into Kylian? As expected of Whitebeard. Cang Xu's eyes lit up and he murmured in his heart. The next moment, Cang Xu waved his hand. A Kylian, nearly 10 meters high, exuding an astonishing aura, appeared in front of Marco and others. This is. Looking at this Kylian and Marco, they were a little shocked. Because they have never seen such a weird creature. Exudes an amazing sense of oppression, but it gives them a familiar feeling. This is the soul of Whitebeard, the special form of his soul. You can think of him as Whitebeard. Step back. Cang Xu said a little bit and told them to back up directly. Don't disturb the evolution of Whitebeard, Kylian. Yes, from leaving the marine headquarters to this deserted island. The emptiness formed by Whitebeard's soul, after being constantly swallowed, not only transformed into Kylian. Now, Cang Xu feels that Whitebeard Kylian seems to have a tendency to continue to evolve. If Whitebeard Kylian can continue to evolve, maybe he can transform into Arrancar. This is a nice surprise for Cang Xu. Originally, Cang Xu thought that he needed to guide the void created by Whitebeard's soul. As a result, I didn't expect that the emptiness of Whitebeard's soul could grow so fast, and it has even reached the edge of evolution. For this reason, Cang Xu is naturally a little surprised. Thinking about this, Cang Xu began to help Whitebeard Kylian, wanting it to complete a new evolution. Read more at Hotentil Novelxies. Following Cang Xu's guidance, Whitebeard Kylian let out a hoarse roar. Along with this roar, Whitebeard Kylian's body began to show a faint light. A faint light enveloped Whitebeard Kylian's virtual body. Whitebeard Kylian has begun to evolve. It seems that there is another old friend who is about to enter our camp. Letterfield sighed with emotion. He is the first Arrancar to appear next to Cang Xu. Almost all the friends around Letterfield grew up watching. So, seeing an old friend resurrected again, Letterfield will naturally have some emotion. This is good news. I really want to talk to Newgate, but I have to wait for that thing to be done. Roger is also a little emotional. Although in the previous life, he and Whitebeard were also in a competitive relationship. But he and Whitebeard are more like friends. Even Roger once borrowed his crew from Whitebeard. But in Roger's heart, there are other concerns. For example, the resurrection of Ace Hollow. Although Lord Cang Xu had already agreed to him. But without seeing Ace fully resurrected, Roger still had a trace of sadness in his heart. Ha ha ha, is Whitebeard going to resurrection? I have a good opponent. Unlike the atmosphere of Letterfield and Roger, Bullet at this time seems very exciting. Bullet is very fond of fighting, knowing that Whitebeard is about to be resurrected, and he is even more delighted that he has another opponent he can challenge. It can be said that because of the news that Whitebeard is about to resurrect, the Arrancars under Cang Xu also have a lot of emotion. Of course, Cang Xu didn't pay much attention to the ideas of Arrancars. Because for Cang Xu, his main job now is to guide Whitebeard to successfully complete the Arrancarization. This is what Cang Xu cares about. Look for flowers. So, Cang Xu concentrated on helping Whitebeard Kylian evolve. Time goes by a little bit. When all the light disappears, a burly body, more than 6 meters high, a burly figure like a little giant, appeared in front of Cang Xu and the others. Father, you are really resurrected. Father, we finally see you again. Great, Father. When they saw this burly man like a little giant, Marco burst into tears and rushed directly to the burly man. Yes, this is Whitebeard who has successfully resurrected. Whitebeard was successfully resurrected and reborn in the form of Arrancar. Marco, George, why are you here? Is this heaven? No, I am resurrected. 0. At this time, Whitebeard was still a little confused and didn't quite understand the current situation. In response, Cang Xu waved his hand slightly, and Letterfield walked directly behind Cang Xu and came to Whitebeard's side. Give Whitebeard an introduction to the current situation and how he was resurrected. Naturally, Cang Xu wouldn't do this kind of trouble by himself, so I handed it over to Letterfield again. With this free time, Cang Xu will also take a good look at the changes in Whitebeard. Compared with other reborn Arancars, Whitebeard doesn't seem to have changed much except for an extra Zanpakuto at his waist. Even Cang Xu didn't find out what Arankar characteristics are in Whitebeard. This makes Cang Xu a little strange. However, after a little observation, Cang Xu suddenly understood. It's not that Whitebeard doesn't have Arankar characteristics, but that his Arankar characteristics are on his beard. Yes, Whitebeard's Black Moon beard has become a white bone. This is the Arankar feature of Whitebeard. For this reason, the image of Whitebeard does not seem to have changed much. At the same time, while Cang Xu was watching Whitebeard, there is already a result on Whitebeard's side. To explain the current situation to the freshman Arankar, Letterfield is very experienced in this matter. In a few words, Letterfield was Whitebeard and sorted out the current situation. Soon, Whitebeard had a general understanding of the current situation, Whitebeard's surrender, Cang Xu's ambition. That's it, I was resurrected and returned to this world again in the so-called Arankar form. The soul turns into a virtual Arankar. Is this the reason for Roger's resurrection? After learning everything from Letterfield, a touch of shock appeared in Whitebeard's eyes. The resurrection of Roger during the war on the top also shocked Whitebeard. Now he becomes part of the resurrection. But Whitebeard's shock not only did not dissipate, but even more shocked. Because only by experiencing it in person can you understand how terrifying this hollow ability is. Whitebeard clenched his fist and he could feel that he seemed to be completely different now. If he had to describe it, he felt that his current self seemed to have infinite power. A new feeling of 97, it seems that there is no restriction. Before, the dark wounds left by his many years of fighting seemed to disappear completely. His physical fitness seems to have returned to his most powerful state when he was young. This is an incredible experience for Whitebeard. A perfect body without any defects, and his years of combat experience. Whitebeard can be sure. He is definitely not inferior to him now, the self when he was young. If he is in his current state, participate in the top war. It is estimated that the results of the top war will change dramatically. This is where Whitebeard's confidence lies. When he was young, he who was physically strong, and his old and frail, his strength was at two different levels. You know, he is called the world's strongest man, not just talking. When he was young, Whitebeard really had amazing power, enough to destroy the world. This is Whitebeard's first feeling. For this reason, Whitebeard was so shocked. Well, Marco, you don't need to be too excited. You go to the side and wait for me first. After a while, Whitebeard returned to calm. Comfort Marco and others and let them wait aside. He has more important things to do, and that is to meet Cang Xu. Thinking about this, Whitebeard came to Cang Xu. Thank you, I didn't expect that I could return to this world. Whitebeard bends down slightly and expresses his gratitude to Cang Xu. Don't thank me, Letterfield should have told you, I am not a big philanthropist. I help you resurrect, just want to get your effect. Cang Xu smiled lightly and directly stated his purpose, read more at Hotel Novelties. He resurrected Whitebeard, just wanting to get the effectiveness of Whitebeard and the loyalty of the top combat power of Whitebeard. This is the purpose of Cang Xu. For this matter, Cang Xu has no idea to hide it at all. For this reason, Cang Xu is neat and tidy, and directly expresses his thoughts. I know, just now, Letterfield had already talked about this. Whitebeard nodded slightly, his expression was very calm, indicating that he already knew about this. Just now, when Letterfield told him about the resurrection, he had already made it clear by the way, there is no free lunch in the world. Cang Xu gave up so much thought, even wasted a lot of ordinary imaginary, let Whitebeard come back to life again. Not for the sake of being a bad guy, reuniting Whitebeard, Marco, and others. Whitebeard expressed his understanding of this point. This is the rule of the sea. As a pirate, he naturally understands the dark rules of the sea. So, what is your choice, Edward Newgate? Cang Xu nodded slightly and looked at Whitebeard, wanting to know Whitebeard's answer. Before this, I want to ask your excellency if I show loyalty to you, then my children, what will you do with your excellency? Whitebeard groaned slightly, instead of giving an answer directly, but instead asked Cang Xu back. Unlike Letterfield and others, Whitebeard is a very special Arankar. Because he still has a lot of concerns, such as his Whitebeard pirates. Although he belongs to a person who has come back from the dead, he shouldn't have any thoughts. But since he has been resurrected, it is naturally impossible to turn a blind eye to the remnants of the Whitebeard pirates. The members of the Sud Palace I founded are the top elites. However, under the generals of the Sud Palace, you can also have your own subsidiary. In other words, if you become a member of the Void Palace, the Whitebeard pirates will be your subordinates and will be under your jurisdiction. Cang Xu looked calm and slowly expressed his thoughts. In fact, Cang Xu has already considered this matter. In his plan, the Sud Palace is aloft, destined to rule the world. In this way, the members absorbed by the Sud Palace will only be truly strong. However, the operation of a large force cannot be exhaustive. At this time, you need some handy manpower to be responsible for all aspects of trivial matters. For example, the collection of intelligence, the collection of materials, the identification of characters, and so on. These things require a large number of low-level members. At this time, Whitebeard's remnant party is a very good choice. On the one hand, the Whitebeard pirate group has dominated the New World for many years and has an intricate network of relationships in the New World. Once Cang Xu has taken over the remnants of the Whitebeard pirates and settled in New World, it will quickly stabilize. At this point, it's a bit like what Blackbeard Teach did in the original book. In the original work, after the end of the war on the top, when the Blackbeard pirates enter the New World, they directly take over the territory of the Whitebeard pirates and grow quickly. Therefore, Blackbeard will directly become the new 4 emperors in a very short time. Of course, Cang Xu's goal is not to be a 4 emperor. However, the remaining power of Whitebeard can be received. This is also of great benefit to Cang Xu. This is Cang Xu's plan. Otherwise, Cang Xu would not take the Whitebeard remnant party and leave the Marine headquarters together when he was at Marine headquarters in Marine Vatican. At that time, Cang Xu already had this idea. Moreover, 52 if it is in the Whitebeard pirate group, there are any characters who show the world, they can also be directly absorbed into the Palace of the Night. For example, the captains of the Phoenix Marco and Diamond Jaws. It is also a good choice to let them hollow and become subordinate officers of Whitebeard. It can be said that Cang Xu has planned everything and has concrete ideas. That's it, I understand. Whitebeard took a deep breath and already understood Cang Xu's thoughts. The next moment, Whitebeard knelt on one knee and saluted Cang Xu. Edward Newgate, I met Master Cang Xu. Whitebeard made the decision. He chooses to surrender, choose to join the Suye Palace. You made a wise choice, Newgate. Seeing Whitebeard choose to surrender, a smile suddenly appeared on Cang Xu's face. Because this is absolutely great news for Cang Xu. Although, Cang Xu already has many legendary powerhouses, however, the addition of Whitebeard will definitely bring Cang Xu's power into a period of skyrocketing. On the one hand, Whitebeard has its own power bonus. The attachment of the Whitebeard pirate group can bring many benefits to Cang Xu and save Cang Xu a lot of trouble. On the other hand, Whitebeard's strength is very powerful, even top-notch. Yes, although Cang Xu is under the command of Cang Xu, there are already many top powerhouses, but the strength of Whitebeard, even in the Arrancar under Cang Xu, is definitely one of the best. The strongest man in the world. This is a title recognized by the world. Even before Roger fell, Whitebeard had a vague tendency to become the strongest. Whitebeard is also called the power to destroy the world by Sengoku. This shows how powerful Whitebeard was when he was young. In fact, this is also true, although Roger is One Piece 21, but when the battle really broke out, Roger might not be able to defeat Whitebeard. Of course, before fighting, Cang Xu was not sure. Roger and Whitebeard, who is stronger? However, judging from the soul aura of the two, the soul aura of the two should be regarded as between the first ones. In other words, the strength of the two should be at the same level. This should be the approximate situation. In fact, it is the same. Because Whitebeard back then only wanted to own his own home. Rather than eager for the name of One Piece, I didn't compete with Roger. Otherwise, the final attribution of the title of One Piece is still not certain. You know, at the beginning, Kojiki Oden, who can interpret the historical text, is a member of the Whitebeard pirates. It can be said that Whitebeard at the beginning has the biggest advantage. Unfortunately, Whitebeard gave up on his own. Otherwise, the result will be uncertain. Of course, this is just a digression. However, this can also be seen to what extent Whitebeard's strength has reached. Well, let's get acquainted with the power of Arrancar. If you don't know anything, you can ask Roger and others for advice. Cang Xu nodded slightly and said to Whitebeard. Now that Whitebeard has returned, Cang Xu's purpose has been completed, so it is time to prepare for the next thing. Read more at Hotental Novelcies. It just so happened that Whitebeard could take advantage of this opportunity to sort out his power and the affairs of the Whitebeard pirate group. Thinking of this, Whitebeard saluted Cang Xu, and then slowly retreated and returned to Marco and others. Naturally, Cang Xu ignored this matter, and instead prepared for the next thing. As for the next thing, Whitebeard has been successfully resurrected, and it will naturally be Ace's turn next. In this regard, Roger can be said to look through the autumn water, and has already waited impatiently. Roger, you should know that although Ace has good qualifications, he may not be able to autonomously Arrancar based on his experience. Once it is hollow, he is likely to stay at Kylian's level. Cang Xu looked at Roger, said to Roger, and gave Roger a shot. After many hollows, Cang Xu also has some experience. Although Ace's qualifications are good, but his strength, as well as all aspects of experience, have not yet fully grown up. Under this circumstance, it is quite difficult for Ace to be independent of Arrancar. It is very likely that it just transformed into Kylian. If you want Arrancar, you may need to wait until Cang Xu's hollow skill is upgraded to a higher level. I understand. Please also master Cang Xu, hollow the soul of Ace. Roger was a little silent, but in the end he chose to let Ace's soul hollow, because, even in Kylian form, he wants to accompany Ace to make up for his father's responsibilities. At this point, Cang Xu would naturally not say much, and began to hollow Ace's soul. The result is obvious, just as Cang Xu expected. After the soul of Ace hollow, it grew to the level of Kylian, and then stopped. However, Roger didn't dislike it, and stayed by Ace Kylian's side. Naturally, Cang Xu would not say much about this. Master Cang Xu, what can you tell me next? The Whitebeard and Ace affair is over, and the war on top of it has come to an end. Therefore, Letterfield came to Cang Xu and asked Cang Xu about the next action plan. Return to the Champs Islands, we are ready to enter the New World. Cang Xu thought, then turned his head slightly and said to Letterfield. After the top war ended, the value of the first half of the Grand Line was basically drained by Cang Xu. Next, Cang Xu is naturally ready to enter the New World. However, because of the special geographical location of the Terracotta Continent, you need some special means to enter the New World. From the first half of the Grand Line to the second half of the Grand Line, which is New World, there are two ways. The first method is to use the passage opened by the World Government to enter Merijioase, the Holy Land of the World Government, and then cross the Terracotta Continent to enter the New World. This is the first method. If you think about it, it is impossible for Cang Xu to use this method. After all, between Cang Xu and the World Government, and the Marine Headquarters, it can be said to be a mortal enemy. On the other hand, the mysterious Lord Yim should be in the Holy Land Merijioase. Once Cang Xu chooses this method, there will definitely be a conflict with that Lord Yim. Before their own strength has been fully established, and the Espada Legion has not been fully established, Cang Xu has no plans for the time being, and conflicts with that mysterious Lord Yim. Therefore, Cang Xu can choose only the second method. That is to go directly into the deep sea through the method of coding, go to the Fishmen Island, and enter the New World through the Fishmen Island. This method is exactly in line with Cang Xu's idea. On the one hand, Cang Xu still has a lot of interest in the Fishmen Island. On the other hand, on the Fishmen Island, there is also a special thing that Cang Xu is more interested in. Cang Xu wants to try and see if he can get it. Yes, what Cang Xu said is naturally the White Star Princess of the Fishmen Island, one of the three ancient weapons, this generation of Sea King Poseidon. Although Princess White Star herself had no power, but her ability to control sea kings is simply a big killer in this pirate world. Imagine controlling many sea kings in the ocean and launching a charge against a country. It is estimated that no country can withstand such a terrible lineup. Hancock intercepted halfway. Hancock's plan. Subscribe for subscription. If we say that the top combat power of Roger and Whitebeard belongs to the existence of one enemy against one country, such a special Princess White Star is the existence of one person and one country, because she can control the White Star Princess of Sea Kings. She is a superpower in her own right. It can even be said that she itself is a powerful military power. Don't think that Cang Xu's words are too exaggerated, because in Cang Xu's view, the role that Princess White Star can play should be even worse. It is even much stronger than the average country. Therefore, if possible, Cang Xu naturally wants to hold Princess White Star in his hands. There is something wrong with that, it should be said. Even if it is not possible, he must create the possibility and let Princess White Star become his subordinate. This is one of the reasons why Cang Xu is interested in the Fishmen Island. For this reason, Cang Xu intends to use the second method, to go to New World through the Fishmen Island. However, if you choose this method to go to New World, then you need to coat the ship. After all, if you want to enter the deep sea, you need to coat the ship. Therefore, Cang Xu and others need to return to the Xiangtibo Islands first. Of course, coating takes several days. Naturally, Cang Xu didn't have the patience, and he was slowly on the Xiangtibo Islands, waiting for Rayleigh to coat it. However, Cang Xu has a better way, that is to grab the ship. There should be sailing boats that have been coated on the huge Xiangtibo Islands. Grab a coated ship directly and head directly to the Fishmen Island. This is the easiest and direct way. Although, since Cang Xu left Impel down, he has always used a warship. However, Cang Xu is not a pure pirate. The requirements for ships are not so strict. For Cang Xu, boats are just a means of transportation. For this reason, there is no burden for Cang Xu to grab a coated boat. As for his warship, and the pirate ship of the Whitebeard pirates, Cang Xu can be put into the empty space. Wait until New World, then release them. A simple and direct method. This is the style of Cang Xu. It is also the best method. Yes, I understand. Letterfield bowed, indicating that he had understood. Thinking of this, Letterfield went down to arrange this matter, and began arranging the matter of going to the Champagne Islands. Soon, all preparations were completed. The warship set sail, heading in the direction of the Shampoo Islands. Read more at Hotental Novelties. The deserted island where Cang Xu and others settled is not far away from the Xiangtibo Islands. Coupled with Cang Xu's prestige at this time, under normal circumstances, any ships in the first half of the Grand Line will definitely avoid them when they see Cang Xu and others. This is inevitable. After experiencing the top war, Cang Xu's reputation has reached a very high level. Moreover, Cang Xu's prestige has a vague tendency to surpass 4 emperors. An uncrowned king who is not 4 emperors? This is the title given to Cang Xu on the sea during this period of time. However, under such circumstances, Cang Xu's warship was blocked by someone. This is a red pirate ship. The size of the sailboat is not too big, and it is similar to the medium-sized pirate ship. Something special is that the flag of this pirate ship is a skull covered with a 9 snake that looks like the sun. Moreover, this red pirate ship is a big ship towed forward by 2 huge snakes. This is 7 Warlords of the Sea, the pirate ship of Boa Hancock. Yes, it was one of 7 Warlords of the Sea that stopped Cang Xu and others from going to the road this time. The Pirate Empress, Boa Hancock's 9 snakes pirates. Boa Hancock's 9 snakes and pirates. They have such courage to stop me from waiting, it's kind of interesting. Vivi, you go to the other party's boat and have a look, what do they want to do? On the warship, Cang Xu turned his eyes slightly, thoughtfully, looking at the 9 snakes and pirates not far away. To be honest, the appearance of the 9 snakes and pirates here is a little bit beyond Cang Xu's expectations. Logically speaking, no matter how proud the other party is, she should also know that their 9 snakes and pirates are not the opponent of Cang Xu's Void Night Palace at all. Cang Xu wants to know what the other party has plans. For this reason, Cang Xu sent Vivi out to go to the other party's pirate ship to see what the other party meant. Yes, Master Cang Xu. Vivi nodded and saluted Cang Xu. Then, Vivi moved his body and instantly disappeared in front of Cang Xu. Follow the road paved by Lingzi and head directly to the 9 snake pirates. At the same time, when Cang Xu ordered his subordinate Vivi to go to the 9 snakes and pirates to investigate, some things happened on the 9 snakes and pirates. Hancock, I beg you, don't mess around. The other party is a monster that transcends the times, the Sud Callus that reigns over the world. That's a super terrifying existence, not something we can afford to provoke. If you accidentally annoy the other party, let alone the 9 snakes and pirates, even Daughter Island, Amazon Bayacom, may be destroyed by the other party. On the 9 snakes and pirates group, a short and aging old lady said to a black-haired woman with amazing appearance. This old woman is the former emperor of Amazon Bay, that is, Granny Zay. As for the stunning black-haired woman, it is the pirate empress, Boa Hancock. At this time, the mother-in-law Zay was persuading Boa Hancock, hoping that the other party would not stop Cang Xu and others. Although the mother-in-law is not an official member of the 9 snakes and pirates, but for many years, Granny Zay has been like a think tank to the 9 snakes and pirates, always paying attention to the outside world. For this reason, Granny Zay knows what terrifying power Cang Xu's Sud Callus has. What's more, Cang Xu is famous for his madness and his behavior is moody. Therefore, Granny Zay is worried that Hancock, who has always been arrogant, will accidentally offend Cang Xu. At that time, maybe it will lead to an extinction. For this reason, Granny Zay has been discouraging Hancock. However, her dissuasion has no effect on Hancock. I have one thing about my concubine, and I must ask that person for verification. Concubine's mind and body are determined, no need to say more. Hancock's will is very firm. Because she has one thing, she must ask Cang Xu for confirmation. This matter is very important. Even if she pays the price, she won't have any regrets. For this reason, Hancock didn't listen to Granny Zay's words at all. In this regard, Granny Zay has a headache and intends to continue to persuade Hancock. At this time, a white figure flashed and appeared directly on the deck of the 9 snake pirate ship. Vivi is here. Someone is coming up. All guard. Enemy attack. Enemy attack. Don't let the enemy approach Master Hancock. The female soldiers of the 9 snakes and pirates saw Vivi suddenly appearing on the deck, and their complexions suddenly changed, and they became alert one by one. You rude people, put down your weapons. Vivi snorted softly. Ryotsu was released instantly, oppressing the surrounding female soldiers of the 9 snakes. For a moment, the female warrior with a slightly weaker soul suddenly fell directly to the ground. Of course, Vivi's Arankar is very special. Her strength is among Arankar, arguably the weakest. Ryotsu is not particularly strong, so her Ryotsu can only stun a weaker female fighter. But even so, it caused a shock. This is Conqueror's Haki. This woman actually owns Conqueror's Haki just like Master Hancock. Only one qualification will be born out of 1 million people. The female warriors who were still sober, their faces became solemn one after another, and they made an attacking posture one after another. You know, Conqueror's Haki is the king's qualification, only 1 in a million people has it. As a result, the woman who appeared in front of them actually had the qualifications of a king. What does this show? It shows that the opponent must also be a strong one. After all, only the real strong can have this kind of aptitude. For this reason, the female warriors of the 9 snakes have taken a warning. They are ready to deal with the attack from Vivi. In this regard, Vivi's expression was indifferent, without the slightest change, just looking at Boa Hancock among the female warriors. Obviously, Vivi already knows that this is the leader of the opponent. Stop it all to the concubine. Hancock's voice sounded, drinking the warriors. All the female soldiers stepped back one after another, not daring to disobey Hancock's orders. After that, Hancock looked at Vivi. Are you from Sud Callus? Who are you? Hancock looked at Vivi, with a hint of shock deep in his eyes, as if he wanted to know the origin of Vivi. In fact, Hancock can be sure of Vivi's identity without much thinking. Vivi must be from Sud Callus. Cang Xu has discovered their arrival and sent his subordinates to check it out. This is inevitable. However, as a runner, he is certainly not an important person. That's why Hancock was shocked. An errand woman also has Conqueror's Haki. This is too terrible. Read more at Hotmail Novelties. For this reason, Hancock looked at Vivi's gaze, with a hint of shock, and wanted to determine the origin of Vivi. My name is Vivi, a subordinate officer of Master Cang Xu, the Pirate Empress. Tell me your purpose of blocking the Sud Callus. If you don't have enough reasons, then you can't bear the anger of Sud Callus. Vivi said lightly, telling her origin. But when Vivi's words came out, Granny Zay was almost scared to death. Because Vivi's words are plain, but Cang Xu's will has been shown in his words. No one can easily stop the footsteps of Suya Palace. It's a mere 7 warlords of the sea, so naturally it won't work. I have to say that Vivi has grown up now. She was panicked because of a sand crocodile, but since this time, with Cang Xu walking, I have seen many legendary existences. So now, seeing Boa Hancock, who is also one of 7 warlords of the sea, like sand crocodile, Vivi is not timid at all. Because of the existence of Cang Xu, Vivi's greatest confidence, this is the change Cang Xu brought to Vivi. Subordinate officer, please report the Lord Palace Master. I have something to do with my concubine, and I want to ask him for an answer. Hancock frowned slightly. Hancock is naturally not very clear about the concept of subordinate officers, but Vivi should undoubtedly belong to Cang Xu. Therefore, Hancock still tells her purpose. She has one thing and wants to ask Cang Xu for advice. For this reason, Hancock also lowered his attitude a little, and did not use his former arrogance to face Vivi. Seek an answer? I see, wait here. Vivi is a little bit confused, don't know what Hancock plans to do. However, Vivi still knows Cang Xu very well. Cang Xu likes talents, likes real strong. The stronger the strength, the more popular in the eyes of Cang Xu. Undoubtedly, Boa Hancock, one of 7 warlords of the sea, is definitely a talent. You know, the strong of pirate world is respected, but in this environment, it is even more difficult for women to come forward, because women's physical fitness and various abilities are far inferior to men. It's like Gina, Zoro's hair kid, who was sad because of her physical fitness and unable to keep up with the male swordsman. For this reason, it is very difficult for women to get ahead. But in this case, the more powerful women who can grow up, the stronger the strength. As one of 7 warlords of the sea, Boa Hancock's strength naturally goes without saying. At this point, Vivi knew that Cang Xu would definitely have some plans. Therefore, Vivi didn't just go around, but quickly returned to him and reported all Hancock's affairs to Cang Xu. It's interesting to ask me for an answer, go and bring her here, she is the only one. After listening to Vivi's report, Cang Xu was thoughtful and somewhat guessing. Therefore, Cang Xu intends to give Hancock a chance. Of course, for the remaining female fighters of the 9 snakes and pirates, Cang Xu doesn't have much interest. Because for Cang Xu, he is only interested in Hancock. Thinking of this, Vivi disappeared in front of Cang Xu again, and went to the 9 snakes and pirates to spread the word. Soon, Hancock knew what Cang Xu meant. Hancock, it's too dangerous for you to go alone, you can't go there. Yes, elder sister, if it doesn't work, we won't force it. Granny Xie and Hancock's sister kept persuading Hancock. It is very dangerous to set foot on the enemy ship alone. As people around Hancock, they naturally don't want Hancock to be in danger. Needless to say, you are here waiting for your concubines. Hancock said coldly. His expression was very firm, and he never wavered. Before coming here, Hancock was mentally prepared. Now is the time when she is closest to the answer. She naturally won't have any hesitation. In this regard, the members of the 9 Snake Pirates group were speechless, because they know that the decision made by Hancock-sama will never change. In that case, follow me. Vivi nodded slightly. Afterwards, Vivi took Hancock directly back to the warship. At this time, Hancock really met Cang Xu. Cang Xu sat on a big seat, looked at Hancock who was following Vivi back, and felt Hancock's situation. I have to say, as the well-known pirate empress, Boa Hancock's appearance is really amazing. Even Cang Xu took a look a little bit more, but then, Cang Xu converged his mind, used the exploration circuit, and felt the soul breath of Hancock. Some routine investigations gave Cang Xu a lot of discoveries. Cang Xu discovered that Hancock's soul breath is also extremely strong, even far superior to other Shishibukai. In this regard, it is a bit beyond Cang Xu's expectations. It can be said that Hancock's soul breath is only under Roger and others. Roger, Leatherfield, and others are all true legendary powerhouses. Hancock, who is still so young, has a soul of this intensity, which shows that her potential far exceeds other Shishibukai. Moreover, Cang Xu also discovered that Hancock's soul quality can be considered extremely high, even comparable to the previous Princess Vivi. It can be said that Hancock's soul is a bit special. Whether it is soul power or soul quality, it can be regarded as a double high existence. This point gave Cang Xu a surprise. At this moment, Cang Xu suddenly wanted to make Hancock Hollow's plan, because Cang Xu would like to verify it. When the soul breath and soul quality are both high, how high the success rate of Hancock Aaroncarization is, it should be much higher than the previous Vivi. Maybe Hancock can be successfully Aaroncarized. It can be said that when Cang Xu saw Hancock, he already had some ideas in his mind. Boa Hancock, this should be the second time we met. The last time we met was during the war at the top. So, as one of the 7 warlords of the sea, you dare to stop me from waiting. Don't you worry about being destroyed by me. Cang Xu turned his eyes slightly, looked at Boa Hancock, and slowly said a word. In the cold eyes, a dangerous light leaked out. 7 warlords of the sea has a cooperative relationship with marine headquarters, and can also be regarded as the enemy of Cang Xu. Not to mention, the 9 snakes and pirates blocked Cang Xu's path. Cang Xu would like to see how Boa Hancock reacted. The relationship between 7 warlords of the sea and marine headquarters is just mutual use, and they are not really in the same camp. The 9 snakes and pirates will not pose any threat to your Void Knight Palace. Besides, before coming here, my concubine was mentally prepared. However, my concubine has a question I want to ask you for confirmation. I hope you can give me an answer. Hancock said seriously, his tone very calm, as if he had been mentally prepared for a long time. She dared to come here, naturally she had plans. Interesting, I give you this opportunity, let's talk. Read more at Hot Until Novelxies. Cang Xu smiled calmly and slowly said to Hancock. Under his aura, Hancock can still remain calm. At this point, Cang Xu will give her a chance. I want to know, did you kill the celestial dragons on the Champs Islands? When Hancock said this, his breathing was a little heavy, and his beautiful eyes stared at Cang Xu tightly. It seems that I want to get an accurate answer from Cang Xu. If you want to think so, that's okay. That's just an ant that can't bear my ryotsu. Cang Xu spoke lightly, did not deny the matter. To be honest, at the beginning, Cang Xu didn't know about this. After all, at that time, he used ryotsu just to clean up those flies like bounty hunters. It was the reason why Admiral Kizaru appeared later. Cang Xu learned that his ryotsu shattered the soul of a celestial dragons, resulting in the death of celestial dragons. To be honest, Cang Xu at the time was a little speechless because of this incident. Because the soul of celestial dragons is too fragile, it was just Cang Xu's ryotsu away, but not directly facing Cang Xu's ryotsu, which was shocked to death. However, this matter can also be regarded as Cang Xu's handwriting. With Cang Xu's character, since it is what he does, he will naturally not hide it. Because there is no need to hide the facts. Even if the world government knew it, so what? For the world government, the threat of Roger alone is far more than a celestial dragons. But even so, Cang Xu has no plans to hide Roger's identity. So, how could Cang Xu hide in the matter of crushing celestial dragons? Directly and neatly admit it. Look for flowers. Sure enough, it really is you. Hearing Cang Xu's words, Hancock couldn't hold back his tears. Jiao's body seemed to be collapsed, and she sat directly on the deck, unable to help tears. For her, it was a difficult memory. Captured by human traffickers and become a slave to celestial dragons, fighting in the arena day and night. For the three sisters, this is simply torture-like history. Even when she grew up to 16, her appearance had grown, and she was even attracted by celestial dragons, and she was almost insulted. Fortunately, that day, a Murloc man named Fisher Tiger climbed the Red Earth continent with his bare hands to marry Jiaose, the holy place where celestial dragons lived, and liberated the slaves who suffered there. 0. Hancock was saved from a difficult situation, and with his two younger sisters, successfully escaped from the sea of suffering. However, although she was not insulted, that difficult period still became the shadow of her life. For this reason, knowing that someone killed celestial dragons, Hancock was shocked. This shock, for Hancock, even surpassed the resurrection of One Piece Roger. Therefore, Hancock must find the murderer who killed celestial dragons. For this reason, Hancock agreed to participate in the war on the top. After a period of investigation, Hancock already knew the general situation and locked his target on Cang Xu. After all, at that time, the most likely person to do this was Cang Xu. However, this is only Hancock's guess, not 100% certain. This is why Hancock is here. She wants to get the correct answer from Cang Xu, and now, Hancock has got the answer he wanted. After a while, Hancock calmed down his excited mood and looked at Cang Xu seriously. Master Cang Xu, I want you to promise one thing. Please associate with me. No, please marry me. Hancock looked at Cang Xu seriously, and slowly said a word. As soon as this sentence came out, Cang Xu was a little stunned. Boa Hancock, do you know what you're talking about? Cang Xu was a little surprised, as if he felt that he had heard it wrong. He couldn't help but speak again and asked Hancock. I'm serious, please marry me. Hancock looked at Cang Xu seriously, there seemed to be little stars in his eyes. This time, Cang Xu was sure, he really heard it right. This sentence really came from Hancock. This makes Cang Xu a little bit dumbfounded. To be honest, Cang Xu was vaguely aware of it when the 9 snakes and pirates appeared. Hancock's arrival this time should have something to do with celestial dragons. If Hancock were to know what happened in the Xiongtibo Islands at that time, she might have some special feelings for Cang Xu. However, something that Cang Xu didn't think of. Hancock is more than just being sentimental so simple, even wanting Cang Xu to marry her? This is too exaggerated. After Cang Xu was surprised, he directly rejected Hancock. Without him, he has no such thoughts for the time being. Because of Cang Xu, there are still many things to do. The most important thing is to enter the new world and build the Espada army. He didn't have much time to spend the first half of the Grand Line with Hancock in the game of pretending to be housewine. The most important point is that it has never been Cang Xu's style to give up the entire forest for a single flower. You know, Cang Xu is ready to wait for Hollow's skills to improve, and let Nami, Robin, and others, Hollow Arrancar, become his subordinate officers. This is what Cang Xu thought before. Otherwise, why should he set up the post of subordinate officer? This is Cang Xu's plan? Of course, Cang Xu's refusal does not seem to have much effect. Because Hancock still looked like an idiot, he didn't seem to listen to Cang Xu's words. Okay, I can tell you very seriously that the Night Palace will enter the new world next, so you don't need to think too much. Cang Xu spoke directly and clearly rejected Hancock. As soon as this sentence came out, Hancock's face went white, and he seemed to be hit hard. But soon, Hancock regrouped and seemed to make a difficult determination. I want to join the Suig Palace. As long as you stay by your side, you can let me do anything. When Hancock said these words, Cang Xu was a little shocked. Because he didn't expect Hancock to do this. You know, there is a country behind her. In this regard, Hancock has some similarities with the original Princess Vivi. but there are also differences between the two. The original Vivi was just a princess, not the actual leader of Alabastan. But Hancock is different. She is indeed the king of the Amazon Bai Kingdom. Read more at Hot Until Novelxies. Give up your country for Cang Xu? This is a bit beyond Cang Xu's expectations. Is this a real love brain? However, to make such a choice is in line with Hancock's character. Because she has always been like this? But having said that, if Hancock really gives up everything and chooses to follow Cang Xu, this is a good idea for Cang Xu. Cang Xu has never considered the country or anything. If Hancock is really willing to give up everything and choose to follow Cang Xu has no reason to refuse. Because Hancock itself is a very high combat power, and her aptitude is very high, and she has a very high growth potential. For this reason, when Hancock said this sentence, Cang Xu had plans in his heart. But having said that, Cang Xu couldn't let Hancock completely give up Amazon Bai behind her. After all, Amazon Bai Kingdom also has great potential benefits in it, has a perfect haki practice method, and is rich in female warriors. If you can take advantage of this opportunity, it seems a good idea to include Amazon Bai under his command. Cang Xu's eyes moved slightly, thinking about the benefits inside. Hancock, I will give you a test if you can pass my test, then I can promise to let you join the Void Knight Palace. What's more, if you can complete my test, I can even include Amazon Bai as an affiliate of the Sud Palace. After a while, Cang Xu raised his head slightly, looked at Hancock seriously, and said, Really, I am willing to accept the test, any test is fine. When Cang Xu said these words, Boa Hancock was immediately overjoyed. To be honest, this is definitely a surprise news for Hancock. On the one hand, she really wants to follow Cang Xu. On the other hand, if you can make Amazon Bai become an affiliate of Sud Palace, so it is also a great benefit for Amazoncom. After all, the rise of Sud Palace is already unstoppable. Everyone on the sea can see this very clearly. Otherwise, the Sud Palace built by Cang Xu would not have the title of the Sud Palace of Kings over the world. If Amazon Bai can become an affiliate of Sud Palace, then they will be protected by Cang Xu. In this way, Hancock has no worries. For this reason, Hancock is immediately full of motivation. Very well, the test I gave you is a certain life-threatening, because I want to hollow your soul. Cang Xu said slowly, exposing his plan. Let Hancock hollow make her a real Aaron. This is Cang Xu's plan, because Hancock's soul is extremely qualified, similar to the original Princess Vivi. However, because Hancock's soul power is very high, it far exceeds the original Vivi. Therefore, Hancock is highly likely to succeed Aaron. Of course, Hancock's soul power is inferior to the legendary level of Roger after all. In order to give Hancock a motivation, Cang Xu will give Hancock such a test. This is the same as before, Cang Xu said to Vivi. If she can be successfully Aaron-carized, it would not be the same for Alabastan. There is a motivation that can help their Aaron-carization. This is Cang Xu's plan. Of course, compared with the previous Vivi Aaron-carization experiment. This time, Cang Xu didn't hide anything, he directly told Hollow's thing. After all, after the previous war on the top, the world has known that Cang Xu has the ability to resurrect. Even before, Marco and others saw the resurrection of Whitebeard with their own eyes. It can be said that there is nothing to hide. What's more, unlike the previous Princess Vivi, Hancock likes Cang Xu very much and will not reveal Cang Xu's secrets. For this reason, Cang Xu talked about this to Hancock. That's it, I am willing to accept this death test. Hancock thought a little, then made a decision. She is willing to accept this death test just to stay with Cang Xu, so, then I will fulfill you. Cang Xu nodded slightly and started to help Hancock because at the beginning, Cang Xu had already explained to Hancock the content of this test. Therefore, Hancock didn't have any resistance when it broke Hancock's vitality. I don't know, Hancock is out of trust in Cang Xu, or his own arrogance. But one thing is certain, this makes Cang Xu a little admired. Immediately afterwards, Cang Xu hollowed Hancock's soul. Hancock's soul is very solid after hollow. It is quite similar to the situation after Vivi's soul hollow before. Afterwards, Cang Xu directly opened the solution space. Let the emptiness transformed by Hancock's soul enter the emptiness space, and begin to swallow the ordinary emptiness in the emptiness space. Time goes by a little bit. After a short period of time, under the attention of Cang Xu, the emptiness of Hancock's soul began to change. The void that Hancock's soul transforms, the amount of ordinary void that it swallows, far exceeds the previous Vivi void. Is this because Hancock's 21 grams strength is far stronger than Vivi at the time? Cang Xu murmured, thoughtfully, seemingly guessing. At the same time, under the attention of Cang Xu, the emptiness of Hancock's soul has completed its transformation and has officially become Kylian. Unlike the ordinary Kylian, the Kylian that Hancock transforms has a white body. This is quite similar to the previous Vivi. Because Vivi before, after transforming into Kylian, it also became a white Kylian. It seems that Kylian, a soul with extremely high soul quality, has a similar effect. However, Cang Xu was only a little surprised. After paying a little attention, Cang Xu ignored the matter, but continued to let Hancock Kylian continue to devour the remaining ordinary imaginary. For a time, Hancock Kylian's soul power is growing rapidly. Soon, with Hancock Kylian's devouring, her soul power soon reached her limit. At the same time, Hancock Kylian's body began to show a faint light. Sure enough, it's really the same as Vivi's situation. A very high-quality soul has a higher chance of touching arrancarization. Cang Xiang's heart is happy. Thinking about this, Cang Xiang began to guide Hancock Kylian's evolution. This time, Cang Xu concentrated his mind and put all his energy on Hancock's body, because he hopes Hancock can be successfully arrancarized. Before, Vivi was easy to touch the arrancar line. However, due to his lack of strength, some problems appeared in the evolution process. Even Vivi almost failed. Fortunately, Cang Xu had an idea to stimulate Vivi's soul of Karayan with the things of Alabastan. Read more at Hotantal Novelxies. Vivi now has enough motivation to complete her arrancarization. So this time, Cang Xu will naturally allocate more energy to help Hancock arrancar become. However, it was beyond Cang Xu's expectation. The evolution of Hancock has been very smooth. Moreover, the test mentioned by Cang Xu before does not even need to be used. Under Cang Xu's gaze, the light slowly dissipated, and a brand new Hancock appeared in front of Cang Xu. This is a Hancock in a long skirt, wearing a crown of bones on his head and a powerful sword hung around his waist. He looks very arrogant, like a real empress, exuding an amazing breath. Yes, Hancock, you have passed the test. Cang Xu smiled lightly, showing a smile. Hancock succeeded and appeared in this world in the form of arrancar. As for Hancock's arrancar feature, it is the crown of bones on Hancock's head. The bone crown matches Hancock's temperament, making Hancock like a real empress, exuding an amazing temperament. To be honest, Hancock's success even exceeded Cang Xu's expectations. Cang Xu can feel that Hancock at this time has not only not declined in strength, but has even vaguely improved. In this regard, Hancock even surpasses Roger and others. After all, when Roger and others first evolved into arrancar, their strength would not reach the peak directly. It takes a certain amount of time to adapt to your own strength, and then you can restore your own strength. However, Hancock's situation is different from Roger's and other legendary levels. Cang Xu could perceive that Hancock's strength at this time not only did not drop at all, it even faintly exceeded the original Hancock. This makes Cang Xu a little unexpected, but after thinking about it, Cang Xu suddenly had some guesses in his heart. If he guessed correctly, it has something to do with Hancock's aptitude. As Cang Xu said before, Hancock's soul is very special. Not only is the soul powerful, it is close to legendary existences such as Roger. Moreover, Hancock's soul quality is also extremely high, comparable to those of Vivi and Nami. In other words, Hancock's soul not only has the advantages of legendary like Roger, but also the advantages of special quality souls such as Vivi. It can be said that her soul has two advantages, so after the successful arrancarization, there will be such a result. This is a good discovery for Cang Xu. Perhaps, he can help those with extremely high soul quality in the future, let their strength grow up in advance, and then let them be arrancarized. In this way, perhaps they can have greater growth. For example, Nami and Robin next to Cang Xu. It is not so easy for Robin to grow up, because her strength has basically been fixed. But there is still a lot of room for Nami to grow, because Nami is not demon fruit power. If Cang Xu can find a good devil fruit, let Nami become a fruit-capable person. So, Nami's strength must be able to grow up quickly in a short time. Coupled with Nami's extremely high soul quality, perhaps Nami can also be successfully arrancarized. It can be said that because of Hancock's successful arrancar, Cang Xu has gained a lot. I have to say that the arrival of Hancock has brought a great surprise to Cang Xu. Master Cang Xu, since I have successfully completed your test, did you agree to let me join the Suya Palace? Hancock looked forward to it, looking into Cang Xu's eyes. Compared to her own success, what she cares more about is whether she can stay with Cang Xu. This is what Hancock cares about most. This is natural. What I promised will not change. From now on, you will be my chief subordinate officer. Cang Xu smiled lightly, nodded slightly, and said his decision. Now that Hancock has successfully completed the arrancarization, therefore, Cang Xu agreed to let Hancock join the Suya Palace. Moreover, Cang Xu not only let Hancock join the Suya Palace, but also let Hancock become his subordinate officer. Even because of Hancock's strong strength, Cang Xu intends to make Hancock the first of his subordinate officials. This is the reward given to Hancock by Cang Xu. The chief subordinate officer isn't Mr. Cang Xu's wife? It's a pity. Hearing Cang Xu's words, Hancock was a little disappointed. Because of becoming Cang Xu's wife, this has become Hancock's plan. So, just becoming the chief subordinate officer of Cang Xu, which made Hancock a little disappointed. In this regard, Cang Xu was a little bit dumbfounded, but Hancock was still thinking about it. However, this is not a bad thing for Cang Xu. When there is a chance, he will naturally not miss it. Alright Hancock, I need you to do one thing next time. Rectify the 9 snakes and pirates and the Amazon 100 United Kingdom, so that they will truly become affiliates of the Void Knight Palace. As for your arrancar practice, Vivi, for the next period of time, you will temporarily stay with Hancock and teach her the practice related to arrancar. Cang Xu returned to business and ordered Hancock. Now, Hancock has become arrancar, and naturally Cang Xu's person. However, Cang Xu didn't plan to take Hancock with him directly. As Cang Xu said before, at the same time he recruited Hancock. Cang Xu also plans to bring her daughter country Amazon to the Suya Palace's commander. After all, annexing a kingdom with good potential is also of great benefit to Cang Xu. For this reason, Hancock also needs to return to Amazon Bay to rectify Amazon Bay things. However, Hancock just arrived at Arrancar, and he still doesn't know the capabilities of the Arrancar system very well, so he needs a guide. It's like when Roger and others were just Arrancar. Cang Xu will let Letterfield guide Roger and others be familiar with the power of Arrancar. However, most of the Arrancars around Cang Xu are legendary, and they are a group of big masters. Just like Roger and Bullet and others, asking them to help Hancock is naturally not suitable. Therefore, Cang Xu can only make Vivi work harder. After all, Vivi has been with Cang Xu for a while. Although her strength is far inferior to the legendary Arrancars like Roger and Bullet, but Vivi is a highly qualified type, and has basically mastered the various skills of Arrancar. Let her guide Hancock, and the ability to be familiar with the Arrancar system is more than enough. However, both Hancock and Vivi were reluctant. Among them, the stronger will is actually Vivi. Master Cang Xu, Vivi doesn't want to leave you, and hopes to be by your side forever. Vivi looked reluctant. Although, she could not defy Cang Xu's order, and she would not defy it. But once she goes to help Hancock, she will need to go to Amazon Bay. This will cause her to leave Cang Xu's side. Read more at Hotental Novelxies. This is not something Vivi wants to see, she naturally doesn't want to. As for Hancock, her situation is almost the same. Now that she has finally joined the Sui Palace and became a member of Cang Xu's side, she naturally did not want to leave immediately. However, Amazon Bay also has a special meaning for her. So Hancock was a little bit tangled at this time. Did you forget, Vivi? Don't forget the ability to unlock. As long as the things on your side are completed, you can come back to me at any time by unemptying them. Cang Xu opened his mouth and said a word slowly. During this period of time, Roger and Arrancar's strength have continued to recover. Moreover, they are constantly mastering Arrancar's abilities. For this reason, they began to master the power of Arrancar. Among them, just a while ago, Roger, who is extremely qualified, has mastered the ability to understand the sky. The so-called emptiness is the ability to open a black cavity channel by tearing the space so that Arrancar can move freely between this world and Hueco Mundo. Of course, because of the special nature of Pirate World, there is no such thing as Hueco Mundo. Therefore, Cang Xu's solution is different from ordinary Arrancar. Cang Xu's solution is to open a space similar to a Hueco Mundo. However, when Roger waited for Arrancar to master the ability to solve the air, Cang Xu suddenly discovered something. The relief of Roger and others is also very special. Because of the black cavity channel they opened, the connected Hueco Mundo is actually Cang Xu's solution space. In other words, the solution space they opened is actually Cang Xu's solution space. At first, when he first learned about this, Cang Xu was a little shocked. Because this is not good news for Cang Xu, because Cang Xu's freeing space is, for him, his last hole card. Once a catastrophe is discovered, Cang Xu's free space is his final hole card. In this case, Cang Xu's solution to the empty space should naturally be in his own hands. Just imagine, if there are other people besides him, they can also open up the space of emptiness. So what's the meaning of his free space? Even if Roger and others are Cang Xu's subordinates and are loyal to Cang Xu will not allow this to happen. It can be said that Cang Xu has a strong desire to control. Cang Xu will not deny this. Because only by grasping everything, he can guarantee his own safety. For this reason, Cang Xu has studied the problem of empty space for a long time. After a period of research, Cang Xu fully understood the meaning of solving empty space. There are two reasons why Roger and others were able to open Cang Xu's release. On the one hand, there is no Hueco Mundo in Pirate World. Cang Xu's solution space is the predecessor of Hueco Mundo. In other words, when the skills to solve the air are upgraded to the extreme, perhaps Cang Xu's solution space is very likely to become a real Hueco Mundo. In this case, Cang Xu's free space has become the only Hueco Mundo in the Pirate World. On the other hand, Roger and Arrancar are all affiliates of Cang Xu. The source of their strength is also from Cang Xu. So they use the solution space, and the connected solution space will naturally connect to Cang Xu's solution space. However, after some research, no money, Cang Xu also discovered one more important thing. He has absolute control over the emptiness space. If he is not connected to the emptied space with unexpected people, then other Arrancars will not be able to connect to the emptied space. In other words, Cang Xu is like a master, holding the key to the empty space. Roger waits for Arrancar, more like a visitor. They can use the emptying skills to access Cang Xu's emptying space. However, whether to open the door of the emptiness space and let them enter the emptiness space depends on Cang Xu's will. To put it bluntly, the situation has not changed from the previous time. Cang Xu is still the master of the solution space and has absolute control. If Cang Xu disagrees, Roger and others will not even be able to use the untethering skills. This is good news for Cang Xu. All in all, although Roger and other Arrancars can enter Cang Xu's emptiness space through emptiness skills, however, because Cang Xu still has absolute control over the solution space, therefore, Roger and others' emptiness skills have become a means for Cang Xu to control them, and there is no loss to Cang Xu. This is good news for Cang Xu. In this way, even if Vivi followed Hancock, went to Amazon Bay to rectify the daughter country, that wouldn't be a big deal, because, after they complete the reorganization of the daughter country, Vivi can completely use the emptiness skills, take Hancock, and return to the emptiness space. and Cang Xu's solution space is connected to Cang Xu again. In other words, Vivi and Hancock can quickly return to Cang Xu in this way. This is the idea of Cang Xu, simple and straightforward. It can be said that Cang Xu has a very special ability to solve the problem. Dig deeper. In fact, there are other invisible benefits of this special emptiness skill. Imagine that Cang Xu's errand car, if it can go to other places, for example, Roger is alone, heading to an island in the West Sea. If Cang Xu wants to go to the West Sea, he can completely open the space of the solution and connect with Roger. Thus, go to Roger's location and descend directly to the West Sea. Thinking about it this way, the special emptiness skill suddenly becomes a strategic special ability. A special skill that can cross the space and go to the member's location. If Cang Xu wants to do something, he can rely on this ability to land anywhere on the sea. This is simply a big killer move. This is a bit like the Flying Thunder God technique of 4th Hokage Namikaze Minato in Naruto world. The only difference is that Namikaze Minato's spatial positioning relies on his special suffering, and Cang Xu's spatial positioning point is his errand car. Thinking about it this way, Cang Xu's deflation skills suddenly became very precious. I didn't expect that my emptiness skills still have such a special ability. It really exceeded my expectations. But when you think about it, this is a bit like the previous common vision skill. The ability to share vision has also undergone some changes after the level has been improved. Cang Xu murmured in his heart, thinking about this. In fact, the special extension of this ability has also appeared in other skills. It's just like the previous common vision skill. Cang Xu's common vision skills were originally to be able to share his vision with others, read more at Hot until Novelxies. But later, the ability to share vision skills became the ability to forcibly share with others, so as to obtain secret information. It can be said that Cang Xu discovered one thing through the elimination of skills. Perhaps his various skills are far from being as simple as what he has seen. It seems that he can find an opportunity to study his skills again. Maybe there will be other gains and nothing else. This is the idea of Cang Xu. Actually speaking, Cang Xu has another discovery from this time, the deflation skill incident. That is the matter of skills. That is the skill learning problem of Roger and Aaron Carr. The errand cars under Cang Xu's command, the skills they learned all seem to be related to Cang Xu. It should be said that the errand car skills they have learned are all skills that Cang Xu has already mastered. For the errand car skills that Cang Xu does not know, the errand cars under Cang Xu do not seem to be able to use it either. For example, the Wang Su's flash skill that Cang Xu has been thinking about. Wang Su's flash? This is errand car's big trick. Cang Xu hasn't mastered this special big trick until now, but even Roger and Aaron Carr would not use this big trick. This shows one thing. Roger and Aaron Carr, the Aaron Carr skills they learned are all skills that Cang Xu has learned. This also proves that Roger and Aaron Carr are indeed affiliates of Cang Xu and rely on Cang Xu's growth. This is barely good news for Cang Xu. Because of this, their dependence on Cang Xu has increased, so they will rely more on Cang Xu. Of course, this kind of skill is just a regular skill. As for the returning skills, that's different. It is impossible to share and learn because of the skill of returning to the blade. For example, Cang Xu's homing skill, Moonlight Sword. Moonlight Sword is Cang Xu's homing skill, only Cang Xu can use it. Other errand cars, even if they are affiliates of Cang Xu, can't learn them. Cang Xu has verified this. Of course, errand car under Cang Xu's command will also have their home skills in the future. However, the errand carization time of Roger and others is too short, and they have not yet touched the level of returning to the edge. Yes, although it seems that Roger and others have been errand carized for a long time. But in fact, when they became errand car, it was not very long, maybe even months. In such a short period of time, it is a little difficult for Roger and others to fully master the ability to return to the edge. Now Roger and others can exert such a powerful force, and most of them still rely on their original strength. For example, their original swordsmanship, conqueror's haki, or fruit ability, etc. However, when they have completed the homing, they will also master their own homing skills. As for the returning skills of Roger and Aaron Carr, can Cang Xu be able to master it? Cang Xu himself is not aware of this. After all, what hasn't happened yet? Who can say it clearly? However, Roger and Aaron Carr are all affiliates of Cang Xu. In theory, Cang Xu is the source of their Aaron Carr power, equivalent to their superior. Cang Xu might really be able to master their homing skills. Of course, this is only a theoretical matter, and it is far from being realized. Thinking too much now is of no use. Therefore, Cang Xu's thoughts flashed, and he stopped thinking about this matter. I know, I will follow Master Cang Xu's order to help her understand the power of the Aaron Carr system. Vivi nodded and saluted Cang Xu. Although Vivi has a trace of reluctance in his heart, he does not want to leave Cang Xu. But Master Cang Xu has already ordered, and Vivi will not refuse. Fortunately, the special effect of the emptiness skill can make her feel a little bit of concern, so that Vivi will not refuse so much. As for Hancock, after a little entanglement, she still chose to agree to this matter. The general reason is not much different from Vivi. Thinking of this, Hancock and Vivi left the warship and headed for the Hydra pirate ship, ready to return to Amazon Bay. Hancock and Vivi have left with Hancock's ability. It shouldn't take a long time to rectify the daughter country. Cang Xu murmured, looking at the leaving figure of Hancock and Vivi. Cang Xu still believes in Hancock's ability. With Hancock's ability, it should be possible to handle the affairs of the daughter country quickly. Therefore, Cang Xu didn't pay much attention to this matter and just waited for the result. When we meet next time, Hancock should bring him a whole country. Next, it's time to return to business and continue to the Shampoo Islands. Cang Xu turned his head back and looked in the direction of the Xiangtibo Islands. To be honest, the appearance of Hancock is a surprise to Cang Xu, a high-level combat power with excellent qualifications that can even be directly defaced. However, Cang Xu's destination this time was to go to the Champagne Archipelago, and through the Shampoo Islands, head to the Fishman Island. Cang Xu has not forgotten this matter, so, after Hancock and Vivi left, Cang Xu ordered the warship to set sail again and head to the Champs Islands. This time, Cang Xu and others never encountered any accidents again. Soon, the warship came to the Champignon Islands, and at this time, the marine soldiers of the entire Champignon Islands became trembling one by one. Report, found the traces of the Sui Callus, and found the traces of the Black-Winged Great Demon Cang Xu. This big demon has actually returned to the Shangdaibo Islands again. This is troublesome. Hurry up and contact Marine Headquarters, please Admiral dispatch. The Marine base in the Shampoo Islands suddenly became panicked. Because Cang Xu and others didn't cover up their traces at all, they came to the Champs Islands with a swagger. With Cang Xu's reputation, how could they not be afraid? Contact Marine Headquarters as soon as possible. Cang Xu naturally knew about this, but he didn't pay any attention to it, because it is not necessary. Master Cang Xu, there is a well-coded pirate ship in that direction. Letterfield came to Cang Xu and reported his findings to Cang Xu. To their right, on the shore of an island dock, a coded pirate ship docked. There is a round pirate logo on the canvas of the pirate ship. Good luck, then let's go straight to it. Cang Xu smiled lightly. He originally thought that it would take some time to find a coded boat. As a result, I didn't expect that just after landing on the Champs Islands, I found a coded boat. It seems that his luck is not bad. But for some reason, Cang Xu always felt that the pirate logo was a bit familiar. Perhaps, where did he say the pirate sign? Read more at Hotel Novelties. However, this has no effect on Cang Xu, because even the ships of the four emperors, as long as they appear in front of Cang Xu dare to snatch them and use them. Therefore, Cang Xu didn't think much about it at all. With a big wave of his hand, Cang Xu directly opened the empty space and retracted the warship into the empty space. As for the members of the Whitebeard pirate group, Cang Xu has long been taken into the space. After all, there are a lot of them, so it is inconvenient to move. For convenience, Cang Xu collected them into the solution space early. Prepare to wait for them to be released after entering the new world. Afterwards, Cang Xu and Letterfield went directly to the coded pirate ship. Yes, at this time, only Letterfield was with Cang Xu. The rest of Arankar also stay in the solution space at this time. Needless to say, Roger, at this time, he is accompanying Kylian who was transformed by Ace's soul. As for Whitebeard and Pluto Rayleigh and others, they have all just been resurrected in Arankar form during this period of time. For this reason, they are not very familiar with the power of Arankar. Therefore, Cang Xu also left them in the emptiness space, familiar with the power of Arankar. However, even if only Letterfield is with Cang Xu, it is enough. Because Letterfield's power is enough to solve many things. Soon, Cang Xu and Letterfield stepped on the ring and instantly arrived on the coded pirate ship. Who dare to break into our pirate ship? Hey, the black-winged demon of the Sui Callus, and the lonely red. It's actually these two big people. Cang Xu and Letterfield were recognized instantly. This is inevitable. After the war on the top, it is estimated that the entire sea will not fail to recognize Cang Xu. If there is such a person, then you are not qualified to be a pirate? Ha 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 ha, I have met two adults. I am Monet from the Don Quixote family. I am honored to meet these two adults. I don't know if the two adults have any orders. The Don Quixote family must go all out to serve the two adults. Look for flowers. A woman with long green and wavy hair came to Cang Xu and saluted Cang Xu respectfully with a very respectful attitude. Obviously, this should be the principal of this ship. Don Quixote family, Monet, could it be? Cang Xu was thoughtful and seemed to think of something. Yes, Master Cang Xu didn't guess wrong. Our young master is Don Quixote Doflamingo, one of 7 warlords of the sea. If the young master knew that the two adults would be very honored to board the boat of our Don Quixote family, Monet respectfully said, with a worried smile on his face, he dare not be disrespectful. However, when she said so, it evoked Cang Xu's memory. It turns out that this is a ship from Tianyasha. It's kind of interesting. Cang Xu smiled lightly, already remembering this. Unexpectedly, the coded ship they chose at random was actually a Doflamingo ship. This luck is almost no one. As for the identity of the other party, Cang Xu also has some impressions. If he remembers correctly, the woman in front of him should be Doflamingo's cotter. That Logia snow fruit ability Monet? Cang Xu was a little surprised. He didn't expect Monet to appear here. According to Cang Xu's memory, shouldn't she follow Doflamingo's order to go to Punk Hasid and monitor Mgiza Karang? Why does Monet still appear in the Chantibo Islands in the first half of the Grand Line? Cang Xu has some doubts about this matter. In fact, the reason why Monet came here has something to do with Cang Xu. In the original book, Straw Hat Luffy directly beat Celestial Dragons at Doflamingo's auction, causing Doflamingo to abandon the auction. But at this time, because of the early appearance of Cang Xu, that incident did not happen. Therefore, Doflamingo's auction on the Champs Islands has not yet been abandoned by him. It just so happened that just a few days ago, the auction of the Champagne Islands won a special treasure. Therefore, Doflamingo asked Monet to come here specifically to receive that thing. For this reason, Monet will appear on the Champagne Islands? Monet under Doflamingo, I don't care why you appeared on the Champs Islands. But now, this pirate ship has been requisitioned by me. Now I order you to leave immediately and go to the Fishmen Island. Cang Xu spoke, and said to Monet. There must be a special reason for Monet's appearance on the Champs Islands. However, Cang Xu is not very interested in why Monet is here. He only knows a little. He is going to the Fishmen Island, and this pirate ship has been requisitioned by Cang Xu. Does Monet have the guts to resist his orders? In other words, Doflamingo, behind Monet, dare to violate Cang Xu's orders? Monet understands. Everyone immediately set sail for the Fishmen Island. Monet made a choice without any hesitation, and immediately ordered the ship's commander. All of a sudden, the pirate ship of the Don Quixote family in 1998 began to move towards the Fishmen Island. Wise choice. Cang Xu nodded slightly, somewhat satisfied with Monet. After all, during the whole process, Monet didn't have the slightest idea of resistance, and it could even be said to be very respectful. I have to say, Doflamingo's eyes are still very good. The subordinates who have been taught are also very smart. When you meet a stupid guy, you have to stage a suppressive scene. However, facing a smart person like Monet, Cang Xu doesn't even need to say much. Monet will obediently follow Cang Xu's intentions. Thank you Cang Xu for the compliment. If the young master is here, he will agree with Monet's behavior. Monet saluted, looked at Cang Xu respectfully and said, it is precisely because of knowing Doflamingo that Monet has no hesitation, because Monet knew that even if the young master was here, he would choose this approach. Without him, the existence of Cang Xu's level is not something that the Don Quixote family can offend. What's more, she originally planned to set off to return to New World. Therefore, Cang Xu's order is not the slightest embarrassment for her. Ha ha ha, you are a little bit interesting. Please contact Tianye Cha. It just so happens that I have something I want to talk to him about. Cang Xu smiled lightly and said to Monet. Previously, Cang Xu had planned. When he enters New World, he is going to find Doflamingo. Because of one thing, he is ready to cooperate with Doflamingo. Now, on the way to the Fishmen Island, I happened to meet Doflamingo's subordinates. Cang Xu took this opportunity to have a good chat with Doflamingo. After all, Monet was a cotter of Doflamingo. Monet should have a phone worm contacting Doflamingo. Read more at Hotel Novelties. Okay, please wait a moment for Master Cang Xu. Monet did not dare to resist Cang Xu's order. In desperation, Monet could only take out the phone bug from his body and dial out directly. Brew brew brew. Accompanied by the ringing of the phone worm quickly got in touch. Master, young master, I am Monet. As soon as the call was connected, Monet quickly identified himself. Monet, how about it? Has the devil fruit that you asked you to fetch, have you got it? Doflamingo's voice came from the phone bug. As soon as this sentence came out, Monet's face suddenly changed slightly. Doflamingo's auction won a special devil fruit. This is why Monet came to the Champs Islands? Because that devil fruit is what Mgiza Courant specified for it? She was instructed by Doflamingo to come to the Champs Islands, receive the devil fruit, bring it back to the New World, and give it to Mgiza Courant. Before, when Cang Xu arrived, Monet was worried that Cang Xu started to snatch it, so he didn't say this. As a result, she did not expect that she had not exposed, and the young master of her family had exposed herself. This made Monet a little worried about being caught by Cang Xu. In fact, Monet's worry is necessary, because after hearing Doflamingo's words, Cang Xu really aroused some interest. It's interesting, what kind of devil fruit can be received by the Don Quixote family cotters in the Shangrabo Islands in person? Cang Xu said. There was a hint of curiosity in his eyes. He did not expect that Monet came to the Champs Islands this time to get a devil fruit. It is possible for Monet to come to the Champs Islands in person to receive this devil fruit. There should be something special about this devil fruit. Monet, who is there by your side? No matter who you are, I hope you respect yourself. If your excellency dares to hurt me, then no matter the ends of the world, I will not let you go. Opposite the phone worm, Doflamingo's face suddenly became gloomy, carrying a trace of sullenness. Because he didn't expect that there were other people beside Monet. This makes Doflamingo very unhappy. If the other party dared take action against his people, so Doflamingo will not let him go. Young master, I originally planned to report to you. Palace Master Sug Callis, Lord Blackwing Demon, and Lord Lonely Red are on our transport ship at this time. Prepare to go to the Fishman Island with us. Monet said helplessly, telling the story. Originally, she planned to speak first and report Cang Xu on the ship to Doflamingo. As a result, I didn't expect that Doflamingo was directly exposed. How to deal with this situation now, Monet doesn't know anymore, so he can only hand it over to Doflamingo. Su Yagong, Blackwing Great Demon. On the opposite side of the phone worm, there was an exclamation. Knowing that Cang Xu and others were on the transport ship under his command, Doflamingo was also a little surprised. Because this is also a real big man for him? Ahem, Lord Palace can take the boat of the Don Quixote family, this is my honor, and Lord Palace Master, please forgive me. It took a while before Doflamingo recovered and reacted. Although his reaction was a little stiff, but there is no way he really didn't expect this situation to happen. He can only hope that what he said just now will not offend Cang Xu, and choose to make up for it as much as possible. Really, your attitude just now is not like this. It seems that I am very unwelcome to come, and you said you want to chase me down. Tianyasha, are you declaring war on me? Cang Xu smiled rather than smile, and said to the phone worm in front of him, Doflamingo, a little bit of teasing? The Lord Palace is too worried. I have nothing to disrespect the Lord Palace. In order to show my sincerity, I am willing to dedicate that special devil fruit to the Lord Palace Master to show Doflamingo's sincerity. On the opposite side of the phone worm, Doflamingo's panicked voice came at this time. Doflamingo, who was opposite the phone worm, was a little panicked. To be honest, he doesn't want to offend Cang Xu. Only if you have personally experienced the war at the top will you know how terrifying Cang Xu's Sui Palace is. As one of the 7 warlords of the sea, Doflamingo is one of those who participated in the war. Although Doflamingo has been paddling from start to finish, even some distance from Cang Xu, but throughout the war, Doflamingo witnessed it with his own eyes, so he knew in his heart how terrifying the strength of the Suya Palace was. That is definitely the most terrifying force on the sea in the future. None of them. It is even possible to surpass the current 4 emperors. The Sui Palace, which reigns over the world. Such a title, Doflamingo is recognized from the heart. For this reason, Doflamingo was very flustered. Because he really doesn't want to offend Cang Xu. For this reason, Doflamingo is even willing to dedicate the devil fruit that Monet obtained to Cang Xu, as an apologetic to Cang Xu for exporting it just now. As for Mgiza Courant, Doflamingo has taken care of so much. At most, when there is a chance 21 in the future, he will find a new devil fruit and give it to Mgiza Courant. Oh, what devil fruit? Tianyasha, you should know, I can't look down on things that are too low level. Cang Xu's eyes turned slightly, and he said to the phone worm with a smile. To be honest, Cang Xu is slightly interested in the devil fruit that Doflamingo has always mentioned. However, Cang Xu will not let go for the time being until he is sure what devil fruit it is. Master Palace Lord, don't have to worry. As a treasure dedicated to Master Palace Master, Doflamingo will naturally not fool around with low-level inferior products. The Lord of the Palace should know the fruit ability of the 4 Emperors Kaido. He is in the form of fish fruit, monster species, and blue dragon. The devil fruit we got is slightly similar to the devil fruit from the 4 Emperors Kaido. According to the news we got, that devil fruit should also be a kind of phantom beast of fish fruit, a form related to dragons. Doflamingo's voice slowly spread from the phone bug. Accompanied by Doflamingo's voice, Cang Xu has a clearer understanding of the capabilities of this devil fruit. To put it bluntly, this devil fruit is similar to Kaido's fruit ability. Originally, Monet was planning to take it back and hand it over to Mgiza Courant for research. As a result, I didn't expect that I would meet Cang Xu here, so it's that fruit. Cang Xu's eyes flickered slightly, and some memories appeared in his heart. He vaguely guessed that the origin of this devil fruit, read more at Hot Until Novelxies. If Cang Xu remembers correctly, this devil fruit should be related to the artificial devil fruit that Momosuke ate. Because Momosuke's ability is also related to dragons, it can become a little red dragon. If Cang Xu guessed correctly, this devil fruit is likely to be the prototype of the man-made devil fruit. However, there is something wrong with this. Cang Xu remembers, that special man-made devil fruit, isn't it a failed experiment of the man-made devil fruit made by Vegapunk? Why does that prototype of devil fruit appear here again? It's strange, it's because of my butterfly effect. Cang Xu muttered in his heart, thinking about this. There is a lot of suspiciousness in this matter, which makes Cang Xu a little puzzled. It is difficult. This is because of the butterfly effect caused by his appearance. I have felt your sincerity, so I am willing to accept your sincerity. Thinking to no avail, Cang Xu temporarily put the matter aside, turned his head, and continued to speak to the phone worm. Although Cang Xu does not yet know what is the special reason behind this incident, however, such devil fruit, being eaten by a lecherous kid, is simply the biggest waste. Even if Cang Xu doesn't eat it himself, he won't let this happen. Therefore, Cang Xu directly promised Doflamingo's apology. That's great, I hope Lord Palace Lord can like it. Monet, take it out soon. Opposite the phone worm, Doflamingo breathed a sigh of relief. Cang Xu is willing to accept his sincerity, this is the best result. For this reason, Doflamingo urged Monet to let Monet take out the devil fruit. Soon, Monet brought a special devil fruit to Cang Xu. Without any hesitation, Cang Xu took it directly into the Suya Palace. Now, this special Eudemon's dragon form devil fruit is Cang Xu's. This matter is over here. Tianyasha, do you want to make a deal with you? Cang Xu spoke again, looked at the phone worm and said, the devil fruit matter is over, and Cang Xu will not mention it again, so Cang Xu talked about another business. Deal? Monet, let all the subordinates retreat, let me have a good chat with the Lord Palace Lord. On the opposite side of the phone worm, Doflamingo's movements were stagnant, and a ray of light suddenly appeared in the eyes under the red glasses. He suddenly smelled chance. Based on his many years of experience, this kind of cooperation mentioned by a big man must not be a simple matter. Maybe, this will bring him great benefits? For this reason, Doflamingo did not hesitate to drink everyone, wanted to have a good chat with Cang Xu, and wanted to see what Cang Xu had planned. Yes, young master. Monet didn't dare to have any objections, and took all his subordinates on the ship off the deck and returned to the cabin. For a time, only Cang Xu and Letterfield were left on the entire deck, as well as the phone worm in front of Cang Xu. I don't know what the Lord Palace Lord has ordered, Doflamingo will do his best to complete it. After making sure that all his subordinates had retreated, Doflamingo said quickly, wanting to know what Cang Xu had planned. Doflamingo, do you want a long lifespan? The lifespan of thousands of 10,000 years is far beyond the existence of the world government. Tianyasha, do you want immortality? Cang Xu smiled calmly and said a word slowly. When he said this, Doflamingo, who was on the opposite side of the phone worm, suddenly became a little uncomfortable. Eternal life? What does Cang Xu's sentence mean? It's impossible, Cang Xu can still give him immortality. How can that be? You know, for so many years, Doflamingo, the only possibility to have an eternal life expectancy is through Op Fruit's immortal operation, but now, Cang Xu tells him whether he wants to have a long life and whether he wants to have the chance of immortality. Doflamingo suddenly became a little uncomfortable. The law of immortality, the bait Doflamingo? Master Palace, you are joking with me, how can immortality be realized? Because of Cang Xu's words, Doflamingo's heart was a huge wave. After a while, Doflamingo calmed down a bit, and continued to say to the phone bug, wanting to test what Cang Xu had planned. I'm not in the mood, I'm joking with you, I can resurrect the undead, you should see it. Tianyasha, you should know that I control part of the power of life and death, this is a law of immortality. Cang Xu said lightly, telling the so-called immortality. The immortality that Cang Xu refers to is the ability of Hollow Arankar. Of course, this is a lie to Doflamingo. However, there is a certain degree of authenticity in Cang Xu's words, although it may not be possible to achieve true immortality. However, this is also true for a long life. In the Shinigami world, those Shinigami or Arankar all have a long life. The old monster who has lived for thousands of 10,000 years is not non-existent. In other words, this is also an alternative way of immortality. If Doflamingo can be transformed into Arankar and have a long lifespan, isn't it normal? Of course, Doflamingo doesn't know much about Arankar. But there is a very important point in Cang Xu's words, which has been confirmed. That is the resurrection. Almost many people know Cang Xu's ability to resurrect. Doflamingo is no exception, even he was one of the witnesses. During the war at the top, Doflamingo witnessed the appearance of the One Piece Roger. At that time, Doflamingo was almost shocked. This also proves that there is a certain possibility of immortality in Cang Xu's words. For this reason, Doflamingo fell silent. What do I need to pay? After a while, Doflamingo's voice came out of the phone worm. Doflamingo is a very ambitious man. However, the more ambitious people are, the more they desire immortality. So, as early as more than 10 years ago, he had been looking for the whereabouts of Op Fruit. Originally, he had a high probability of obtaining Op Fruit, but he was disturbed by his younger brother Razananti, causing Op Fruit to be eaten by Luo. This matter has always been a pain in Doflamingo's heart. Now, there is a rare opportunity to have eternal life if Doflamingo says he doesn't move, it's a fake thing. However, Doflamingo can't be completely sure of the possibility of Cang Xu's words. Read more at Hot Until Novelcies. For this reason, Doflamingo will test Cang Xu, wanting to know Cang Xu's plan. You don't need to test anything, since my words are said, I have my certainty. Tianyasha, I give you a chance, 5 top devil fruits, in exchange for a chance to resurrect and live forever, you can consider it slowly. Cang Xu can naturally hear the temptation in Doflamingo's words. Therefore, Cang Xu directly pointed out this matter. He wants to collect devil fruit. This is Cang Xu's plan. Before, Cang Xu discovered one thing from Hancock Arankar's affairs. For those with high soul quality, once their strength can be improved, the success rate of Arankarization will be greatly increased. For this reason, Cang Xu intends to collect a batch of devil fruit to enhance the strength of his subordinates. This is Cang Xu's goal to find Doflamingo. As the intermediary of the underground world, Joker Tianyasha, Doflamingo has huge energy in the underground world and can collect many devil fruits. This can be seen from the original work. Fire Fist Ace's Maramara fruit, Golden Emperor Guild Tizalo's golden fruit and so on. These top devil fruits are all taken from Doflamingo. So, just leave the devil fruit collection to Doflamingo. Of course, what Cang Xu wants is naturally not an ordinary devil fruit. What ordinary Zoan fruit, Cang Xu is impossible to receive. Since he wants to improve the strength of his subordinates, the devil fruit he wants is naturally the top devil fruit. For example, special abilities such as Paramecia, Logia, or Zoan monster species. This top-level devil fruit is not difficult to collect. Therefore, Cang Xu has set the number of 5 devil fruits. With Doflamingo's ability, it should take some time to collect 5 top devil fruits. Of course, collecting top devil fruit is just Cang Xu's first goal. For the second purpose, Cang Xu also focused on Doflamingo. I have to say that Doflamingo is also a real talent, with great use. Once Doflamingo agreed to trade with Cang Xu, after Doflamingo, Hollow, he will be loyal to Cang Xu. In this way, Cang Xu can not only get devil fruit, but also a good man. It can be said that for Cang Xu, this is a no-cost deal. As long as Doflamingo gets the bait, then Cang Xu can kill 2 birds with 1 stone and reap great benefits. It can be said that once Doflamingo takes the bait, he will definitely lose his wife and break the army. It's a pity that Doflamingo doesn't even know the true effect of Hollow's ability. The smart Doflamingo is destined to step into Cang Xu's trap. This is Cang Xu's plan. So what is needed now is to wait for Doflamingo to get the bait. Yes, I am willing to make this transaction with the Lord Palace Lord, Please ask the Lord Palace Lord to wait for my good news. The phone worm was silent for a while. After a while, Doflamingo's voice came from the phone worm. Doflamingo agreed to trade with Cang Xu, because in Doflamingo's opinion, this is a good idea. On the one hand, Cang Xu does have the ability to resurrect, and once resurrected Roger, the One Piece King. On the other hand, Cang Xu just said that as long as 5 top devil fruits, he will be given a chance to resurrect. If he can't believe this, he can collect 10 devil fruits. In this way, he has 2 chances of resurrection. At that time, he can find a little white mouse and experiment in advance. For Doflamingo, there is no loss. This is the idea of Doflamingo. For this reason, Doflamingo didn't hesitate too much, and directly agreed to act on this matter. You made a smart choice, Doflamingo. I wait for your good news. Cang Xu nodded slightly, with a smile in his eyes. Although in this conversation, Doflamingo also had some careful thoughts, but overall, the result is still very good for Cang Xu. You made a smart choice, Doflamingo. I wait for your good news. At this point, this transaction is officially established. Doflamingo will use his power to find devil fruit for Cang Xu. This is good news for Cang Xu. For Doflamingo, he also has the opportunity to have a long life. It can be said that both parties are very satisfied with this transaction. In the following time, Cang Xu, who was in a happy mood, and Doflamingo also chatted a little bit. Cang Xu also wants to take this opportunity to learn a little bit about the New World situation. After all, after the Top War is over, New World will surely usher in a big change. In the original work, Blackbeard Teach rises strongly, quickly occupying the territory of the Whitebeard pirates and becoming the new 4 emperors. Now, Blackbeard Teach is dead in the hands of Cang Xu. The news of Whitebeard's resurrection has not been leaked yet. It can be said that the original site of Whitebeard, in the eyes of the world, has now become a land of no owner. It is foreseeable that there will be no small confusion in the current New World. This is what Cang Xu wants to know. He wants to know how chaotic the New World is now. However, Doflamingo's answer was somewhat beyond Cang Xu's expectations. My Lord Palace, you are wrong about this. Although there is some faint chaos in the current New World, there has not yet been a large-scale riot. Because all the forces in the New World are waiting, and the Suya Palace enters the New World. When Doflamingo talked about the situation in New World, Cang Xu was slightly different. Because at this time, New World not only has no chaos, but is extremely stable. This makes Cang Xu a little unexpected, but after thinking about it, Cang Xu knew it. Although on the surface, the Whitebeard pirate group has fallen, however, the strong rise of the Suya Palace shocked the sea. You know, even One Piece Roger is a member of the Void Knight Palace. Such a palace of the night, once it enters the New World, it must be a top power. Under this circumstance, everyone can see that the remaining site of Whitebeard must be in the palm of the Void Knight Palace. In New World, how can those weak forces or pirate groups have the courage to grab food? It can be said that just the name of Cang Xu in Suya Palace has a great shock to the many forces of New World. However, there are also some weird places in it. The name of the Suya Palace can deter those weak forces. This is a normal thing. However, for the remaining 4 emperors, Cang Xu does not believe that they are so well behaved. Read more at Hot Until Novelxies. It's better to say red hair after all, because of the complicated relationship between red hair and Roger. He didn't work on those territories. There are still some possibilities. However, the remaining 4 emperors, Charlotte Linlin and Kaido. Cang Xu can't believe that they will be so courageous. They will be afraid of the name of the Night Palace. You know, the 4 emperors are the emperors on the sea, the kind of real unscrupulous people. Even at the top of the war, Cang Xu's Suya Palace showed sufficient high-end combat power. However, if Charlotte Linlin and Kaido are not moving at all, that would be really weird. Cang Xu is certain. Charlotte Linlin and Kaido, there must be some plans already. Just wait for him to enter the New World. Charlotte Linlin and Kaido, no matter what plots you have, I will take them together. I hope you can bring me some fun. Cang Xu murmured in his heart, and a dangerous light flashed in his aquamarine eyes. It can be said that the situation in New World made Cang Xu a little bit more concerned. But after that, Cang Xu ignored this matter, because, no matter what kind of conspiracy Charlotte Linlin or Kaido, Cang Xu has no fear. The gradually stronger Suya Palace will become the sharpest sharp sword in Cang Xu's hands, and it will clear all obstacles ahead for Cang Xu. By the way, Lord Palace, I may have one here. You are more interested in news. A few days ago, a message came from the Grand Line. There is a special floating boat, like an island, appearing in the sea. Amidst the phone bug, Doflamingo's voice suddenly came out. And when Doflamingo said this sentence, there was a flash of light in Cang Xu's eyes. A floating boat like an island appeared in the sea? A boat that can float. Cang Xu only knows that there are 2 people. The first one is the Arc Proverbs of Thor Anilu. Anilu once used the power of lightning and metallurgy to use gold as the material to create a spaceship Arc Proverbs. This is the first floating boat. However, as early as Cang Xu and others landed on the Sky Island, Anilu died in Cang Xu's hands. At this time, Anilu has long been transformed into Kylian, in Cang Xu's empty space. Therefore, the floating boat mentioned by Doflamingo must not be Anilu's masterpiece. In this way, only the second possibility remains. Legendary Big Pirate, Captain of the Flying Pirate Group, Lion Fruit Capable Person, Golden Lion Shiki. Cang Xu murmured, and slowly said a name. Yes, the second possibility is Golden Lion Shiki. With the power of Lion Fruit, Golden Lion Shiki can control all non-living objects and free them from the constraints of gravity. And Golden Lion Shiki is also one of Cang Xu's goals. Cang Xu said it before. Because of the birth of legendary Cars such as Leatherfield and Roger, Cang Xu's goals have become very high. Therefore, Cang Xu has always wanted to gather a group of the most powerful Espada members. Undoubtedly, Golden Lion Shiki is one of Cang Xu's goals. As a legendary Big Sea pirate, Golden Lion Shiki has extremely powerful power. In that era, Golden Lion Shiki and Roger and Whitebeard also existed side by side. Even Golden Lion once closed the Roger pirates to a dead end. In the Battle of 8 Wall, Golden Lion pushed Roger to a desperate situation. If it were not for a sudden storm, it is estimated that the Roger pirate group would have been destroyed. Moreover, after listening to Roger's arrest, Golden Lion also went to Marine Headquarters Malin Vander alone. None of these things can be done by normal people. For this reason, Cang Xu has been eyeing the Golden Lion Shiki early. As a result, he did not expect that he would actually be here at Doflamingo and get news of Golden Lion. This is definitely a surprise for Cang Xu. Cang Xu sighed, and there was a ray of light in his eyes. But having said that, Cang Xu is also very clear in his heart. Golden Lion's appearance this time must also be related to Cang Xu, or it can be said that this in itself is a plan of Cang Xu. Cang Xu has been looking for Golden Lion for some time. The reason has already been said. Golden Lion is on his hunting list and is the member of Espada in Cang Xu's mind. At this point, Golden Lion is just like Whitebeard before. However, because of Golden Lion's special ability, he has no fixed position at all, and he is still above the sky. Therefore, it is not easy to find Golden Lion. In this case, Cang Xu can only use another method. That is, let Golden Lion take the initiative to show up. And the key to this plan is Roger. Golden Lion's dedication to Roger can be said to be dying. It can be said that in the eyes of the arrogant Golden Lion, only one piece Roger can enter his eyes. Look at the time when Golden Lion broke into Marin Vando for Roger. Therefore, Cang Xu deliberately let Roger show his face during the war. Although, Cang Xu's main purpose is to make the Suig Palace, the war on the top of the palace, surprise and show off. But, why not Cang Xu, using Roger's matter to bring out the idea of Golden Lion? It now appears that Cang Xu's plan should be considered a success. The Golden Lion really appeared. If Cang Xu didn't guess wrong, the current Golden Lions should be searching for their whereabouts all over the world, in order to find Roger. For this reason, Golden Lion's floating boat will appear on the sea. Doflamingo, help me do one thing, spread the itinerary of the Palace of the Void to the sea. Just say, Cang Xu, One Piece Roger, etc., will enter the new world in a few days. A gleam of light flashed in Cang Xu's eyes. Since he wants to get Golden Lion into the bait, do it thoroughly. After all, a fish only knows that there is a bait, but it is still very difficult to catch it without knowing the location of the bait. Sending news through the underground world of Doflamingo, let people all over the world know that Cang Xu, Roger, and others are about to enter the new world. Presumably Golden Lion will receive this news too. At that time, Golden Lion should be at the entrance of New World, waiting for the arrival of Cang Xu and others. And this is the purpose of Cang Xu. Master Palace, are you serious? Doflamingo's shocked voice came from the phone bug. Doflamingo is not a fool. The purpose of Cang Xu, Doflamingo can probably be guessed. If he guessed correctly, Cang Xu intends to introduce Golden Lion. However, this matter has a good side and a bad side. Needless to say, on the bright side, Golden Lion will be hooked. But on the bad side, it's a bit exaggerated. You know, once the whereabouts of Cang Xu and others are leaked out, it may cause a lot of trouble. Read more at Hotentil Novelxies. For example, the targeting from 4 emperors. Or maybe it's the target of Marine Headquarters. Don't think that this is impossible. You know, Cang Xu is a new force that has risen strongly. For the 4 emperors in New World, it's not a good thing, because there is no emperor who is willing to see the birth of a new emperor. What's more, this new emperor still has great danger. Although, Kaido and Charlotte Linlin, the beasts of the 4 emperors, haven't done anything yet. But there must be a big battle between the forces of the 4 emperors and Cang Xu's Suig Palace. This is a recognized thing in New World. On the other hand, after the top war, presumably the current Marine Headquarters, no, it should be said that the world government has already hated Cang Xu. If you let them know the time and place Cang Xu entered New World, what they will do is a little hard to say. After all, the current world government has listed Cang Xu's Suig Palace as one of the 2 ultimate threats to the world government. The so-called ultimate threat is the 2 biggest threats. One is Cang Xu's Suig Palace. The other one is the revolutionary army of Monkey D. Dragon. It can be seen how exaggerated the world government's hostility towards Cang Xu is. Actually equated Cang Xu's Suig Palace with Monkey D. Dragon's revolutionary army. It can be said that if Cang Xu's whereabouts are exposed, there may be a siege from many forces. This is why Doflamingo is shocked. Because he didn't expect Cang Xu to be so bold and dare to do such a thing. Once this matter is not handled properly, it is likely to become Cang Xu faces enemies all over the world. At that time, even if it is the Suig Palace, which is king over the world, it will probably be uncomfortable. Doflamingo once again realized how crazy Cang Xu is. I have to say, Cang Xu is still domineering and crazy as always. Look for flowers. At this moment, even Doflamingo trembled in his heart. This is a real lunatic. It really deserves to be a person who dared to declare war on the world when he was on top of the war. For a while, Doflamingo was a little lost, but after a while, Doflamingo came back to his senses. After recovering, Doflamingo's first reaction was to persuade Cang Xu. I hope Cang Xu will not do this. To be honest, Doflamingo has just reached a new cooperation with Cang Xu. For his dream of immortality, he doesn't want Cang Xu to encounter such a big danger now. At least, Doflamingo hopes that this will happen again after the transaction between him and Cang Xu is completed. I have to say that Doflamingo is still very realistic. For this reason, Doflamingo wants to persuade Cang Xu not to do this. However, Doflamingo's persuasion was directly rejected by Cang Xu before it was spoken out. Tianyasha, do what I say. To be the enemy of the world, I did this when I was at the top of the war, didn't I? Cang Xu's voice became cold. This also represents how firm Cang Xu's attitude is. There may be a siege from all over the world. So what? What fear does Cang Xu have? It can be said that Cang Xu dares to say such words. It means that he has absolute confidence. Okay, I get it. Doflamingo sighed in his heart. Cang Xu's attitude is already very obvious. If he continues to persuade him, he is worried that he will offend Cang Xu. For this reason, Doflamingo does not intend to say more, and is ready to complete this matter. After thinking about this, after bidding farewell to Cang Xu, Doflamingo hung up the call and went to complete Cang Xu's explanation. The call between Cang Xu and Doflamingo is over here. In this way, when I enter the new world, I must have a lot of gains. Cang Xu's expression was indifferent in his aquamarine eyes. There was a flash of light from time to time, and he didn't know what he was thinking about. In the next time, Cang Xu didn't speak anymore. He kept improving his plan in his heart. At the same time, while Cang Xu was thinking about this matter, a dreamlike underwater island slowly appeared in front of Cang Xu. The Fishman Island is here. King Neptune, there is a pirate ship in the harbor. His Royal Highness, the origin of that warship has been ascertained. It is a ship of 7 warlords of the sea, Doflamingo. According to the news from the ground, on Doflamingo's ship, there is a suspected black-winged demon Cang Xu from the Void Knight Palace. What? The black-winged demon of Sui Palace has come to the Fishman Island. The news that Cang Xu and others came to the Fishman Island is no secret at all. In other words, Cang Xu has not concealed it at all. Before, Cang Xu and Leatherfield were in the Shampoo Islands, but they swaggered and took the Doflamingo ship directly. Many people know about this. Therefore, it is not surprising that the Fishman Island knows about this. For this reason, Cang Xu just appeared near the Fishman Island. He hadn't even boarded the Fishman Island in 1978. The Dragon Palace had already known the news. For this reason, Neptune, the king of the Fishman Island, was a little shocked. Although the Fishman Island is isolated from the world, living deep in the sea, however, because of the peculiarities of the Fishman Island, there are often pirates coming and going, so the news of the Fishman Island is not blocked. Therefore, how could King Neptune not know about Cang Xu, the virtual night palace that has become the focus of the world during this period of time? For this reason, King Neptune has some worries. He worries that the Fishman Island is not doing well, which will anger Cang Xu and others. It led to Cang Xu's Sui Palace, the Fishman Island. This is not impossible, because at this time, Cang Xu's reputation, under the rendering of world government, is not so good. It can be said that in the eyes of the world, Cang Xu is a lunatic. Contact Jinbei, let Jinbei and me go to meet Suya Palace. King Neptune made a decision. He plans to go to the entrance himself to meet Cang Xu and others. Even King Neptune called Jinbei the seaman. Yes, Jinbei at this time has returned to the Fishman Island. Although, Jinbei was imprisoned in Impel Down because of the rejection of Shishabukai's mandatory convening order. However, because of Cang Xu's butterfly effect, the Straw Hat Pirates did not encounter Kizaru. Therefore, the Straw Hat Luffy was photographed and flew to Amazon Bay. He finally, with the help of Hancock, he sneaked into the Impel Down incident, but it did not happen. In this top war, the reason why the Straw Hat Luffy appeared on the battlefield, it still appears as the Straw Hat Pirate Group, directly breaking into the battlefield. This is all caused by Cang Xu's butterfly effect. Although Cang Xu did not pay attention to the follow-up situation of the Straw Hat Pirates, however, there is no Straw Hat Luffy sneaking into the Impel Down event. Read more at Hot Until Novelxies. Seaman Jinbei naturally didn't have any. He ran with Luffy in the Straw Hat, broke out of Impel Down, and went to war. On the contrary, Seaman Jinbei has been imprisoned in Impel Down until the end of the war on the top. After the top war ended, the world government planned to maintain Shishabukai's position in consideration of the severe situation at sea. In addition, Jinbei, Shishabukai, plays a very important role in stabilizing the relationship between world government and the Fishman Island. Therefore, the world government decided to restore the seaman Jinbei's Shishabukai position. For this reason, Jinbei the seaman returned to the Fishman Island. And now, in order to show the importance of the Sui Palace, King Neptune is going to meet the Sui Palace with Jinbei. Soon, the seaman Jinbei came to the front of King Neptune. Jinbei, you finally came. King Neptune, I already know the reason you called me to come. I am willing to go with you to meet the Black-Winged Demon in the Void Knight Palace. Jinbei said seriously, saying that he agreed to this matter. To be honest, Jinbei has always wanted to meet Cang Xu, because he has inquired clearly. After the war on the top, Marco and the Whitebeard remnants followed Cang Xu to leave Marine headquarters. Therefore, Jinbei desperately wants to know what is going on with the current Whitebeard remnant party. In that case, let's go. King Neptune nodded, and the command team set off. Soon, King Neptune and Seaman Jinbei came directly to the entrance of the Fishmen Island. At this time, Cang Xu and others finally came to the entrance of the Fishmen Island. Oh, such a big battle. Do you already know that I'm coming? Cang Xu's eyes turned slightly, and he had already sensed the movement of the Fishmen Island. However, Cang Xu didn't respond much, as if he had expected it. Next, it's time to prepare for that, but before that, Cang Xu whispered and waved his big hand, directly opening the understanding space. Two imposing figures appeared behind Cang Xu. These are two swordsmen, one holding a black sword in his hand and wearing a white samurai costume. The other one has white beard and hair, round glasses, and a western sword hanging from his waist. These are the swordsmen Ryoma and Hades Rayleigh. Ryoma, Rayleigh, you guys do something for me. Cang Xu spoke slowly and ordered the two of them. Yes, Master Cang Xu. The two saluted and disappeared slightly on the deck. At the same time, Monet slowly came to Cang Xu. Master Cang Xu, the boat has landed smoothly, and there is news from the Fishmen Island. The king of the Fishmen Island Neptune, and the seaman Jinbei, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, would like to see Master Cang Xu. Monet's voice trembled slightly. The king of a country, and the seaman Jinbei, one of the 7 warlords of the sea. These are all real big shots. Everyone's identity is not under the young master of her family, but such a big man came to the port specially to greet Cang Xu. This really shocked her. Although she had known for a long time that Cang Xu's status was extremely high, but only by seeing it could she know how high Cang Xu's status was. I see after I leave, you can leave by yourself. Cang Xu nodded slightly. Now that they have come to the Fishmen Island, the role of Monet and others has disappeared, and they can go back and return to Doflamingo. Afterwards, Cang Xu boarded the port directly and came to Neptune and the seaman Jinbei. Dear Lord of the Palace, welcome your excellency to the Fishmen Island. I am the king of the Fishmen Island Neptune. The Fishmen Island welcomes your arrival and holds a banquet in the Dragon King Palace. I hope you can entertain you. I don't know how you like it. Neptune stepped forward, saluted Cang Xu, and said respectfully. Since King Neptune is so enthusiastic, I will naturally not refuse. It just so happens that I also want to have a good chat with the king and seaman Jinbei. Cang Xu smiled lightly. It just so happened that he originally planned to go to the Dragon King Palace too. Now it seems that he can go to the Dragon King Palace in a more kind way. Goodbye Whitebeard, the shocking seaman Jinbei. Your Excellency agreed? Ahem, please. King Neptune was a little stunned. To be honest, he had already made preparations that Cang Xu would not agree to. After all, it is rumored in the sea that Cang Xu's temperament is very cruel. Therefore, Cang Xu agreed to his banquet so swiftly and neatly, which was somewhat beyond Neptune's expectations. Of course, King Neptune's response was very quick, and he quickly invited Cang Xu to the Dragon Palace. For a time, the subjects of the entire palace quickly got busy with the banquet. Soon, under the leadership of Neptune, Cang Xu came directly to the Dragon Palace. Thus, a grand banquet began. It was this banquet, and the atmosphere was a little weird. After all, for the subjects of the Dragon Palace, they have always maintained awe and fear of Cang Xu. It is not easy to make the atmosphere of the banquet. However, Cang Xu didn't say much. He looked natural, watching the performance of the Dragon Palace. However, during the banquet, Haixia Jinbei couldn't sit still, and asked Cang Xu for advice. Your Excellency Cang Xu, I don't know the members of the Whitebeard pirate group. They are now. For Jinbei, what he wants to know the most is the whereabouts of the remnants of the Whitebeard pirates. You can think that they have become a subsidiary force of the Sui Palace. Cang Xu smiled indifferently, without any concealment. After all, the Whitebeard pirate group is under the command of Whitebeard. Whitebeard is now loyal to Cang Xu. Therefore, the remaining forces of the Whitebeard pirate group are equivalent to the forces of the Void Knight Palace. There is nothing wrong with this point. So, thank you Excellency for taking in Marco and them. Jinbei breathed a sigh of relief. For him, the remaining members of the Whitebeard pirate group have a good place to go. For him, this is also a gratifying thing. In the next time, Cang Xu didn't speak anymore. The atmosphere on the court became a little strange again. In this strange atmosphere, this strange banquet is finally over. Well, King Neptune, Seaman Jinbei, I think we can have a good chat. At the end of the banquet, Cang Xu spoke, looked at Neptune and Jinbei and said, What your Excellency said is that all subjects will withdraw. Neptune nodded slightly, and he could see that Cang Xu seemed to have any plans. For a time, Neptune directly retreated from the left and right, and all his subordinates quit the hall. Read more at Hotel Novelxies. In the whole hall, only Cang Xu, Neptune, and Jinbei were left. I wonder if you are satisfied with this banquet. Neptune spoke slowly, trying to test Cang Xu's reaction. Does the banquet matter? What you want to know, shouldn't it be this, Neptune? Cang Xu smiled indifferently, and directly touched the matter. He doesn't want to go round and round. If there is anything, it's better to get straight to the point. Well, Neptune would like to ask you, I wonder if you came to the Fishmen Island this time by borrowing the way to New World, or have any plans. Neptune plucked up the courage, looked at Cang Xu seriously, and asked his doubts. This is what he wants to know most. That's the right question. As for my purpose in coming to the Fishmen Island, I naturally intend to go to New World through the Fishmen Island. However, before heading to New World, I have one more thing I want to borrow from King Neptune. Cang Xu spoke slowly, telling his purpose. Ha ha ha, I don't know the Fishman Island, there is something that can enter your eyes, please don't hesitate to speak. Neptune said quickly. Cang Xu Sui Callus, just passing by the Fishman Island. This is the best news for Neptune? Although Neptune doesn't know yet, what does Cang Xu want? But now Neptune only hopes that Cang Xu can enter the new world as soon as possible. Therefore, Neptune vowed secretly that no matter what Cang Xu wants, he will not refuse. Yes, that's your daughter, Princess White Star. When Cang Xu said this, Neptune's face suddenly froze. In a blink of an eye, Neptune's face suddenly became gloomy, because he didn't expect that what Cang Xu wanted was his daughter Bai Xing. This is impossible, let alone other things. Bai Xing is his daughter, and it is impossible for him to let his daughter leave with Cang Xu. What's more, there is a great secret in Bai Xing's body. This secret is very likely to be related to the safety of the Fishman Island. For this reason, Neptune could not agree. Even Neptune already has a hands-on idea. Even if he exhausts the strength of the Dragon Palace, he will fight Cang Xu out. King Neptune, please calm down your anger. Perhaps His Excellency Cang Xu is just an inadvertent remark. Your Excellency Cang Xu, Bai Xing is the princess of the Fishman Island. For your Excellency, it is of no use. It is better to change your terms. Seeing that the atmosphere is not right, there is even a tendency towards swords and swords. Jinbei came out quickly and persuaded both parties. After all, Jinbei is really unwilling to see the conflict between the Fishman Island and the Night Palace, because in front of the Sui Palace, the Fishman Island has no chance of winning. But having said that, Jinbei is also very puzzled. He didn't understand why Cang Xu stared at Princess White Star. Although Princess White Star is very beautiful, Cang Xu is obviously not the kind of extremely erotic person. There is no benefit? That's not necessarily true. As one of the three ancient weapons, Poseidon, how can it be said that there is no benefit? When Cang Xu said this sentence, the faces of Neptune and Jinbei 990 changed suddenly. Neptune was a little flustered, because he didn't expect that Cang Xu actually knew the true identity of Bai Xing. This is not good news for him. As for Jinbei, Jinbei at this time was completely stunned, because he did not expect that Princess White Star still has such an identity. It can be said that because of Cang Xu's words, it caused a lot of shock. Neptune concealed a little about this, but his face was pale and some were speechless, because he knew that since Cang Xu had revealed the identity of Bai Xing, it proved that Cang Xu had already confirmed this. Neptune's mood fell to the bottom at this time. The development of the matter has reached its worst. It can be said that Neptune is ready to burn the jade and the stone. Regarding this, Jinbei at this time was also very troubled, and didn't know how to deal with this matter. By the way, since the matter is clear, then I will let you see one more person. At this moment, Cang Xu suddenly spoke and talked about another thing. At the next moment, Cang Xu waved his hand to open the solution space. A burly figure, like a little giant, with a white beard in the shape of a mysterious moon, walked out of the emptiness space. Whitebeard is out. Lord Whitebeard, how is this possible? Didn't you fall on top of the war? Father? Is it really you, Daddy? Do I miss you so much? When Cang Xu opened the solution space and summoned Whitebeard, Haixia, Jinbei and Neptune were both shocked. Kula la 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 la, isn't this Neptune and Jinbei? It's been a long time. Whitebeard turned his head slightly and looked at the surroundings, slightly surprised. Just now, he was still in the emptiness space, familiar with Arrancar's power. As a result, he didn't expect that he was summoned by Cang Xu in an instant. However, when Whitebeard saw Jinbei and Neptune, he knew he was in the Fishman Island. Father, what's going on? You are all ready. Although Jinbei was agitated, he also had many doubts in his heart. I remember, the Black Wing Demon seems to have the ability to resurrect. Your Excellency. Whitebeard was resurrected through the hand of the Black Wing Demon. Neptune turned his head faster, and quickly guessed the truth of the matter. Before, some information related to Cang Xu was sent back from the sea. In the information, it was mentioned that Cang Xu has the ability to resurrect. Even the One Piece Roger was resurrected by Cang Xu. Now it seems that this matter should be true, so Whitebeard will be resurrected. You guessed right, Neptune, I was resurrected by Master Cang Xu. Whitebeard nodded slightly and said, telling the truth about his resurrection. Both Neptune and Jinbei are very happy about this. Needless to say, Jinbei, in Jinbei's eyes, he has always been a member of the Whitebeard Pirates. In the original book, Jinbei is even willing to give up his Shishibukai identity and go to Marine headquarters to help Whitebeard. As for Neptune, over the years, the Fishman Island has been harassed by pirates thanks to the shelter of Whitebeard. They have less trouble. For this reason, Neptune also respects Whitebeard. It can be said that this is why Cang Xu summoned Whitebeard. With Whitebeard, this matter should be easier to solve. Okay, no more nonsense. I have to take away Princess White Star. As for the method used, it depends on your choice. Cang Xu opened his mouth and said with a calm expression and didn't say much. Suddenly, the momentum suddenly became stiff. Get up. The faces of Neptune and Jinbei became gloomy again. Kula la 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 la, what happened? Neptune, Jinbei, can you tell me? In this regard, Whitebeard has some doubts. After all, he just came out of the solution space and didn't know what happened to the outside world. Read more at Hotuntil Novelxies. That's it, old man. Jinbei spoke slowly and told what had happened. Soon, Whitebeard knew what had happened. So, I didn't expect that the little girl of Bai Xing was actually Poseidon, one of the three ancient weapons. Whitebeard was a little surprised. Because of this incident, it also exceeded his expectations. Whitebeard didn't know that the Fishman Island still had such a secret. Lord Whitebeard, what do you think of this matter? Neptune asked Whitebeard for help, wanting to see what Whitebeard thought. Whitebeard pondered slightly, thinking about this. After a while, Whitebeard spoke slowly. In my opinion, it is still a wise choice for Princess White Star to follow Master Cang Xu. When Whitebeard said this, Neptune was a little anxious, because he wanted to ask Whitebeard for help, but he didn't expect that Whitebeard would help Cang Xu to speak. Kula la 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 la, don't worry, Neptune, this is the best way to do it. You have to know, since Master Cang Xu knows the identity of Princess White Star, it proves that Princess White Star's secret is no longer a secret. I guess, besides Master Cang Xu, there should be others who know about this. When Whitebeard said these words, Neptune was suddenly silent. Although, for more than 10 years, he has kept this secret tightly, but Neptune also knows that this secret is indeed known to some people. For example, Vander Deacon 9. Over the years, Vander Deacon 9 has been pursuing the White Star in a threatening manner. If there is no weirdness in it, Neptune himself doesn't believe it. The only possibility is that Vander Deacon 9 already knows the secret of the White Star. In order to obtain the power of the ancient weapon, the Sea King Poseidon, that is why Vander Deacon 9 is deliberately trying to pursue the White Star. In other words, Bai Xing's situation is actually very unsafe. Looking at your reaction, it seems that my guess is not wrong. The secret of Princess White Star should have been leaked long ago. If it is known by ordinary people, then there is still something to be saved. If the world government knows about it, then Bai Xing's situation will be very dangerous. You should know that the world government will not let Bai Xing go. In this case, leaving the White Star Princess in the Fishman Island is very unsafe. To be honest, Neptune, the Fishman Island cannot keep Princess White Star. In that case, why don't you let Princess White Star follow Master Cang Xu? You should see the strength and potential of Master Cang Xu. Only he can keep Princess White Star. Following Whitebeard's words, Neptune was completely silent. In fact, many times, he knows the truth. But whether you are willing in your heart, that is another matter. Neptune, Whitebeard's words actually have a certain truth. Suddenly, another voice appeared. Neptune looked up slightly, and suddenly saw a familiar figure with a mustache. Roger? I didn't expect it to be you. Neptune's voice trembled slightly. Yes, the character who appeared this time is Nono's One Piece Roger. When Whitebeard was talking just now, Roger was summoned by Cang Xu. The reason why Cang Xu summoned Roger is because Roger and Neptune are also old acquaintances. Even before Bai Xing was born, the two had already known each other. Neptune, remember what I said to you before, there is a person who can guide White Star, maybe he has changed. Roger sighed and said a word slowly. To be honest, Roger also has some emotions in his heart for what happened back then. It can be said that the direction of the world has already moved on to another extreme road. At this time, Cang Xu became the best choice instead. For this reason, Roger took the initiative to persuade Neptune, Whitebeard and Roger. The two exhortations to Neptune one after another, directly shaken Neptune's thoughts. This is the first time that Neptune has the idea of handing over the White Star to others. Because of the two of Whitebeard and Roger, their influence on Neptune is huge. What's more, Neptune knew in his heart that their words were indeed correct. In fact, there are still some words that the two of them did not say. That is the will of Cang Xu. Once Cang Xu decides things, nothing will change. If Neptune does not cooperate, then Cang Xu is likely to forcefully snatch the White Star. At that time, it will only cause trouble to the Fishman Island. This is one of the reasons why the two persuaded Neptune. Without him, after this time of getting along, the two have a good understanding of Cang Xu's character. Therefore, in order to avoid bad things from happening, the two will persuade Neptune. It can be said that this is the best practice. I know, I agreed to this matter. However, there is one more thing. A Murloc named Vander Deacon 9 should know the identity of the White Star. Once he finds that the White Star disappears, he is likely to expose the identity of the White Star. Neptune talked about another thing, that is the threat of Vander Deacon 9. This is another gap. If this matter is not resolved, then White Star is still very dangerous. No way, Vander Deacon 9's ability to target fruit is like a dogskin plaster, threatening Bai Xing's life at any time. If you are talking about this person, then don't worry, because he has already come. Cang Xu spoke calmly. At the same time, two imposing figures appeared in the hall. These are two swordsmen. One of them is dressed in a white samurai suit and is holding a black sword. The other wears round glasses with white beard and hair. These are the swordsmen Ryoma and Hades Rayleigh, and at the feet of Rayleigh, there are also a few strange murlocs. One of the murlocs, wearing a small top hat, curled hair, and beard, is hung with a series of necklaces, and has a four-legged broad-stranded tiger shark. This is Vander Deacon 9. Neptune was a little surprised. The embarrassed murloc in front of him is exactly Vander Deacon 9. Neptune didn't expect that Cang Xu's people would have arrested Vander Deacon 9. Such a speed is too terrible. Hardly, Cang Xu guessed the current situation a long time ago. In fact, there is nothing wrong with Neptune's idea. As early as when he landed on the Fishman Island, Cang Xu asked Rayleigh and the swordsman Ryoma to go to find Vander Deacon 9. For Cang Xu, Princess White Star is someone he will definitely get. Read more at Hot Until Novelxies. However, if there is a Vander Deacon 9 who has been harassing Princess White Star, this is not a good thing. For the sake of convenience, Cang Xu directly asked Rayleigh, the king of Pluto, and the swordsman Ryoma, to find out Vander Deacon 9. Of course, all Cang Xu needs is the result. As for the process, Cang Xu didn't want to know at all, nor was he interested in knowing it. There is no suspense in taking down Vander Dyken 9 with the strength of the Pluto Rayleigh and the swordsman Ryoma. In fact, it is the same. The two did live up to their expectations and directly captured Vander Dyken 9. However, Rayleigh and the swordsman Ryoma, the Murlocs, were not only Vander Dyken 9. There are also a few weird Murlocs. There are pot-bellied shark Murlocs, 8-legged octopus Murlocs, and so on. This is Hody Jones. Hody, why are you here? Jinbei, who hadn't spoken for a long time, looked at the fish people caught by Rayleigh and Ryoma, slightly surprised. Yes, Jinbei recognized these Murlocs. Because these Murlocs are exactly the Hody Jones group who call themselves the new Murloc pirate group. Shouldn't they be on Murloc Street? How could they appear here? When I was going to capture Vander Dyken 9, I happened to encounter something very interesting. Vander Dyken 9 and these guys gathered together, plotting to subvert the Fishman Island. So, we just grabbed these guys directly. Pluto Rayleigh said with a smile, telling the truth about it. When Rayleigh and Longma were looking for Vander Dyken 9, it happened by accident that Vander Dyken 9 was on Murloc Street, and Hody Jones was discussing the subversion of the Fishman Island. Therefore, Rayleigh and Longma caught these guys easily. I have to say that the luck of Hody Jones and others is very bad. It just happened to meet Rayleigh and others, otherwise, they can stay for another year or two. Nipton, your luck is really good, this guy who killed your wife, even if it is a gift from me to buy seeing. As soon as Cang Xu's words came out, Neptune was immediately shocked. His wife, Princess Odohim, was actually killed by Hody Jones? Knowing the truth, Neptune was immediately angry, and he wished to execute Hody Jones and others immediately. Thanks to His Excellency Cang Xu, Neptune will remember this kindness. Neptune nodded and thanked Cang Xu. So, Neptune, what is your final choice? Cang Xu asked about business. The matter of Vander Dyken 9, Hody Jones and others, in Cang Xu's view, was just a trivial matter. Cang Xu is more concerned about things related to Bai Xing. Your Excellency Cang Xu, I have nothing to say. I only have one request, please don't let Bai Xing be wronged. Neptune took a deep breath and solemnly saluted Cang Xu. When the matter is over, there is nothing left to say. All the troubles have been resolved, he will naturally not stop this thing. And now, he is just out of the identity of an old father, hoping that Cang Xu can treat Bai Xing kindly. Relax, becoming my subordinate, I will naturally not let people bully her. Cang Xu nodded slightly. This matter is not difficult for him. White Star is very special, not the kind of power in the pure sense. The reason why her ability is special is that it is special in summoning sea kings. It can be said that the White Star is not a fighter, but an auxiliary, which is biased towards the summoner type. For this kind of special talent, Cang Xu will naturally treat him special and will not let people bully Bai Xing. Cang Xu can still guarantee this. When the words are here, this matter has basically been determined. In the following time, Cang Xu followed Neptune and slowly came to the hard shell tower room where Princess White Star was. Bai Xing, Father Wang would like to introduce someone to you, that is Master Cang Xu. Didn't you say that you want to see the environment above the sea? This adult can help you fulfill this wish. Neptune naturally did not want to force the White Star, so Neptune planned to persuade the White Star. However, before Neptune said too much, Bai Xing agreed directly. Father, I am willing to follow Master Cang Xu to the sea. Bai Xing spoke, his voice was glutinous, but he directly agreed to this matter. This makes everyone a little unexpected. Princess White Star agreed directly. This situation is somewhat beyond everyone's expectations. Even Cang Xu is a little surprised, because he didn't expect that Bai Xing would agree so simply. According to Cang Xu's prediction, Neptune may need to persuade for a while before Bai Xing will let go. In fact, when Bai Xing learned that Vander Dyken 9 and Hody Jones had been taken away by Cang Xu, Princess White Star was very moved, because all her confusion comes from these two parties. Fortunately, Vander Dyken 9, it just brought her some confusion. Hody Jones is different, he is the murderer who assassinated her mother. Bai Xing knew about this matter a long time ago, but Princess Bai Xing did not say it after complying with her mother's last wish. It can be said that Bai Xing has been suffering very much in his heart over the years, and I don't know whether he should tell the truth. Now that the murderer is brought to justice, Princess Bai Xing's affection for Cang Xu suddenly skyrocketed. For this reason, Princess White Star chose to agree to this matter. That's good, Suya Palace welcomes you. Cang Xu nodded slightly. The surrender of the White Star Princess, this matter has come to an end here. It can be said that Cang Xu's goal of coming to the Fishman Island is basically completed. Master Cang Xu, shall we go directly to New World next? Letterfield came to Cang Xu and asked about the next action. Princess White Star has been included in the Sui Palace according to his understanding. Master Cang Xu should also be going to the New World. Don't worry, Doflamingo's speed is not so fast. It is estimated that it will take 2 or 3 days to bring out the Golden Lion. We will be here for the time being. Let's stay for 2 or 3 days longer. Cang Xu shook his head slightly, talking about his next plan. New World? He must go. However, because of the previous design to lure Golden Lion, it takes some fermentation time. After all, no matter how fast Doflamingo's news spreads, it will take some time to wait until Golden Lion finds it out. This process will take 2 or 3 days, let alone, Therefore, entering the new world too quickly will not bring much benefit. You may miss the golden lion. For this reason, Cang Xu is prepared to wait for 2 or 3 days. After all, it only takes 2 or 3 days to attract a golden lion. Cang Xu still has this patience? Yes, I get it. Letterfield nodded slightly, ready to go down to pass Cang Xu's order to everyone. Read more at Hotel Novelxies. In fact, Letterfield now has a vague tendency to become Cang Xu's butler. On the one hand, Letterfield is the first errand car beside Cang Xu. On the other hand, Cang Xu often left some trivial matters to Letterfield to complete. After a long time, it is inevitable that such a situation will appear. Therefore, for the next 3 days, Cang Xu and others stayed on the Fishman Island temporarily. It just so happens that Cang Xu can take advantage of these few days to create an environment suitable for the White Star Princess to live in the empty space. After all, Princess White Star is a mermaid, and is different from the living environment of human beings. A habitable water environment needs to be built for her. This is not difficult. What's more, there are members of the Whitebeard pirate group in Cang Xu's free space, all of which are free labor, so Cang Xu left this matter to them. As for Cang Xu himself, Cang Xu is naturally not nothing to do. Cang Xu still has one very important thing to accomplish, that is to improve one's own strength. Before, the conversation between Cang Xu and Doflamingo mentioned one thing. Entering the new world this time, there must be a big battle. The previous words of Doflamingo, although not very pleasant to listen to, but they have a certain truth. Leaking out the time and place of his entry into new world is likely to attract ambushes by several big forces. Naturally, Cang Xu knows this too. In that case, he naturally needs to prepare in advance. Therefore, Cang Xu intends to improve his strength a little bit in the past few days. As for the way to improve strength, it is naturally the template page. Thinking about this, Cang Xu has called out a template page for a long time. In an instant, a light curtain that only Cang Xu could see appeared in front of Cang Xu. This is Cang Xu's template page. Host, Cang Xu. System, template system. The first template, Ulquiorra Cifer, unlocked degree, 62%. Ryotsu, Minos Grande Vasto Lord level, 1%. Return Blade, Blackwing Great Demon, second stage of Return Blade, Awakening. Skills, Soul Suction, LV30, Void Bullet, LV30, Steel Leather, LV30, Zero, LV30, Sound Turn, LV32, High Speed Regeneration, LV30, Exploration Circuit, LV30, Hollow, LV30, Moonlight Sword, Homing Blade Skill, LV32, Common Vision, LV30, Solving the Air, LV30, Seeking Flowers. His subordinates, Lonely Red Barleric Letterfield, Heir of the Devil Douglas Bullet, One Piece Gold Roger, World Destroyer Bondi Waldo, Dragon Swordsman Ryoma, Captain John, Hades Rayleigh, Whitebeard Edward Newgate, 18 Kylians. Subordinate officers, Boa Hancock, Nefeltari Vivi. Soul Point, 325. At this time, Cang Xu's template page is basically the same as before. Because Cang Xu hasn't improved his strength for a while, it should be the subordinates, subordinate officials, and soul points that rarely change. 0. There is nothing to say about the situation under his command. Basically, the subordinates recognized by the system are Arankar or Kylian created by Cang Xu using hollow skills. For example, later joined Swordsman Ryoma, Captain John, Pluto Rayleigh, Whitebeard and several new Arankars. However, the number of Kylian has greatly increased. You know, before, Cang Xu had only 7 or 8 Kylians. The current number of Kylians has doubled because of the addition of supernovas. Yes, the supernovae were all annihilated by the Cang Xu group when they were in the Shampoo Islands. And now, under Cang Xu's hollow, they all transformed into Cang Xu's Kylian. For this reason, the number of Kylians under Cang Xu's command will usher in a skyrocket. As for the subordinate officials, there is nothing to say. Just from the previous Princess Vivi, one more Hancock has been added. However, both Vivi and Hancock are now busy with the daughter country, and they have not returned to Cang Xu for the time being. Of course, these changes are just trivial things in Cang Xu's view. The real big change is the soul point. Is there a full 180,000 soul points? Before I knew it, I actually accumulated so many soul points. Looking at the exaggerated soul point above the template, Cang Xu was also a little surprised, because the value of soul points far exceeds Cang Xu's expectations. Although this is a period of accumulation, this figure is indeed a bit exaggerated. Cang Xu murmured in his heart, still shocked. You know, before, Cang Xu earned only a few thousand soul points every time at the highest point, it was only about 10,000. As a result, he did not expect that this time his soul point would actually reach the number of 180,000. The span between this is indeed a bit exaggerated. However, the reason for this result seems to be normal. You know, the last time he looked at the template page. It's time to defeat the sand crocodile in Alabaston. Since Alabaston, Cang Xu has experienced many things. Go to Guy Island and collect the soul of Guy Island. After that, I went to the Sky Island, and entered the Devil's Triangle, heading to the Champagne Islands. He even went to the Top War and came to the Fishman Island. These many places have brought a lot of soul points to Cang Xu. Especially the war on the top brought many high-quality souls to Cang Xu. According to Cang Xu's budget, the top war has brought Cang Xu at least about 100,000 soul points. This is not an exaggeration by Cang Xu, in fact it is. You know, there are 100,000 elites in Marine. As for the Whitebeard pirate group, in addition to the 1,600 members of this group, there are 43 New World pirate groups under its banner. The total number of members of the Whitebeard pirate group is 50,000 people in total. Moreover, these pirates and marine soldiers are truly elite, and the accompanying war on the top caused a large number of marines and pirates to die on the battlefield. This brings a lot of soul points to Cang Xu. In addition, areas such as the Devil's Triangle and the Champs Islands are also a place of chaos over the years. They have accumulated a lot of souls. For this reason, Cang Xu's soul points have accumulated such an exaggerated number. But this is also a good thing for me, isn't it? Cang Xu murmured, and a smile appeared in his turquoise eyes. Although, the skyrocketing soul points shocked Cang Xu's heart, but this is also a rare good thing for Cang Xu. After all, once this huge soul point is transformed into a skill level, it will bring great power to Cang Xu. This is a rare good thing for Cang Xu. Thinking about this, Cang Xu no longer thinks about soul points, and starts to control soul points and improve his skill level. Time passed in a hurry, half a day's time was fleeting. When Cang Xu opened his eyes again, Cang Xu's template page had undergone earth-shaking changes. Host, Cang Xu, read more at Hot Until Novelties. System, template system. The first template, Ulquiorra Cifer, unlocked degree, 77%. Ryotsu, Minos Grande Vasto Lord level, 70%. Return Blade, Blackwing Great Demon, second stage of Return Blade, Awakening. Skills, Soul Suction, LV40, Void Bullet, LV40, Steel Leather, LV40, Zero, LV40, Sound Turn, LV40, High Speed Regeneration, LV40, Exploration Circuit, LV40, Hollow, LV40, Common Vision, LV40, Solution, LV40, Negation, LV40. Returning Blade Skills, Moonlight Sword, LV40, Thunder Spear, LV40. His subordinates, Lonely Red Barleric Letterfield, Heir of the Devil Douglas Bullet, One Piece Gold Roger, World Destroyer Bondi Waldo, Dragon Swordsman Ryoma, Captain John, Hades Rayleigh, Whitebeard Edward Newgate, 18 Kylians. Subordinate Officers, Boa Hancock, Nefeltari Vivi. Soul Point, 3,215. At this time, Cang Xu's template page has undergone tremendous changes. In terms of skills, it goes without saying that Cang Xu's Ryotsu is Vasto Lord level, and the skill upgrade limit is LV40. Cang Xu, who has a lot of soul points, naturally raises all of his skills to the current limit. Therefore, all of Cang Xu's skills were upgraded to LV40 by him. However, this is only the first step to improve. Although Cang Xu has a lot of skills, the soul points needed to upgrade are also a huge cost. But Cang Xu can't stand the current one, he has a lot of soul points. For this reason, after raising all the skill levels to the current limit, Cang Xu still has more than 70,000 soul points. Therefore, with this opportunity, Cang Xu directly increased his Ryotsu to 70%. Cang Xu can feel that his Ryotsu has risen again, even to an extremely terrifying point. With every gesture, Cang Xu could feel that his body was filled with a lot of souls. This feeling of power is mesmerizing. This is the real power. The unlocking level of the Ulquiorra template has reached 77%. It seems that the next level is not far away. Cang Xu murmured and looked at the unlock level on the template page. This is another gain for him. Because of the improvement of strength, the unlocking degree of Ulquiorra template has been increased to 77%, and the distance is 80%. It is not far away. According to previous experience, once fully unlocked to 80%, Cang Xu may have another opportunity to evolve. However, Cang Xu's soul point is only a little bit left at this time. There is no way to complete the evolution immediately. However, Cang Xu is not worried anymore when he enters the new world. He has the opportunity to collect soul points. Moreover, with this promotion, I also gained 2 new skills, Negation and Thunder Spear. Cang Xu murmured, a hint of surprise appeared in his eyes. This time unlocking, in addition to the original skills, the level has all been upgraded. Cang Xu has a bigger gain. Those are 2 brand new skills. Negation, Thunder Gun. It is by summoning Minos Grande to use this negation skill. It can be said that this negation skill also has a good effect. Under the siege of many captains, I went to Hueco Mundo calmly. Use it well, and sometimes it can have unexpected results. For example, use negation to give yourself a defensive net. This is simply invincible. P.S. The previous data is wrong. It is not 450,000 but 180,000. It has been revised. Sorry. My math was taught by the physical education teacher. Cover my face. Once the target is surrounded by this light, people outside the light film cannot reach him. If she can stay in negation and command the outside sea kings to fight, it can be seen that this skill is special. Or in other words, when on the battlefield, give members with weak combat power to use this ability. The so-called negation is the light beam used by Minos Grande to save his family. 172. The improvement of Hollow's skills, the forcible success of Hollow, the sand crocodile resurrected again. Subscribe for subscription. Negation skills also have a variety of applications. You can spend some time in the future and study it a little bit. Cang Xu murmured. Negation skills are relatively special skills, with a variety of special applications. However, Cang Xu does not have much time now and is wasting researching negation skills. Because Cang Xu has other things to do, For example, study the second skill he just acquired, that is the Gun of Thunder. Unlike the negation skill, the Thunder Spear and the Moonlight Sword skill are both belong to the Blade skill. Cang Xu looks at the introduction of the Thunder Gun, Thunder Spear. This is a skill that produces a spear-like spirit child in the hand, aims at the target, and then attacks. As far as the introduction is concerned, the Thunder Spear skill is very similar to the previous Moonlight Sword. They are all spear-like spirit attacks. After thinking about this, Cang Xu became familiar with the power of the Thunder Spear. After being familiar with it for a while, Cang Xu is already familiar with the power of the Thunder 21 Spear. For this reason, Cang Xu also has a deeper understanding of the Thunder Spear. If we say that the Moonlight Sword is an exclusive skill for the Blade, then the Thunder Spear should be regarded as Erden Gibeon's exclusive skill. However, the attacking power of the Thunder Spear is amazing, even far exceeding that of the Moonlight Sword. With the Thunder Spear, even if it misses, the shock wave generated by its attack can spread to a large area. In the original book, even Ulquiorra cannot fully control the power of the Thunder Spear. Because of the power of the Thunder Spear, it is indeed extremely huge. At this point, it is the Moonlight Sword skill, which is incomparable. In Cang Xu's view, the Thunder Spear skill is a bit like the evolution of the Moonlight Sword. However, this possibility has a great possibility, although the introduction of skills does not say the relationship between the two skills. However, both of them are returning skills, which belong to Ulquiorra's exclusive skills. Moreover, both of them are abilities that can be used only when they are in the Blade state. So, if there is no connection between the two, even Cang Xu can't believe it. However, is there any relationship between the Moonlight Sword and the Thunder Spear? This is not the most important thing. The most important thing is that the Thunder Spear skill can give Cang Xu the effect. After some experiments, Cang Xu expressed his satisfaction. Cang Xu can be sure that this is definitely the most terrifying trick he currently has. There is no one. A bolt of thunder can easily destroy an island in an instant. Even if you make a full shot, the power generated will be even more terrifying. This is the power of the Thunder Spear. Cang Xu is very satisfied with this. It is indeed an exclusive homing skill. Its power is really amazing. Read more at Hot Until Novelxies. The negation skills, which are biased towards defense, and the Thunder Spear, which is absolutely attacking the two skills that I just acquired, are somewhat interesting. Cang Xu smiled indifferently, and was very satisfied with the gains of this promotion. However, it is not these two skills that satisfies Cang Xu the most. In this promotion, Cang Xu has one of the most important gains, that is the improvement of Hollow skills. Yes, after the Hollow skill is upgraded to LV40, Hollow's ability has also gained considerable growth. Even Cang Xu's Hollow skill has undergone a special change. Hollow, you can forcibly break the boundaries of ordinary souls, and let them forcibly transform into emptiness. Looking at the new introduction of Hollow skills, Cang Xu has something to say. To be honest, there is almost no difference between this introduction and the previous introduction. The only difference is that there are two more words. Force. Is it impossible? Now it is possible to force Hollow, so that the void that could not be Aaroncarized can be forcibly elevated to the level of Aaroncar. Cang Xu's eyes flashed, as if thinking of something. Before, Cang Xu had been unable to control Minos Grande Aaroncarization. Every time, Cang Xu can only do it. Let Minos Grande evolve independently. If it fails completely. However, if it can be forced to Aaroncarization, maybe Cang Xu will have more Aaroncars. You know, Cang Xu currently has 18 Kylians in his hands. If these Kylians can complete the Aaroncarization, then Cang Xu's army of subordinate officers will be born. At that time, the initial scale of Cang Xu's Espada Corps could be established. When I thought of this, Cang Xu was a little excited. But having said that, this is just Cang Xu's guess, and Cang Xu is still not sure whether it is true or not. Regardless of whether this guess is true or false, as long as you try it, you can be sure. Cang Xu murmured. There was a ray of light in his eyes. Fantastically, this has never been Cang Xu's style. Since there is a possibility, then just try it directly. This is Cang Xu's style. Cang Xu has made a decision in his heart and is ready to try to force Aaroncarization. Thinking about this, Cang Xu directly opened the solution space and grabbed a Kylian. Come on, start preparing for Aaroncarization. Cang Xu murmured and began to prepare for Aaroncarization, but before that, Cang Xu asked this Kylian to have a good meal. After all, the better Kylian's condition, the higher the success rate of Aaroncarization. This is inevitable. For this reason, Cang Xu took out some ordinary emptiness and gave it to Kylian to swallow it. After this Kylian has reached its peak state, Cang Xu directly used the Hollow skill. The Hollow aura condensed by Hollow skills directly enveloped this Kylian. Roar! This Kylian suddenly roared. At the same time, a faint white light began to radiate from this Kylian. Cang Xu's eyes were fixed, motionless, watching the situation of this Kylian. As time went by little, the light from Hollow's halo completely enveloped this Kylian. I don't know how long it has been. When all the light disappeared, a burly figure appeared in front of Cang Xu. This is a man of sinister temperament, with a big black back, a long cross-cut scar on his face, earrings on his right ear, and a black fur coat. It looks like a mafia. Am I not dead? Why am I resurrected? Obviously when I was in Alabastan, I was already dead in the hands of the Black-Winged Demon Cang Xu. Sir Crocodile looked confused, as if he hadn't fully recovered yet. Yes, the person who was successfully resurrected this time is the 7 warlords of the sea, Sir Crocodile, who once died in the hands of Cang Xu. Successful, great, to force Hollow's guess, it really is correct. Seeing Sir Crocodile successfully resurrected, Cang Xu's eyes flashed with joy. Sure enough, his guess was correct. With the improvement of Hollow's skills, those Kylian who cannot Arrancar can really reach the level of Arrancar. The resurrection of Sir Crocodile is the best evidence? This is definitely good news for Cang Xu. The resurrection of Sir Crocodile is definitely good news for Cang Xu, because this proves that Cang Xu's conjecture is correct. In this way, the Kylians under his command will be fully resurrected, the army under Cang Xu will be truly perfected. For this reason, Cang Xu is very happy. It's you, Cang Xu, the great black-winged demon. Sir Crocodile looked at Cang Xu, his face suddenly changed. Obviously, he was fully awake, knowing that the man in front of him was the enemy who killed him. Surrender to me, Sand Crocodile. Cang Xu's expression was indifferent, and the amazing riot so was released instantly and enveloped Sir Crocodile. At this moment, Sir Crocodile couldn't support it and knelt directly in front of Cang Xu. Sir Crocodile was horrified, completely speechless. Just relying on his aura makes it impossible to resist. Is this the black-winged demon Cang Xu he faced at the beginning? This is too terrible. Moreover, what shocked Sir Crocodile the most was, for some reason, standing in front of Cang Xu, he has a sense of surrender from the soul level. It seems that Cang Xu in front of him should be born high and become his leader. I helped you resurrect, but I didn't let you make trouble, but surrender to me, Sand Crocodile. Cang Xu's voice came again. For Sand Crocodile, Cang Xu doesn't have so much patience. Therefore, Cang Xu directly asked Sand Crocodile to surrender. For this reason, Cang Xu directly showed the powerful Riot Su. Of course, Cang Xu's current Riot Su has come to a terrifying point. If all were released, it would definitely shatter the soul of the Sand Crocodile. In order to prevent the Sand Crocodile from directly dying, Cang Xu also restrained a lot. I have seen Master Cang Xu. After a while, the Sand Crocodile finally bowed its head and expressed surrender to Cang Xu. Absolutely strong power, as well as the shock and surrender from the heart, finally made Sand Crocodile bow its head. Sand Crocodile offered Cang Xu his surrender. A wise choice, Sand Crocodile. Seeing the Sand Crocodile surrender, Cang Xu smiled. Saying this earlier, it doesn't need too much trouble. I know you still have a lot of doubts in your heart, and I don't know why you resurrected. But now, I don't have much time to help you out. Go to the side first, and get acquainted with your own strength. When everyone is ready, I will explain it all at once. Cang Xu continued to speak. The current Cang Xu will continue to resurrect other Kylians. Therefore, Cang Xu does not have much time to help Sand Crocodile explain. Read more at Hotantal Novelxies. What's more, in the coming time, Cang Xu will continue to help Kylian forcibly transform into Arrancar, so that they will be resurrected in the form of Arrancar. Cang Xu can't every time one is resurrected, just explain it again. This will make Cang Xu exhausted. Therefore, Cang Xu plans to resurrect all Kylians, and then explain the current situation together. Sir Crocodile naturally did not dare to have any objections to this, and walked aside obediently, waiting quietly on the side, familiar with the new body again and again. Next, it's time to bring the rest of Kylian back to life. Cang Xu murmured, directly opened the solution space, and released all the remaining Kylian. For a time, 17 black monsters with hideous faces appeared in the hall, constantly roaring, demonstrating their power. Quiet me. With Cang Xu's command, all Kylian suddenly lost all their voices, dare not make any noise. Yes, let's start. Cang Xu nodded slightly, then he was about to start Hollow's thing. Like Kylian who forced Hollow Sir Crocodile, Cang Xu released a large number of ordinary emptiness, allowing this group of Kylian to feast on. After this group of Kylians recovered to their peak state, Cang Xu began to force Arrancarization. Cang Xu is very casual, summoning Kylian, who is the closest to him, directly in front of him. Then, Cang Xu used Hollow skills. For a time, a hollow halo appeared, covering this Kylian. The whole process is no different from the process of helping Sir Crocodile force Arrancarization. Time passed by a little bit. I don't know how long it has been before, a brand new figure appeared in front of Cang Xu. This is a burly figure, wearing a pilot hat, wearing a black uniform of impel down, and a magical longsword hanging from his waist. This time, the one who succeeded in Arrancarization, is it Shiryu of Rain from Impel Down? Cang Xu murmured. Obviously, he has recognized the identity of the burly man in front of him. This is exactly the Shiryu of Rain who died in the hands of Cang Xu in Impel Down. And Shiryu of Rain is the second person Cang Xu succeeded in forcibly turning into Arrancar. Go to the side, I don't have time to explain, wait until all my things are done. Cang Xu directly ordered. The loyalty integrated into the bones made Shiryu of Rain unable to disobey Cang Xu's orders. Therefore, Shiryu of Rain, who had just been resurrected, could only look confused and went to Sir Crocodile's side, quietly waiting for Cang Xu's order. Next, Cang Xu continued the previous operation, letting the remaining Kylian forcibly turn into Arrancar, and resurrect them in the form of Arrancar. For a while, Cang Xu was immersed in this matter. Time passed in a hurry, and in a blink of an eye, 3 days passed. In these 3 days, Cang Xu didn't leave this hall and stayed in the Dragon Palace all the time, until 3 days have passed. A familiar voice appeared outside the hall. Master Cang Xu, everything is ready. Rayleigh has coded the warship. Before Letterfield came to the hall where Cang Xu was located, he reported to Cang Xu the results of the 3 days. Previously, Cang Xu arranged for Letterfield to prepare for sailing. Until now, Letterfield has finally returned. Squeak! Accompanied by the sound of the wooden door being pushed open, the figure of Cang Xu slowly walked out of the hall. However, at this moment, behind Cang Xu, there are more than a dozen strangely dressed figures. Get it? Among these figures, there are several people, and Letterfield is no stranger. Shiryu of Rain, Vicious King Obelo Pizarro, Xian Moon Hunter Caitlin Dime, Huge Battleship San Juan Vicious Wolf, Big Wine Basque Shote. It's actually you. Letterfield was a little surprised. Although these guys are not people of their generation, however, they are all impelled down, death row prisoners in eternal hell. After getting along for a long time, Letterfield also has some impressions. For this reason, Letterfield immediately recognized their identities. In fact, the people behind Cang Xu are not just these impelled down prisoners, there are other guys. This is exactly Kylian under Cang Xu's command. They all completed the forcible Car and were reborn in the form of Car. Is the warship ready? If so, let's go directly to the warship. Cang Xu nodded slightly and said to Letterfield. In 3 days, Cang Xu completed the forcible Carization of the Kylians. For this reason, Cang Xu's Car has a chance to skyrocket. Cang Xu glanced over, and he also had some plans in his heart, ready to launch a long-awaited plan. However, this is not a good place to talk. So, no matter what happens, wait until you return to the warship. Thinking of this, Cang Xu took all his subordinates and returned directly to the warship. After all the personnel are here, Cang Xu is ready to explain the next thing. In the past few days, you should all know that I am busy. As for the reason I am busy, you should have seen it now. This new batch of Cars will become the partners of the Sui Palace. Above the warship, Cang Xu stood on the upper floor and said to Car below. At this time, on the deck in front of Cang Xu, there were a total of 26 Cars. This is all the Cars under Cang Xu, including all independent Cars, as well as those who force Car. All Cars are here. Among them, such as Roger and Letterfield, independent Cars Minos Grande, there are a total of 8. Just like Sir Crocodile, Minos Grande who forced Car has a total of 18 people. All Cars add up to a total of 26 people. This is the Cars under Cang Xu, 8 Minos Grande from Car. They are Redfield, Bullet, Roger, Bondi Waldo, Ryoma, Captain John, Rayleigh, and Whitebeard. Of course, Cang Xu did not count his subordinate officers, Hancock and Vivi, into the camp of independent Car, although Hancock and Vivi both belong to independent Car. If you count the two, the Minos Grande of Car, there are a total of 10. However, the two of them are not by Cang Xu's side for the time being. They are sorting out Amazon's affairs in their daughter country. Moreover, the Car of Hancock and Vivi is a little special, a bit different from the usual autonomous Car. What's more, Cang Xu appointed the two as his subordinate officers early. Therefore, as long as the two of them do not blend into the next plan, Cang Xu will not count the two of them in the Car Legion for the time being. As for the Minos Grande who forced Car, the number is a little too much. There are 18 people. These 18 people can be divided into 2 batches. Read more at Hot Until Novelxies. In the first batch, 5 prisoners from Impel Down Eternal Hell and 4 Shishibukai level characters encountered by Cang Xu. They are the Evil King Obelo Pizarro, the Black Moon Hunter Catrin Dome, the Huge Battleship San Juan the Wolf, the Wine Basque Shot, and the Rain Shiryu. As for the other 4 Shishibukai level characters, they are the Sand Crocodile Sir Crocodile, the Thor Anilu, Gecko Moria, and Ace. As for the second batch, it is 9 supernovae on the Champs Islands. They are Eustace Kid, Magician Buggy Hawkins, Corrupted Marine Major General X Drake, Death Surgeon Trafalgar Law, Hyming Skulachman Arp, Killing Samurai Kira, Big Stomach Girl Jolie Bonnie, Gangster Capone Beeg, Strange Monk Urki. This is the situation of all Car under Cang Xu. It can be said that after the forcible Car, Cang Xu's virtual night palace ushered in a surge in strength. But having said that, although they are all Cars under Cang Xu's command, their strengths are also different. According to Cang Xu's eyes, temporarily divide his Car into 3 levels. The first level is called Legendary Level by Cang Xu. As for the Car of this level, it is naturally Roger and Letterfield, etc., these legendary Minos Grande. These legendary levels are all Minos Grande from Car. Strength is among the strongest among all Cars. On the one hand, they are very powerful. On the other hand, the independent Car Minos Grande, whether it is potential or strength, are very powerful, far exceeding the forced Car Minos Grande. Therefore, Roger, Letterfield and others are considered to be strong in the first camp under Cang Xu. As for the second level, it is called Shishibukai level by Cang Xu. That is, the group of prisoners in Impel Down Eternal Hell, as well as 9 people including Sand Crocodile and Fire Fist Ace. This group of Cars all have the strength comparable to Shishibukai, or they are Shishibukai themselves. You know, in the original book, Fire Fist Ace and Sand Crocodile, even if they are imprisoned in Impel Down, they are also imprisoned in Eternal Hell. Their strength is roughly the same as that of the prisoners in Eternal Hell. Therefore, Cang Xu designated this level as Shishibukai level. This means that their strength is almost at the Shishibukai level. As for the third level, it is the supernova level, that is, the supernovas captured by Cang Xu on the Xiangdebo Islands. Arrancar at the supernova level is the weakest among the Arrancars under Cang Xu. After all, they didn't even master the two-color haki, and their devil fruit abilities did not reach the point of awakening. It can be said that they have not fully grown up yet, so their strength is naturally inferior. However, the potential of this group of supernovae is also amazing. Just like Eustace Kid and Death Surgeon Trafalgar Law, it is possible to grow to the top Shishibukai level. Waiting for them to grow up and surpass the ordinary Shishibukai, it will not be difficult. Of course, as far as the current situation is concerned, their strength can be regarded as the weakest group under Cang Xu. In this way, no matter what strong person becomes Arrancar, he can fill the vacancy of Espada. However, the basic structure has been out, and now it is time to form Espada. All in all, this is the situation of Cang Xu's Sui Calice. As long as you are strong enough, you can become a member of Espada. At each level, there are 8 or 9 people, exactly corresponding to each other. Yes, Cang Xu summoned all Arrancars to formally form the Espada army, although the members of Espada in Cang Xu's mind are not yet fully assembled. Super New Star, take the challenge system, because the way Cang Xu is going to use is to respect the strong. This is Cang Xu's plan, Shishibukai class. Therefore, Cang Xu took this opportunity to formally form the Espada army. Of course, after winning the Golden Lion, Cang Xu also has a way to let the Golden Lion settle in Espada. Legendary. No rules can't make a circle, and the Sui Calice also needs a certain order. So, I am going to form an Espada army. There are a total of 10 places in the Espada Corps, making them the strongest 10. Espada can have its own subordinate officers, but these subordinate officers must all be Hollow Minos Grande. On the high platform, Cang Xu slowly said, and he explained all the ideas of Espada Dash. As Cang Xu said, Bullet and others, their eyes gradually brightened up. Because this is the best choice for them. In fact, Cang Xu's rules are also very simple. According to a large-scale pirate group, it is under the command of the pirate group. There are a total of 10 divisions, and each division has its own captain. Roughly speaking, that's almost it. For Bullet and others, this is the best choice. Because there is a team, there is a ranking point. You know, they are all legendary big sea pirates. It is difficult to distinguish between high and low. At this time, if you can have a sequential ranking, you can also see their strength. Fight for power. This will always be the main theme of pirates. The pirates of the sea, why do they want to be listed as the 4 emperors, is not to compete for fame. And the scale of Espada is the best choice. Therefore, Cang Xu's setting fits their minds. Master Cang Xu, in what way do you decide who is Espada? Bondi Valdo spoke up and asked Cang Xu directly. I want to know how to determine the members and rankings of Espada. It's very simple, the strong is respected. As long as the strength is strong enough, you can sit in the position of Espada. Of course, Minos Grande who forcibly forced Arrancar is also eligible to challenge. Cang Xu smiled lightly and said this method directly. If you want to determine the list of members and rankings, just use the simplest method. The strong is respected. As long as the strength is strong enough, you can sit in the position of Espada. Great, Espada's location, I want 1. I not only want to be Espada, but I also want to be the first. Bullet, Bondi Valdo, and others are eager to try one by one, and want to let it go. For Sir Crocodile and others who just forced Arrancar, they are also a little eager to try. After all, this is a good opportunity for them. Of course, they also know that it is almost impossible to defeat Roger and others. After all, Roger and Pluto Rayleigh and others are legendary big figures. It is not a simple matter to defeat them. Yes, Sir Crocodile and other members of Arrancar just now know the identity of Roger and others. Read more at Hotuntil Novelxies. After Cang Xu helped all Kylians completely forcibly become Arrancar, Cang Xu explained the current situation to the Arrancars. It can be said that Arrancar such as Sir Crocodile and Shiryu of Rain already know the current situation. To be honest, when they were just resurrected, they were really shocked. After all, Roger, Whitebeard and others are all legendary, and they are very powerful. However, they themselves have been resurrected, and Roger and others can naturally be resurrected too. Therefore, in 3 days, they have accepted the current situation and all surrendered to Cang Xu. This is why Cang Xu is preparing to form the Espada army, because Cang Xu already has enough members to form the Espada army initially. However, as I said just now, the existence of legendary ranks such as Roger is very powerful. Sir Crocodile and others, it is not easy to defeat them. In other words, they have no such idea. However, if they want to become a member of Espada, they are not without such an opportunity. You know, there are only 8 legendary ranks under Cang Xu. There are 10 places in Espada. In other words, even if all the legendary ranks become one of Espada, there are still 2 vacancies. In other words, they still have 2 opportunities. This is what they are fighting for. Although they can't beat the legendary level, they don't feel that they will lose to other people in the same level. I have to say that people who can be valued by Cang Xu are basically the unruly generation. For this reason, they don't feel that they will lose to their peers. It can be said that this is where their confidence lies. As for the Supernova Arrancars, they don't have any idea of vying for it. No way, you know your own strength. Seeking flowers. They understand very well that they are not the opponents of those strong people at present. The most important thing is to improve your strength as soon as possible. Of course, there are some exceptions. For example, Eustace Kid and Trafalgar Law. These two supernovae seem to be a little eager to try and want to challenge the real powerhouses. I have to say that these two supernovae are also the kind of lawless guys. No wonder that in the original book, the two teamed up with Straw Hat Luffy and dared to directly challenge the four emperors, Kaido and Charlotte Linlin. Well, this is not a good place to fight. If you compete here, the entire warship will be destroyed. All Aaron cars, all enter Hueco Mundo and fight in Hueco Mundo to determine the number of Espada. Cang Xu waved his hand and directly opened the solution space. The warship is a small place, there is enough for Aaron cars to toss. If you want to let go of your hand to fight, you only have to unlock the space. This time the Espada battle gave him a chance to fight as much as he could. How could Bullet be unhappy? This is Buggy. The battle for Espada has just started. Master Cang Xu, can I participate in this battle? In this battle, everyone has shown their true ability and is constantly fighting. A fierce battle is coming from the space of the solution. In this regard, all Aaron cars are very obedient, and obediently enter the emptiness space. Because Bullet itself is a war addict, Cang Xu was a little surprised. He didn't expect Buggy to have the idea of being strong and combative. This seems to be a little different from Buggy's character. Cang Xu looked up slightly, and suddenly saw a blue-haired figure with a big red nose appearing next to Cang Xu. Of course, the happiest one is Bullet. After all, the environment of the empty space, like the real Hueco Mundo, is a good place to fight. Soon, in the solution space, there was a roaring sound. P.S. Please subscribe, ask for support, because for them, this is a rare opportunity. At Cang Xu, watching this chaotic battle, a cautious voice appeared beside Cang Xu. Chapter 177. The Espada list is out. Luck with Sand Crocodile? To be honest, Buggy's words made Cang Xu a little surprised. In Cang Xu's memory, Buggy belonged to the kind of slippery type, and preferred to be opportunistic. Buggy is rarely seen in this kind of formal battle. Therefore, Buggy took the initiative to fight for it this time, which was somewhat beyond Cang Xu's expectations. In fact, after the battle between the Horror Bark and Captain John Zombie, Buggy's ability to awaken the fruits and strength ushered in great progress. In addition, Buggy followed Roger and learned the two-color haki. Buggy now has a certain level of strength, not inferior to those Shishibukai. For this reason, Buggy had the idea of contention. After all, he doesn't want to. He has always been just a helmsman, and wants to be a member of Espada. Don't worry, Buggy, you will have a chance in the future. What you need to do now is to take advantage of this time to fully raise your strength one by one. Cang Xu smiled lightly, and after a little thought, Cang Xu temporarily refused Buggy's request. To be honest, in Cang Xu's view, Buggy still has a lot of potential and can continue to grow. After he grows to the limit, then hollow becomes empty, which is the best choice. The principle of this is the same as Cang Xu's plan to let Nami and others transform into Aaron-car after their strength has improved. Before hollow, try to improve their own strength as much as possible, which also has a lot of benefits for them after hollow. As for the challenge, there is no need to worry. Because of the successful Aaron-carization of Minos Grande, Cang Xu will give them the opportunity to challenge. Yes, I understand, Master Cang Xu. Buggy was a little disappointed, but didn't say anything more, and went back to prepare to take the helm without mentioning it again. Cang Xu glanced at Buggy, but didn't say any comforting words, because it is not necessary. In fact, apart from Buggy, Cang Xu's subordinates did not complete hollow. For example, Buggy, Nami, Robin, Perona, Princess White Star, Brook. These are all around Cang Xu and belong to Wei Hollow's subordinates. But for these people, Cang Xu either has other ideas, so there is no plan to let them hollow for the time being. As for the other members of the subordinates, that is, members of the Whitebeard pirate group, with this, Cang Xu has no plans to hollow anymore. Because Cang Xu said before, these are all affiliated forces and are not considered core members of the Suya Palace. Naturally, Cang Xu would not be so caring. Of course, for the top captains of the Whitebeard pirates, Cang Xu will also find an opportunity to let them hollow. Because of the Whitebeard pirates, the top captains are still good. This is the current situation of Suya Palace. Read more at Hotental Novelties. Master Cang Xu, the winner of the Espada battle, has appeared. At this time, Letterfield's voice appeared in Cang Xu's ear. At this time, half a day has passed since the start of the war. At this time, the result of the war has come out. Yes, I thought you need more time. Cang Xu nodded slightly, with a hint of surprise in his eyes, because the time of this battle was slightly beyond Cang Xu's expectations. Although, before the start of this war, Cang Xu also gave them some rules. For example, it is not allowed to forcibly pull out Zanpakuto and so on. After all, before being able to master the ability to return to the blade, forcibly pulling out of Zanpakuto will fix the shape of Minos Grande and cannot seal Zanpakuto again. In other words, before grasping the liberation of the sword, forcibly using Zanpakuto, it is impossible to return to the Aaron-car form. This is equivalent to weakening in disguise, which is not what Cang Xu wants to see. However, even if Zanpakuto cannot be used, with their strength, it should take a long time before they can decide the outcome. After all, the powerhouses in the pirate world, their endurance, are all very amazing. As Cang Xu said before, the battle between Jinbei and Ace lasted for 5 days and 5 nights. This was Shishibukai level power. Needless to say, the fighting ability of top combat power, As a result, I didn't expect that in just half a day, they would decide the outcome. Master Cang Xu has been worrying a lot. In fact, there are not many people who challenge us. It is the battle of Shiryu and the others. Letterfield smiled and slowly revealed the secret inside. It turned out that legendary existences like Roger and Letterfield were rarely challenged. Most of the battles are more battles between Sir Crocodile and Shiryu and others. It can be said that fighting at Shishibukai level is the real normal. What they are fighting for is the remaining 2 places. For this reason, the scale of the battle is actually not very large. And after half a day, the top 10 members have already been decided. They are the Lonely Red Barleric Letterfield, the Heir of the Devil, Douglas Bullet, the One Piece Gold Roger, the World Destroyer Bondi Waldo, the Dragon Sword Samurai Frost Moon Dragon Horse, Captain John, and the Hades Rayleigh, Whitebeard Edward Newgate, Huge Battleship San Juan Wicked Wolf, Sand Crocodile Sir Crocodile. Basically, in addition to the original 8 legendary figures of independent Arrancar, there are 2 more people. That is the Huge Battleship San Juan Wicked Wolf, Sir Crocodile. Sir Crocodile? Is he among the top 10? To be honest, Cang Xu was very surprised when he heard this name. For the Huge Battleship San Juan and the Evil Wolf, Cang Xu is not surprised at all. Because at the time of Impel Down, the San Juan Wolf detention place was right next to Letterfield, Bullet and others. It can be said that he is also one of the 4 legendary prisoners who were down by Impel and guarded the key. There is no doubt about the strength of the San Juan Evil Wolf. Even before, Cang Xu used to looking forward to the San Juan Evil Wolf can complete the autonomous Arrancar. However, the strength of the San Juan Evil Wolf is still slightly lower than the legendary level, so there is no way to complete the autonomous Arrancar. In other words, the power of the San Juan Evil Wolf should be between the legendary level and the Shishibukai level, and only 1 step away from the legendary level, far surpassing the other Shishibukai level. It is normal for this level of strength to be among the top 10. But how could Sir Crocodile have such strength? In Cang Xu's view, Sir Crocodile is still far from this point, at most even at the Shishibukai midstream level. Therefore, Cang Xu was shocked when he heard that Sir Crocodile also ranked among the top 10. Master Cang Xu, have you forgotten the environment of Hueco Mundo, but the environment of Gravel, where 53 is the home of the Sand Fruit ability? When Letterfield said this, Cang Xu suddenly realized. Yes, the environment of Hueco Mundo and the environment of the desert have greatly increased the sand crocodiles. What's more, Yuji Shiryu and others have just completed the Arrancarization, and their strength has not been fully restored. Although Yuji Shiryu and others, the 2-color haki can barely be used, but it has not recovered to the degree of freedom, and the threat to the sand crocodile is not great. In this case, Sir Crocodile, who has a huge advantage, stands out. I have to say that Sand Crocodile's luck is really good. Sir Crocodile's luck is unexpectedly good. However, since he can be in the top 10, why not make him one of Espada temporarily? After all, on the sea, luck is also a part of strength. After learning the truth from Letterfield, Cang Xu smiled, but didn't entangle this matter. On the battlefield, luck is also a very important part. Since Sir Crocodile's luck is good, let him take advantage of the home court and take the opportunity to defeat other opponents. So let Sir Crocodile become a member of Espada for a period of time. It is not a big deal. Anyway, wait until Cang Xu takes down the Golden Lion. With the strength of Golden Lion, it can certainly replace Sir Crocodile. After all, Cang Xu's rule for selecting Espada is to respect the strong. Golden Lion is undoubtedly a legendary powerhouse. This is not a character that can be won by luck. If facing the Golden Lion, even if Sir Crocodile has the home court advantage, it is estimated that it will be of no use. For this reason 21, Cang Xu is not in a hurry. Let Sir Crocodile be a member of Espada for a while, since the top 10 members have been decided. Then next, it's time to decide the rank of Espada and the attribution of the subordinate officer. Cang Xu nodded slightly and talked about another thing. Now, the members of Espada have been selected naturally, they should enter the next stage. At this stage, it is the issue of Espada's ranking and the issue of the attribution of the subordinate officers. First of all, from the top 10 members, make a priority. As for the ranking method, it is still very simple, and strength is the respect. The powerful Arrancar, the Espada ranking 1, will be even higher. After the order of Espada is decided, Espada can choose the subordinate officer. Yes, the weak do not have human rights. The remaining Arrancar, only the selected ones. This is Cang Xu's method. It is still very simple and straightforward, but it is very easy to use. Because this is a method that can be approved by all Arrancars. Yes, Master Cang Xu, I will go down and do this now. Letterfield nodded slightly and returned directly to the solution space, giving Cang Xu's order directly. This time, Cang Xu is a little concerned. After all, this battle, although only a ranking issue, but this is a battle for the strong, and it still has great viewing value. Suddenly, a fierce battle was once again unfolded in the space of liberation. It didn't take long for Sir Crocodile to lose directly and become the first member to lose. Read more at Hotuntil Novelxies. No way, his strength is the weakest. He can step into the ranks of Espada, but also has a lot of luck in it. What is unfolding is a legendary battle. How could he be the opponent of Roger and others? Cang Xu was not surprised at this point. The second loser is the giant battleship San Juan Wolf. The reason for his defeat is similar to Sir Crocodile, because of lack of strength. Although his strength is close to the legendary level, he is still a bit worse after all, and it is natural to lose. The battle afterwards became very fierce. With the existence of 8 legendary levels, an undifferentiated chaotic battle is launched. I have to say that they are all top combat power, and the power displayed is amazing. With the passage of time, half a day's time is fleeting. After half a day, with the high-intensity battle, even the top powerhouses can't stand it. For this reason, there was a legendary level of existence, and it was defeated by others. Captain John, Bondi Valdo, and others have lost one after another. In the end, there were only 4 people left on the battlefield, namely Roger, Whitebeard, Leatherfield, and Rayleigh. I have to say that Zhang is still hot, although Cang Xu has a fighting madman like Bullet and a great swordsman like Xuanjiao Longma. However, the 4 who stayed in the end were the 4 with the oldest qualifications. However, the 4 of Roger and Whitebeard are really amazing. In addition, the body of Minos Grande after Arancarization brought them the power of prosperity. So the strength they can play is also very amazing. There will be such a result, it is also a normal thing. Whitebeard, it's been a long time since I've been fighting with you, let's have a hearty battle. Roger's fighting spirit is high, his eyes are full of combat power. Since Ace succeeded in Arankar and resurrected in the form of Arankar, Roger seems to have no regrets, and his strength has improved by leaps and bounds. Roger at this time, just want to have a hearty battle? Kula la 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 la, Roger, I will hammer you. Whitebeard laughed and said, waving his weapon, you too, have you not put me in your eyes? An astonishing slash broke out from the long sword in Letterfield's hand, and slashed towards Roger and Whitebeard. Letterfield took the lead and rushed directly to Roger and Whitebeard. Seeing this, Rayleigh on the side rushed directly into the battle. Suddenly, a chaotic battle broke out in the space of the solution again. As for Cang Xu at this time is naturally watching the progress of this battle. However, it is the Shishibukai class like Sir Crocodile and the super new stars like Trafalgar Law that are truly shocking. Because for them, this is a very rare opportunity. But 113 can see from a close range, to what extent is the strength of the top combat power. This is of great benefit to them. With the passage of time, this high-intensity battle started frantically, until all the strength of the 4 was exhausted, the 4 fell to the ground and could not continue to fight. This battle ends here, you all did a good job. No espada, Sand Crocodile Sir Crocodile. Second blade, Whitebeard Edward Newgate. At this time, Cang Xu's figure appeared in the battlefield. Yang nodded and said to several people, Fifth blade, heir of the Devil Douglas Bullet. Even if this battle for ranking is over, Espada's ranking is also out. Fourth blade, Hades Silver Rayleigh. Seventh blade, World Destroyer Bondi Waldo. First blade, One Piece Gold Roger. Eighth blade, Captain John. Sixth blade, Dragon Slayer Warrior Frost Moon Dragon Horse. They are all members of Espada are confirmed. The third blade, Lonely Red Barleric Letterfield. Ninth blade, Huge Battleship San Juan Wolf. This is the situation with Espada. The Espada members are determined, and the next step is to determine the subordinate officer. This problem is easy to solve, as Cang Xu said before, the strong have the power to choose subordinate officers. Therefore, the selection of the subordinate officer naturally starts from the first edge of Roger. Roger has the right to choose first, and what Roger chose was naturally Fire Fist Ace. Everyone understands this very well. In other words, this is something that has long been expected. However, unexpectedly, Ace refused. Because he doesn't want to follow Roger? To be honest, since his successful resurrection and rebirth in the form of Arankar, Ace has not resisted Roger so much anymore, although he had no memory during the Karayan period. But he could feel that Roger was always by his side. For this reason, the relationship between the two fathers and sons has eased slightly. However, feelings belong to feelings, and Ace also has his own ideas. Before that, he had always been a member of the Whitebeard Pirates. Now that Whitebeard has also become one of Espada, Ace naturally wants to return to Whitebeard's side. To be honest, normally speaking, the subordinate officer does not have the right to refuse. Roger, as the first blade, naturally has the right to choose first. If he forced Ace to become his subordinate officer, Cang Xu would naturally agree, but the relationship between Ace and Roger is special, and Roger doesn't want to embarrass Ace. Therefore, Roger finally decided to abandon Ace, but chose Trafalgar Law and let Luo become his subordinate officer. This makes Cang Xu a little surprised. You know, in addition to Espada, there are still Shishibukai and super new stars. Normally, most people will choose the stronger Shishibukai level Arankar to become their subordinate officer, but Roger chose the super new star Luo, which surprised Cang Xu a little, because of D. Cang Xu is thoughtful and seems to have guessed something. If he guessed correctly, Luo's hidden name also has D. It seems that Roger should be aware of this. However, Cang Xu would not say much. Now that Roger has chosen it, it's up to him. Anyway, whether it is Espada or Espada subordinate officers, they are all under the control of Cang Xu. The second choice is Whitebeard with the second blade. As expected, Whitebeard chose Ace. Newgate, you can continue to choose the subordinate officer. Cang Xu said. To be honest, there are not many Arankars left apart from Espada, there are still 16 Arankars left. In other words, on average, no Espada can get 2 subordinate officers. Read more at Hotel Novelxies. It seems that the number of subordinate officers seems to be a bit low. However, if Whitebeard wants to continue to choose subordinate officers, it is still possible. As for the reason, Cang Xu said it before. Respect the strong? The strong have the right to choose. In this regard, the most stiff face is probably Espada Sir Crocodile. Because he is the no Espada, the last person to choose the subordinate officer. When it was his turn, it was estimated that he didn't even have a subordinate officer. Kula la 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 la. Thank you Master Cang Xu for your kindness, I have aces enough. However, the old man has a request. If possible, convert all of my sons into Arankars. I hope they can become my subordinate officers. Whitebeard said suddenly, talking about another thing. Since becoming Arankar, he has been studying the power of Arankar. The more he is familiar with the power of the Arankar system, the more he feels the amazingness of this system. If Marco and others can be transformed into Arankar, this is also of great benefit to Marco and the others. For this reason, Whitebeard has such an idea. That's a good choice. Cang Xu thought a little, thinking about Whitebeard's proposal. To be honest, this is a good idea. On the one hand, Cang Xu had such a plan before. Looking for a suitable opportunity, the captains of the Whitebeard pirate group are all hollow. On the other hand, the current number of subordinate officials is indeed lacking. Asking Marco to transform into Arankar can make up for this shortcoming a little. Yes, I will give you 3 places, you can choose the candidates yourself. Cang Xu has decided to give Whitebeard 3 conversion spots. In response, Whitebeard was overjoyed and thanked Cang Xu again, and then quickly returned to the temporary residence of the Whitebeard pirates to choose who he wanted. Hollow? Master Cang Xu, please also Buggy Hollow. He used to be my crew member, I hope he can become my subordinate officer. At this time, Roger also came to Cang Xu and asked Cang Xu. Cang Xu was a little surprised at this. But after another thought, Cang Xu agreed. Although, before, he planned to let Buggy exercise for a while, but now, the subordinate officer is indeed lacking. On the other hand, Buggy's fruiting ability has been awakened, and his strength has also improved a lot, but he can fight against the ordinary Shishibukai, but he has the qualifications to become a subordinate officer, so, it's not impossible to let Buggy do Hollow too. For this reason, Cang Xu agreed to this matter. Give you a chance, as well as those who want Hollow, just say it together. Cang Xu opened his mouth and said to all Arankars. Now that there is the beginning of Whitebeard, Cang Xu also let go and give them this opportunity. If there is a subordinate who wants to Hollow, this is a good opportunity. Of course, even if you want Hollow, you still need Cang Xu's approval. Ordinary pirates, Cang Xu can't look down on them, even if they are just subordinate officials. In this regard, the rest of the people have nothing to recommend. On the one hand, they are lonely and have no partners by their side. On the other hand, even if their original partner is here, Master Cang Xu probably won't be bothered. In fact, the same is true among the subordinate officials. Even the worst is the existence of supernova level. Their past members, well done, there are no suitable candidates. It can be said that there is basically no recommendation. At this time, Rayleigh's voice rang. Master Cang Xu, I want to recommend someone, Jinbei, one of the 7 warlords of the sea. When Rayleigh said this, Cang Xu was a little surprised. To be honest, Cang Xu had also noticed Jinbei before, and planned to absorb Jinbei into the Sui Palace at noon. However, because of the forced Hollow incident, Cang Xu forgot about it. Cang Xu didn't think of Jinbei until Rayleigh mentioned it. However, Rayleigh's mention of Jinbei was a bit beyond Cang Xu's expectations. Normally, there should be no relationship between them. In fact, Rayleigh and Jinbei cannot be said to be totally unrelated. The two have some connections with Octopus Zyoba. Rayleigh, you can bring Jinbei here. Cang Xu thought a little, and then spoke. To be honest, until now, Cang Xu hasn't thought of the relationship between Rayleigh and Jinbei. However, although Cang Xu didn't think of the connection between the two for a while, however, Jinbei is also one of the 7 warlords of the sea and has a great strength. Obviously a good candidate for subordinate official. If Rayleigh can recruit Jinbei, the seaman, that would be a good thing for Cang Xu, so Cang Xu agreed to this matter. In this regard, Rayleigh is very pleased. Thinking of this, Roger, Whitebeard, and Rayleigh all left their places one after another to bring over the people they each wanted to Hollow. Soon, Whitebeard and Roger returned to Cang Xu. What Roger brought is naturally Buggy. As for Whitebeard, the 3 subordinates he brought are Marco the Phoenix, Diamond Jaws, and Foil Vista. This lineup of Whitebeard is what Cang Xu expected, because in Whitebeard's command, the strength of these 3 people is relatively strong, and they are suitable to become subordinate officials. As for Pluto Rayleigh came back a little late. However, when Rayleigh appeared again, Jinbei was really brought by him. This makes Cang Xu a little surprised. Jinbei, I'm curious, why do you want to invest in my night palace? Cang Xu was a little curious. He looked at Jinbei the seaman, and wanted to know what Jinbei thought. I don't want to repeat the mistake of the war on the top, and I hope I can guard the White Star Princess. Jinbei looked solemnly and slowly said his thoughts. On the one hand, Jinbei feels guilty about the war. If it was that time, he could put everything down and go to Malinvando to support the Whitebeard pirates. There may be different changes in the development of things. To be honest, when Jinbei learned that Whitebeard had fallen, Jinbei was distraught. Although he also knew that in the face of a huge war, his personal strength was nothing, but nothing was done, just waiting for the result of the war in Impel Down, which made Jinbei feel guilty. For this reason, he wants to try his best. On the other hand, the identity of the White Star Princess is very special for the entire Fish-Men Island. King Neptune once asked Jinbei to guard by seeing. For this reason, Jinbei approached Pluto Rayleigh, hoping that Rayleigh could recommend him and let him join the Void Knight Palace. As for why not find Whitebeard, because at that time, Whitebeard was in the empty space. Jinbei couldn't find Whitebeard at all, so he could only find Rayleigh. For this reason, something recommended by Rayleigh appeared. Read more at Hot Until Novelxies. That's it, I agreed to your request. Cang Xu nodded slightly, agreeing with Jinbei's statement. He promised to let Jinbei join the Suya Palace. Okay, let's start. Hollow. Cang Xu directly smashed the lives of Buggy, Jinbei, Marco, and others, and then directly hollow their souls. For a while, 5 hideous-looking emptiness appeared in front of Cang Xu. Go to devour those ordinary voids and let your soul power grow up. Under Kang's order, the emptiness formed by the 5 Buggy souls quickly went to the position of the ordinary emptiness, and began to devour the ordinary emptiness. Soon, Buggy waited for 5 people, grew up quickly, and entered the level of Killian. After that, Buggy waited for Kylian, and continued to devour the ordinary imaginary, letting his soul power rise to the limit of Kylian. At this time, Cang Xu waited for Buggy to wait for 5 Kylians to force Aaron Carr. Soon, 5 brand new Aaron Cars appeared in front of Cang Xu. Buggy the Joker, Jinbei the Seaman, Marco the Phoenix, Jaws Diamond, and Foil Vista, all have transformed into Kylian. Thank you Master Cang Xu for giving us the opportunity to become Aaron Carr. Buggy, Jinbei, Marco, and others, after recovering their memories, were very excited and knelt down to thank Cang Xu. Get up, according to Roger and Whitebeard's choice, now you are their subordinate officers. Cang Xu nodded slightly, his expression was very indifferent, but in this way, the problem of Roger and Whitebeard's subordinate officers can be considered solved. Buggy becomes Roger's subordinate officer. Marco, George, and Baista are back to Whitebeard's account. As for Jinbei, he was brought by Rayleigh, and he naturally belonged to Rayleigh's subordinates and became Rayleigh's subordinate officer. Well, the remaining Espada, choose your subordinate officer. Cang Xu waved his hand and said to the remaining Espada members, the selection of Espada's subordinate officer has been delayed for a long time. Cang Xu's patience has been consumed a lot. Therefore, Cang Xu intends to resolve the issue of the allocation of Espada's subordinate officers as soon as possible. In fact, the real trouble is only the subordinate officers of the first few Espada. The latter distribution becomes simpler instead. Soon, all Espada members have been selected, and they have found the subordinate officers they want. As for the result of the distribution, it is like this. First Blade, One Piece Gold Roger, subordinate officer, Death Surgeon Trafalgar Law, Clown Buggy. The second Blade, Whitebeard Edward Newgate, subordinate officers, Phoenix Marco, Fire Fist Ace, Diamond Jaws, Foil Vista. The third Blade, Lonely Red Barleric Letterfield, subordinate officer, Gecko Moria, Thor Aney Road. Fourth Blade, Pluto Silver Rayleigh, subordinate officer, Hyxia Jinbei, Big Stomach Girl Jolie Bonnie. Fifth Blade, Heir of the Devil Douglas Bullet, subordinate, Abelo Pizarro, the depraved Major General X Drake. Sixth Blade, Dragon Slayer Warrior Frost Moon Ryoma, subordinate officer, Shiryu of Rain, Killing Warrior Kira. Seventh Blade, World Destroyer Bondi Waldo, subordinate officers, Big Wine Basque Choate, Eustace Kid. Eighth Blade, Captain John, subordinate officer, Black Moon Hunter Caitlin Daime, Magician Buggy L. Hawkins. Ninth Blade, Giant Battleship San Juan Wolf, subordinate officer, Bandit Capone Beeg, Monster Monk Urgi. No Espada, Sand Crocodile Sir Crocodile, subordinate officer, Hyming Skulachman APU. The most important point is, regarding this, Sand Crocodile held a breath in his heart and decided secretly in his heart. Cang Xu's Espada Corps is officially established. All Arancars are under Espada's command and become their subordinate officers, because Espada's rules for selecting subordinate officers are very simple, that is, to select strong members. But there is no way, who makes him the slowest choice. However, these are all digressions. But on the whole, it was in Cang Xu's expectation. As for the last selected Sir Crocodile, he has only one super new star Hyming left. After entering the new world, he must find a few powerful pirates. It's just that Sir Crocodile doesn't know that Cang Xu has long been eyeing the new legendary powerhouse he is the No Espada, and it is estimated that he will not be able to do it for long. First choose the Shishibukai level existence, and then choose the Supernova level. Although there are some arrangements, it is a little bit beyond Cang Xu's expectations. Then ask Master Cang Xu to hollow him and become his subordinate officer. Of course, great swordsmen like Frost Moon Ryoma chose Yuji Shiryu and Kira who are also swordsmen. Above the warship, a black space crack appeared. The figure of Cang Xu walked out of the space crack and returned to the deck of the warship. This is exactly Cang Xu from the empty space and back to the real world. After completing the establishment of the Espada Corps, Cang Xu went straight back to the real world. As for the newly established Espada Corps, they did not follow Cang Xu, because Cang Xu gave them some time to recover. After all, in order to determine the number and ranking of Espada, Arancars have gone through several battles, and at this time they also have a lot of consumption. The newly established Espadas naturally need some recovery time. As for the recovery method, that is to swallow the ordinary virtual dash. Minos Grande has a very special ability. They can increase their soul power by devouring the void or soul. However, in addition to improving their strength, they can also use this method to quickly restore their strength. This is also one of the reasons why Cang Xu dared to ask Roger and others to strive for the Espada quota after the warship set off. Even if Roger and the others consume anything, they can quickly restore their power by swallowing ordinary emptiness. At this time, there are still a certain amount of ordinary avatars stored in the empty space at this time, enough for Roger and Espada to recover. Master Cang Xu, the warship floated up normally, nothing happened. Several big guys quickly came to Cang Xu and reported to Cang Xu. These are the members of the Whitebeard pirate group. Buggy also participated in the arrangement of Espada's subordinate officers, and naturally could not stay on the warship. Therefore, he can only find a few helmsmen of the Whitebeard pirate group to replace him at the helm of the warship. Cang Xu also knows this. I see. How long will it take to reach the surface of the sea? Cang Xu nodded slightly and asked more important things. He wants to know how long they are from the sea. Back to Master Cang Xu, according to our sailing speed, there should be about 3 hours before we reach the sea and officially enter the new world. The helm of the Whitebeard pirate group, after a little thought, returned to Cang Xu's question. Because of Cang Xu's request, the speed of the warship was very slow, and it floated up at a very gentle speed. After all, Cang Xu was holding an Espada battle before, and I don't know how long it will take, so naturally it won't be too fast. For this reason, it still takes about 3 hours to reach the sea. Okay, go back and take the helm. Cang Xu waved his hand slightly, indicating that he already knew, and let them continue to go back to take the helm. The few helmsmen of the Whitebeard Pirates group saluted and retired and went back to take the helm. 3 hours is enough. Kaido and Charlotte Linlin, I hope you guys can surprise me. In Cang Xu's emerald green eyes, a faint light shone. In 3 hours, this was enough for Roger to wait for the Espada members to return to their peak. Cang Xu is looking forward to what scenes he will see when he enters New World. Kaido's Beasts Pirates, read more at Hotuntil Novelxies. Charlotte Linlin's Big Mom Pirates, the warship of Marine Headquarters, or maybe, the 2 Four Emperors pirate groups and the Marine Headquarters teaming up. In this regard, Cang Xu expressed his great expectations. Now, the Espada army under his command has been formally established. It's also time for a grand opening ceremony to let the world see how powerful his Espada army will be. For this reason, not only did Cang Xu not have the slightest fear in his heart, he was a little eager to try. Time passed a little bit. As the warship floated up, the surrounding sight became brighter, and it was no longer pitch black. Cang Xu knew that they were not far from the sea, so the sunlight would refract. Soon, 3 hours passed. Bomb! With the breaking sound of bubbles, the warship officially rushed out of the sea. Cang Xu officially entered the new world. Suitcalis officially enters the new world. Is this new world? It's kind of interesting. Cang Xu's eyes lit up, looking at the surrounding sea. To be honest, the waters of New World are no different from the first half of the Grand Line. They all look the same. Moreover, at this time, the sea area where Cang Xu is located looks empty, and it seems that there is no trace of people. Of course, Cang Xu knows that this is impossible. Because of his exploration circuit, he has already sensed that the surrounding sea has a lot of soul aura. These soul breaths are strong and weak. The slightly weaker aura, as if you were fighting on the top, feeling the elite of Marine. The breath of the strong is even comparable to that of Cang Xu's Espada members. What does this show? It shows that there is top combat power and it has come to this sea, seeking flowers. It seems that the 4 Emperors' power should have arrived. There is a ray of light in Cang Xu's eyes. 4 Emperors came in person, although I don't know which 4 Emperors it was. But Cang Xu has no fear at all. Because, talking about the number of top combat power, in today's pirate world, is there any big power that can be compared to Cang Xu's Void Knight Palace? It can be said that Cang Xu already knows what level of enemy he will face in the next Void Knight Palace. However, Cang Xu remained silent, but continued to use the detection circuit, hoping to know more specific information. Hundreds, thousands, tens of thousands of soul fires, are there at least tens of thousands of people. In Cang Xu's exploration circuit, there are countless soul fires. If you follow the number of soul fires, there are at least tens of thousands. What does this mean? It means that there are at least tens of thousands of people ambushed in the surrounding waters. This is no longer an ordinary large fleet, at least with the strength of more than 2 parties. At least there are 2 big forces. Do you want to come to encircle me? That's something interesting. Cang Xu smiled lightly, showing a smile. Cang Xu is never afraid of ambush. In other words, this is what Cang Xu wants. The more people came to ambush him, the happier Cang Xu became, because these people who came to ambush him will eventually become his soul points, and maybe they will become members of the Suitcalis under his command. This is why Cang Xu declared war on the world in the first place. Boom! Just as Cang Xu was investigating the surrounding situation, a huge roar came. Above the sky, a huge piece of ice fell on the surrounding sea, causing a tsunami. At the same time, the sky over the warship Cang Xu was on suddenly became pitch black. Cang Xu looked up slightly, and suddenly saw a huge iceberg appearing right above the warship. It is falling down on the warship. Roger, where are you? Come out for Laozi. At the same time, a wanton roar came from the sky. Is it finally here, Golden Lion? Cang Xu's eyes lit up, and his heart was very excited. The fish finally got the bait. Golden Lion finally appeared. Is it finally here, Golden Lion? Cang Xu's eyes lit up and he murmured in his heart. Although Cang Xu has never seen Golden Lion, Cang Xu is certain that this is definitely the voice of Golden Lion. Only Golden Lion will look for Roger as soon as it appears. However, this is good news for Cang Xu, because he designed it for so long, he even leaked his itinerary just to elicit the Golden Lion. Now that Golden Lion has taken the bait, how could Cang Xu be unhappy? As for the huge iceberg smashing down above the warship, Cang Xu's expression was indifferent, without the slightest fear. With a big wave of his hand, a crack in the space appeared, and Cang Xu directly opened the solution space. A figure with the 8 character who appeared behind Cang Xu. Roger, the first blade, was summoned by Cang Xu. Such a big battle, this is Golden Lion Shiki's 117 ability. Roger instantly understood the current situation. In an instant, Roger moved, waved the western sword in his hand, and cut directly towards the sky. Boom! The terrifying slash instantly cut the sky open. That huge iceberg broke into 2 halves instantly, and fell on the surrounding sea. For a time, a huge tsunami appeared on the sea. In the turbulent tsunami, Cang Xu was as steady as Mount Tai, sitting on the deck indifferently, looking at the direction of the sky. At this time, the sky was completely revealed. A golden figure appeared in the sky. This is a man with 2 famous swords tied to his feet, a rudder inserted on his head, and blonde hair. Like a lion's mane, he looks very wild. This is the legendary Big Pirate, once famous as Gold Roger and Whitebeard Edward Newgate, the captain of the flying pirate group with the admiral's name, Golden Lion Shiki. Jahahaha. The description in the newspaper is really not wrong. You really are resurrected, Roger. I'm so happy. Roger, be my right-hand man. As long as we join hands, we can definitely turn this world upside down. Looking at Roger on the warship, Golden Lion let out a wanton laugh. Golden Lion was very excited, even more excited than when he escaped from Impel Down. He didn't expect that his old enemy Roger would really be resurrected. To be honest, when he saw Roger's resurrection in the newspaper and the news of the war on top, Golden Lion thought he had read it wrong. Although there have been many verifications later, Golden Lion has never been able to believe it. Until now, when he really saw Roger, he was not sure about this. I refuse, Shiki, the current me, but the first blade of Espada of the Void Palace. Read more at Hotentil Novelxies. When Roger said these words, Golden Lion Shiki's face suddenly became gloomy. Blackwing Demon, you must have done it, otherwise, how could Roger refuse me? Shiki's angry voice came from the sky. Yes, Golden Lion Shiki summarized Roger's reasons for rejecting him to Cang Xu. Cang Xu was a little bit amused about this. Why give yourself a reason, Golden Lion? I remember, Roger never promised you before, even if 20 years have passed, the result will not change. Golden Lion is really whimsical. The original Roger did not agree to Golden Lion, let alone the current Roger. His thoughts are destined to be whimsical. If that's the case, then you go to die, Roger. Regarding this, Golden Lion Shiki became a little embarrassed. Control an iceberg again and drop it directly on the warship. In response, Roger made another move and cut the iceberg away. Master Cang Xu, please let me deal with Golden Lion. Roger begged Cang Xu for his life and wanted to take down the Golden Lion. Go, don't keep your hands, just bring back the soul of Golden Lion. Cang Xu nodded slightly, and gave Roger the handling of Golden Lion. After all, this is the best choice for them. Golden Lions Roger? Such a duel is more interesting. Thank you Master Cang Xu. Roger was overjoyed and saluted Cang Xu. Then he walked directly on the road paved by Lingzi, soared directly into the sky, and rushed directly to the Golden Lion. The battle between Golden Lion and Roger broke out in an instant. Next, don't you plan to show up first? Cang Xu retracted his gaze and stopped paying attention to the fighting evil on Golden Lion and Roger, if he looked at the sea ahead. On the Golden Lion side, Roger has to deal with it. As for Cang Xu, he has more important things to deal with now. Cang Xu hasn't forgotten that there are still a group of rats hiding in the dark, and he needs to clean it up. Click. Accompanied by Cang Xu's voice, the surrounding sea, like a mirror, slowly shattered. The debris fell to the ground, and nearly 20 pirate ships appeared in the surrounding waters. Like a circle, surround Cang Xu's warships in it. Before you know it, the pirate ship in ambush has formed a circle of encirclement and suppression. This makes Cang Xu a little praise. It seems that the enemy who came this time is not a bad guy. In this way, this battle will be more interesting. The 10 pirate boats in the sea on the left are very weird, like desserts. The lead ship is a pirate ship shaped like a huge cake. If Cang Xu guessed correctly, this should be the fleet of the 4 Emperors Big Mom pirate group. It seems that this kind of concealing effect like a mirror should be the mirror fruit capable person under Charlotte Linlin. Cang Xu whispered and suddenly thought of one thing. Under Charlotte Linlin, there is a person who can use a mirror. Charlotte Linlin's fleet can approach Cang Xu without knowing it. It should be the ability of the mirror fruit. As for the 10 pirate boats in the waters on the right, they have a simpler shape, but they all resemble various animals. A pirate ship that looks like an animal, the beasts pirates of the 4 Emperors Kaido. It's really a zoo. Cang Xu smiled indifferently at 53, with a hint of smile in his eyes. He had obviously guessed the identity of the other party. 4 Emperors Charlotte Linlin and 4 Emperors Kaido, the 2 4 Emperors are here. I didn't expect me to have such a face. Cang Xu laughed loudly, looking at the surrounding fleets. There was no fear in his eyes. Hip hop ha ha, Cang Xu, the Blackwing Demon, didn't you declare war on the world before? Now, we give you this face and come to meet you personally. It's interesting enough. On the pirate ship with a huge cake, a tall man with a height of more than 8 meters and a fat body, wearing thick lipstick and light purple eyeshadow, the old woman wearing a pirate hat, with fierce eyes, said loudly to Cang Xu, "This is the 4 emperors, Charlotte Linlin." For Cang Xu, Charlotte Linlin has always held a lot of attention. It should be said that when Cang Xu appeared in the newspaper for the first time, Charlotte Linlin had already noticed Cang Xu. At that time, Charlotte Linlin still regretted her talent and wanted to recruit Cang Xu. However, in a short period of time, Cang Xu rose rapidly. After that, every time Cang Xu appeared in the newspaper, it brought explosive news. And every time I see these news, Charlotte Linlin's perception of Cang Xu is gradually changing. From the cherishing of talent at the beginning, to the fear at the back, to the killing intent at the end, Charlotte Linlin discovered that she could no longer have an idea of soliciting Cang Xu. Now, her only thought is to kill Cang Xu. No way, Cang Xu has risen too fast. The threat to her has gradually increased, especially when it was on the top of the war. Beside Cang Xu, the figure of One Piece Roger appeared unexpectedly. For Charlotte Linlin, she can't stand these 21 things. You know, for the 4 emperors, they have been chasing the throne of One Piece. However, the dead One Piece Roger appeared on the sea again. What a thing! These 4 emperors are like a joke? Of course, for ordinary pirates, they dare not have such an idea, but in Charlotte Linlin's view, she feels that she is indeed a joke. For this reason, Charlotte Linlin's killing intent for Cang Xu and Roger has also come to the peak, and at this time, news of Cang Xu's itinerary was still circulating on the sea. Although Charlotte Linlin does not know the source of this news, she obviously will not miss this opportunity. So, Charlotte Linlin went directly to Kaido, the beast. Before, Charlotte Linlin and Kaido had reached an agreement and wanted to deal with Cang Xu together. Now that Cang Xu's itinerary has leaked out, this is the best opportunity. For this reason, Charlotte Linlin and Kaido joined forces and went directly to the entrance of New World to lie in ambush here. Just kill Cang Xu and others in the seedlings. Before Cang Xu's strength is fully formed, if Cang Xu and others are completely eliminated, they will still have a certain chance. At this point, Charlotte Linlin and Kaido have already analyzed this matter. Judging from the results of the war on the top, although Cang Xu's subordinates, there have been several legendary existences. However, combined with Cang Xu's previous deeds, Cang Xu's Sui Callus is very likely to have only a few high-end combat powers. In this way, they have the opportunity to take advantage of it. You know, people have time to do their best. Even if it is high-end combat power, there are times when it is exhausted. If you can use the human sea tactics to carry out a long attrition war, it can be regarded as exhausting Cang Xu's high-end combat power. Read more at Hot Until Novelxies. In this way, they still have a chance to defeat Cang Xu. You know, the 4 emperors are called 4 emperors, not only because of them, but also because of the huge power behind them. The 4 emperors themselves, and their many subordinates, formed a huge pirate empire force. This is why they are called 4 emperors. And now, Charlotte Linlin and Kaido have brought all their subordinates. It can be said that this is a decisive battle. Only one of the 2 parties can survive. Of course, Charlotte Linlin and Kaido are also very clear. This is their only chance. If there is no alternative, take this opportunity to completely destroy Cang Xu. Wait until Cang Xu really enters the New World, recruits soldiers, and builds up a perfect force. At that time, they wanted to defeat Cang Xu. It was probably really difficult. You know, there are only a few high-end combat powers, and complete forces with various levels of combat power. These are 2 different concepts. I have to say that Charlotte Linlin and Kaido are also very decisive. However, their ideas are bound to usher in failure. Because of Cang Xu at this time, a complete Espada army has been formed. Whether it is Espada or the subordinate officers, they have all been formed and become a real big power. The ideas of the 4 emperors are bound to usher in failure. Kaido, since it's here, let's come out too. Cang Xu glanced at Charlotte Linlin and ignored Charlotte Linlin instead. He turned his head slightly and looked at Beast's pirates in the sea on the right. Until now, Cang Xu has not seen another 4 emperors. Before seeing another 4 emperors, Cang Xu couldn't do it. After all, only if 4 emperors arrive together, this game will be more fun. Ta-da-da! There was a heavy footstep. An extremely tall and burly man, about the same height as Charlotte Linlin, and a long black hair cape, appeared on the deck of the pirate fleet on the right. The man looks like Haki, with a pair of long horns like dragon horns, a long beard like a dragon's beard on his mouth, a dragon scale tattoo on his left arm, an X-shaped scar on his abdomen, and he is wearing Viking-style clothing. This is another 4 emperors? Beast Kaido? Ha 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 ha, boy, you shouldn't show up. New World has no place to take you in. Kaido sneered, and didn't hide his killing intent at all. Although Kaido has always appeared in the ocean as a madman and a war madman, but in fact, Kaido is not a reckless man. On the contrary, his wisdom even exceeds Charlotte Linlin. For this reason, Kaido has long been aware of the threat of Cang Xu. Kaido knows very well that once Cang Xu enters the New World, by virtue of the name of One Piece Roger, he can attract countless subordinates. This will have a huge impact on his position. For this reason, when Charlotte Linlin proposed to join forces with him to target Cang Xu, Kaido didn't even hesitate at all, and agreed directly. It's a pity, you made a wrong decision. If this is the case, then today, the Sui Callus will be here to destroy the 4 emperors. Now that they are here, prepare for him to stay here forever? Ha ha ha, just rely on you. Are there a few old guys who are lonely and red? When did I say that under my command, there are only a few legendary ranks in Letterfield? Kaido? Charlotte Linlin? Show me well, this is my Espada Legion. With only a few high-level combat powers, she will let Cang Xu see what a 4 Emperor's level power is. Cang Xu smiled lightly and waved his big hand to open a gap in space. Formally appeared in front of the world, as well as the subordinate officers of Espada, appeared one after another. Charlotte Linlin sneered and mocked Cang Xu. Countless burly figures appeared behind Cang Xu. Little ghost? The reason the 4 Emperors are called 4 Emperors is not just a few high-level combat powers. Cang Xu looked calm and slowly said a word. A member of Espada. Facing Kaido and Charlotte Linlin, Cang Xu directly summoned the Espada army. For a time, countless imposing figures appeared behind Cang Xu. Come out. Legendary level characters, all have appeared. No, this is not the point. The point is the people behind them. That's Jinbei, Sir Crocodile, and Gecko Moria of Shishibukai Seamen. There are actually 3 Shishibukai, all of whom have become members of the Sug Palace. Do you say that there, the huge battleship San Juan Wolf, the king of evil Abalo Pizarro, the great wine Basque Shote. These are all the pirates who made a lot of noise on the sea back then. It is said that they were imprisoned in Impel Down, but I didn't expect them to appear too. And those juniors, aren't they the supernovas who made a lot of noise some time ago? Have they joined the Suya Palace too? When Cang Xu's Espada Corps first appeared in front of the world, the members of Big Mom Pirates and the members of Beasts Pirates were all shocked, because the characters that appeared this time far exceeded their expectations. Among them, there are many people with great reputations. For example, 3-7 Warlords of the Sea, and the Prisoners of Impel Down. These characters, originally in New World, also have a lot of fame. In the first half of the Grand Line, the supernovas who were making a lot of noise before, on this battlefield, they seem to be much smaller. No way, Cang Xu has a lot of talents under his command. Every Arrancar has a lot of origin. Even Shishibukai such as Haixia Jinbei and Gecko Moria could not become the first tier of combat power under Cang Xu. This shows how many talents Cang Xu has under his command. Actually, this is not all of Cang Xu's subordinates. The Whitebeard series of the Second Blade was hidden by Cang Xu, because Cang Xu knows that there will be people spying secretly in this battle. You know, only 2 4 Emperors appeared at this time. One of the 4 Emperors did not appear. That's the redhead Shanks. Although, Hungfa has some relationship with Roger and others. However, people's hearts will always change. After more than 20 years of experience, what kind of thoughts and actions will the current redheads have? These are things that cannot be budgeted. To put it bluntly, the last red hair of the 4 Emperors is a possibility for Cang Xu to be friendly or hostile. Cang Xu is not an optimist, he is more realistic. More often, he will always prepare for the worst and look darker at people's hearts. If this is the case, if the red-haired Shanks wants to do something to him, then Cang Xu will naturally have to make some preparations. What's more, even if the red hair doesn't have the idea of shooting, there is still an enemy in secret. That is the Marine Headquarters. For Marine Headquarters, Cang Xu is their mortal enemy. Read more at Hot Until Novelxies. Cang Xu doesn't think that Marine Headquarters will let this opportunity go. Cang Xu naturally needs to beware of this. For this reason, Cang Xu temporarily hid the second blade of Whitebeard and others. In other words, only the members from the third blade to the Espada appeared behind Cang Xu at this time. However, even if Cang Xu only summoned members of the 8 blades, but the expressions of Kaido and Charlotte Linlin have turned black at this time. Several 7 warlords of the sea, and those impel down prisoners, and supernovas. Damn it, how come there are so many people? Charlotte Linlin cursed in a low voice. The situation in front of them far exceeded their expectations. This is not a good thing for them. You know, Charlotte Linlin's original plan was to use crowded tactics to temporarily hold back a few high-end combat powers. Wait until she and Kaido have solved part of the high-end combat power before continuing to solve the remaining high-end combat power. This is Charlotte Linlin and Kaido, who have made a strategy right from the start. Of course, both Charlotte Linlin and Kaido know it. Using this method, their subordinates are estimated to have a lot of losses. However, the losses of some of the subordinates are not important to the 2 4 Emperors at all. It can be said that they don't care about the casualties of their subordinates at all. But now, the appearance of Jinbei and other Shishibukai, as well as the impel down death prisoners such as the Evil King, have directly shattered their plans. To be honest, the number of subordinates Cang Xu summoned at this time is actually not a lot. Roger, who was the first blade, had already chased the Golden Lion at this time. Whitebeard and others on the second blade were hidden again by Cang Xu. Therefore, Arrancar was summoned by Cang Xu at this time. Including the members of Espada and their subordinates, there are only 23 Arrancars. 23 Arrancar? Comparing Charlotte Linlin and Kaido's tens of thousands of members, it seems a little trivial. However, these 23 people are enough to hold their subordinates. In this way, their plan is completely bankrupt. How can they not get angry in their hearts? In Charlotte Linlin's heart, there was even a hint of retreat. If I want to retreat temporarily, I will think about how to solve Cang Xu afterwards. However, since they came to Cang Xu, how could Cang Xu give them a chance to escape? Let's do it. Send funeral fireworks to these 2 4 Emperors who came from afar. Cang Xu waved his hand and ordered the Arrancars. Now, it's time for a showdown. Kill. In an instant, Arrancar under Cang Xu started to take action. The heir of the devil of the 5th blade Douglas Bullet, the world destroyer Bondi Waldo of the 7th blade, and the huge battleship San Juan Wolf of the 9th blade, and their subordinate officers, rushed directly to the beast's pirates on the right. As for the 4th blade Hades Silver Rayleigh, the 6th blade Dragon Slayer Frostmoon Dragon Horse, there is also Captain John of the 8th blade and Sir Crocodile of the Sand Crocodile of Espada, as well as their subordinate officers. They rushed to the Big Mom pirate group on the left. This is the battle plan made by Cang Xu before the start of the war. The odd-ranked Espada members are responsible for one enemy. The even-ranked Espada members are in charge of the other enemy. In this way, it is not easy to confuse, simple and crude plan. As for why Cang Xu decided to make such a combat plan, in response, Cang Xu smiled lightly. What is the principle? Is this still important? For the 4 emperors, they have absolute power. In this case, do they need a detailed battle plan? Just push it horizontally. For this reason, the current situation has emerged. So, don't you plan to do it, Letterfield? Cang Xu turned his head slightly and looked at the 3rd blade still standing beside him, the lonely red Barleric Letterfield. So, don't you plan to do it, Letterfield? Cang Xu turned his head slightly and looked at the 3rd blade still standing beside him, the lonely red Barleric Letterfield. Letterfield at this time, and his subordinate officers, Gecko Moria and Thor Ainolo, none of them were dispatched, standing behind Cang Xu. This makes Cang Xu a little confused. You know, Letterfield's 3rd blade should go to deal with Kaido now. Master Cang Xu, I want to ask your lord to let me stay by your side, and other people will guard by your side. I can't rest assured. Letterfield knelt on one knee and said respectfully to Cang Xu. He is used to guarding Cang Xu, although he knew that with Cang Xu's strength, he didn't need his protection. However, Letterfield still wants to be Cang Xu's escort and wait on Cang Xu's left back. For this reason, when other Espada members were dispatched one after another, Letterfield did not dispatch, but stayed with Cang Xu. Of course, this is only Letterfield's request. He will not violate Cang Xu's order. If Cang Xu must send him out, then Letterfield will rush to the battlefield immediately. Whatever. In response, Cang Xu smiled lightly, but did not refuse Letterfield's request. After all, this is not a bad thing for Cang Xu. In fact, at this time Cang Xu's side is not only the 3rd blade Letterfield and others, the subordinate officers of the 1st blade, Buggy the Clown and Trafalgar Law, are also beside Cang Xu. No way, their leader, the 1st blade Roger, had already chased Golden Lion and left. They couldn't keep up if they wanted to, so they could only stay by Cang Xu. However, Cang Xu didn't care about this trivial matter. As for Kaido, heirs of the devil with the 5th blade, Douglas Bullet, the world destroyer Bondi Valdo with the 7th blade, the huge battleship San Juan Wolf, with the 9th blade, and their servants, with the strength of Bullet and others, it is still possible to deal with the beast's pirates. After all, this time period, Kaido and Doflamingo's transaction, has just begun for a while. Kaido's man-made Devil Fruit Zoan army of capable people, although it has a rudimentary shape, has not yet fully formed. In this case, the threat of beast's pirates is not too great. For this reason, Cang Xu did not force Letterfield. However, Letterfield didn't want to be dispatched, but his subordinate officers Gecko Moria and Thor Ainolo were a little eager to try. For Ainolo, this kind of battle is the best place for him to experience. Read more at Hotuntil Novelxies. Because his Thunder Fruit originally had the effect of a group attack. And between Gecko Moria and Kaido, there is no small hatred. For this reason, both of them can't sit still a little bit. Go, you two, and Buggy you, go if you want to fight. Cang Xu waved his hand slightly, and said to Gecko Moria, Ainolo, and Buggy. How can Cang Xu fail to see what a few people think? However, Cang Xu will not restrict them either. After all, this is indeed a good opportunity for them. Thank you Master Cang Xu. In this regard, Gecko Moria and Thor Ainolo were extremely happy. After saluting Cang Xu, the two rushed directly to Beast's pirates and directly participated in the battle. As for Buggy and Luo, after hesitating a little, they also saluted Cang Xu, and then rushed directly to the battlefield where Kaido was located. For a time, a chaotic battle broke out in this unknown sea area. Amazing shocks come from afar from time to time. Kaido on the battlefield. As the 4th blade of Bullet, go directly to Kaido, the beast, because in the eyes of Bullet, only Kaido, one of the 4 emperors, is qualified to be his opponent. The remaining Espada, World Breaker Bondi Valdo, and the huge battleship San Juan Wolf. They found the big sign of Kaido, which is the 3 plagues. No way, although they also want to trouble Kaido, but among Espada, the strong is respected. Bullet, which ranks higher and is more powerful, is eligible to choose opponents first. And now, Kaido, one of the 4 emperors, has been picked away by Bullet. They had no choice but to find the strongest senior Cotters under Kaido's command. That is, the 3 major signs, Flame Embers, Plague Quinn, and Jack the Drow. As for Gecko Moria, and Shishibukai level Arrancar such as the Evil King, they are looking for the flying 6 powers under Kaido's command, as well as those real fighters with decent strength. As for Beast's pirates, those with lower strength are given to givers. They wanted to rush into the battlefield, but supernovae such as X-Drake and Eustace Kid were eyeing them. It can be said that Espada and the subordinate officers who find Kaido have their own goals. For a time, the entire Beast's pirates fell into a frantic battle. As for the Big Mom pirate group, their situation is even worse at this time. As the captain of the Big Mom pirate group, Charlotte Linlin, one of the 4 emperors, was naturally spotted by Rayleigh, the 4th Blade Hades. As for the remaining 4 desert stars such as Katakuri, they were spotted by members of Espada such as Dragonslayer Samurai Shuanjai Ryoma and Captain John. As for the other desert ministers, they were targeted by Shishibukai class such as Jinbei and Yuji Shiryu. The purpose of appearing here should be to obtain information about this war. It can be said that everyone has their own goals. Because of this battle, no one is ignorant. And these newsbirds have a camera on their necks. As for the other cotters further down, they were targeted by supernovae such as Kira and Hawkins. This big battle, which is comparable to the war on the top, and even surpasses the war on the top, started to erupt at the entrance of New World without everyone knowing it. Cang Xu can see that in the sky far away, there are some newsbirds, wandering in the sky not far away. Above the warship, Cang Xu slightly raised his head and looked in the direction of the sky. Cang Xu Sui Palace, with his own strength, fights against the 2-4 Emperor's pirate groups. That albatross who is engaged in news. The battle between Big Mom pirates and Espada was also directly started. In fact, there is something wrong with that. Those newsbirds in the sky should be under the big news Morgans? Cang Xu ignored this. Cang Xu murmured, if he guessed correctly now, Cang Xu's Espada Corps has been established, and his power has fully grown, and there is no need to worry about any threats. Therefore, even if it is the big news Morgans, all the intelligence on this battlefield is passed out. Cang Xu has no fear. For this reason, Cang Xu ignored the newsbird in the sky, but prepared his next plan. Letterfield, catch a few Hamits. Cang Xu opened his mouth and gave an order to Letterfield beside him said, Hamits, this is the soul fruit of Charlotte Linlin, an anthropomorphic creature created. This strange biological ability can endow animals and plants with souls and possess human behavioral abilities. It can be said that Hormits can turn the original dead object into an anthropomorphic existence. This is the goal of Cang Xu's research. Cang Xu has not forgotten. Charlotte Linlin's soul fruit was originally on Cang Xu's research list. If Charlotte Linlin's soul fruit, something created, can also be transformed into soul points, in this way, Cang Xu posted it. Cang Xu will get a new way to get soul points. For the current Cang Xu, with the improvement of Ryotsu's level, improving skills, and Ryotsu, more and more soul points are needed. For this reason, Cang Xu needs to broaden the channels for obtaining soul points. Therefore, when in the Devil's Triangle, Cang Xu will focus on Brook of Huangquan fruit ability, and Perona of Ghost fruit ability. In fact, during this period of time, although Cang Xu has been very busy, but Cang Xu also took some time to study the abilities of Brook and Perona. But facts have proved that the fruiting ability of the two has no effect on Cang Xu. The ghost created by Perona does not have a specific soul, and naturally there is no way to transform it into a soul point. As for Brook's yellow spring fruit, Cang Xu has a guess, that is to draw the soul from the yellow spring. However, Brook's strength hasn't reached that level, so naturally there is no way to draw the soul from the yellow spring. It can be said that the abilities of the two are of no use to Cang Xu. Therefore, Cang Xu can only put hope on Charlotte Linlin's soul fruit now. For this reason, Cang Xu planned to study Charlotte Linlin's fruiting ability. Yes, Master Cang Xu. Letterfield bowed, then stepped on the ring and disappeared in front of Cang Xu. After a few breaths, Letterfield appeared again. At this time, Letterfield was still holding a few Hamits in his hands. Don't kill me, I'm just a poor cake, please don't eat me. Please, let me go, I'm just a glass of juice. What Letterfield caught were several pastry types of Hamits. And these pastry Hamits, with a pitiful look, begged Cang Xu for mercy. Read more at Hot Until Novelties. It's kind of interesting although it looks no different from ordinary cakes, it has a human expression and language. Cang Xu was a little curious, studying these Hamits. After studying for a while, Cang Xu slapped a Hamits. Then, Cang Xu used his soul suction ability to try to absorb the soul of Hamits. It can be absorbed. And the soul points provided are far more than ordinary souls, about twice as much as ordinary souls. Cang Xu's eyes lit up, because he found a good result. The Hormais created by the soul fruit can be transformed into soul points. Moreover, compared with souls of the same level, the soul points that Hormits can provide is about twice as much. This should be the function of the fruit of the soul. This is a good discovery for Cang Xu. You know, Hormits is a product of soul processing. If all the souls he can absorb in the future are transformed into Hamits and then absorbed, Cang Xu can get double soul points. Although, 1 or 2 Hamits does not provide much soul points. But how about thousands of Hamits? You know, 10,000 soul points and 20,000 soul points are a different concept. 100,000 soul points, and 200,000 soul points, is a huge difference. It can be said that just the ability to double the soul point is enough for Cang Xu to focus on Charlotte Linlin's soul fruit. Moreover, this is only the case of the low-level Hamits. According to past experience, the high-level Hormits can provide more soul points. This is another good direction. However, Cang Xu is not in a hurry, because he has other things he wants to study. Seeking flowers. Cang Xu is very curious, whether hollow soul can be hollow. If hollow is possible, will the soul points provided by Hormais be increased? When I thought of this, Cang Xu tried directly, and tried hollows remaining hollows. After the successful hollow, Cang Xu killed it again and transformed it into soul points. After some verification, Cang Xu finally came to a conclusion. Hamits can also be hollowed into a virtual void, and the soul point transformed into it has doubled again. There is a ray of light in Cang Xu's eyes. Although Hormai's is special, their essence is still soul. As long as it is a soul, you can be hollow. After hollow, the soul points that Hormits can provide have doubled again. 0. In other words, souls of the same level can be provided with 4 times as many soul points after hollowization. After holmization, thinking of this number, Cang Xu's eyes became brighter. Sure enough, Charlotte Linlin's soul fruit did not disappoint him. In this way, Cang Xu can't let Charlotte Linlin go. You know, the original double soul point is enough to make Cang Xu's heart move. Now, with 4 times the soul point, it is even more impossible for Cang Xu to let go of the soul fruit. Letterfield, you don't need to be guarded by my side. Now you have a more important task. Go help Rayleigh and defeat the Big Mom pirates. I only have one request, get Charlotte Linlin back to me. Cang Xu spoke directly and ordered Letterfield. If we say that Cang Xu before, still thinking about the idea of defeating the 2 Four Emperors. But now, there is only one thought left in Cang Xu's mind. That is the ability to defeat Charlotte Linlin and take the fruit of the soul. Even if Kaido is allowed to escape, Cang Xu will not let Charlotte Linlin leave here. This is what Cang Xu plans now. It can be said that when Cang Xu said this sentence, Charlotte Linlin has been branded as death penalty by Cang Xu. Today, Cang Xu wants to let a 4 emperors stay in this seat completely. On the cake boat of the Big Mom pirate group, a series of amazing collisions came from the core area of the Cake Island. An old woman with a bloated figure, like a little giant, is fighting an old man with round glasses and white beard and hair. This is the 2 of Charlotte Linlin and Pluto Rayleigh. The battle between the 2 directly destroyed the core area of Cake Island. This is still the case without full effort. If all the power were used, this cake ship would have long ceased to exist. But even so, Charlotte Linlin feels a lot of pressure. You know, the source of her power is her soul fruit, and her invulnerable, amazing physique called the steel balloon. However, some of her abilities did not have much effect when faced with Pluto Rayleigh. Because the long sword in Rayleigh's hand is wrapped around the high-level armament Haki, which is the so-called Stream Sakura. Stream Sakura can directly invade her body, ignoring Charlotte Linlin's defenses, and directly hurt Charlotte Linlin. But this is not the deadliest for Charlotte Linlin. For Charlotte Linlin, she always has a bad feeling. It seems that the soul of Pluto Rayleigh is extremely powerful, giving her a special feeling. It seems that Rayleigh can control the power of the soul type. For Charlotte Linlin, this is just a strange feeling, but this feeling is extremely real. Charlotte Linlin believes in her instincts. For this reason, most of Charlotte Linlin's posture is defensive and rarely direct offense. This also led to this battle, which was delayed. This is inevitable. Although Charlotte Linlin is among the 4 emperors, not the strongest existence, but she is also a 4 emperors anyway. When a 4 emperors takes defensive measures, it is not easy to take it down. It can be said that what Charlotte Linlin is doing is to hold Pluto Rayleigh. Drag the word tactics. This is how she fights now. Boom. At this moment, an amazing slash flew from a distance and slashed directly at Charlotte Linlin. Boom. Charlotte Linlin's huge body was cut and flew out in an instant. The cake boat at Charlotte Linlin's feet instantly split into 2 and was cut in half. And Charlotte Linlin's body was also cut off for some distance. It wasn't until she almost fell to the surface that Charlotte Linlin kept her footing. At this time, a proud figure appeared on the broken cake boat. Letterfield, you attacked me. Read more at Hot Until Novelties. Charlotte Linlin's eyes were red, and he let out a roar. This is the order of Cang Xu to support Letterfield of Pluto Rayleigh. Sneak attack on you? Wrong, this is not a sneak attack, but an honest attack. If you can't even take this move, don't take up the position of the 4 emperors, Charlotte Linlin. Letterfield said lightly, his expression very indifferent. Letterfield, why are you here? Pluto Rayleigh flashed, came to Letterfield's side, and asked Letterfield suspiciously, as the 3rd blade, shouldn't Letterfield go to Kaido's side? How come to his side? Master Cang Xu has an order, let me join you to quickly take down Charlotte Linlin. When Letterfield said this, Charlotte Linlin's face suddenly became very ugly, because this is not good news for her. Rayleigh, a legendary Hades, is enough to give her a headache. Another legendary Lonely Red, this is a disaster for Charlotte Linlin. You know, in the previous era, Letterfield, who had the title of Lofty Red, was as famous as Roger and Whitebeard. It can be said that Letterfield's strength is even higher than that of Pluto Rayleigh. Fighting against such a character, and there are still 2, Charlotte Linlin's heart suddenly doubled. No, Charlotte Linlin wants to stop this. Letterfield, you are so shameless that you chose to be with Pluto Rayleigh. Are you still the one I know, the big pirate who is as famous as Roger and Whitebeard? Letterfield, you are the Lonely Rider, the famous Lonely Red. You have been lonely all your life, when will you join hands with others? If you have the courage, just pick one with me. Today, I am going to kill you under my emperor's hat, Napoleon. Charlotte Linlin shouted, all kinds of ridicule and provocative words, she has used them all. And these things she did just to be 1-to-1? After all, 1-to-2 is really unfavorable for her. Moreover, Charlotte Linlin also believes that Letterfield will make a choice that satisfies her. You know, there is no reason why Letterfield is called the Lonely Rider. Letterfield, who has been aloof all his life, should not be able to stand her provocation. It's ridiculous, do you still need to fight against you? Me alone is enough. It's a pity, Master Cang Xu has an order, let us take you as quickly as possible. So, Charlotte Linlin, you don't need to struggle, just grab it. Letterfield sneered and said something unexpected for Charlotte Linlin, although the previous sentence still shows Letterfield's arrogance, but the words behind Letterfield have already explained his attitude. Charlotte Linlin's face changed drastically, and she backed away in an instant. Just to complete the command of Master Cang Xu, Charlotte Linlin retreats steadily, almost no fight back. So, Letterfield doesn't mind teaming up with Pluto Rayleigh. However, in front of Letterfield and Hades Rayleigh, how could Charlotte Linlin escape? Soon, Charlotte Linlin ushered in her fiasco. Thinking of this, Letterfield and Pluto Rayleigh both started their hands in an instant, and went straight to Charlotte Linlin at 53. For Letterfield now, Lord Cang Xu's orders are the most important. In front of Letterfield and Pluto Rayleigh, she couldn't even resist. Although his character is still very arrogant, but compared with his character, because what she is facing is the existence of two extremely powerful legendary levels, the result of this battle is doomed. And this time, Charlotte Linlin can no longer like before, drag the opponent in the way of dragging words. With Letterfield's shot, the battle on Charlotte Linlin's side soon came to an end. No way, with Charlotte Linlin's strength, against a Pluto Rayleigh, there is not much chance of winning. Now, there is another legendary Lonely Red. With the combination of Letterfield and Pluto Rayleigh, Charlotte Linlin has no chance of winning. It didn't take long for Charlotte Linlin to be hit hard. An astonishing slash appeared, breaking Charlotte Linlin's defense in an instant, and blasting it to the deck. Charlotte Linlin is bleeding, with a lot of bloodline on her body. Charlotte Linlin lost, directly defeated by Letterfield and Hades Rayleigh. No one will be surprised by such a result. However, Letterfield did not directly kill Charlotte Linlin, because Master Cang Xu ordered them to take Charlotte Linlin, not directly kill Charlotte Linlin. Charlotte Linlin has been defeated. Annihilate the remnants of the Big Mom pirates. Pluto Rayleigh yelled and ordered the errand cars around. As soon as this sentence came out, it immediately stirred up tens of thousands of waves. Mom is defeated. This is impossible. 21. Mom is 4 emperors, how could it be defeated? Wait, that man is Lonely Red, Letterfield. Gu Gao's Haihong and Hades Rayleigh joined forces and defeated their mother together. All the members of the Big Mom pirate group suddenly changed their faces. Because just now, because of the strong attack of the errand cars, they couldn't do it again. As a result, I didn't expect that it was less than half a day in the past. Their mother, Charlotte Linlin, one of the 4 emperors, actually lost. To them, this is like a thunderbolt from heaven. It's just unbelievable. However, when they saw the situation on the cake boat, they had to believe it. Because at this time Charlotte Linlin has fallen to the ground, and beside Charlotte Linlin, there are 2 people standing, Letterfield and Hades Rayleigh. This scene has already given them an answer. Charlotte Linlin really lost to the hands of Lonely Red and Hades Rayleigh. When I thought of this, the members of the Big Mom pirate group changed their faces. Several senior cotters in Katakuri were so angry that they wanted to come and rescue Charlotte Linlin. Read more at Hot Until Novelxies. But the remaining members of the Big Mom pirate group escaped everywhere. This is inevitable. The situation of the Big Mom pirates is not comparable to the Whitebeard pirates. At the time of the war, when Whitebeard fell, the members of the Whitebeard pirate group were all sad. But now, seeing the defeat of Charlotte Linlin, the members of the Big Mom pirate group, there is not much sadness. No way, even though the members of the Big Mom pirate group are all descendants of Charlotte Linlin, they have a blood relationship. But with Charlotte Linlin's high pressure and madness, few children will have any affection for her. How would they want them to accompany Charlotte Linlin to the funeral? For a time, a large number of members of the Big Mom pirate group fled everywhere, trying to escape this battlefield. In this regard, the errand cars who are in charge of dealing with the Big Mom pirate group are naturally not polite, and they continue to chase and kill the members of the Big Mom pirate group. As for Katakuri, senior officials who wanted to rescue Charlotte Linlin, at this time, he was also stopped by the Dragon Slayer Samurai Frost Moon Ryoma, Captain John, and other Espada members. How could they give Katakuri and other senior cotters a chance to rescue Charlotte Linlin? It can be said that the moment Charlotte Linlin fell, the Big Mom pirate group was destined to be destroyed. Rayleigh, we take Charlotte Linlin, return to the warship, and return to Master Cang Xu. Letterfield said to Rayleigh, the king of Hades. Charlotte Linlin has been defeated, and then naturally returns to Cang Xu's life. As for things like putting sea-stone handcuffs on Charlotte Linlin, Letterfield has not forgotten either. In fact, Letterfield and Rayleigh also knew about it. For their level of existence, the role of sea-stone handcuffs is actually not particularly great. The role that sea-stone can provide is only a slight limitation of Devil Fruit's ability. However, Charlotte Linlin's strength is not only her ability, but also her amazing physique. A small sea-stone handcuffs, when Charlotte Linlin regains his strength, it is estimated that they can be violently taken apart directly. For this reason, Letterfield and Rayleigh plan to personally escort Charlotte Linlin back to the warship. Soon, Letterfield and Hades Rayleigh, with Charlotte Linlin, returned directly to the warship. Master Cang Xu, we have successfully defeated Charlotte Linlin according to the progress over there. The Big Mom pirates will soon be able to win them all. Letterfield salutes and reports to Cang Xu. Charlotte Linlin, the leader of the Big Mom pirate group, has fallen into their hands. The remaining members of the Big Mom pirate group are destined to win. It is only a matter of time. Good job, Rayleigh. Go to Kaido and take Beast's pirates. Cang Xu nodded slightly, and said to Pluto Rayleigh, Now the Big Mom pirate group is basically unable to make waves. As one of the top combat powers, Rayleigh, the king of Hades, naturally does not need to return to the battlefield of the Big Mom pirates. On the other hand, this battle has been fought for a long time. 120 Cang Xu's patience has also been consumed a lot. There is no benefit if you continue to procrastinate. For this reason, Cang Xu intends to take advantage of this opportunity to directly eliminate Beast's pirates and take down Kaido completely. Therefore, Cang Xu directly ordered Rayleigh to go to the battlefield of Beast's pirates. Roar! At this moment, a loud roar came. The blue dragon that Kaido transforms hovered on the Beast pirate ship, making an amazing dragon roar. At the same time, Kaido's huge dragon body moved quickly, making a circular rotation like a gyroscope. Boom! Accompanied by Kaido's movements, countless powerful wind blades have already bombarded the surroundings at extremely fast speed. Tornado Bad Wind? This is one of Kaido's unique tricks, using his amazing physique and the ability of the blue dragon to fly through the clouds and fog, to force countless wind blades. In an instant, many Eren cars on the Kaido battlefield were repelled by Kaido's wind blades, and were directly bombed off the Beast's pirates' pirate ship. The next moment, Kaido's dragon body instantly rolled up the pirate ship of Beast's pirates and went straight to the distance. Kaido chose to escape. After seeing Charlotte Linlin's fiasco, Kaido directly abandoned the battlefield and chose to escape here. Kaido chose to escape. This change was unexpected to everyone. Normally, as one of the 4 emperors, he has a powerful conqueror's haki. Pride has always been the standard of 4 emperors. Moreover, Kaido also has the title of War Madman. Crazy has always been synonymous with him. It can be said that any dangerous thing is Kaido's most passionate thing. Even falling directly from a height of 10,000 meters is something Kaido often does. This shows how Kaido's character is. Normally, even if Charlotte Linlin chooses to retreat, Kaido cannot choose to retreat. But now, Kaido chose to leave without any hesitation. This Kaido is not as arrogant as I thought. Cang Xu's eyes flickered, looking at Kaido's leaving figure. To be honest, Kaido will choose to evacuate. This is what Cang Xu expected. You know, Charlotte Linlin has lost, his allies have been lost. In this way, the pressure he needs to bear will be even greater. The possibility of him winning is even slimmer. It can be said that for Beast's pirates, leaving the battlefield in time is the best choice. However, at the moment when Charlotte Linlin just lost, Kaido didn't even hesitate and chose to evacuate. Even Cang Xu didn't even think of this. This has made Cang Xu a little bit different about Kaido's character. It seems that the real Kaido does not want to look so arrogant on the outside. On the contrary, it is thick and thin, with a lot of wisdom. However, since you have come before me, do you think you have a chance to leave here? Cang Xu gave a cold snort and looked at the blue dragon in the sky. He is not a place where Kaido can come and go as he pleases. If you want to leave, you have to see Cang Xu's answer or not. Now that you choose to join Charlotte Linlin to take a shot at the Suya Palace, you must be prepared to pay the price. Waldo, blow me Beast's pirates. Cang Xu gave a cold snort and ordered the 7th blade Bundy Waldo. Yes, Master Cang Xu. Step by step, cannon. Bondi Vardo took action in an instant, using the power of Momo Fruit, directly to Kaido in the sky, and blasted a black cannonball. The shell was released, and it swelled up instantly, turned into a huge cannonball, like a black meteorite. Carrying an astonishing aura, he bumped Kaido. This is Bondi Valdo's Momo Fruit ability. Read more at Hotentil Novelxies. You can use the power of amplification to magnify an object 100 times. This is not a simple increase in size, even kinetic energy and speed can be increased. In this way, the power of this black cannonball fired by Bondi Valdo will become very amazing. It can be said that even if there is an island ahead, it will be shattered by this black meteorite. This is the power of Momo Fruit. You know, the former Bondi Valdo was called the World Destroyer because he had the power of Momo Fruit. What's more, after the successful Arrancarization, Bondi Valdo's physical fitness has not only returned to the peak period, but even far exceeded it. In this case, the power he uses will become even more terrifying. With Kaido's power, even if he gets this blow, it's probably not good. In fact, the same is true. When Bondi Valdo's huge black shell hit Kaido, there was a huge boom in an instant. Ouch! The dragon that Kaido transformed into uttered a scream. A big piece of bloodline appeared on Kaido's body. These are all terrifying explosions, the damage caused. However, with Kaido's terrifying bodily functions, these injuries are not fatal to him. After dozens of seconds, Kaido's injuries healed quickly. In addition to leaving a faint scar, there is not much harm. However, the pirate ship that was picked up by Kaido is not so lucky. Under the attack of Bondi Valdo, the pirate ship of Beast's pirates was directly blasted to pieces. Some of the weaker givers were directly killed by bombing. This makes Kaido very distressed. You know, although the giver is only the product of man-made devil fruit, but now, the man-made devil fruit he obtained from Doflamingo is not very large, and he has not really formed a legion yet. Every time you lose one giver, this is a big loss for Kaido. In Kaido's heart, blood was dripping. However, Kaido dare not look back. Because he knows that the current Sug Callus is not something he can easily defeat. He needs to return to the country first, and then slowly consider how to deal with Cang Xu. For this reason, even if he received a heavy blow from Bondi Valdo, Kaido did not turn his head and left with the rest of his men. The resilience of this Kaido is really amazing. It can be resisted. Cang Xu was a little surprised, he didn't expect Kaido to be so tolerant. Master Cang Xu, please let me go get that guy Kaido back. Bondi Valdo looked gloomy and respectfully asked Cang Xu for instructions. In his opinion, this was his dereliction of duty, and he didn't blow Kaido down. Therefore, Bondi Valdo wants to catch up and catch Kaido back. No, once Kaido leaves, it is not easy to get him back. What's more, we have new guests here. Cang Xu shook his head slightly, and did not agree to Bondi Valdo's request. To be honest, just now, Cang Xu was also preparing to capture Kaido back. However, after the blow just now, Cang Xu has a new understanding of Kaido. So Cang Xu knows that Kaido is not superficial, it seems to be so easy to solve. Cang Xu has a hunch that if he wants to completely take down Kaido, Suya Palace may also have some tricks. But now, their main thing, get it, is to devour the remaining forces of the Big Mom pirate group. Some can't get away. On the other hand, Cang Xu's probing loop has already sensed one thing. There is another new force appearing in this sea area. In this way, Cang Xu has no more time to chase after Kaido Ren. For this reason, Cang Xu did not let Bondi Valdo and others go chasing Kaido. Anyway, if you can run, the monk can't run the temple. Kaido's base camp is in Wano country. After the matter here is resolved, Cang Xu will go to Hezi country. At that time, Kaido couldn't run away. So, after a little thought, Cang Xu temporarily put down his idea of chasing Kaido. He really wants to know what power has come to this sea, because of Kaido's decisive reaction, but also because of the arrival of new forces. Therefore, Cang Xu temporarily gave up chasing Kaido. He really wanted to see which side of the forces came from behind. Is it kind or hostile? This is what Cang Xu is currently curious about. As for Kaido, after all, the base camp of Beasts Pirates is in the country of Hino. Cang Xu is not worried about Kaido running away. Winning Kaido is just a matter of time. For this reason, Cang Xu looked into the distance, wanting to see which power came. Wow! A large pirate ship with a red dragon head slowly appeared on the sea. On the canvas of the pirate ship, there is a skull logo with 2 crossed swords and 3 sword marks on the left eye. This is Red Force from Red Hair Pirates. Is the red-haired Shanks coming? Cang Xu's eyes flickered, and he instantly recognized the sign of the pirate ship. If he is not mistaken, the person who came this time is the red-haired Shanks. Boom! The amazing Conqueror's Haki, instantly uploaded from Red Force. This is Conqueror's Haki of the red-haired Shanks. Huh? Be wild in front of me, courageous, red hair. Cang Xu snorted coldly, and immediately mobilized Ryotsu to cover it directly. In an instant, Conqueror's Haki, the red-haired Shanks, was directly shattered by Cang Xu's breath. Even the entire Red Force is shrouded under Cang Xu's Ryotsu, and has been greatly affected. This time, Red Hair didn't dare to breathe anymore, and came to Cang Xu's warship in a proper manner. And on the bow of the Red Force, stood a man with a broken arm with short red hair. This is the Redhead Shanks? Red Hair, you're so courageous, are you planning to give me a slap in the face? Cang Xu snorted and looked directly at the red-haired Shanks on the bow of the Red Force. Ha ha ha, Your Excellency. Cang Xu is joking as a guest. You should naturally say hello to Your Excellency first, so as not to be too presumptuous. The red-haired face was thick, and he smiled slightly at Cang Xu. This is taking his Conqueror's Haki as his greeting? Cang Xu didn't believe it at all. It would be a provocation to greet Conqueror's Haki. Okay, Red Hair, you are here, but if there is anything wrong with you, if you can't say anything, don't blame me for being rude. Cang Xu said calmly. Cang Xu doesn't believe that Red Hair can't see the situation now, so, Red Hair arrives at this point in time, which is somewhat intriguing. Cang Xu can be sure that redheads must have some plans. Read more at Hotental Novelties. Before on the top of the war party, Hungfa originally planned to visit His Excellency Cang Xu and reminisce with Captain Roger. As a result, I didn't expect that after the war, I would never meet your Suig Kalis again. So, this time I heard that your Suig Kalis has entered the new world, so naturally I have to come and visit. The red hair chuckled and said, the reason is very good. As for any other reasons, only the redhead knows it? That's the case, then you might be disappointed. Roger is not here now, Cang Xu said calmly. Before the start of the war, Roger chased the Golden Lion and left, and has not returned yet. Therefore, the red hair is a trip for nothing. It doesn't matter, isn't Deputy Captain Rayleigh also here? It's the same thing to reminisce with the Deputy Captain. The red hair said with a smile, as if not affected at all. In that case, come up. Cang Xu's eyes turned slightly, and he looked at the red hair with a faint smile, and invited the red hair to board the warship. Of course, whether the red hair dares to board a warship depends on his guts. In fact, when Cang Xu said this, the faces of the members of Red Hair Pirates changed a little. Let their captain board Cang Xu's car? To be honest, this is a very dangerous practice. Because they are not sure whether Cang Xu is an enemy or a friend to them. If Cang Xu is hostile to Red Hair, then this would be a very dangerous thing. After all, their king, deep into the enemy, surrounded by the enemy, life and death can be said to be in the hands of others. Isn't it dangerous? In fact, the same is true after Kaido and others fled. The battlefield of Beasts Pirates was over. At this time, the 5th Blade Bullet, the 7th Blade Bondi Valdo, the 9th Blade San Juan Wolf, and their subordinates have all returned to Cang Xu. Red Hair boarding a warship is indeed a bit dangerous. Ha ha ha, then I'm not welcome. In this regard, the red-haired expression was indifferent, but without the slightest fear. He boarded Cang Xu's warship directly, because for redheads, he also has some things and wants to learn more about Cang Xu. Deputy Captain Rayleigh, it's been a long time since I saw you in a hurry in the war at the top. The last time I saw you was many years ago. After boarding the warship, Red Hair greeted Cang Xu, then looked at Rayleigh behind Cang Xu, and recounted the past with Rayleigh. Yeah, the last time I saw you in the Xiangdebo Islands, you have not yet become the 4 emperors. Shanks, you did a great job. Rayleigh was also a little emotional, and chatted with the red hair for a while. In this regard, Cang Xu did not stop him, because he was also watching the red hair. To be honest, Cang Xu can't understand red hair a bit. If you say it is a pirate, the red hair is one of the 4 emperors, it is the top figure of the pirate. However, according to Cang Xu's memory, red hair has some connections with 5 elders. You can even go directly to the Holy Land Mary Geosa and meet 5 elders. The reason for this is what Cang Xu wants to know. After a while, Hungfa and Rayleigh reminisced about the old times before slowly coming to Cang Xu. Round and round, this has never been Cang Xu's style. Who is the redhead? Cang Xu wants to figure out what the redhead's position is. Redhead Shanks is here. This is what Cang Xu wants to know. What is the purpose? So, as soon as the formal conversation began, Cang Xu was straight to the point, looking directly at the red-haired Shanks, and asking his doubts. This is what Cang Xu wants to know. Your Excellency Cang Xu, this is the wine from my hometown of Zihai. It is a gift I took the liberty to visit. It can be said that the red hair is one of the most mysterious people in the entire pirates. Red hair, what is your purpose in coming here this time? Hungfa took out a pot of wine and gave it directly to Cang Xu. In this regard, Cang Xu did not refuse and asked his subordinates to accept the gift of red hair. Red hair, this time you are here, it should be more than just looking for an old friend to talk about the past. Why not get straight to the point? Dialogue with Redhead Shanks, the shock of Redhead. Subscribe for subscription. Your Excellency Cang Xu is really refreshing. When I came here this time, in addition to looking for Captain Roger and others to talk about the past, I originally planned to stop Kaido and Charlotte Linlin. When the red hair told the reason why he came here, Cang Xu was a little speechless. This red-haired Shanks, is there really such a good old man? At the time of the war, I had already planned to prevent the First World War, and now one want to prevent the Second World War. To be honest, Cang Xu doesn't believe it very much. You know, if the red hair really wants to stop this war, it should appear when Cang Xu enters the new world. Instead of waiting until now, waiting for Cang Xu to destroy Charlotte Linlin, and waiting until the end of the war, he will appear in this sea. Do you think I will believe what you said? Redhead, if you don't want to talk seriously, then there is no need to talk about it. Cang Xu snorted coldly. He has already gotten straight to the point, and has made it clear about this matter. If the redhead doesn't want to speak well, then Cang Xu won't be polite. Why did your Excellency Cang Xu say this? All I want to see is the stability of the sea. This is what I think. I do plan to stop this war. It's just that I didn't expect that your Void Knight Palace is extremely powerful, and it can even be easily defeated against 4 Emperor's forces. Redhead Shanks is a little bit helpless. To be honest, seeking the stability of the sea is what redheads have been doing all the time. As for what he did, he naturally had his thoughts. To this end, he does not hesitate to cooperate with some special guys. Of course, in addition to hoping to stop the fight, the red hair also wants to test Cang Xu's whole cards. No way, the rise of Cang Xu is too fast, even too fast for people to react. Moreover, every time I see Cang Xu will bring many surprises to the world. Noit should be said to be scared. When he first appeared, Cang Xu destroyed Impel Down and walked out of Impel Down. When he appeared for the second time, Cang Xu appeared again in the Logue town of Donghai. After that, Cang Xu appeared in Alabaston, destroying the combination of Marine Admiral and 7 warlords of the sea, and even made the 3 legendary Red and Bullet appear. During the War on the Top, when Cang Xu appeared in the War on the Top, he resurrected Roger, the One Piece King, and completely detonated the sea. In the current sea, the situation has undergone tremendous changes. Even the red hair doesn't even know what the sea will be like in the future. It can be said that Cang Xu seems to have many whole cards in his hand. Every time it appears, it will bring people a lot of shock. For this reason, the red hair didn't make a shot at the first time and wanted to see Cang Xu's whole cards. However, what the redhead didn't expect was Cang Xu's Sui Callus is unexpectedly powerful. Read more at Hotental Novelxies. Appearing in New World, Cang Xu's Sui Callus this time, there are many unexpected existences again. Legendary boss, don't say more, there are even a few Shishibukai, and those extremely evil prisoners in Impel Down, and even supernovas. The Sui Callus under Cang Xu has truly become a perfect force. With this lineup, facing the 4 emperors, Charlotte Linlin, and Kaido, there is no pressure. Moreover, Cang Xu's Sui Callus had defeated the 4 emperors' force by oneself. This shocked the redhead Shanks. You know, Cang Xu's Sui Callus, the power shown by it has far surpassed the time for the war. This made Shanks feel extremely shocked and curious about Cang Xu. Shanks has a strong hunch in his heart. Cang Xu's Sui Callus will completely disrupt this era of great pirates. There are some worries in his mind, so Shanks came out and wanted to know Cang Xu's specific thoughts. It can be said that Shanks' main purpose this time is to test out Cang Xu's ideas and whole cards. This is what Shanks thinks. For this reason, he did not hesitate to commit a risk, boarding Cang Xu's warship. This is the main reason red-haired Shanks appeared in front of Cang Xu. As for reminiscing with Roger Rayleigh, this matter has obviously become less important, just a name for red hair, you can say it. Cang Xu said calmly, although he still had some doubts in his heart. But the red-haired attitude is very sincere. In addition, Cang Xu does not want to continue to struggle with this matter. Therefore, this incident has been exposed by Cang Xu. What's more, Cang Xu has a doubt and wants to know more. Redhead, who are you on Earth? Cang Xu spoke slowly, staring at the red hair and said, wanting to know the red hair's plan. Seeking flowers. Which party is the red hair? This is very important. It is related to Cang Xu's attitude towards red hair in the future. If it is the pirates' side, then Cang Xu can consider including red hair pirates under his command. If the red hair belongs to the world government, then Cang Xu will not be polite. In this regard, the red hair's movements were slightly stagnant, but in a blink of an eye it returned to the same level as before, very calm. I am who I am, and I won't belong to any party. The red-haired voice is very calm and seems to have his own thoughts, but what the redhead thinks in his heart, only he knows. Red hair, you should be able to see clearly. The sea has already begun to run away, and a storm sweeping the whole world has begun. Red hair, join my night palace. When Cang Xu said this, the red hair was a little shocked. He did not expect that Cang Xu would choose to recruit him. However, with Cang Xu's ability, such a thing would happen, and it seems inevitable. Your proposal is really shocking. Since becoming the 4 emperors, I haven't heard such words for a long time. Please also your excellency give me some time so that I can think about it. The red hair was shocked for a long time, and then he calmed his mind, gave a wry smile, and said to Cang Xu. Cang Xu's words really shocked him. He needs to think about such a big thing. In this regard, Cang Xu would naturally not refuse, and promised to give red-haired Shanks some time to think. Your excellency Cang Xu, I want to ask you a question. What is your dream? In other words, with so many legendary existences gathered around you, what are your plans? The red hair asked his doubts. This is the real reason why he boarded the warship. He needs to figure this out. I think I answered your question just now. This era has gone violently, and a big storm sweeping the world has taken shape. And I am the center of this era, the core of this storm. This crazy era, I want to completely subvert it. When Cang Xu said these words, the red-haired Shanks was completely shocked. This crazy era, I want to completely subvert it. When the redhead Shanks heard Cang Xu's words, he was completely shocked. Shanks didn't expect that Cang Xu would have such a big ambition. You know, to subvert the world, such things are far beyond the scope of pirates' actions. The Marine Headquarters, which maintains order in the sea, and the world government behind the Marine Headquarters, can be regarded as the biggest forces on the sea. If Cang Xu wants to subvert the world, he will definitely join the world government. In other words, there is bound to be an amazing battle between Cang Xu's Sui Palace and the world government. Therefore, this will be called a subversive world war. Because of this battle, the whole world will indeed be subverted. Redhead Shanks can imagine that the whole world is in chaos. For this reason, the red hair felt very shocked, and even took a breath of air conditioning. Your ambition is really shocking. The red hair was silent for a long time before she let out a sigh of emotion. He didn't expect that Cang Xu's ambition would be so big, even far beyond the level of One Piece. This shocked the red hair. It seems that he still underestimates Cang Xu. Finally, I would like to ask your excellency a question. You can resurrect Captain Roger and these legendary existences. Then Whitebeard, has your excellency been resurrected? When the red hair asked this question, the red hair stared at Cang Xu closely. It seems that I want to get an answer from Cang Xu. No way, Whitebeard's abilities are very special, with the power to destroy the world. If Whitebeard is resurrected, then the influence he will bring will definitely not be inferior to the influence of the resurrection of One Piece Roger. For this reason, the redhead wants to know the situation of Whitebeard. This matter who knows? Cang Xu's eyes were deep, and he looked at the red-haired Shanks with a smile. To be honest, Cang Xu hides Whitebeard, just to give an ambush to the guy who might secretly shoot. As a result, I did not expect to come to test Cang Xu, whether the person who has resurrected Whitebeard is actually red-haired Shanks. Then this matter becomes more interesting. The behavior of red hair, in Cang Xu's view, also seems a bit mysterious. Cang Xu vaguely saw something. However, although Cang Xu had some speculations in his mind, Cang Xu did not return directly to the issue of red hair. Although the red hair has guessed the truth, but Cang Xu does not answer directly, the red hair will have a trace of suspicion in his heart. That being the case, let the redhead slowly suspicion. For this reason, Cang Xu did not directly answer the question of the redhead Shanks. In this regard, the red hair was a little helpless and did not mention this matter again. After chatting for a while, Hungfa planned to leave. Your Excellency Cang Xu, talking to Your Excellency today, Shanks benefited a lot. As for your proposal, Shanks will think about it. Read more at Hotel Novelties. Shanks said slowly, saying goodbye to Cang Xu. For today's discussion, Shanks needs to digest it. As for Cang Xu's solicitation, Shanks said that he needs to think about it for a while, so now he should leave too. As for Charlotte Linlin, Shanks did not speak, and wanted to save Charlotte Linlin. On the one hand, the relationship between Shanks and Charlotte Linlin is not very good. After all, there was a lot of contradiction between the Roger Pirates and the Big Mom Pirates. Since Shanks entered New World, there have been several conflicts between him and Charlotte Linlin. On the other hand, Shanks can also see that Charlotte Linlin has fallen into Cang Xu's hands, and Cang Xu can't let it go. So, in order to avoid irritating Cang Xu, the red-haired Shanks turned a blind eye and assumed that she did not see Charlotte Linlin. If that's the case, then don't give it away. Cang Xu said calmly. He didn't plan to leave the redhead Shanks. Shanks then slowly left, returned to his pirate ship, took his members, and slowly left the sea. As for Cang Xu, from beginning to end, Cang Xu did not speak, watching the red hair leave quietly. In the twinkling eyes, it seems to be thinking about some questions. Red hair, I hope you don't let me down. Cang Xu murmured. In fact, from this conversation, Cang Xu has discovered a lot of things. Even the idea of red hair was discovered by Cang Xu. In Cang Xu's judgment, the possibility of red hair walking to the opposite side of him may be quite large, because Cang Xu can see that the redhead hopes the sea can be stable, but he wants to drive the whole sea into madness. In this case, red hair may become his enemy. However, Cang Xu still gives redheads a chance, because he wanted to see what choice redheads have. He also wanted to know whether there was any mysterious power behind the red hair. Cang Xu is more curious about these things. For this reason, when the red hair was about to leave, Cang Xu did not forcefully leave the red hair. He has an intuition in his heart that the red hair in the future should bring him some surprises. I just don't know what this surprise is about. Is it to be his help, or to be his resistance? Cang Xu waits and sees, waiting for the redhead's choice. However, I didn't expect that the marine headquarters was so calm that it hasn't showed up until now. Cang Xu murmured, and suddenly talked about another thing. From beginning to end, Cang Xu has been guarding the marine headquarters and the world government. Because this will be his last enemy? Normally, the 4 emperors besieged the Suya Palace. This should be a good opportunity. It is impossible for marine headquarters to pass such an opportunity. However, the strength of marine headquarters has not appeared until now. Okay, in 53, all the remnants of the Big Mom pirate group will be solved. Yes, Master Cang Xu. What should be the reason behind this? After all, one enemy can be reduced, and this battle can be easily won, which is a good thing after all. Cang Xu is ready to completely take down the power of the Big Mom pirate group. For a time, the aftermath of the war broke out again. All Arancars responded to Cang Xu's orders and started to take action. Now that there are no Messies, it's time to end this war. At this time, the remnants of the Big Mom pirate group were completely destroyed under Arancar's hands. It seems that the marine headquarters should not be involved in this war. Since then, the Big Mom pirate group has been completely destroyed. Cang Xu spoke and ordered the Arancars. After a while, all the movement disappeared. So, Cang Xu let go of this matter for the time being. Of course, although Cang Xu doesn't know the reason, this situation does not seem to be bad for him. Under the strong attack of the Arancars, the Big Mom pirate group was completely destroyed. Unlike the previous treatment of the remnants of the Whitebeard pirates, Cang Xu did not directly destroy the remnants of the Whitebeard pirates. But this time, Cang Xu did not leave the remnants of the Big Mom pirates, because most of the members of the Whitebeard pirate group are willing to follow Whitebeard. However, most of the members of the Big Mom pirate group were afraid of Charlotte Linlin's coercion, so they stayed with Charlotte Linlin. The cohesion between the two is very different, and it is not very convenient to control. On the other hand, the current Cang Xu also needs a lot of soul points. For this reason, Cang Xu did not leave the members of the Big Mom pirate group, but directly let the Arancars destroy it. Since then, the Big Mom pirate group has officially disappeared into the sea. Okay, Charlotte Linlin, you should wake up. You don't need to pretend to be asleep. Cang Xu turned his head slightly, looking at the burly figure not far away. Since being captured by Leatherfield and Hades Rayleigh, Charlotte Linlin has been in a coma. But 21 Cang Xu can feel that Charlotte Linlin's soul fluctuates, knowing that she is awake. How do you know? I'm already sober. Charlotte Linlin slowly opened her eyes. Originally, she pretended to be herself, just to find a chance to attack Cang Xu. However, Cang Xu has seen through her disguise, and the sneak attack has become a bubble and cannot be realized at all, so Charlotte Linlin will not disguise it anymore. Damn it, I worked so hard to run the Big Mom Pirates for decades. Looking at the destroyed Big Mom Pirate group, Charlotte Linlin was full of grief and indignation. Looking at Cang Xu, his eyes were full of bloodshot eyes, containing crazy killing intent. It can be said that everything she has is lost in Cang Xu's hands. Her dream of One Piece has been completely destroyed, and it will never be realized again. How could Charlotte Linlin not be angry about this, and can't wait to kill Cang Xu right away? But what happened to Charlotte Linlin? Leatherfield and Pluto Rayleigh, who were next to him, took a direct shot to suppress her, making her unable to move at all. Hate me so much? Don't forget, you took the lead in attacking me. Cang Xu smiled lightly, with a hint of coldness in his eyes. You know, this is not Cang Xu's choice, and even this is the first time Cang Xu has seen Charlotte Linlin. To blame, she must blame herself, find her own death, and come to attack Cang Xu? Isn't it normal that there will be such a result? Huh? Winner and loser. If you lose if you want to kill. Why don't you talk nonsense? Charlotte Linlin snorted and said nothing more. She has already been defeated, and she naturally knows the truth about winning and losing. What's more, in the current situation, she has no chance to stand up. Therefore, Charlotte Linlin no longer resisted, and completely resigned. Read more at Hot Until Novelxies. Give you a chance, surrender to me, Charlotte Linlin. Cang Xu spoke lightly and stated his purpose. Let Charlotte Linlin surrender. This is Cang Xu's plan? To be honest, if you want to subdue 4 emperors, the best way is to hollow them, because Arrancar after hollow is 100% loyal to Cang Xu. This is the best way to do it. However, Cang Xu has some concerns in his mind. Charlotte Linlin's abilities are a little bit special. If Cang Xu remembers correctly, Charlotte Linlin's ability was not originally her strength, but the nun Carmelo's ability. However, after a gluttony, Sister Carmelite disappeared, and Charlotte Linlin, who possessed the fruit of the soul, was born. The reason for this is naturally not difficult to guess. Sister Carmelo, it is very likely that Charlotte Linlin will be swallowed by Charlotte Linlin. So, what Cang Xu is considering now is, the person who owns the fruit of the soul, is it Charlotte Linlin or the nun Carmelo in Charlotte Linlin's body? If Charlotte Linlin hollow, will she still have the ability of soul fruit? Charlotte Linlin, who does not have the ability of soul fruit, in Cang Xu's view, the value will be greatly reduced. It can be said that Cang Xu is not sure what will happen after Charlotte Linlin hollow. This is the special feature of the soul. For this reason, Cang Xu plans to take Charlotte Linlin first. After studying this matter, consider hollow Charlotte Linlin's matter. The old lady is Charlotte Linlin, don't want to let the old lady surrender, but I want to be the one piece. However, Charlotte Linlin is very stubborn and does not intend to surrender at all. Either die or take revenge. This is the idea of Charlotte Linlin. It's a pity, you made a wrong decision. In response to this, Cang Xu looked cold and had murderous intent in his heart. Since Charlotte Linlin does not want to surrender, he will not keep Charlotte Linlin. Cang Xu has decided to kill Charlotte Linlin and directly hollow Charlotte Linlin's soul. Although Cang Xu has a big pity in his heart, I even felt that after hollow, Charlotte Linlin might lose the ability of soul fruit. However, Charlotte Linlin does not surrender. How could he keep Charlotte Linlin? Even if there is a risk of losing the fruit of the soul, Cang Xu will not leave behind a strong enemy. I have to say that Cang Xu is also very decisive. Knowing that he couldn't do anything, Cang Xu would not be polite, ready to end Charlotte Linlin's life. For this reason, Cang Xu started directly, holding Zanpakuto and directly beheading Charlotte Linlin. The breath of Charlotte Linlin slowly disappeared. Since then, Charlotte Linlin, one of the 4 emperors, has completely fallen. With the constant devouring, the ordinary emptiness in Cang Xu's hands is disappearing fast, and Charlotte Linlin Kylian is also constantly growing. And this breakthrough was not the result of Cang Xu's forced hollow, but the active evolution of Charlotte Linlin Kylian. After Charlotte Linlin hollow, Cang Xu hollow 123 the soul of Charlotte Linlin Kylian, who was transformed by Charlotte Linlin's soul, has begun an official breakthrough. In the following time, Cang Xu controlled Charlotte Linlin's imaginary and began to devour other ordinary imaginary. When all the light disappeared, a special Charlotte Linlin appeared in front of Cang Xu. Suddenly, a powerful soul with a huge body appeared in front of Cang Xu. In other words, this is another self-evolving Kylian. Soon, after some devouring, the emptiness of Charlotte Linlin's soul transformed directly to the level of Kylian. After some time, Charlotte Linlin Kylian has officially grown to the limit of Kylian. Hopefully, after hollow, the ability of the soul fruit will still exist. Hollow. In this regard, Cang Xu was very indifferent and continued to control Charlotte Linlin to devour it. Time passes a little bit. Charlotte Linlin Kylian's body began to emit a faint light. Isn't I dead? How come I still appear here? After successfully completing independent Arrancar, Charlotte Linlin, who was resurrected in the form of Arrancar, has a trace of confusion in his eyes, looking at Cang Xu in front of him. Hasn't she already died under Cang Xu? How come she appears here again? There was a trace of doubt in Charlotte Linlin's heart, but after another thought, Charlotte Linlin thought of something. Sure enough, the rumors on the sea are true. You really have the ability to resurrect. The resurrection of One Piece Roger is yours. Charlotte Linlin looked shocked, looking at Cang Xu in front of him. She was a little speechless. She has already guessed the truth. However, only knowing the truth makes Charlotte Linlin feel so shocked. Charlotte Linlin, now it's time to surrender to me. Cang Xu looked calm and looked at the Arrancarized Charlotte Linlin and said, no. For Cang Xu's order, Charlotte Linlin reflexively wanted to refuse. But somehow, when hearing Cang Xu's words, Charlotte Linlin nodded instinctively. This is a very special feeling for Charlotte Linlin. Cang Xu saw this, but he was very calm in his heart. This is inevitable, although Charlotte Linlin's soul is rather special. But as long as the soul is hollow, it will not escape the setting of the hollow skill after all. As long as it is Minos Grande who is hollow, he will absolutely obey Cang Xu. As for why Cang Xu said that Charlotte Linlin has a special soul, that's because, in the soul process of hollow Charlotte Linlin, Cang Xu discovered one thing. Charlotte Linlin's soul, a little muddy, has 2 different qualities. This situation is like 2 strange souls fused together. Seeing this, Cang Xu still doesn't know that Charlotte Linlin's soul has changed. The souls of her and Sister Carmelite were fused together for some reason. For this reason, Charlotte Linlin's soul power is very powerful, even surpassing other legendary levels. This is a good thing for Cang Xu, because the stronger Arrancar's soul power is, the stronger it can be. As for Charlotte Linlin's soul power, whether there will be some unnecessary troubles, Cang Xu has no worries at this point, because as long as she is hollowed, Charlotte Linlin can no longer get rid of Cang Xu's control. At this point, Charlotte Linlin's reaction just now has it all. Even if she doesn't want it in her heart, she must be loyal to Cang Xu. This kind of loyalty became more and more obvious with the increase of time, so that she could not do anything betrayal at all. This point has been verified by many cases. Therefore, the current Charlotte Linlin can already be regarded as Cang Xu's subordinate. Read more at Hot Until Novelxies. Cang Xu understands this, and Charlotte Linlin knows it very well. Because of the loyalty that penetrates into the depths of the soul, she understands the current situation. I have seen Cang Xu adults. For this reason, Charlotte Linlin is also softened. He lowered his arrogant head to Cang Xu, surrendered in front of Cang Xu, and was no longer as stubborn as he was in his lifetime. Very well, remember who you are now. You are already a member of my Night Palace. Cang Xu was very satisfied and nodded slightly. To subdue Charlotte Linlin, this is good news for Cang Xu, because Charlotte Linlin is a relatively special Arrancar, and it is also one of the current 4 emperors with top strength. It can definitely become a great force under Cang Xu. By the way, Charlotte Linlin, do you still have the power of Soul Fruit? Cang Xu opened his mouth and asked a question. This is what Cang Xu wants to know the most? The power of the Soul Fruit? I can feel its existence, but in a short time, it seems that I can't use it. Charlotte Linlin looks weird and feels her own power. She can feel the power of the fruit of the soul, but for some reason, she can't use it now. That's it. That's good. For this, Cang Xu was relieved. Charlotte Linlin's soul fruit ability is still there, which should be considered excellent news for Cang Xu. Because Cang Xu targeted the Big Mom pirates this time, the big reason is for Charlotte Linlin's soul fruit. Now, Charlotte Linlin still has the ability of soul fruit, which should be considered the best result for Cang Xu. As for Charlotte Linlin, the reason why the soul fruit ability cannot be used for the time being, Cang Xu doesn't care, because she has just become Arrancar and her strength has not yet returned to its original peak. It is normal to not be able to use your abilities for a short time, just like Bullet and others. When they first became Arrancar, they couldn't use their fruit power. It was not until later that they gradually became familiar with their own power, and then they recovered their fruitful ability. So this problem is not a big problem for Cang Xu. As long as she still possesses the power of soul fruit, this is the best result for Cang Xu. It can be said that Cang Xu is very satisfied with this result. Go down and get acquainted with your own power. Cang Xu nodded and said. The story of Charlotte Linlin has come to an end, and Cang Xu let Charlotte Linlin go down and get acquainted with the power of Arrancar. As for guiding Charlotte Linlin and familiarizing himself with the Arrancar system, Cang Xu once again threw it to Letterfield. He is more experienced in this matter. In this regard, Letterfield will naturally not violate Cang Xu's order. In the following time, Cang Xu began to hollow Big Mom pirates' souls, turning them into nothingness. Go to face Roger of Golden Lion and he is back. A thing with a mustache, holding a western sword, appeared on the deck. After a while, Cang Xu completed the hollow of the souls of the members of the Big Mom pirate group. For a while, good enough, Cang Xu got into a busy schedule. And Roger was holding a golden figure in his hands. For example, the Desert 4 stars of Big Mom pirates. Golden Lion lost in Roger's hands. At this point, the Big Mom pirate group's matter has come to an end. Then, Cang Xu directly opened the emptiness space and threw all the emptiness made by the souls of the members of the Big Mom pirate group into the emptiness space, letting them live on their own. Obviously, this is the Golden Lion Shiki. Boom! Just as Cang Xu, after solving the Big Mom pirate group, a loud noise came from the deck. These are all good combat powers, and Cang Xu will naturally not miss it. Let them become subordinate officers. After all, among the members of the Big Mom pirate group, there are still a few members with good strength. With this idea, Cang Xu began to guide them hollow. With the return of Roger, this also means that the battle between Roger and Golden Lion has come to fruition. It can be seen that the battle between the two is very fierce. Even if it is a powerful Roger, there are a few holes in his body at this time. You know, as a powerful Arrancar, Roger has the ability of high-speed regeneration. In this case, there are still several wounds on Roger's body, which cannot be healed immediately. It can be seen that Roger was injured at that time. This shows how fierce this battle is. In fact, the same is true, because the situation of Golden Lion is much worse than that of Roger. At this time, Golden Lion's hands were all broken. On the body, there is a huge scar, which directly penetrates the whole body, and even the internal organs in the body can be vaguely seen. The most important thing, the rudder plugged into the Golden Lion's head, has disappeared at this time. This is the deadliest injury to Golden Lion. You know, the rudder on the Golden Lion's head has a slightly special origin. It was severely injured by 8 Wall during the naval battle. Because the rudder was inserted too deep, it would be life-threatening if removed, so Golden Lion has never been removed. Now, because of the battle between the two, the rudder on the Golden Lion's head was taken off, so naturally he was seriously injured. In fact, the rudder on Golden Lion's head was not taken off by Roger, but Golden Lion's own work. In order to fight Roger, Golden Lion forcibly pulled out the rudder from his head. Even if you are willing to die, you have to fight Roger, which shows how crazy Golden Lion is. However, the final result is still Roger's victory. This result is actually what Cang Xu expected. In fact, this result is also normal. Although Golden Lion is very powerful, it belongs to the top powerhouse, has powerful fruit ability and conqueror's haki, and is even a top swordsman. However, because of the long-term impact of the rudder on him, and the gradual increase in age, his strength diminished. On the other hand, Roger, because of the Arrancarization, his physical fitness returned to its peak, and he even mastered the ability of the Arrancar system, and his strength was greatly increased. It is normal that this will happen if one increases and the other retreats. On the contrary, it should be said that Golden Lion can push Roger to this point. This has proved the strength of Golden Lion. Master Cang Xu, Shiki has been brought back by me. The current Shiki should no longer survive. Roger came to Cang Xu and reported to Cang Xu. Although Golden Lion was defeated and even pulled out the rudder, with his tenacious vitality, he has not completely died yet, leaving a breath. Good job, Roger. Read more at Hot Until Novelxies. Cang Xu nodded slightly, came to the Golden Lion, and looked at the dying Golden Lion. I want to see you for a long time, Golden Lion Shiki. Cang Xu spoke and looked at the Golden Lion Shiki in front of him. Hehe, I am not convinced, Roger, why would choose you? Even at the end of life, Golden Lion is still very stubborn, thinking that he is the most suitable partner for Roger. For this reason, Golden Lion looked at Cang Xu with unwillingness. Don't worry, Golden Lion, you will soon know why Roger chose to join my camp. Cang Xu said calmly. A little green light appeared on his fingertips. After that, Cang Xu directly smashed the head of Golden Lion and didn't talk too much nonsense with Golden Lion. Because Cang Xu knew that Golden Lion was on the verge of death, it would be useless to drag it on. Therefore, Cang Xu is very straightforward and directly obliterates the vitality of Golden Lion. At this moment, Golden Lion completely fell hollow. Afterwards, Cang Xu began to use the hollow ability to start hollow Golden Lion's soul. The void formed by the Golden Lion's soul appeared in front of Cang Xu. In the next time, Cang Xu began to guide the Golden Lion, devouring other ordinary voids. After a while, the emptiness of the Golden Lion's soul has transformed into Kylian. Cang Xu continued to guide and let Golden Lion Kylian continue to devour the ordinary imaginary and enhance his soul power. A little bit of time passed, I don't know how long it has passed. The spirit of Kylian transformed by the Golden Lion's soul has fully grown and reached the limit of Kylian's form. At this time, Golden Lion Kylian's body began to emit a faint light, and the soul aura fluctuated a lot. Started to evolve on its own? It's great, it's the legendary level that I like. There is a hint of joy in Cang Xu's eyes. Because he has no control over the evolution of Golden Lion Kylian? When the soul of Golden Lion Kylian reaches its limit, the next step of evolution begins. This is a symbol of autonomous evolution. This also proves the strength of the Golden Lion's soul, directly evolving independently. In this regard, Cang Xu has a high degree of concern. A little bit of time passed, and the bright light continued to flicker. After a while, when all the light disappeared, a brand new Golden Lion appeared in front of Cang Xu. Compared with before, the image of Golden Lion has not changed much, with a burly body and wild golden long hair. However, compared with the original wooden rudder, this white bone rudder will not bring any burden to Golden Lion. After a while, Golden Lion slowly opened his eyes. This is good news for Cang Xu. Of course, Charlotte Linlin's matter is just a digression. The most important thing now is the Golden Lion's matter. By the way, when it comes to Arrancar features, Charlotte Linlin, who was Arrancarized just before, also has her Arrancar features. The only difference is that Golden Lion's feet have grown out again, with a Zanpakuto hanging around his waist. This is good news. The Arrancarized Golden Lion repaired his injury, because the Golden Lion with a complete body will definitely be stronger than the Golden Lion with a broken foot. That is her head with a white pirate hat, which is the characteristic of Charlotte Linlin's Arrancar. As for the Arrancar feature of Golden Lion, it is still the white bone rudder on his head. Yes, after the success of Arrancar, Golden Lion still has a rudder on its head, made of white bones. Cang Xu quietly observes the situation of Golden Lion. Welcome back, Golden Lion. Now do you know why Roger became my subordinate? Welcome back, Golden Lion. Now do you know why Roger became my subordinate? Cang Xu spoke and looked at the Golden Lion that was successfully resurrected and reborn in the form of Arrancar. Golden Lion opened his eyes and silently looked at Cang Xu in front of him. At this time, Golden Lion still has a trace of confusion in his eyes, but soon, Golden Lion returned to calm and quiet. Feeling the power in his body, as well as the power that Roger showed before, how could Golden Lion not know what is going on? So, no wonder Roger will become your subordinate. Is this your strength? After a long time, Golden Lion let out a sigh of emotion. How could Golden Lion not perceive that kind of loyalty that penetrates into his bones? For this reason, Golden Lion was so shocked. The truth of the matter, it turned out to be like this: the reason why Roger surrendered to Cang Xu, and the reason, Golden Lion fully understood. So, what is your choice, Golden Lion? Cang Xu looked at Golden Lion quietly. The current Golden Lion has been successfully reborn in the form of Arrancar, and it is time to give him an answer. Golden Lion was silent for a long time, and finally turned into a sigh. From now on, my life is yours. When Golden Lion said this sentence, it means that Golden Lion chose to surrender. He chose to surrender under Cang Xu, just like Roger before, and become Cang Xu's subordinate. You made the best choice, Golden Lion. There was a smile on Cang Xu's face. With the addition of Golden Lion, his Espada army will become a full version. Yes, Cang Xu always feels that the previous Espada Legion is not a complete version. The huge battleship San Juan Evil Wolf of the Ninth Blade, and the Sand Crocodile Sir Crocodile of the Espada, the strength of the two is slightly lacking. There is still some gap with other Espada members. In this case, Espada, Cang Xu naturally feels imperfect. Now, Cang Xu has given birth to 2 top-tier errand cars, just to fill this vacancy. In this way, Espada is completely complete. The power of the errand car system, you can ask Roger to get familiar with your own power. Cang Xu nodded slightly and said to Golden Lion, the Golden Lion resurrected in the form of errand car and became Cang Xu's subordinate, so this battle is completely over. Since then, Cang Xu has become the biggest winner, not only successfully defeated Charlotte Linlin and defeated Kaido, but also won 2 top errand cars, Golden Lion and Charlotte Linlin. The forces under Cang Xu's command can be regarded as ushering in a skyrocket. Read more at Hotuntil Novelxies. Master Cang Xu, what do we need to do next? Letterfield came to Cang Xu, saluted respectfully, and then I would like to ask Cang Xu's next itinerary. That guy Kaido dared to attack Suya Palace although he escaped. This matter is not over yet. He no country, we have to take a trip. Cang Xu snorted coldly and said his plan. Cang Xu hasn't forgotten Kaido's escape. Although Kaido saw a bad situation in this war, he fled with his men in the first place. However, Cang Xu is not the kind of good old man who makes people bully. Since you dare to do something with him, you must be mentally prepared for destruction. Therefore, Cang Xu must take a trip to the country of Hezi. It can be said that Hezi country is Cang Xu's next very important goal, but before that, we still need to go to Dressrosa. The deal between Doflamingo and me is also time to complete. Cang Xu opened his mouth and said another thing. Cang Xu hasn't forgotten that there is still a deal between him and Doflamingo. On the other hand, Dressrosa, where Doflamingo is located, is not far away from their current location. Therefore, Cang Xu is going to Dressrosa first to complete the deal with Doflamingo. Wait until this matter is completed, then head to Wano country to find Kaido's trouble. This is his current plan. As for the way to go to these 2 locations, although Cang Xu entered New World for the first time, however, the Whitebeard pirate group has a lot of background in New World, and some are ways to get to these 2 places. So there is no need to worry about how to get to these 2 places. Yes, Master Cang Xu. Letterfield bowed and saluted, then quickly stepped back and gave Cang Xu's order. In the next time, under the control of several helmsmen of the Whitebeard pirate group, the warship set sail again and headed towards Dressrosa, seeking flowers. At the same time, when the warship set sail again, Cang Xu took Letterfield and other errand car directly back to the emptiness space and returned to the Palace of the Night. After returning to the Sud Palace, Cang Xu continued the previous thing. Guide hollow of the members of the Big Mom pirate group, and help several of them to complete the forced errand carization. Soon, Cang Xu achieved some results. The original Big Mom pirate group's dessert 4 stars. That is, Charlotte Katakuri, Charlotte Smoky, Charlotte Cracker, and Charlotte Snug 4 people, successfully reborn in the form of errand car. As for Cang Xu, the reason for helping them to forcibly become errand car is to prepare subordinate officers for Charlotte Linlin. Yes, although Charlotte Linlin has not yet become one of Espada, Cang Xu has prepared a subordinate officer for her, because Cang Xu can be sure that with Charlotte Linlin's strength, it is inevitable to become one of Espada. Prepare a subordinate officer for her first, and then you can relax. Next, it's time to rectify the Espada thing. Cang Xu murmured and went straight to the Sud Palace. Looking at the many errand cars below, Cang Xu sat on the throne. After this battle, we won a big victory, and we also got 2 new partners. According to our rules, new partners have the opportunity to challenge Espada. Cang Xu opened his mouth and said his decision. Now that Golden Lion and Charlotte Linlin have been successfully errand carized, then Espada should also be rescheduled. As for how Espada arranges, it's still the old rules. Respect the strong can become the new Espada. Regarding this, no matter Golden Lion or Charlotte Linlin, as well as Espada, which was originally ranked low, are all a little eager to try. That's it. Is this the rule of the Palace of the Night Palace? Interesting, I like this rule. So Roger, fight me again. Golden Lion had amazing eyes, staring at Roger hotly, and directly challenged Roger. The object of Golden Lion's challenge is the first edge of Roger, lost again, Golden Lion and Charlotte Linlin's losing streak. When Cang Xu said that he could challenge Espada, Golden Lion did not hesitate and challenged Roger directly. This situation makes all errand car feel a little surprised. Because Espada's rankings are all based on actual results, Roger can be the first blade, it represents Roger's strength, is one of the best. Under this circumstance, Golden Lion chose to challenge Roger, and they would not be surprised. However, this is also in line with the character of Golden Lion. With the character of Golden Lion Haki, only Roger will be regarded by him. Ha ha ha, Shiki, are you in such a hurry? Roger laughed out loud, looked at the Golden Lion and said. To be honest, Golden Lion wants to challenge him. This is also a logical thing. Roger had already predicted 1 or 2 7. However, Golden Lion has just become errand car. Mo said that he has not yet mastered the power of the errand car system, and even his own power has not fully recovered. In this case, Golden Lion directly challenged him, and the result can be imagined. However, Golden Lion doesn't care about so much, just wants to challenge Roger. No need to talk nonsense, fight or not, Roger. The Golden Lion was awe-inspiring to fight, staring closely at Roger, just wanting to have another fight with Roger. Yes, since you want to make a big fuss, then I will stay with you to the end. Regarding the challenge of Golden Lion, how could Roger not agree to it? Thinking of this, Golden Lion and Roger left the Void Palace immediately and headed to the empty battle outside. All of a sudden, a very vigorous battle started directly in the space of the solution. Letterfield, get out of my mother will defeat you. A rugged female voice came. This is the voice of Charlotte Linlin. Obviously, after Charlotte Linlin was not reconciled to others, she started to move. And Charlotte Linlin chose the challenge object. It is the lonely Redfield of the third blade. As for Charlotte Linlin, why choose to challenge Letterfield? She hasn't forgotten that she was defeated by Letterfield before. If you don't find this place back, the breath in her heart will be hard to swallow. For this reason, Charlotte Linlin chose to challenge Letterfield. You're courageous, Charlotte Linlin, have you forgotten the lesson just now? Letterfield walked out, holding an umbrella-shaped long sword, and looked at Charlotte Linlin awe-inspiringly. Read more at Hotuntil Novelxies. Since Charlotte Linlin challenged him, Letterfield naturally did not come to avoid fighting, so, Letterfield agreed to this challenge. Thinking of this, Letterfield and Charlotte Linlin walked directly out of the Void Palace and started their battle. For a time, a fierce battle came from outside the Void Palace. Golden Lion's Roger, Charlotte Linlin's Letterfield, they are all good opponents. Above the throne, Cang Xu has deep eyes, watching the battle outside the Suya Palace. The objects of these two challenges are very interesting, and Cang Xu has a little interest in these two battles. Master Cang Xu, can we also challenge? I can't wait, I want to pull down the espada in front. The ranked espada, all look forward to Cang Xu. Speaking of challenges, they are also very eager. After all, no one wants to be ranked lower. If you can defeat the previous espada members, doesn't it mean that their strength has become stronger? However, Cang Xu directly denied this matter. The challenged espada or the challenger, if they lose, will have a chance to challenge again, but they can only challenge the lower-ranked members. If you want to join the battle, you can only wait for them to challenge you. Cang Xu shook his head slightly and slowly stated his rules. If every espada wants to fight, it will cause a lot of trouble, so Cang Xu gave a new rule. As for the meaning of Cang Xu's regulations, it is also very simple. For example, if Letterfield, who was challenged by Charlotte Linlin, loses to Charlotte Linlin, then he has a chance to challenge espada again. Of course, Charlotte Linlin, who is re-challenging, cannot continue to challenge Charlotte Linlin. Similarly, if Charlotte Linlin loses, she also has a chance to challenge. Of course, if they challenge again, they can only challenge the lower-ranked members. For example, Charlotte Linlin and Letterfield. Because Letterfield is the third blade, if one of the two sides loses, then they can only challenge the lower-ranked member. After all, they couldn't even beat this espada member. How could they possibly win, the higher-ranked member? This is the rule given by Cang Xu. Regarding this, espada, who was ranked low, was suddenly helpless and could only give up the thoughts in his heart. In the next time, everyone concentrated on the two battles outside the Suya Palace. These two battles were so fierce that they almost broke the ground. Finally, Cang Xu still needs to take action to stabilize the spirit of the Suya Palace, so as to avoid the collapse of the Suya Palace. And after half a day of fierce fighting, the two battles finally came out. Golden Lion's Roger, Golden Lion lost. Charlotte Linlin vs Letterfield, Charlotte Linlin lost. Golden Lion and Charlotte Linlin, these two challengers, all lost. This is unexpected to everyone, but it feels normal. After all, Roger and Letterfield are very powerful in their own right, and coupled with the power of their Arrancar system, they also practice very deeply. In this regard, Golden Lion and Charlotte Linlin are incomparable to Roger. So there will be this result. It is also a normal thing. You also have a chance to continue to challenge. Think carefully about who you really want to challenge. 53 Cang Xu spoke lightly and said to Golden Lion and Charlotte Linlin, although they have lost one after another, they still have a chance to challenge again. And this is their last chance to challenge, because Cang Xu will not let them challenge endlessly. So, to challenge that espada member next, we must consider it carefully. Regarding this, both Golden Lion and Charlotte Linlin were slightly silent. After a long while, the two people have made a decision. Letterfield, come out and have a fight with me. Golden Lion looked at Letterfield. Golden Lion's second choice to challenge the opponent is the third blade Letterfield. This is the choice of Golden Lion, 197 brand new Espada Legion, all legendary Espada. Golden Lion chose to challenge Letterfield, which was in Cang Xu's expectation. Because Whitebeard's strength is not much different from Roger's. The current Golden Lion, because it has not mastered the power of the Arrancar system, is not Roger's opponent. Therefore, Golden Lion is naturally not Whitebeard's opponent. Although Golden Lion didn't want to admit it, he knew it very well in his heart. For this reason, Golden Lion skipped Whitebeard and chose to challenge Letterfield. Of course, Golden Lion will not give up on challenging Whitebeard and Roger. After his power is fully restored and he masters the power of the Arrancar system, Golden Lion will definitely challenge the two again. As for the challenge to Letterfield, Letterfield will naturally not refuse. You can rest, Letterfield, I will give you a chance to rest. Golden Lion looked at Letterfield and said. Letterfield had just experienced a big battle, and with the pride of Golden Lion, he would naturally not take advantage of others. Golden Lion said that he will give Letterfield time to recover. No need, don't underestimate people. 21 Shiki. In response, Letterfield snorted and rejected Golden Lion's proposal. He just had a good fight with Charlotte Linlin. However, Golden Lion has not just fought Roger. Golden Lion does not need to rest, does he need to rest? Don't underestimate him? Ha ha ha, this is just right, let's fight. Golden Lion laughed wantonly and rushed directly out of the Suya Palace. Letterfield followed out. A big battle broke out instantly. The battle between Golden Lion and Letterfield has just begun. Bullet, come out for my old lady. As for Charlotte Linlin, she chose to challenge the fifth edge of Bullet, because in the previous battle, Charlotte Linlin fought with Hades Rayleigh. After that battle, Charlotte Linlin naturally knew that she is not the fourth blade, the opponent of Pluto Rayleigh. So, after some consideration, Charlotte Linlin chose to challenge the fifth blade Bullet. In this regard, Bullet naturally has no way to refuse. For a time, the battle between Charlotte Linlin and Bullet also started directly. Golden Lion vs Letterfield. Charlotte Linlin's Bullet, read more at Hotuntil Novelcies. Two fierce battles broke out again outside the Suig Palace. This time, Golden Lion and Charlotte Linlin finally succeeded in the challenge. Although Letterfield's strength is very strong, in the legendary level, it is also a powerful existence. But helpless, the power of Golden Lion is even more powerful. With full shots, Letterfield is still a bit inferior. Golden Lion played all his cards, successfully defeated Letterfield, and successfully defeated Letterfield. Since then, Golden Lion has officially replaced Letterfield as the third blade. As for Charlotte Linlin also succeeded, although her strength has not yet recovered to its peak. However, Charlotte Linlin's soul is very special, and the soul power is very powerful, which brings a lot of harm to Bullet. So, after a bitter battle, Charlotte Linlin successfully defeated Bullet and replaced the fifth edge. Since then, Charlotte Linlin has become the new fifth edge. Good job, congratulations to you, becoming a new Espada member. As for Letterfield and Bullet, you have new opportunities to challenge. Do you have anyone you want to challenge? Cang Xu nodded slightly and said to Letterfield and Bullet. The two of them were defeated in the previous challenge, so naturally they have the new challenge qualifications, so Cang Xu asked them about it. In this regard, the two naturally have to challenge the new Espada. As for the object they challenged, there is nothing to say, it must be next in the pick. Letterfield was the original third blade. He naturally chose to challenge the fourth blade of the Hades Rayleigh. The original fifth blade Bullet naturally chose to challenge the sixth blade Dragon Slashing Samurai Frost Moon Ryoma. For a time, the fierce battle unfolded again. As for the outcome of the battle, it was naturally Letterfield and Bullet who won. In fact, it is normal to have such a result, because Cang Xu's Espada regiment pursues the creed of respect for the strong. The previous Espada rankings already represent the strength of Espada. The higher the ranking, the stronger the strength. Now, the former high-ranking Espada members challenge the lower-level Espada members. It is normal to get a victory. However, because of the victory of Letterfield and Bullet, the Hades Rayleigh and the dragon-slashing warrior Frost Moon Ryoma have also obtained brand new challenge rights. It can be said that the Espada challenge will continue in the coming time. For a time, countless fierce battles started outside the Suig Palace. As for the next challenge, there is no big surprise. Basically, the original Espada members were all Espada members who replaced the next position. Then the Espada members in the next position challenge again. It can be said that this is a time to constantly refresh the Espada rankings. Charlotte Linlin, who had successfully defeated Bullet and became the fifth blade, was challenged by Pluto Rayleigh. The Espada members in the back are basically down 2 positions, but there is no way, although their strength is the weakest among Espada, they have not even reached the legendary level. But when they get here, they will be eliminated. Since then, the brand new Espada was born again. To put it bluntly, because of the appearance of Golden Lion and Charlotte Linlin, the two occupy 2 Espada positions. Defeated by the original 7th Blade World Destroyer Bondi Waldo and the original 8th Blade Captain John, after squeezing out the ranks of Espada. Of course, in this process, one more thing happened, and this time, Espada has really become a legendary class for all members. This Espada ranking challenge is now over. As you can imagine, Rayleigh of Hades defeated Charlotte Linlin and became the new 5th Blade, while Charlotte Linlin became the new 6th Blade through challenges. In fact, the same is true when it comes to the final Espada challenge. In this case, the more uncomfortable people are the 9th Blade Giant Battleship San Juan Evil Wolf, and the Espada Sand Crocodile Sir Crocodile. Because of rounds of challenges, the original Espada members dropped 2 positions one after another. The Giant Battleship San Juan Wolf and the Sand Crocodile Sir Crocodile. Well, the new Espada has been born, and the next step is the distribution of subordinate officers. Cang Xu said, looking at Golden Lion and Charlotte Linlin. Other members of Espada, although their rankings have changed, are still in the ranks of Espada. Therefore, their subordinate officials will naturally not change. The only people who need to add subordinate officers are Golden Lion and Charlotte Linlin. As for the method of selecting subordinate officers, it is naturally the choice of Espada members. Charlotte Linlin, needless to say more. The 4 stars of Arrancar's deserts who were forced by Cang Xu before, namely the 4 of Katakuli, naturally became the subordinate officers of Charlotte Linlin. As for the officers of the Golden Lion, they were selected from the original 9th Blade Giant Battleship San Juan Evil Wolf, and the Espada Sir Crocodile. Of course, the San Juan Evil Wolves and Sir Crocodile do not have the right to refuse. Because the strong is respected, the strong have the right to choose. This is the rule of the Suig Palace. They failed, and naturally only the ones who were selected are left. As for the subordinate officers selected by Golden Lion, it is very simple. The entire original 9th Blade team was all picked up by Golden Lion. In other words, the huge battleship San Juan Wolf of the original 9th Blade, and his subordinate officers, the bandit Capone Big and the monk Urgi. All three have become subordinate officers of Golden Lion. This is the result of Golden Lion's selection. As for the Sand Crocodile Sir Crocodile of the original Espada, and his subordinate officer, Hyming Skulachman APU, they were not picked out. The reason for this is unknown to Cang Xu, perhaps because Golden Lion doesn't like sand crocodiles. However, the reason for this is not an important thing. Of course, although the two sand crocodiles were not picked away, but Cang Xu will not waste this kind of combat power. Anyway, it is also an original Espada. Therefore, Cang Xu directly arranged the two sand crocodiles under the command of Hades, Rayleigh, because Pluto Rayleigh suggested to Cang Xu that he wanted to transfer the big stomach girl Jolie Bonnie away from his subordinates. Rayleigh felt that both he and Haixiajinbei were two rough masters, and there was a female subordinate officer in his team, which was not very well managed. For this reason, Cang Xu made some adjustments and transferred Sand Crocodile and Hyming into the team of Pluto Rayleigh. As for the big stomach girl Jolie Bonnie, she was transferred to his subordinate officers by Cang Xu and became one of Cang Xu's subordinate officers. After all, Hancock and Vivi, the two subordinate officers, are not with Cang Xu. Cang Xu also needs a subordinate officer to handle some trivial matters for him. Read more at Hotental Novelxies. Therefore, Cang Xu transferred the big stomach girl Jolie Bonnie into his subordinate team. Since then, the brand new Espada Corps has been officially determined, which are First Blade, One Piece Gold Roger, Subordinate Officer, Buggy the Clown, Trafalgar Law, Death Surgeon. The Second Blade, Whitebeard Edward Newgate, Subordinate Officers, Phoenix Marco, Fire Fist Ace, Diamond Jaws, Foil Vista. The Third Blade, Golden Lion Shiki, Subordinate Officers, Huge Battleship San Juan Wolf, Gang Capone Big, Strange Monk Urki. The Fourth Blade, Baroque Redfield, The Lonely Red, Subordinate Officer, Gecko Moria, Ainula, the God of Thunder. Fifth Blade, Pluto Silver Rayleigh, Subordinate Officers, Seaman Jinbei, Sand Crocodile Sir Crocodile, Hyming Skulachman APU. Sixth Blade, Big Mom Charlotte Linlin, Subordinate Officers, Charlotte Katakuri, Charlotte Smoky, Charlotte Cracker, Charlotte Snug. Seventh Blade, Heir of the Devil Douglas Bullet, Subordinate Officer, Abelo Pizarro, the Depraved Major General X Drake. Eighth Blade, Dragon Slayer Warrior Frost Moon Ryoma, Subordinate Officer, Shiryu of Rain, Killing Warrior Kira. Ninth Blade, World Destroyer Bondi Waldo, Subordinate Officer, Bartender Basque Chote, Eustace Kid. No Espada, Captain John, Subordinate Officers, Black Moon Hunter Caitlin Daime, Magician Buggy L. Hawkins. The new Espada Legion is born, and this replanned Espada Legion far exceeds the previous Espada Legion. All Espada is completed, all of them are legendary level existences, and their subordinate officers are far more than before. Under this circumstance, Cang Xu's Espada Corps will see a surge in strength. This is the best result for Cang Xu. Since then, the adjustment of the Espada Legion is truly over here. At the same time, while Cang Xu was busy adjusting the Espada Corps, there were some changes in the outside world, because when Sui Callis was fighting with the two Four Emperors, there was big news about Morgan's Newsbird sneak shots, and after the battle, all the big news Morgans got the hands. After all, it is impossible for Morgans to miss the big news for such an explosive behavior. After some investigation, the big news Morgans directly published this explosive news on the newspaper. When the newsbirds spread this news to the sea, the whole sea exploded. Super news, the grand battle beyond the top war. Two Four Emperors vs Sui Callis. Four Emperors Kaido and Four Emperors Charlotte Linlin joined forces to ambush Cang Xu. Su Yagong made Kamui and defeated the alliance of the two Four Emperors in one fell swoop. Following the Four Emperors Whitebeard, another Four Emperors has fallen. The fall of Four Emperors Charlotte Linlin, the destruction of the Big Mom pirate group. Four Emperors Kaido lost, Beasts Pirates lost. The arrival of a new era, this era is called Sui Callis. Looking at the exaggerated headlines in various newspapers, the whole sea was shocked. This kind of shock is even more than that of the time when the war was on top. This is inevitable, Getjao, love. Although the Whitebeard pirate group was the leader of the Four Emperors at the time of the top war, Whitebeard even had the title of the strongest in the world. However, Whitebeard is only a Four Emperors after all. A Four Emperors needs it, and Marine headquarters is ready. But now, the two Four Emperors joined forces, but they were defeated by Cang Xu. Moreover, this is not a simple defeat. Charlotte Linlin, one of the Four Emperors, has fallen directly. Two Four Emperors, one death, and one escape. Such a record is simply shocking. Because of this reason, it makes people feel so shocked. It can be said that after this battle, everyone really understands one thing. The Sui Callis, which reigns over the world, really do it at this time. The king is over the world, because of the big battle at the entrance of New World. It was announced by the big news Morgans. For a time, all the forces on the sea were shocked by the strength of the Suya Palace. Since then, Cang Xu's reputation has even surpassed all Four Emperors. The title of Cang Xu has also changed slightly. Originally, Cang Xu's title was Blackwing Great Demon. But now, Cang Xu has a brand new title. Blackwing Demon? How can a mere demon be called Cang Xu? The current Cang Xu is a real demon? A demon king who reigns over the sea like a real demon king? It is the people on the sea, giving Cang Xu a new title? You know, this kind of title has almost never appeared on the sea in the past, because the title of king has a very special meaning for the people on the sea. The only person with the title of king is the former One Piece Roger, and now, there is one more existence in the sea with the title of king. This shows how Cang Xu's reputation in the sea has been improved. Squeeze the 4 emperors, the demon king who reigns over the world. This is Cang Xu, the demon king of Sui Palace. Of course, Cang Xu naturally didn't know about this, because at this time, Cang Xu is still on his way to Dressrosa. If Cang Xu knew about this, he would be very speechless. Because of this title, it's a bit blunt. However, the title is just a small matter. The most important thing is that because of Cang Xu's defeat of the alliance between Charlotte Linlin and Kaido, the pattern of the entire sea has become even more difficult. In every sea area, there are new people appearing, disturbing the order of the sea. This world has entered the stage of rampage. But even if Cang Xu knew about these things, he wouldn't pay much attention to it. The only thing that feels a headache is the marine headquarters. However, during this period of time, there has been no movement at marine headquarters. At this point, it is very abnormal, which makes everyone a little unexpected. So, everyone on the sea is watching, wanting to see what the marine headquarters do. This is inevitable. Cang Xu, the demon king of Sui Palace, has reached the highest popularity now. There is even a tendency to surpass the 4 emperors and become a new generation of kings. In this case, if there is nothing to say about marine headquarters, it is not marine headquarters. In fact, it is the same. Just 3 days after the news of World War I at the entrance of New World spread all over the world, read more at Hot Until Novelties. The news of marine headquarters finally came out. Marshal Marine Sengoku has done a good job in destroying the Whitebeard pirates and is promoted to Marine Headquarters Chief Inspector. Admiral Aokiji defeated Admiral Akainu and was promoted to Marine's new Marshal. Admiral position is vacant. Marine Headquarters conduct world conscription, recruit new Admiral, Super Monster Rookie, make a splash. The newly promoted Admiral, new Admiral, Fujitora, Green Bull, unprecedented Admiral lineup, Kizaru, Akainu, Fujitora, Green Bull, Super Spec Admiral lineup, the determination of Marine Headquarters, the determination of the world government. Pieces of news, accompanied by printed newspapers, spread to every corner of the world, and this time the news also brought a huge shock to the world. Marine Headquarters Marshal Sengoku abdicated, and the new marshal who succeeded is the original Admiral Aokiji. This incident shocked everyone. Because of Admiral Akainu, the original call to inherit the position of marshal is also very high. The senior officials of the world government all hope that Akainu will inherit the position of marshal. For this reason, there was a big battle between Akainu and Aokiji. However, because at the top of the war, Akainu was cut off by the furious Roger, although later, after treatment, Akainu's injuries have fully recovered. But the lost left arm can't be recovered naturally. In this regard, Akainu and Kizaru before, the situation is completely different. After all, Kizaru's arm is only abolished, and there is still the possibility of healing. But Akainu's arm was completely severed, and naturally there was no way to recover. You can only learn from the former Admiral Zephyr and equip yourself with a special robotic arm. Therefore, the overall strength of Akainu has dropped a little after all. For this reason, when fighting for the position of marshal, Akainu was slightly weaker and finally lost to Aokiji. Therefore, Aokiji succeeded in seizing the position of marshal. On this point, it is slightly different from the original history, because in the original book, Aokiji and Akainu fought, Aokiji was defeated, and Akainu inherited the position of marshal. But now, the situation is directly reversed. Thinking about it this way, Aokiji has to thank Cang Xu. If it hadn't been for Cang Xu to resurrect Roger, there would be no Akainu broken arm, and then missed the position of marshal. It can only be said that the world has long changed beyond recognition because of the arrival of Cang Xu. For this reason, Aokiji became the new marine marshal. As for Akainu, although Akainu lost in the process of fighting for the marshal, but Akainu's ideal is to implement absolute justice. For this reason, he was not as good as the original Aokiji, and chose to leave the marine headquarters, instead continuing to serve as admiral. Moreover, with the permission of the world government, the marine headquarters carried out a world conscription and found 2 super monsters who were extremely powerful. This is something that has never happened before in history. The other positions at all levels have also recruited many capable people. For this reason, the strength of marine headquarters has ushered in tremendous growth. Because of fear of Cang Xu's power, the world government has relaxed a lot of restrictions on the marine headquarters. For this reason, the marine headquarters, which has become more powerful, made the raging sea a little more stable. P.S. Thank you Shizun for your great reward. Thank you very much. Thank you. I would rather lower the control over marine headquarters and make marine headquarters stronger, so as to face the threat of Cang Xu. It can also be seen to what extent the world government's fear of Cang Xu has reached. That is Fujitora and Green Bull, because the stronger the marine headquarters, the better for civilians, and their lives will be more protected. Because of their conscription in the world, the 2 of them showed great splendor and showed their extremely powerful strength. When the marine headquarters announced these things, the sea became lively again. Therefore, marine headquarters has formed an unprecedented 4 admiral lineup. In fact, the same is true, because the Marine Headquarters conducts world conscription. It is not just Admiral's quota that has been increased. For civilians, this is good news. Because of the great movement of Marine Headquarters, the sea that has run wild has a tendency to ease. Everyone is watching. What kind of collision will there be between the more powerful Marine Headquarters and the Demon King Cang Xu's Void Knight Palace? These things have made the current situation of the sea become weird and unpredictable. It can be said that the world now has become completely different. Everyone is looking forward to it. I want to see what kind of battle will be between the more powerful Marine Headquarters and the Demon King Cang Xu's Knight Palace. Cang Xu doesn't know anything about these things. Because at this time, Cang Xu is still in the Sui Palace, watching the exercise between Espada and the subordinate officials. Because of Espada and their subordinate officers, many of them have just completed the Arrancarization existence. You need to be constantly familiar with the Arrancar system before you can master the power of Arrancar. For this reason, the members of Espada and their subordinate officers basically did not leave the space of liberation. In this process, Cang Xu sometimes guides them. After all, in the field of Arrancar, there is no Arrancar that can match Cang Xu, because Cang Xu is the origin of all Arrancar. All the Arrancars in the pirate world now extend from Cang Xu. The improvement of Arrancar's strength is also of great benefit to Cang Xu. For this reason, after the establishment of the new Espada Corps, Cang Xu did not leave the space immediately. At the same time, when Cang Xu instructed Arrancars to let them master the capabilities of the Arrancar system faster, there are some new moves on the world government side. Holy Land Mary Geosa. In the highest building, there is a special meeting room. 5 powerful elderly people sat on the sofa and looked down at the view of Mary Geosa, a holy place. This is the leader of the world government, the 5 people who hold the highest authority. The world calls them 5 elders. Aokiji has been promoted to Marshal Marine. Marine Headquarters is enlisted in the world. Fujitora and Green Bull, 2 top combat forces, join Marine Headquarters. Now, the strength of Marine Headquarters has surpassed any previous era. This is not a good thing. The Marine Headquarters is just an organization under the world government and should not have excessive power. The Marine Headquarters, which holds a powerful hand, is not a good thing for the world government. But, in order to deal with Cang Xu of Sui Palace, this is a must. 5 elders is discussing the current situation. The reason why they agreed that the world conscription of Marine Headquarters is to deal with Cang Xu's Void Knight Palace. No way, Cang Xu's Sui Palace is in battle after battle. The power displayed, the more terrifying, even shocked 5 elders. Because this level of power has far exceeded their expectations, and even made them feel jealous. They must improve their own strength before they can completely wipe out Cang Xu. Read more at Hot Until Novelxies. But it's not enough. 5 elders. At this time, a cold voice sounded. A figure wearing a black cloak slowly walked out from the direction of the door. Under the black cloak, a face with short red hair and 3 scratches on the left eye was revealed. This is the red-haired Shanks, one of the 4 emperors. The red hair came to the Holy Land Mary Geosa, and when no one knew it, he came directly to the core area of the world government. If the outside world knows about this, it will definitely be shocked. Red hair, what are your plans for coming here this time? 5 elders raised their heads slightly and looked at the red hair one after another. But their eyes are very calm, and they seem to have known the arrival of red hair a long time ago. In fact, there have been some deals between 5 elders and red hair. For this reason, Hungfa is here now, and they have no accident at all. Very simple, the reason I came here is the same as you guys. I plan to work with Marine Headquarters. No, join forces with the world government to deal with the Sui Palace. The red hair looked solemnly, and said a word slowly. When the red hair said this, 5 elders was a little shocked. Although, in the early years, there were some secret transactions between them and the red hair. But in the final analysis, the red hair is a true sea king, the red-haired Shanks of one of the 4 emperors. Now, the red hair came here specially and said to them in person, want to join forces with the world government to deal with the Sui Palace. This news is also very shocking for 5 elders. You don't need to be so surprised. The reason I made this decision is also after some careful consideration. With the spies of the world government, you should know about the battle at the entrance of New World. Seeking flowers. The redhead spoke and asked 5 elders back. In response, 5 elders nodded slightly and did not deny the matter. The battle at the entrance of New World, the world government naturally knows. Because of the choice of the new marshal and the conscription of the world, the Marine Headquarters has no way to go and conquer the Sui Palace. But Redhead, you also appeared on the scene. The voice of 5 elders is very cold. To be honest, the battle at the entrance of New World was also a rare opportunity for the world government. However, at that point in time, the Marine Headquarters is undergoing the alternation of the old and new marshals, as well as the world conscription. For this reason, the world government could not draw enough troops to go to the New World to encircle and suppress the Sui Palace. This is the reason why Marine Headquarters did not appear in the previous battle. 0. However, the fact that people from the world government did not go to the scene does not mean that they did not understand anything. On the contrary, the world government also has a full understanding of the previous war, because the current Sui Palace has become a thorn in the eyes of the world government. Therefore, the world government specially dispatched a small team to keep an eye on the situation of the Sui Palace at any time. For this reason, 5 elders also knew that red hair pirates also appeared in that battle at the time. This matter makes 5 elders very dissatisfied, because they think, what the hell is Redhead doing secretly again? At that time, in the battle between Charlotte Linlin and Kaido and Cang Xu in the Suig Palace, I was also on the scene. I specially boarded the warship of the Suig Palace and had an exchange with the Demon King Cang Xu. It is also for this reason, so I have made a decision and intend to cooperate with you again. The redhead Shanks raised his head, looked at 5 elders seriously, and slowly said his thoughts. It was because of that conversation that he planned to work with 5 elders again. Why? Red hair, what happened between you and the devil Cang Xu? 5 elders was very puzzled and didn't know the redhead thoughts. Because after that conversation, I discovered one thing. The devil Cang Xu is an irretrievable lunatic. Redhead Shanks solemnly said a word slowly. After that conversation, I found that the devil Cang Xu is an irretrievable lunatic. When the redhead Shanks solemnly said this, the expression of 5 elders was a little surprised. Because they didn't expect that the red-haired Shanks would actually say such a thing. The devil Cang Xu said, he wants to completely subvert this crazy era. With his ability, with the ability of the Suig Palace, he definitely has the strength to do such a thing. It can be said that Cang Xu is a new Rock's DZ-back. If this is the case, the entire world will be destroyed in his hands. This is something I don't allow. I don't want to see it. Things happened again 36 years ago. So, I want to stop the Demon King Cang Xu, stop the madness of the Suig Palace. Shanks's face is very firm, especially when talking about Locke's 130 DZ-back. A strange awkwardness flashed across the red-haired face. All this fell into the eyes of 5 elders. They naturally know what happened back then. Even when the red hair said these words, they already believed it. Because the origin of red hair is a little bit special. You know, the great event 36 years ago was the Battle of the Valley of Gods. In the Battle of the Valley of Gods, it was Rock's DZ-back, who led the extremely powerful Rock's pirate. Bring the young Whitebeard, Golden Lion, and Charlotte Linlin, Kaido, even Silver Axe, John, Wangji, and other guys. Intend to attack celestial dragons and their slaves to attack the world government? How could 5 elders forget this matter? That can be said to be one of the rare major crises that the world government has encountered in the past 100 years. As for why this matter is related to red hair, this is also obvious. You know, the Battle of the Valley of Gods took place 36 years ago, and the red-haired Shanks was 37 years old. Obviously, the origin of red hair has some special connections with the Battle of the Valley of Gods back then. Moreover, the Battle of the Valley of the Gods that year had a huge impact on the redhead's life. Therefore, redheads are so yearning for stability and do not want the sea to fall into madness. This is the main reason why he chose to go to the opposite of Cang Xu. Shanks, what a good name. A 5 elders with long beard and hair slowly said a word. Shanks Locks. This is really a special name, and I don't know how that person came up with this name. As soon as this sentence was said, Shanks's face suddenly became very cold. I don't like you. I mentioned my name deliberately. Read more at Hotuntil Novelxies. The red-haired Shanks exudes an amazing aura, staring coldly at the 5 elders in front of him. Obviously, this is a taboo topic for Shanks, and I don't want to mention it. In response, 5 elders glanced at each other and smiled silently, but said nothing more. There are some things that they know in their hearts, and they just need to know them well, but there is no need to say them. But one thing is certain, they can still trust Shanks the redhead. This is the consensus they have formed after several cooperations. It can be said, Red Hair, we agree to your proposal. The world government can work with you to deal with the Suig Palace Cang Xu. 5 elders looked at each other and seemed to have a special exchange. Soon, 5 elders made a decision and said to the Red Hair, they agreed to Shanks' proposal. They agreed to join forces with Red Hair pirates to deal with Cang Xu's Void Palace. No, this is far from enough. Although you have enough information, you can know the situation of that great war. But you haven't seen that one with your own eyes. You don't know how powerful the Suig Palace is, how amazing it is. With our strength, it is not enough to deal with that one Suig Palace. Shanks shook his head slightly, looked at 5 elders and said, a touch of fear flashed in his eyes. It is precisely because he has seen Cang Xu with his own eyes and the Suig Palace under Cang Xu. That's why Shanks really understood how powerful Cang Xu's Suig Palace was. That is a terrorist force that is many times more terrifying than Rock's pirate. There are many legendary levels, and there are even many Shishibukai level powerhouses, not to mention the next supernova. The power of that level has far surpassed the ordinary 4 emperors' power. In fact, the same is true. Compare it with the previous battle and you will know it. The power of the Suya Palace can even defeat the combined strength of the 2 4 emperors. Only the red hair pirates of the 4 emperors level and the world government teamed up to completely take down the Palace of the Night. It is not so easy. What's more, as the manager of the world, it is impossible for the world government to mobilize all forces to deal with Cang Xu. They also need to guard many sea areas. According to Hungfa's estimation, the world government dispatched at most 1 marine headquarters. In this case, it is only the cooperation between red hair pirates and marine headquarters. Although the strength is strong, it is not enough to suppress the Void Knight Palace. You know, in that battle, his original captain Roger, the Pirate King, did not appear on the battlefield. As for Cang Xu himself, although he has never done anything from start to finish, the strength of Cang Xu, naturally needless to say. Earlier, Cang Xu also had hands-on deeds. With your own strength, sweep Impel down. In Alabaston, defeat Admiral Kizaru with 1 move. This is enough to show that Cang Xu itself is also a top combat power. In fact, the same is true as the owner of the Void Knight Palace. Cang Xu can surrender so many legendary existences, and his own strength is naturally impossible. For these reasons, Shanks has never underestimated the strength of the Suya Palace. According to Shanks's guess, even if Red Hair Pirates and Marine Headquarters join forces, they may only have a 6-tier chance of winning. This is still a chance of victory that can only be achieved if the Marine Headquarters is engaged in world conscription and the strength is greatly increased. Although it seems that the odds are more than half, it is already pretty good. But in the eyes of Redheads, this is far from enough. Redhead Shanks knows very well that if you really want to start this top-notch battle, you must do your best in 53 and destroy the Night Palace in one fell swoop. Otherwise, it is estimated that they will have no chance in the future, because the growth rate of the Suya Palace is really terrible. Every time I see it, the strength of the Suya Palace will rise by leaps and bounds. It can be said that they only have one chance. Therefore, they need more power. Well, what do you think, Redhead? 5 elders looked at the Redhead and wanted to know what Shanks had plans. It's very simple. Together with another 4 emperors, Kaido's Beasts Pirates, this is a very good choice. The Redhead Shanks raised his head and looked at the 5 elders in front of him seriously. Marine Headquarters united 4 emperors, an unprecedented crazy battle, the conspiracy of Lord Yim. Subscribe for subscription. With another 4 emperors, we must be able to defeat Cang Xu's Suig Palace. Beasts Pirates from Kaido, this is a very good choice. When the Redhead said this idea, 5 elders suddenly couldn't sit still, and there was a hint of shock on his face. Because they didn't expect the Red Hair to say such words. You know, Kaido is also one of the 4 emperors. Normally, with the exception of Red Hair, the rest of the 4 emperors are arrogant people, and it is impossible to choose to join forces with the world government. So, 5 elders was shocked by the Redhead's proposal. Don't think that this is impossible. I think Kaido now is happy to be in alliance with us. Because of him now, the most hated enemy should be Cang Xu, Suig Palace. The Red Hair shook his head slightly, seeming to have seen 5 elders' thoughts, and said slowly to 5 elders. Joining hands with Kaido, this is the decision made by the Red Hair after careful consideration. On the one hand, Kaido's Beasts Pirates was defeated by Cang Xu's hand in the Night Palace. With Kaido's indispensable character, he will definitely not expose this incident easily. It can be said that they have a common enemy, and this enemy is extremely powerful. Therefore, the possibility of Kaido joining forces with them is still great. After all, Kaido had already joined forces with Charlotte Linlin before. It is not impossible to join hands with them now. On the other hand, despite a battle at the entrance to New World, Kaido was defeated. But as one of the 4 emperors, Kaido is still very powerful and can be a huge boost for them. If they can join forces with Kaido, their odds of winning will be greatly increased. In fact, the same is true, Kaido's Beasts Pirates and Shanks' Red Hair Pirates, as well as the army at Marine Headquarters. These 3 forces are the top forces on the sea. Together, their strength will be greatly increased. This is not an alliance between Kaido and Charlotte Linlin, it can be compared. In this case, they have a greater chance of winning against Cang Xu's Suig Palace. It can be said that this is a very good choice for their tripartite forces. This is the idea of Redheads. So, what Redheads need to do right now is to persuade 5 elders. As long as 5 elders agrees to this matter can basically be established. As for whether 5 elders will agree, the Redhead is very confident. Because the Redhead believes that 5 elders are not stupid people, they can see that this matter has reached a very serious point. As long as 5 elders still hopes to maintain the status of the world government, they will definitely agree to it. So, we promised. Read more at Hot Until Novelties. 5 elders glanced at each other, as if after some discussion, they directly agreed to this matter. For 5 elders, as long as things are beneficial to the world government, they will not refuse. In fact, it is the same. You know, in order to eliminate Rock's pirate, they could even agree to let the Marine Headquarters and Roger Pirates join forces. Now, just join forces with 4 emperors. What can't it be? That's it, Marine Headquarters, I'll leave it to you. As for Kaido, I will convince him. The Red Hair nodded slightly, put on the black robe again, and walked slowly out of the Holy Land Meiji-Oase. It can be said that this matter is here, and basically there is a result. The Marine Headquarters under the world government will join forces with 4 emperors. That is, Red Hair Pirates, and Beasts Pirates. Let's fight Cang Xu's Suig Palace together. This war will definitely affect the outcome of the world. No matter which side wins, the whole world will usher in the final direction. At the same time, after the Red Hair left, 5 elders slowly walked out of the conference room. Come to the deepest part of Meiji-Oase, a building called Between Flowers, and in the center between the flowers is a throne called the Void Throne. This is the throne of power that represents the world government, and no one can be on this throne. At this time, a mysterious figure representing a mask sits on the Void Throne. I have seen Lord Yim. 5 elders looked serious and came to the Void Throne. Then, 5 elders knelt down one after another, saluting the mysterious masked man above the Void Throne. If this scene is seen by outsiders, it will definitely be shocked. The 5 leaders who hold the highest authority in the world government are creeping in front of a mysterious person at this time. This is the real king of the world. In fact, it is the same as the world government, the most mysterious existence. The identity is very mysterious. Even celestial dragons don't even know that the world government has such a true king. What's the matter? A hoarse and deep voice came from under Master Yim's mask. Master Yim, I have some doubts, and I want to ask Master. 5 elders said respectfully, and didn't dare to stand up, just kneel down to ask. Say, my lord asked me to wait and promised Red Hair to join forces with Kaido. Is this something wrong? The red-haired temperament, I know very well, he hopes that the situation in the sea is stable and will not be indiscriminately. However, Kaido is an unstable bomb, and there is the possibility of rebellion at any time. Cooperating with Kaido is undoubtedly looking for the skin of a tiger. Why did the adults make me wait for the red hair condition? 5 elders said slowly expressing their doubts. If the red hair is here, he will definitely be shocked by the words of 5 elders. 130. Because 5 elders agreed to cooperate with him, it was all the decision of Lord Yim. Master Yim drew out a small sword and pierced it directly on the table, and on the table in front of Master Yim, there are several reward orders. He wants to take this opportunity to directly solve all the troubles and let the world return to the rule of the world government, instead of on the spot, directly agree to the red hair's request. In this battle, I want to completely change the whole world. However, Lord Yim's thoughts are even more amazing. Cang Xu has great ambitions, and redheads have their own ideas. Let the whole world, all back on track. In fact, the same is true during the meeting just now. Lord Yim secretly sent an order to let them agree to cooperate with the red hair. Otherwise, with 5 elders' prudent character, a decision will be made after some deliberations. This is Master Yim's conspiracy. For this reason, 5 elders agreed so simply. Among them, there is a reward order from Cang Xu, a reward order from Red Hair, and even a reward order from Kaido. It's very simple, because I want to launch the world's largest battlefield. Whether it is Cang Xu, the red-haired Shanks, or Kaido, I want to catch them all at once. The discussion between Red Hair and 5 elders, and the conspiracy from Lord Yim, Cang Xu is still unclear about these things, because the current Cang Xu is still on his way to Dressrosa. At this time, Cang Xu's warship stopped, because in front of the warship, there is a special character blocking the way of the warship. It was a small boat with a coffin board, with white candles lit around the boat, with a small mast like a cross, just like a small sailing ship. A man dressed in a knight's uniform with a black face and a red bottom, carrying a gorgeous black sword like a cross, and with sharp eyes like an eagle, standing on the boat, facing Cang Xu's warship. That is 7 warlords of the sea, the world's largest swordsman, Mihawk Hawkeye. The pirates in charge of controlling the warship's helmsman have already recognized the identity of the opponent. They were originally the helmsmen of the Whitebeard pirates, and they have a certain understanding of various celebrities. If they didn't admit their mistakes, it should be one of the 7 warlords of the sea, the Hawkeye Mihawk, who has the name of the world's #1 swordsman. To be honest, although Hawkeye Mihawk is also one of 7 warlords of the sea, but the big pirates in New World, no one has ever dared to despise Hawkeye Mihawk, because they all know that the strength of Hawkeye far exceeds that of ordinary Shishibukai. Even in New World, it is a top-notch existence. You know, the title of the world's #1 swordsman is not just a talk, but a battle after battle. Even the battle between Eagle Eye Mihawk and 4 emperors red-haired Shanks is still talked about. This is enough to prove the strength of the Hawkeye Mihawk. For this reason, when Mihawk appeared, the pirates at the helm were a little panicked. Send the message to Hueco Mundo, and report what happened here to Master Cang Xu. The helmsman said quickly, sending a message to the solution space. This is inevitable. Cang Xu will naturally enter the space of emptiness, and will naturally leave a way of contact with the outside world. As for the method, it is actually very simple, leaving an errand car, that is enough. Once something happens outside, Cang Xu can use errand car to learn about the outside world. Soon, a black crack appeared on the deck of the warship. The figures of Cang Xu and Leadfield slowly on the deck. Obviously, Cang Xu has received the report and came directly out of the solution space. Is Mihawk, Hawkeye, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, is it here to find Shuanjai or Ryoma? Cang Xu's eyes turned slightly, and he instantly guessed what Hawkeye Mihawk came from. If he guessed correctly, Mihawk Hawkeye appeared here, it should be for the Dragon Slayer Samurai Frost Moon Ryoma. Read more at Hotmail Novelxies. Cang Xu has not forgotten that during the war at the top, the Hawkeye Mihawk, the world's largest swordsman, challenged the dragon-slashing warrior Shuanjaio Ryoma as a swordsman. It was only because at that time, Frost Moon Ryoma was busy executing Cang Xu's orders, and had no time to fight Hawkeye Mihawk. Therefore, the battle between the two did not start. And now, Cang Xu and others have entered the new world, and Mihawk naturally came to the door. Naturally, Cang Xu would not say much about this. With a big wave of his hand, Cang Xu opened the emptiness space and summoned the 8th-edged dragon-slashing warrior Frost Moon Ryoma directly. Master Cang Xu, what can you tell me to summon me? Wait, that was the great swordsman that I met at the marine headquarters. Frost Moon Ryoma appeared on the deck and respectfully bowed a samurai to Cang Xu. However, Frost Moon Ryoma also recognized the identity of Hawkeye Mihawk for the first time. Without him, that amazing sword intent. Even if there is a long distance away, Frost Moon Dragon Horse can be found in the first place. In response, Shuanjai Longma opened his eyes instantly, and his body released an astonishing sword intent. Obviously, he is also very eager for the challenge of Mihawk Hawkeye, and wants to fight Hawkeye Mihawk. This is from the instinct of the great swordsman. Go, don't embarrass me. Cang Xu smiled lightly and said to Xuanzhao Longma, "For the battle between the great swordsmen, what reason does he have to stop it?" Regarding this, Xuanzhao Longma was overjoyed and saluted Cang Xu. Frost Moon Ryoma rushed directly down the warship, and on the road paved by Lingzi, rushed directly to Hawkeye My Hawk. "Hawkeye My Hawk, challenge your excellency." "No nonsense, Hawkeye My Hawk holds the supreme sharp sword Black Sword Knight." In the direction of Xuanzhao Longma, he swung an amazing slash. War. Frost Moon Ryoma holds a black sword Kyushui, and directly slashes with flying, responding to the challenge of Hawkeye My Hawk. A battle of the world's largest swordsmen from different eras is about to break out on the sea. Rumble. For a time, the roar continued from the sea. However, Hawkeye My Hawk is different from Frost Moon Ryoma. There is no way like Arrancar, you can pave the way with your spirit and give yourself a relay point. For this reason, the battle between Hawkeye My Hawk and Frost Moon Ryoma was directly transferred to a deserted island next to it. In response, Cang Xu ordered his generals to approach the deserted island. Because of this battle, the world's #1 swordsman, Cang Xu would not want to miss it. In fact, it proves that Cang Xu's idea is correct. After setting foot on the desert island, the Hawkeye My Hawk's combat power has been brought into play, showing amazing power. In fact, the same is true My Hawk, the Hawkeye, was able to tie the redhead shanks. It can be said that this is a visual feast, no less than a battle of top combat power. It seems that it would be a good idea to incorporate My Hawk into the Palace of the Night. Cang Xu was suddenly moved. From this we can see how strong the Hawkeye My Hawk is. It didn't take long for the entire deserted island to be cut open directly. However, Xuanzhao Ryoma and Hawkeye My Hawk, at this time, can no longer take care of a lot, and they are fighting frantically. Loud rumbling noises are constantly coming from the deserted island. Two amazing slashes, under the collision, directly cut the atmosphere, and even directly cut the desert island in half. Claw. Although the red hair at that time had not yet become the 4 emperors, the strength of the red hair itself was originally very powerful, comparable to Admiral, and even infinitely close to the legendary power. Cang Xu's eyes shone slightly, because he didn't expect that My Hawk, who is just one of the 7 warlords of the sea, still has such strength. Good. In this battle, Cang Xu also really saw the strength of the world's largest swordsman, attract the Hawkeye My Hawk. Cang Xu had this idea a long time ago. In other words, at the beginning, My Hawk Hawkeye was one of Cang Xu's Espada candidates, because all aspects of My Hawk's conditions are in line with Cang Xu's requirements. However, while in the Devil's Triangle, Cang Xu inadvertently found the Dragon Slayer warrior Frost Moon Dragon Horse. Frost Moon Ryoma was also the world's #1 swordsman several times ago, and his achievements in Kendo are no less than that of Hawkeye My Hawk. It can be said that the appearance of the dragon-slashing warrior Frost Moon Dragon Horse has made up for the flaws of the Sui Callus. So after that, Cang Xu's idea of attracting My Hawk Hawkeye was not so strong. Until now, I saw the swordsman battle between the dragon-slashing samurai Frost Moon Ryoma and My Hawk Hawkeye. In Cang Xu's mind, he once again had the idea of attracting My Hawk Hawkeye, because in terms of Kendo strength, Hawkeye My Hawk is very powerful, and it can even be said to be the ultimate. Just talking about the cultivation of Kendo, Hawkeye My Hawk can even say that it is infinitely close to the dragon-slashing samurai Frost Moon Ryoma. It can be said that in giving Hawkeye My Hawk some time, it is possible to surpass Frost Moon Dragon Horse. In fact, the same is true. My Hawk's perception of Kendo is amazing. Of course, in other respects, the Hawkeye My Hawk is much inferior. For example, the blessing brought by the power of Arrancar to Frost Moon Dragon Horse. The powerful body of Minos Grande brings continuous power to Frost Moon Dragon Horse. Defensive steel skin, high-speed recovery, and other special Arrancar skills are all greatly blessed by Frost Moon Dragon Horse. In these aspects, My Hawk can't compare with Hawkeye. In fact, it is the same. With the progress of the battle, the victory and defeat of this battle has gradually been revealed. Although My Hawk, the Kendo cultivation base is very powerful, but with the high-intensity battle, Hawkeye My Hawk was out of breath at this time. Because of his physical strength, as well as his armament haki, there is a lot of consumption. On the other hand, Xuanzhao Longma had a stable breath at this time, without the slightest fatigue. At this point, the outcome of the two sides is actually very obvious. And these are the advantages that the power of the Arrancar system brings to Frost Moon Dragon Horse. Soon, the battle between Frost Moon Ryoma and Hawkeye My Hawk is coming to an end. Hawkeye My Hawk was defeated and lost in the hands of Frost Moon Ryoma. I lost, I am worthy of being the world's #1 swordsman before. Hawkeye My Hawk has no image at all, lying directly on a rock, panting and looking at Frost Moon Ryoma and said, he lost? The result is out, and My Hawk Hawkeye will not deny it. Because of this battle, he played very happy. Read more at Hotel Novelties. Since the redhead broke his arm, he has encountered such a powerful swordsman for the first time. This is his happiest thing. Even if he was defeated by Frost Moon Ryoma, Hawkeye My Hawk didn't feel any sadness. Formidable swordsman, I recognize your power. In fact, your Kendo strength shocked me, no less than the peak period before the next lifetime. You are a powerful swordsman. It's a pity, now you are facing me as Arrancar. Without the blessing of Arrancar's power, maybe I can't beat you yet. Frosty Moon Ryoma looked serious, looked at Hawkeye My Hawk and said, to be honest, Frost Moon Ryoma recognizes the strength of the Hawkeye My Hawk very much, and can even be said to be shocked. because the power shown by Mihawk Hawkeye has far surpassed all the swordsmen he has seen. According to his guess, the strength of Hawkeye Mihawk can even be comparable to his peak. This is a very high evaluation. If it wasn't for him, he would be reborn in the form of Arrancar. Physical fitness, as well as all aspects of physical functions, have far surpassed the original peak period. Maybe, he may not be able to defeat Hawkeye Mihawk? Arrancar? What is Arrancar? Hawkeye Mihawk raised his head and looked at Frost Moon Ryoma suspiciously, not knowing what Frost Moon Ryoma meant. Arrancar is what I call someone who is waiting for rebirth regardless. Lord Cang Xu didn't forbid talking about this, let me tell you next. Xuanjiao Longma groaned slightly, and then slowly told Hawkeye Mihawk about Arrancar. After all, Cang Xu has never said that it is not allowed to leak Arrancar's affairs. What's more, Xuanjiao Longma also feels that Master Cang Xu should be interested in Mihawk. If this opportunity can be used to make Hawkeye Mihawk also an Arrancar, perhaps it is also a good choice. For this reason, Frost Moon Ryoma slowly said, telling Mihawk about Arrancar. At the same time, on the sea near the desert island, the warship is docked here, waiting for the return of Frost Moon Dragon Horse. The battle is over. Frost Moon Ryoma won, as I am worthy of being a member of Espada. Cang Xu murmured. He naturally knew the result of the battle. The reason why he is still here now is because he is waiting for the return of Frost Moon Dragon Horse. After a while, a figure wearing a samurai uniform came out from the direction of the desert island. Frost Moon Ryoma is back. And Xuanjiao Ryoma came back this time with a man with eagle eyes. Hawkeye Mihawk was also brought back by Frost Moon Ryoma. Master Cang Xu, I was fortunate enough to survive and successfully defeated the opponent without letting the adults down. Xuanjiao Longma came to Cang Xu and saluted Cang Xu. Good job. Cang Xu nodded slightly and praised Xuanjiao Longma. Master Cang Xu, I have an unrelenting request. Can Mihawk also be hollow into Arrancar? Xuanjiao Ryoma bowed and said to Mihawk Hawkeye. As soon as this sentence came out, Cang Xu was a little stunned. Because he didn't expect that Frost Moon Longma would say such a thing. Yes, please, let me transform into Arrancar. Hawkeye Mihawk walked out by himself, came to Cang Xu, and asked Cang Xu to say. This time, Cang Xu was a little confused. This is the first time Cang Xu has met someone who wants to take the initiative to Hollow. You know, before Hollow, most of them were defeated by Cang Xu, forcing Hollow to become false. This is the first time that Cang Xu has met someone who has made himself Hollow in such an active request. Mihawk, I really want to know, why do you have such an idea? Cang Xu groaned, instead of directly agreeing to this matter, but inquiring about Mihawk's thoughts. He wanted to know what happened to Hawkeye Mihawk that would have such an idea. Cang Xu is very curious about this. Hawkeye Mihawk looked firm, looked straight into Cang Xu's eyes, and slowly said his answer. The reason why he wants to become Arrancar is to pursue a higher realm of kendo. In this regard, Hawkeye Mihawk has been sufficiently verified from Frost Moon Ryoma. Success Arrancar's Frost Moon Dragon Horse is far more powerful than before his death time. Even, according to Xuanjiao Longma's description, he has broken the original bottleneck and touched a higher realm. What's more, Hawkeye Mihawk himself was also defeated by Frost Moon Ryoma. These things all prove one thing. If he can become Arrancar, maybe he can break his own bottleneck and pursue a higher realm of kendo? This is what Hawkeye Mihawk thinks. I have to say that Mihawk Hawkeye is a pure swordsman. What his hind pursues is a higher realm of kendo. Other than that, he has no pursuit. In fact, the same is true, although the Hawkeye Mihawk is one of the 7 warlords of the sea. However, he was never a real pirate. He has been wandering in the sea for so many years and has never formed his own pirate group. What I usually do is to sharpen my kendo. Why did Mihawk become friends with the redhead Shanks? It's not because the red hair is also a rare swordsman in the sea, and his strength is very powerful. Unfortunately, since Red Hair lost an arm in the East China Sea 10 years ago, Hawkeye Mihawk has not been interested in fighting with Red Hair, because in his opinion, losing an arm and red hair on the kendo can no longer become his opponent. And now, a Frost Moon Dragon Horse who is 1 point stronger than him has just become his goal. It can be said that Hawkeye Mihawk has a new goal. Therefore, he intends to learn Frost Moon Dragon Horse, become Arrancar, break his own upper limit, and pursue higher kendo. This is the idea of Mihawk, a standard sword idiot. So that's it. Is this what you think? I agreed. Cang Xu turned his eyes slightly, looked at the eagle-eyed Mihawk in front of him, and directly agreed to this matter. In fact, this can be said to be a good thing for Cang Xu. Hawkeye Mihawk itself is a top-level swordsman genius, and is also the world's largest swordsman in the contemporary world, with extremely powerful combat power. If Hawkeye Mihawk can become Arrancar, then Cang Xu will definitely add a top powerhouse. For Cang Xu, how could he refuse such a good thing? For this reason, after knowing Mihawk's plan, Cang Xu directly agreed to this matter. Even, in order to avoid Hawkeye Mihawk regretted it. Read more at Hotantal Novelxies. Cang Xu directly helped Mihawk hollow on the spot, directly destroy the breath of Hawkeye Mihawk, and then summon the soul of Hawkeye Mihawk, and directly hollow the soul of Hawkeye Mihawk. Hollow, an imposing imaginary appeared in front of Cang Xu. Go in, devour those ordinary voids, and enhance your soul power. Cang Xu opened the emptiness space, let the Hawkeye Mihawk void enter the emptiness space, let it swallow the ordinary emptiness in the emptiness space. Time passes a little bit. When Cang Xu summoned the soul of my Hawk Hawkeye again, the void that the soul of my Hawk Hawkeye had transformed into Kylian. I have to say that my Hawk's soul power is extremely high. In a very short time, let his soul power grow up, even to the limit of Kylian. Huh? The pale white light appeared on Hawkeye my Hawk Kylian's body, covering his body. Is this an independent errand car? It seems I have found the treasure. A gleam of light flashed in Cang Xu's eyes. You know, autonomous errand car is a sign? Can carry out autonomous errand car, there are only 2 up. Or just like Vivi, the soul quality is very good, with special qualities, it is easier to approach the edge of errand car. Either like Roger and other legendary level, the soul power is very strong, directly with the powerful soul power, let yourself directly errand car. Obviously, the Hawkeye my Hawk belongs to the second category. It is precisely because of my Hawk Hawkeye, which has infinitely close to the legendary level of power, coupled with the speciality of Kendo. Therefore, Hawkeye my Hawk Kylian directly stepped into the ranks of autonomous errand car. This is naturally a good thing for Cang Xu, seeking flowers. Because the Minos Grande of independent errand car, no matter its own strength or potential, far surpasses the Minos Grande of forced errand car. At this point, it is enough to explain one thing. Hawkeye my Hawk, 7 Warlords of the Sea, does have different levels of power from Shishibukai such as Sand Crocodile. Hawkeye my Hawk's strength is far above the Shishibukai level such as Sand Crocodile. That's why there is such a result? Huh? Just as Cang Xu was thinking about the fact that Hawkeye my Hawk became an independent errand car, Hawkeye my Hawk's evolution has also ushered in the final result. A brand new Eagle Eye my Hawk appeared in front of Cang Xu. Compared with before, the breath of Hawkeye my Hawk has become more special, with a sharp breath. 0. On this point, it has some similarities with the previous Frost Moon Dragon Horse. I don't know if this is the similarity between swordsmen. His growth limit has become higher. In the next time, Cang Xu asked Frost Moon Dragon Horse to enter the emptiness space with Hawkeye my Hawk to get acquainted with his own power. He wants to know how Hawkeye will feel after my Hawk errand car. This is exactly what he wants. In response, Cang Xu nodded slightly, accepting this reward with satisfaction. Feel so, Hawkeye. At the same time, Cang Xu's warship, after a period of voyage, finally came to Dressrosa where Doflamingo is located. Since then, under Cang Xu's command, there has been an extra top combat power, and it is still the combat power of Kendo. In this way, the Kendo limit he pursued has become even higher. P.S. Please subscribe. Ask for support. Hawkeye, there is a ray of light in my Hawk's eyes. Cang Xu spoke and looked at the eagle-eyed my Hawk in front of him. Thank your excellency. No, thank you for your help. The future my Hawk will be a sharp edge in the hands of the adults. Although his breath has not yet recovered to its peak, he can feel that his bottleneck has broken through. This is definitely good news for Cang Xu. Therefore, Hawkeye my Hawk also paid his reward, that is his allegiance, 8 top devil fruits, preparations for Doflamingo. Subscribe for subscription. In the port of Dressrosa, some people in black uniforms control the entire port. As for all the ships around the port, they have been emptied at this time, as if to welcome someone. Regarding this, the sailing boats around were dissatisfied, but they did not dare to say anything. Because these people who control the port are the members of the Don Quixote family. At the same time, a blonde man with sunglasses, a pink feather coat and cropped trousers, and pointed shoes, looked like a flamingo. Standing at the port at this time, it seems to be waiting for someone to arrive. If you were seen by the civilians of Dressrosa, you would be very shocked. This is their king of Dressrosa, Don Quixote Doflamingo, one of 7 warlords of the sea, one of 3. You can let Doflamingo come to the port to greet him personally. He must be a real big shot. It's a pity that they didn't have a chance to see this scene. Toripol, are you sure that the intelligence is correct? Doflamingo looked to his side and said, a slimy figure. This is Toripol, one of the top officials under Doflamingo. It can't be wrong. Dover, the warship of the Palace of the Night Palace, should arrive at about this point in time. Toripol answered Doflamingo's question. Yes, Doflamingo specially came to the port to wait, just to wait for the arrival of Cang Xu. Although Cang Xu did not notify Doflamingo in advance, Cang Xu has never covered his whereabouts. Using Doflamingo's intelligence network to know Cang Xu's route and location is not a strange thing. At the same time, when Doflamingo was in doubt, a warship appeared on the sea and slowly arrived at the port of Dressrosa. Cang Xu and others have finally come to Dressrosa. The figures of Cang Xu and Letterfield appeared in the harbor. Welcome the Lord of the Palace. Doflamingo has been looking forward to it for a long time. Doflamingo's face suddenly filled with a smile and came to Cang Xu's side. It's been a long time, Tianyi-Cha, you should know why I came. Cang Xu nodded slightly and looked at Doflamingo. As for Doflamingo, Cang Xu has no plans to talk nonsense at all, and directly express his intentions. He came to complete the agreement with Doflamingo, and I hope Doflamingo will not let him down. This is natural. What the Palace Lord wants, Doflamingo has already prepared it, and the Palace Lord is invited to move into the palace. Doflamingo nodded and said, indicating that he was ready. Read more at Hot Until Novelxies. In fact, if you say that at the beginning, Doflamingo is still a little doubtful. However, since Cang Xu played a field record, Doflamingo has not dared to have any ambitions. You know, the news that was posted on the previous event is simply terrifying. Cang Xu's Suya Palace, with his own power, forcibly defeated the alliance of the 2 4 emperors. 4 Emperors Charlotte Linlin and 4 Emperors Kaido. These are the top powerhouses on the sea. Among them, Kaido, 4 Emperors, is still his main patron, and it is the existence that Doflamingo fears. But with this kind of existence, in front of Cang Xu's Soig Palace, there is even no resistance to it. Even at the end of that battle, Kaido was directly defeated. In this case, it is already very obvious who is the real powerhouse on the sea. It can be said that the current Doflamingo is no longer as simple as being afraid of Cang Xu. It can even be said to look up to the mountain. This is not something he can offend. For this reason, Doflamingo did not dare to slack off Cang Xu's instructions. So after this period of time, Doflamingo mobilized all the power of the Don Quixote family, frantically collecting devil fruit on the sea. And now, after a period of crazy collection, Doflamingo has finally gained something. For this reason, after knowing that Cang Xu had arrived, Doflamingo dared to appear in front of Cang Xu. Otherwise, if the previous agreement had not been fulfilled, Doflamingo would have escaped long ago. That's good, let's lead the way. Cang Xu nodded slightly and said to Doflamingo. Next, under the leadership of Doflamingo, Cang Xu and Letterfield slowly came to Doflamingo's palace. At this time, the palace of Doflamingo is ready for a feast. When Cang Xu arrived, Doflamingo immediately held a feast to entertain Cang Xu. In this regard, Cang Xu naturally did not refuse. It was not until after the feast that Doflamingo let all his men quit and started talking about business. Master Palace, this is what the adults want, a total of 8 top devil fruit. Doflamingo took out a box and placed it respectfully in front of Cang Xu. The box opened, 8 fruits with different shapes, but all with weird patterns, appeared in front of Cang Xu. This is exactly what Doflamingo has gained during this period of time. 8 devil fruits, 2 Logia, 2 Zoan monsters, and 4 special paramecia. Doflamingo said quickly, introducing the situation of these 8 devil fruits to Cang Xu. To be honest, according to Doflamingo's introduction, Cang Xu also discovered some good abilities. For example, Zoan bat fruit Eudemon's vampire form, special paramecia impact fruit, etc. These special devil fruits are undoubtedly the top devil fruits. Among them, the vampire fruit of the Eudemon species is the devil fruit found in the original book after Letterfield escaped from Impel Down. Of course, because Cang Xu made an Impel Down, Letterfield became an errand car, and there was no chance of getting vampire fruit. However, it can be seen by the original Letterfield, which shows the power of the vampire fruit. In fact, the same is true. What Doflamingo brings out is indeed the top 53 devil fruit. Each one is pretty good, and Cang Xu is very satisfied. But, Tianyasha, what I said before, but 5 devil fruits, in exchange for a trading quota. You only have 8 devil fruits here, but you can't get 2 spots. Cang Xu raised his head slightly and looked at Doflamingo with a smile. In their previous collaboration, they said that 5 devil fruits were exchanged for a resurrection quota. Now, Doflamingo only took out 8 devil fruits, which is different from what they said. Cang Xu would like to see what Doflamingo wants to do. Master Palace, I really can't help it. The top devil fruit, it's too hard to find. Since this period of time, the power of the Don Quixote family has been fully utilized, and it is barely possible to achieve such a result. Doflamingo smiled bitterly, looked at Cang Xu helplessly and said, according to their agreement, 5 devil fruits were exchanged for a resurrection quota. If he wants to have 2 resurrection places, he needs at least 10 devil fruits. But helpless, the top devil fruit is too hard to find. To be honest, in Doflamingo's business for more than 20 years, the Don Quixote family also has a huge amount of energy in the underground world. But even so, he used all his energy and even offended many people, and only then did he find 8 top devil fruits. It can be said that this is the biggest gain. He really couldn't find the remaining 2 top devil fruits. Tianyasha, you should know that what I said has never been changed. But I have always admired you, so I will give you a chance. If you can come up with a solution that satisfies me, I can promise and still give you 2 places for resurrection. Cang Xu smiled, looked at Doflamingo, and slowly said a word. To be honest, Cang Xu's words just now are beating Doflamingo. But speaking of it, Cang Xu is very satisfied with this result. The top devil fruit is very difficult to find. Cang Xu naturally knows this. It can be said that Doflamingo can find 8 top devil fruits, which has surprised Cang Xu a bit. Therefore, Cang Xu will naturally not let go of this transaction. However, Cang Xu also took this opportunity to beat Doflamingo once, because he wanted to see if there were other good things in Doflamingo's hands. If so, then he doesn't mind blackmailing Doflamingo. This is great, Lord Palace, can I make up for the remaining vacancies with 10 other devil fruits? Hearing Cang Xu's words, Doflamingo was overjoyed and quickly said to Cang Xu, although the top devil fruit is hard to find, the ordinary devil fruit is relatively easy to obtain. In the process of collecting top devil fruit this time, Doflamingo also collected some ordinary devil fruit. Those ordinary devil fruits, although their abilities are not as good as the top devil fruits, they are devil fruits anyway. Doflamingo can hope to take advantage of quantity and make up for the disadvantage of quality. So, with 10 ordinary devil fruits, make up for the missing 2 top devil fruits. This is the idea of Doflamingo. Yes, I promised, only this time. Read more at Hot Until Novelxies. Cang Xu groaned slightly, and nodded slowly. Although for Cang Xu, ordinary devil fruit does not have much effect for Cang Xu. However, Cang Xu's command is not only the top combat power, but also some ordinary members. These ordinary devil fruits are also a good choice for awards. What's more, in Cang Xu's heart, there are also some experiments related to devil fruit. For example, let Arankar eat devil fruit and Zanpakuto eat devil fruit. Will there be any effect? These are some of the things that Cang Xu is more curious about. It just so happened that the ordinary devil fruit sent by Doflamingo was used for experimentation. After all, it would be a pity to use the top devil fruit to do such an experiment. If it is careless, it is no small waste. Naturally, Cang Xu would not use the top devil fruit to do such a thing. It can be said that ordinary things also have their uses. This is the idea of Cang Xu. For this reason, Cang Xu decided to agree to Doflamingo's request after some consideration. Regarding this, Doflamingo was overjoyed and quickly summoned the cotters to find the devil fruit he had collected. Soon, 10 devil fruits of various colors appeared in front of Cang Xu. In this regard, Cang Xu naturally did not hesitate, and directly collected these thoughts, devil fruit, into the solution space. In this way, plus the previously obtained phantom beast dragon-type fruit, Cang Xu has 9 top devil fruits and 10 ordinary devil fruits. This is also a good harvest for Cang Xu. Well, Doflamingo, you have fulfilled my requirements, then I will not break my promise. 2 places, you can figure out who you want to let. Cang Xu nodded slightly and said to Doflamingo. Now that Doflamingo has fulfilled his request, Cang Xu will naturally not break his promise and give Doflamingo 2 hollow opportunities. Master Palace, I have already considered. The first place, I will give to my senior cotter Monet. Doflamingo said quickly, and directly stated his plan. To be honest, Doflamingo has long considered who will be given the resurrection quota, although he has many senior cotters under his command. But Doflamingo also knew in his heart that although his cotters were loyal to him, they all had their own careful thoughts. Only Monet has absolute loyalty to him. That's the kind he asked Monet to die, and Monet wouldn't have the slightest hesitation. For this reason, he intends to let Monet try. Look at the so-called resurrection this time, whether it is true or not. As long as Monet can be successfully resurrected, Doflamingo can rest assured and accept Cang Xu's ceremony. This is why Doflamingo must get 2 places. To put it bluntly, he still does not absolutely believe in Cang Xu. Only if he wants to see the resurrection with his own eyes can he make up his mind. I have to say that Doflamingo is also a suspicious type. Yes, bring it over. Cang Xu naturally has no objections to this, and said to Doflamingo. Doflamingo nodded again and again, summoning Monet, who was already prepared. The so-called resurrection is the resurrection from the dead, the alternative rebirth gained after experiencing death. Cang Xu explained a little bit, and then directly shook Monet's breath in front of Doflamingo. Immediately afterwards, Cang Xu used Hollow's ability to directly hollow Monet's soul, making Monet hollow virtual. Afterwards, Cang Xu opened the emptiness space and summoned a batch of ordinary imaginaries, which Monet could devour. With Monet's swallowing, Monet's soul power grew rapidly and successfully transformed into Kylian. After Monet was imaginary and transformed into Kylian, Cang Xu used the Force Hollow ability to help Monet Kylian to force Arankar. After some manipulation, a brand new Monet appeared in front of Doflamingo. Monet, how do you feel? Seeing Monet, who was reborn in the form of Arankar, Doflamingo had a trace of excitement in his eyes, and wanted to know what Monet was doing now. After all, this is related to his next choice. How could Doflamingo be careless? I feel good, young master. Monet nodded slightly and said to Doflamingo. Although she was reborn in the form of Arankar, she still retains the original memory and abilities, and there is almost no difference from the original Monet. However, Doflamingo was still a little worried, and continued to ask about Monet's situation. In this regard, Cang Xu did not mind. Because Monet, who was reborn in the form of Arankar, is already Cang Xu's subordinate and will not say anything that is unfavorable to Cang Xu. No matter what Doflamingo asks, the result is the same. In fact, the same is true. Suspicious Doflamingo asked for a long time. Even the password they had set before, secretly asked Monet. However, Doflamingo will always have only one result. That is the result of Hollow is very good. Although Doflamingo felt something wrong in his heart, he couldn't feel anything wrong. Okay, Doflamingo, you should decide who will be the next resurrection place. Cang Xu spoke, and said to Doflamingo. He still has many things to do, for example, going to Wano country to find Kaido's troubles. Therefore, Cang Xu doesn't want to be here again, waiting too long. I understand, Lord Palace, I have already decided, and the next resurrection quota is myself. Doflamingo looked serious, looked at Cang Xu and said, the long-lasting opportunity is here. Although Doflamingo still feels something is wrong, Monet's example has proved that this matter is successful and feasible. Therefore, Doflamingo also decided to accept Cang Xu's hollow. Smart choice, Doflamingo. Cang Xu nodded slightly and said to Doflamingo. Next, Cang Xu started to help Doflamingo hollow, shock Doflamingo's breath, and then use the hollow skill, hollow Doflamingo's soul. The next thing is to devour the ordinary imaginary and let Doflamingo's imaginary soul power grow. In this regard, Cang Xu is very experienced. Soon, the emptiness of Doflamingo's soul transformed into Kylian and grew to the limit of Kylian. At this time, Cang Xu once again used the ability to force Hollow to help Doflamingo Kylian forcibly Arankarize. Read more at Hotuntil Novelxies. Time goes by a little bit. When all the light of evolution disappeared, a brand new Doflamingo appeared in front of Cang Xu. Compared with the previous Doflamingo, the current Doflamingo, except for a long sword at the waist, seems nothing special. As for Doflamingo's Arrancar feature, it is his glasses. The original position of Doflamingo's glasses has become a pair of white eyes. This is the change of Doflamingo. How do you feel? Doflamingo. Cang Xu smiled but looked at the Arrancarized Doflamingo. Master Palace, you lied to me. Doflamingo was in a trance for a while, and after recovering, he showed a wry smile. Only at this time did he feel that he could not violate Cang Xu's orders. In other words, from now on, he has become Cang Xu's subordinate. In response to this, Cang Xu smiled lightly and didn't say much. How did he fool Doflamingo into Arrancar? He can indeed have a long life. As for the allegiance, it's just that Doflamingo didn't understand it clearly. How did Cang Xu lie to him? So, what is your choice, Dover? Cang Xu looks at Doflamingo and wants to know Doflamingo's final choice. Dover, I have met Master Cang Xu. Doflamingo's face was uncertain, changing rapidly. After a while, Doflamingo bent his knees and knelt in front of Cang Xu on one knee, offering Cang Xu his loyalty. Doflamingo is a smart person. Because of this, Doflamingo also decisively chose to be loyal when he knew that there was no way out. This is a good piece of information for Cang Xu. It can be said that from now on, Cang Xu's subordinate has another good combat power. This is a good result for Cang Xu. But for Cang Xu, in fact, he has a lot of high-level combat power, and Doflamingo's combat power is not the most important. Cang Xu valued Doflamingo more of his other abilities. For example, Doflamingo's intelligence network. In fact, the same is true as a middleman in the underground world. Doflamingo, who has the code name Joker, has tremendous energy in the underground world. Otherwise, Doflamingo will not collect so many top devil fruits in a short period of time. This is what makes Doflamingo special. For this reason, Cang Xu does not plan to incorporate Doflamingo into the Espada army now, because Doflamingo has other tasks. That is to help Cang Xu collect all kinds of intelligence on the sea. During this period of time, Cang Xu's Sui Palace has done a lot of things. Cang Xu didn't believe that the other forces on the sea did not move at all. These things are what Cang Xu wants to know. Master Cang Xu, I know one thing, there is indeed a lot of movement at the marine headquarters. Just as Cang Xu asked Doflamingo to collect information on the various major forces in the sea, Doflamingo suddenly said, Marine headquarters, what did they do? Cang Xu was a little puzzled. He glanced at Doflang. Good enough, Ming, wanting to know what's going on in the marine headquarters? I have a special dark line at the top of marine headquarters. And yesterday, my dark thread sent back a message. A large number of troops in marine headquarters are being transferred to New World. According to the news I got, there are now at least 15 lieutenants, 3 admiral, have come to the New World. Doflamingo said, telling everything he knew. When Doflamingo told the news, Cang Xu was taken aback. Because of this news, Cang Xu's expectations were slightly exceeded. With such a huge force, all have moved to New World. Marine headquarters is planning to start a war on top again. When Cang Xu learned about the big news at marine headquarters from Doflamingo, Cang Xu was suddenly curious. Because of this scale of force, it is not to say that it is a crusade against the pirates, and it is even enough to start a war on top. In this case, if there is any movement at marine headquarters, it must be directed at the big forces. Marine headquarters, is this for me? Cang Xu's eyes flickered slightly, as if thinking of something. Now in the entire New World, whoever has the most limelight and who has the strongest influence is Cang Xu's Sui Palace. Under this circumstance, there is such a big movement in marine headquarters, it is most likely to be directed at Cang Xu. However, this is not right. Marine headquarters has such confidence, dare to act against me. There is a trace of doubt in Cang Xu's eyes. According to his understanding, such a big power as the marine headquarters is not entirely the marshal's decision. If there is any big movement, the permission of world government is needed. It's like the previous war on the top. Even if Sengoku has already won the Fire Fist Ace, Sengoku still needs the support of 5 elders and is prepared enough to start a war on top. And now, there will be such a big movement at marine headquarters. Presumably, behind the marine headquarters, there should be the shadow of the world government. In other words, this time, it is very likely that the world government set up a conspiracy. It can be said that Cang Xu can infer something from Doflamingo's few words. If he guessed correctly, this should be the action of the world government. However, there are some strange things in it. Cang Xu murmured and continued to think about it. If the world government targets him, this is also possible. After all, he is the thorn in the eyes of the world government. Moreover, Cang Xu's Sui Palace, like the Dragon's Revolutionary Army, is regarded as the greatest enemy of the world government. But behind this incident, Cang Xu vaguely felt something was wrong. That is because of geographical reasons. You know, why didn't the former marine headquarters dare to take action against the Whitebeard pirates? You have to wait until the top of the war before you take action against the Whitebeard pirates. Is this just because they caught the Fire Fist Ace? Wrong, this is not the most important reason. The most important reason is that they can finally lead Whitebeard out of New World. You know, New World is the territory of pirates. In New World, marine headquarters has almost no power to speak of. There are only a few marine bases like outposts. In addition, New World is the territory of pirates, with a large number of pirate groups. Read more at Hotental Novelties. In this case, if the marine headquarters rashly enters the New World and chooses to attack the Whitebeard pirates, then they will have a lot of losses. For this reason, even if Whitebeard is old, the Marine headquarters did not rush into the New World to attack the Whitebeard pirates. It wasn't until the Marine headquarters got the Fire Fist Ace to lead the Whitebeard pirates from the New World to the Marine headquarters only then did they dare to start a war with the Whitebeard pirates, because the first half of the Grand Line belongs to the Marine headquarters site. In the same way, the current situation is the same as before. Although it is said that 4 Emperors Whitebeard and 4 Emperors Charlotte Linlin are both completely destroyed in name. 4 Emperors are missing, only 4 Emperors are left. But in New World, there are many more, big and small pirate groups. These people don't watch Marine headquarters break into New World at will. It can be said that if Marine headquarters wants to enter the New World, these many New World pirate groups will become their obstacles instead. Normally, if Marine headquarters wants to enter the New World, they will have a lot of worries. But this time, they dared to make such a big move and directly marched into the New World. What does this show? It shows that Marine headquarters has enough confidence to come and go freely in New World. It seems that among the pirates of New World, someone should have teamed up with Marine headquarters. No, they have teamed up with the world government. Redhead, is this your choice? Cang Xu muttered slowly, his eyes became very cold. Obviously, Cang Xu has guessed many things. It should be among the pirates of New World, someone has chosen to join forces with the world government. And those who are qualified to join hands with the world government are naturally only top-level forces. That is, one of the 2 existing 4 Emperors pirate groups. In addition, Cang Xu vaguely remembered that there seemed to be some contacts between Hongfa and 5 elders, so what's inside is already very clear. If Cang Xu guessed correctly, Red Hair has already made his choice. Hongfa chose to join forces with world government and stand on the opposite side of him. I have to say that Cang Xu's wisdom is also amazing. Just from the secret operation of Marine headquarters, the truth of the matter was calculated, and it is 8-9 inseparable. Doflamingo, help me check one thing. I want to know, Red Hair pirates, all the actions since this time. Cang Xu looked at Doflamingo beside him with cold eyes, and ordered directly. Although Cang Xu had already figured out what happened in his heart, but this matter is a little bit more important. Therefore, Cang Xu needs more detailed information. Yes, Master Cang Xu. Doflamingo didn't dare to neglect, so he hurried to execute Cang Xu's order. For a time, the influence of Don Quixote family in the underground world began to work, exploring the movements of red hair pirates in all aspects. Next, it's time to help Nami and them improve their strength. It just so happens that Cang Xu can take advantage of this time to help Nami and others improve their strength. Cang Xu murmured, temporarily letting go of the red hair and marine headquarters. In other words, if you go to find Kaido troublesome things, you can only let go of it temporarily. As long as Kaido can't let go of the country of peace, Cang Xu doesn't worry about Kaido running away. Anyway, Kaido's site is in Wano country, so in the next time, Cang Xu should stay in Dre's Rosary temporarily. This is Cang Xu's next plan. Now is the time to help them improve, and then hollow Nami and others into Arrancar. The trend of red hair pirates, although Doflamingo has gone to investigate. After all, the devil fruit that Cang Xu wanted has already arrived. Therefore, it is not difficult for Cang Xu to travel to the country later. Cang Xu doesn't think that Kaido will give up the site that has been in business for more than 20 years. However, Cang Xu is not in a hurry. But investigating intelligence also takes some time. If you can run, the monk can't run the temple, because from discovering the movement of marine headquarters, it is speculated about red hair. Cang Xu asked Doflamingo to investigate this matter. So in the next period of time, Cang Xu will stay in Dressrosa for the time being. During this time, Cang Xu will naturally not be wasted. Therefore, Cang Xu went directly into the space of Zikong and summoned Nami and others to the Suig Palace. Soon, Nami, Robin, Perona, Princess White Star, and Brook all came to Cang Xu. This is what he has to deal with next. Brook, have you considered the choice I gave you before? Cang Xu looked at Brook directly and talked about one thing. After discovering that Brook had no way to help him, Cang Xu gave him a choice, a chance. Or, Hollow becomes a virtual reality and becomes his subordinate Arrancar. Or, just stay in the solution space and wait until everything is over. No way, Brook knows a lot about him, so naturally Cang Xu can't let him go at will. Therefore, unless everything is over, Cang Xu will consider whether to let him go. To put it bluntly, either become his subordinate or be imprisoned by him. To be honest, Cang Xu is still very much looking forward to Brook's ability. As a person with Huang Quan fruit ability, if you study your own abilities in depth, Brook may be able to mobilize Huang Quan's power. Properly applied, there should be no small gains. In fact, this is also true during this period of time. Cang Xu not only urged Nami and others to exercise, but also let Brook exercise. Now Brook, just like the original 2 years later, can mobilize the coldness of Huang Quan and turn it into cold and frostbite others. This is not a small improvement. Master Cang Xu, if I'm Hollow, can I go to the entrance of the first half of the Grand Line Upside Down Mountain? I want to meet Rab. Brook looked at Cang Xu and said, there are many characters under Cang Xu, including supernovas who have just rushed into the Grand Line. For this reason, Brook knows from Supernova that there is an island whale Rab at the Upside Down Mountain at the entrance of the Grand Line, so Brook would love to go back and have a look. Cang Xu's eyes rolled slightly, and after thinking for a while, he agreed to this matter. It just so happened that Cang Xu originally planned to place some Arrancar chess pieces in the first half of Sahai and Grand Line. Because of his ability to clear the air, he can go to the location where Arrancar is. Originally, Cang Xu planned to place some Arrancars in other waters. In this way, if there is something, he can also airborne directly to other sea areas. Read more at Hotel Novelties. This can be regarded as a second hand. Cang Xu felt in his heart that the next battle will have a huge impact. Therefore, it is also a matter of arranging some future players in advance. Brook's request just gave Cang Xu a chance. So, after a little thought, Cang Xu agreed to this matter. Thank you, Mrs. Cang Xu. Brook is willing to be loyal to Mrs. Cang forever. Brook was overjoyed and saluted Cang Xu directly, because this is the best choice for him. Cang Xu didn't say much about this, and directly started to help Brook hollow. In fact, Cang Xu doesn't need to cut off Brook's vitality first as before, because Brook's current state is like a soul state. His skeleton body is just the appearance of his soul attached. This is what Brook is special about. For this reason, Cang Xu directly hollow Brook's soul. Soon, after a series of devouring, Brook's soul grew rapidly, and then under the control of Cang Xu, it was forcibly Arrancarized. Soon, a brand new Brook appeared in front of Cang Xu. Compared with the previous Brook, the current Brook has something special. Because his flesh and blood has been reborn, he has become a human being, and is no longer in the state of a skeleton before. This is a blessing in disguise for Brook. Thank you, Master Cang Xu. Go, Doflamingo will arrange for you to go to the first half of the Grand Line. Cang Xu opened the solution space and let Brook do his thing. In response, Brook solemnly saluted Cang Xu, and then left the solution space directly, ready to go to the entrance of the first half of the Grand Line, upside down the mountain, ready to go back and reunite with the whale Rab. Okay, it's up to you next. Nami and Robin, how are your haki and physiques? After solving Brook's matter, Cang Xu slightly raised his head and looked at the remaining Nami, Robin, and Perona. Seeking flowers. There are actually two groups of people in Cang Xu's Sud Palace. The first group of people was the Espada Corps under Cang Xu's command. That is, the members of Espada, and their subordinate officers. These members are all powerful characters who have completed the Arrancarization and are good at fighting. As for the other group of members, they are Nami and Robin. They all have one characteristic, that is, their soul quality is special, but their strength is still weak, and they have not completed their Arrancarized existence. It can be said that Nami and others, who belong to Cang Xu, are more optimistic, but there are no special members who have entered the ranks of Arrancar, and they can be used as reserves for the Espada Corps. Buggy, the clown before, is also one of the members of the reserve. For this reason, Cang Xu has been letting Nami and Robin and others exercise their strengths for this period of time. It's armament haki's mastery, not as good as observation haki. Master Cang Xu, I have mastered the 6-style shaving and moonwalk now. It's just because Buggy was successfully Arrancarized and became a subordinate officer of Espada, which is considered to be out of the ranks of the reserve. Although, Devil Fruit is a good choice. It can be said that they are considered to be in the Palace of the Night, and they have not yet become Arrancar people. As for the origin of the 6 forms, it has something to do with the Arrancars under Cang Xu. At that time, Cang Xu planned to improve the strength of Nami and others. Nami said quickly, reporting her progress to Cang Xu. But in the absence of Devil Fruit, Tejo, and Haki are also a way to improve your strength. Before, Cang Xu discovered that people with high-quality souls can become more easily Arrancarized when their strength increases. For Haki, Armament Haki, and Observation Haki, I have mastered them although most of Cang Xu's Arrancars were born as pirates. But Marine 6 styles is not a particularly important technique. In the hands of the big pirate, more or less will do it. For example, Bundy Waldo, the World Destroyer, would use Moonwalk, one of the 6 types. The most important point is Cang Xu's Supernova X Drake. He is the former Major General of Marine, who knows 6 skills originally. It can be said that Cang Xu does not lack the source of 6 types. For this reason, Cang Xu asked them to organize these 6 skills and teach them to other members. This other member includes not only Nami and other reserve players. Even in the Supernova, there are some 6 types of learning, because for some Supernovas, their strength hasn't grown up yet. 6 types of 137 are also good physical skills for them. For this reason, Nami mastered Shaving and Moonwalk. As for Haki, it goes without saying. Cang Xu's masters are basically Haki masters, and it is normal for Nami to learn Haki. It's a little bit farther. All in all, the current Nami has mastered the second of the 6 types and the 2-color Haki, and has a certain level of strength by itself. At this time, if she eats another top devil fruit, she will definitely be able to improve her own strength. Good job, do you want to be stronger, Nami? Cang Xu nodded slightly, praised Nami, and then talked about another thing. Master Cang Xu, did you promise to let me hollow? There was a ray of light in Nami's eyes. After staying in Sud Palace for a long time, I naturally know the power of hollow. For this reason, Nami has always hoped to be hollow, so that she can always be with Master Cang Xu. Naturally not, your strength still has room for improvement. I plan to let you eat a devil fruit. Cang Xu shook his head slightly and said, without too much nonsense, Cang Xu directly opened the box and several devil fruit appeared in front of Nami. 8 top devil fruits presented by Dover, as well as the dragon-shaped fruits obtained from the Eudemons in the Shampoo Islands. There are a total of 9 top devil fruits, all of them are here. As for the 10 ordinary devil fruits, Cang Xu did not take them out. This is inevitable. Since Cang Xu intends to cultivate Nami, naturally he will not eat ordinary devil fruit for her. Read more at Hotantal Novelxies. 2 Logia, 3 Zoan monster species, 4 Paramecia, a total of 9 devil fruit. These 9 devil fruits are all top-notch abilities. Beside the fruits, there is an introduction to their respective abilities. You can take a look and choose the abilities you want. Cang Xu said quickly, giving a brief introduction to the 9 top devil fruits. 9 devil fruit abilities. There is a sign next to the fruit, introducing the abilities of the fruit. In this regard, Doflamingo is very thoughtful, putting together the introduction of fruit abilities. Otherwise, Cang Xu can't be sure about the capabilities of these devil fruits. In this regard, Nami will naturally not refuse. After paying a salute, I came to Cang Xu to learn about the abilities of the 9 top devil fruits. In this regard, Robin and others are a little envious, but they can't help it. Because long ago, both Robin and Perona ate devil fruit early, so naturally they could not continue to eat devil fruit. However, their fruiting ability and potential are not small, and if they are well developed and utilized, they can also play a good role. Master Cang Xu, I have already decided. I choose this fruit. Just when Robin and others were thinking about it, Nami had already made a decision and picked up one of the fruits. This fruit is Zoan human fruit e-beast species angel form. Is this your choice? I agree. Cang Xu was a little surprised, but he did not expect that Nami would choose this fruit. Yes, the 3 Zoan fruits in Cang Xu's hand, except for fish fruits, fantasy beasts, and eastern dragon forms, and bat fruits, fantasy beasts, and vampire forms. The last remaining Eudemon's fruit is this human fruit, Eudemon's, and angel form. However, this is a good fruit ability. In addition to Zoan's unique body amplifying ability, he also has the ability to fly, control the holy light, and purify negative effects. It is a very powerful devil fruit. In fact, the same is true if this angel fruit falls into the hands of Shishibukai level, it will definitely create an admiral level combat power. However, since Cang Xu has agreed to give Nami the opportunity to choose devil fruit, he will naturally not regret it. Thinking of this, Cang Xu directly asked Nami to eat this angel fruit. Under Nami's disgusting expression, she ate the whole angel fruit. Soon, behind Nami, a pair of 2-meter-sized light wings appeared. Moreover, a faint light appeared on Nami's body, which made Nami's figure very holy and looked very sacred. This is the fruiting ability of Nami? Master Cang Xu, I have successfully become an angel. Nami was very happy, waving his unskilled light wings, flying beside Cang Xu. Well, this is a good ability. You have to familiarize yourself with your ability and master the angel's ability as soon as possible. Cang Xu nodded slightly, let Nami familiarize himself with his abilities. There is no way, her talent is indeed slightly weaker than that of Nami Robin. The strength of the two, the progress is good. In the following time, Cang Xu tested the strength of Robin and Perona in turn. However, Cang Xu doesn't have high expectations of her. It's okay to have such a harvest. As for the ability of the 6 forms, Robin also mastered 2 forms, but the 2 forms she mastered were not the same as Nami, but Moonwalk and Finger Pistol. Especially Robin, for the 2-color Haki, she has mastered it early. As for Perona, her progress is very low, she only mastered one of the 6 shaves, and the 2-color Haki. Needless to say, Moonwalk naturally, the 6-type mobile technology has a great effect on demon fruit power. Next, I plan to use the hollow skill on you, so that you can hollow into Arrancar. Are you willing? It can be said that this is a skill that fits her very well. Imagine if Robin uses flower fruit to change hundreds of arms, and then I'll use Finger Pistol's ability. As for Robin's reason for learning Finger Pistol, it has something to do with her ability. Because of her flower fruit, part of the human body can be transformed in this way. The effect of Finger Pistol on Robin is enormous. The effect is estimated to be very amazing. Cang Xu looked at Robin and Perona, and said to them, Cang Xu plans to hollow Nami and Robin and others. However, Nami has just eaten the fruit ability and needs to be familiar with his own power. Therefore, Cang Xu plans to go ahead with hollow Robin and Perona. In this regard, the two naturally would not refuse. On the contrary, the two are very happy. After staying in Suigkalis for a long time, they naturally know about hollow and what kind of growth they will have after becoming Arrancar. This is also a good opportunity for them. How could they miss it? Thinking of this, Cang Xu began to help the two of them hollow in the next time. After a series of operations, the brand new Robin and Perona appeared in front of Cang Xu and were reborn in the form of Arrancar. How do you feel, Robin, Perona? Cang Xu looked at the two and wanted to know how they felt. Thank you, Cang Xu, we feel stronger than ever. Robin and Perona were very excited, they said, moving, their eyes were full of joy. Soul hollow, reborn in Arrancar form? This is indeed a good opportunity for them. Only with the increase brought by the body of Minos Grande, they can clearly perceive the increase in their own strength. Yes, from now on, you will be my subordinate officers. Get familiar with the power of 21 Arrancarization. Cang Xu nodded slightly and said to the two of them, the two succeeded in Arrancar, which is good news for Cang Xu. Of course, in this process, it is not without accidents. Because Robin, like Vivi, is a person of extremely high soul quality. Coupled with this period of time, Robin has continued to exercise and his strength has been greatly improved. Therefore, Robin succeeded like Hancock, reborn in the form of an autonomous Arrancar. This is a good opportunity for Robin. Because of the autonomous Aaron car, its own potential will be higher than the forced Aaron car, which is a good harvest. However, Perona has no way to be independent Aaron car. Because Perona's soul quality is slightly worse, she can't complete her own Aaron car, and can only be reborn by forcibly Aaron car. In any case, the two finally succeeded. Therefore, Cang Xu directly put Robin and Perona into his ranks of subordinate officials. Since then, Cang Xu's subordinate officers have reached the number of 5. For this matter, Nami is very envious, because she is very eager to become a subordinate officer of Cang Xu. However, Cang Xu has already said that she should be familiar with her fruiting ability first. Wait until she is familiar with her fruit ability, then hollow her. For this reason, Nami became familiar with his abilities and became much more active. Master Cang Xu, do I need hollow too? Princess White Star came to Cang Xu, but some said, read more at Hot Until Novelxies. Cang Xu asked them to come, and she was the only one left. She didn't know if she needed hollow or not. Don't worry about you. First get familiar with your own power. Your own power is the most important thing. Cang Xu said softly, worrying to scare Bai Xing. To be honest, hollow can be regarded as one of Cang Xu's cards, which can help Cang Xu's subordinates to grow their strength quickly. But for Bai Xing, hollow's power is not actually the most important to her. Her ability to control Sea Kings is the most important force. Cang Xu values this point even more. For this reason, Cang Xu does not intend to force Bai Xing to do anything. All depends on her own choice. I understand, please let me hollow. I also want to be like Robin's sisters and others. Princess White Star seemed to have made a decision and looked at Cang Xu seriously. Under Cang Xu's command, there are not many female family members. For this reason, Bai Xing often stays with Nami, Robin and others, and his relationship with them is also very good. So, seeing Robin and others hollow one by one, Bai Xing also made a decision. In this regard, Cang Xu will naturally not refuse. Thinking about this, Cang Xu started to help Bai Xing hollow. Time goes by a little bit. After a while, White Star was successfully reborn in the form of Aaron Carr. However, the rebirth of the White Star is very different from the previous appearance. First of all, the first change is that the size of the White Star has also been reduced, becoming the size of an ordinary person. It can be said that the current White Star is about the same size as Nami and others. For this, Cang Xu was not surprised. Because this is a precedent. The huge battleship San Juan Wolf, his original size, was as huge as an island. This is the source of his title, the huge battleship. However, after the Aaron Carr of San Juan, the evil wolf, his body size has become 3 or 4 meters in size. Such a body shape, for pirate world, is almost like an ordinary person. It can be said that the Aaron Carrization has transformed the size of the San Juan evil wolf into an ordinary size. Only when he uses the return blade will he change back to his original body shape. For this reason, Princess White Star shrank in size, and Cang Xu was not surprised. Cang Xu was surprised that Bai Xing's fishtail was gone. Yes, as a mermaid, the White Star Princess was reborn in the form of Aaron Carr. Her beautiful fishtails turned into human feet. At this point, Cang Xu was also a little surprised, because he did not expect that after Bai Xing Aaron Carr was transformed, he would actually be reborn in the form of a human. But think about it carefully, it seems that the Aaron Carr in the Shinigami world has such characteristics. The original Minos Grande had various types and shapes. However, after the Aaron Carrization of Minos Grande, they all became humanoid existences, resembling human forms. This can be said to be Aaron Carr's rules. It's just that Cang Xu's Aaron Carr was formed by humans before, so I didn't notice this. In the next time, Cang Xu helped Nami to get acquainted with the power of her angel fruit. After Nami was fully familiar with angel fruit, Cang Xu fulfilled his promise and helped Nami hollow. This is definitely a good harvest for Cang Xu. Since then, Cang Xu's subordinate team has grown directly. Welcome book friends to join the group, Yasui Fila Sharing Group, 834246320. This group is reprinted. Welcome to the group. This book is produced by Yuking. Group number, 834246320. Entering the group is the most honest confession. It can be said that there is a lot of mystery in the Aaron Carrization, which is worth studying by Cang Xu. Soon, Nami was reborn in the form of Aaron Carr and joined the ranks of Cang Xu's subordinate officers. But having said that, the current White Star is just like a real human being. So after the Aaron Carrization, there is not much difference in Jinbei's appearance. Thinking about this, Cang Xu comforted Bai Xing, and then he incorporated Bai Xing into his subordinate official ranks. However, I don't know if it is because Jinbei itself is a humanoid existence. Of course, Cang Xu's Aaron Carr is not made without alien hollow. For example, Jinbei, a seaman from the Murloc clan. They are, Boa Hancock, Chief Subordinate Officer, Nefeltari Vivi, Big Stomach Girl Jolie Bonnie, Nico Robin, Perona, Nami, Princess White Star. At this time, Cang Xu's subordinate officer had already reached the number of 7.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.